Chapter 76 Double Fruit 2. The gate of justice was finally fully opened for the first time in 800 years. The penetration of the sea current made the natural whirlpool outside the judicial island completely disappear, revealing a wide and flat sea surface. 10 Demon Slayer warships from the Navy headquarters cut through the water like arrows and quickly approached the judicial island. 5 elite vice admirals of the Navy headquarters, Ghost Spider, Doberman, Whispering Rat, Fire Mountain, and Stoloberi, stood on the bow of the warships, majestic and murderous. This lineup, plus the 10 major generals and thousands of naval elites on each warship, the entire fleet already has enough power to destroy an island. This is the terrible power of the Demon Slayer Order, which is enough to raze an island to the ground in a short time. It is the ultimate weapon that makes everyone terrified. So far, every action launched by the Demon Slayer Order has been successful. Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, the ship ahead is Fairy Tail. They didn't escape, but waited for us instead. A Marine reported nervously. Humph, arrogant guys. They should have left long ago, but they dared to stay here. Ghost Spider snorted coldly. Did they trigger this Demon Slayer Order themselves? Are there really such bold people? Vice Admiral Stoloberi frowned, feeling uneasy in his heart. Don't talk nonsense, there can't be such a madman in the world. Yushu shook his head repeatedly. Doberman said coldly, no matter what they are up to, our mission has never changed. Vice Admiral Tsuru and Marshal Sengoku are so afraid of Fairy Tail, I want to see how capable they are. Since the target has been locked, let them taste the power of the Demon Slayer Order. All artillery fire is concentrated, target Fairy Tail. Vice Admiral Hwashaishin gave an order, and thousands of naval guns opened fire at the same time. Boom! 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 Countless shells were fired at the same time, covering the sky and the sun and covering the ferry, as if to swallow up the entire sky. Facing this terrifying firepower coverage, Suyu's face was not rippled. He just stretched out a hand calmly. A miracle happened. The countless shells flying towards the ferry stopped in mid-air, as if being blocked by an invisible giant controlled by hand. Then, these solidified shells turned upside down in an incredible posture and rebounded rapidly towards the tumulting fleet. Enter the cabin, quickly. Vice Admiral Yushu gave a decisive order, and the Vice Admirals drew their swords and worked hard with their officers to intercept the counterattack rain. Although they tried their best, they still failed to completely stop the return of the shells. The decks and masts of several warships were damaged to varying degrees, and fire and smoke filled the sky over the entire fleet. How did this guy do it? Isn't he a lightning ability user? Why does he have such a strong superhuman power? Doberman was still in shock. Vice Admiral Yushu thought for a moment, and suddenly his eyes condensed. I remember that in the incident report of Rogue Town, Smoker mentioned that this man seemed to have a gravity-like ability. Most of the Navy did not take Smoker's report seriously, and most people thought it was his misjudgment. But now? What a joke, how is this possible? Does he really have multiple abilities? Lieutenant General Hwashaishin's eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. And his voice was high-pitched. Dual fruit ability user? This guy can actually violate the basic rules of the devil fruit. Lieutenant General Stoloberi was shocked and shook his head repeatedly, obviously unable to accept the facts in front of him. Nonsense! It's impossible! There is no dual fruit ability user in this world. Lieutenant General Ghost Spider denied it sharply, but... Boom! An extremely powerful gravity came instantly, and Lieutenant General Ghost Spider felt as if his body was crushed by an invisible huge force. His knees began to bend involuntarily, and he almost succumbed to this oppression. It's impossible to be knocked down so easily. Ghost Spider gritted his teeth, desperately supporting his gradually collapsing body, and tried to maintain a standing posture. However, Suyu's hand pressed lightly again. Boom! The more terrifying gravity came, and Ghost Spider finally couldn't support it and fell to the ground directly. Even the surrounding warships and the sea surface sank under this overwhelming gravity, and the sea water rolled violently. Even the Vice Admiral Ghost Spider could not resist, not to mention other ordinary naval generals, who collapsed instantly. This was just the beginning. Before Yushu and Doberman and others could react, they were also firmly suppressed by this invisible pressure. In a blink of an eye, the 5 vice admirals, 10 warships, and tens of thousands of naval elites were all unable to move under the pressure of this supergravity. Gravity magic is one of the extremely powerful abilities in the world of fairy tale. The vice president of Demon Heart, Bruno, once used this power to suppress the elite members of fairy tale, which shows how powerful it is. Now in Suryu's hands, this power has reached a terrifying level. Even the elite vice admirals of the Navy headquarters have no power to fight back in front of this power. Creaking, creaking, as the supergravity continued to increase, the warship began to make unbearable creaking sounds, and crisscrossing cracks began to appear on the hull, as if it would collapse at any time. However, a more terrible scene was still brewing. Suryu slowly raised his left hand, and the sea surface began to surge violently, as if being pulled by some invisible force. A large area of sea water broke away from the sea surface and rose into the air against the trend, rising like a huge wall of water. At this moment, Suryu was like the controller of heaven and earth. Everything in this sea area was like a toy, being toyed with by him at will. Reverse hand to destroy the Demon Slayer order. Suryu said lightly, as if it was just a trivial matter. The sea water rose to a height of 100 meters under the control of light gravity, and Suryu's mouth curled up. Pa! As he clapped his hands lightly, the power controlling the sea water was instantly released, and the huge tsunami smashed towards the Navy's Demon Slayer order fleet like a collapsed mountain. It's over. It's over. This guy is simply a monster. The president of Fairy Tale is he an emperor-level strongman? It's hopeless, it's too late. Yushu, Doberman, Hua-Shaishan and others all looked ashen, their eyes full of fear. In the face of such a natural disaster, even the vice admiral of the headquarters was helpless. At this critical moment, a sudden change broke the desperate situation. Without warning, an extremely cold breath spread from the sea. And the air instantly became biting. Ice Age. Chapter 77. This is the Thunder Dragon King 1. Ice Age. A lazy voice came from afar, accompanied by the suffocating extreme cold breath. The originally surging waves were frozen in an instant, even the huge waves that were 100 meters high were frozen in an instant and turned into ice and snow. Above the warship of the Demon Slayer order, the tsunami-like waves solidified into a ceiling covered with ice crystals. The extreme cold spread rapidly, freezing the sea surface for thousands of meters. The sun shone on the ice surface, reflecting a dazzling light, like an ice and snow kingdom. The beautiful scene made everyone hold their breath. Oh my god, what happened? The sea surface was frozen. Nami widened her eyes and shouted in disbelief. Urza's face was solemn, thinking of what happened on the underground island. Just like that time, this freezing power is definitely not an ordinary person. Juvia fell into speculation. To be able to freeze such a wide range, is it an ice wizard? No, it's not. Robin took a deep breath, with obvious tension and depression in her tone. It's the Admiral of the Navy headquarters, Aokiji Kyuzan. What? Admiral? Wendy was startled, and then he frowned and asked, what is an admiral? Xiaolulu sighed helplessly, while Weiwei exclaimed in a low voice, an admiral is one of the strongest forces of the Navy. It is said that it is this Aokiji who can freeze the world. Myra looked into the distance and vaguely saw the figure appear, with a look of surprise on her face. This way of appearance is really special. At the same time, under the frozen sea, the Navy of the Demon Slayer order looked up at the frozen waves above their heads in a daze, and their expressions were full of fear and fear. Just a moment ago, they almost faced a catastrophe. Saved someone trembled and said, and then the whole person collapsed on the deck as if exhausted. Cold sweat soaked their clothes, and their faces were full of fear and relief after surviving the disaster. "It's Kyuzen-sama who has arrived, we are saved." A marine cheered up, and the tense atmosphere was dispersed by joy. Soldiers from the entire fleet shouted, "Kyuzen-sama who has arrived!" Ding-ling-ling. The crisp sound of bicycle bells rang on the silent ice, as if responding to their shouts. A bicycle slowly came with a brisk bell, and the admiral of the Navy headquarters, Aokiji Kyuzen, rode a bicycle and appeared lazily in everyone's sight. "Ha!" finally appeared. Suyu raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a faint smile. He was not surprised by Aokiji's arrival, everything was under control. 20 years ago, Kyuzen witnessed Zoro's sacrifice to protect Robin, so he felt sympathy for Robin and let her go without authorization. From then on, Kyuzen took on the responsibility of supervising Robin. If Robin did anything that endangered the world, he would wipe her out without hesitation. When the Alabasta incident occurred, the news in Morgans did not mention Robin's existence. However, Aokiji discovered from the files of the incident that Robin had a deep connection with Baroque works and Shishibukai crocodile. At first, Aokiji thought Robin had been quite low-key in the past few years, and he didn't expect her to collude with a force like crocodile. If Robin had just joined an ordinary small organization, Aokiji might not care too much. However, her connection with the Shishibukai has touched Aokiji's bottom line, making him see Robin's potential threat. After Robin joined Fairy Tail, Aokiji's doubts deepened. Baroque Works had just collapsed, and she quickly joined the powerful organization that defeated Crocodile. In Aokiji's eyes, Robin has not changed at all. Although Fairy Tail is a respectable guild, Robin is still the dangerous woman who once fled and hid her motives. Aokiji speculated that Robin might just use Fairy Tail to cover herself and use this umbrella to achieve her goals. With the protection of Fairy Tail, her future actions will only be more unscrupulous. Although there is no solid evidence for this speculation, Aokiji will not easily ignore this possibility. Therefore, after learning about Robin's whereabouts, Aokiji personally went to the underground island to find out. Although this secret operation against Robin was not authorized by Marshal Sengoku, Aokiji did not encounter any obstacles. In fact, he also obtained the golden Den Mushi that posed a huge threat to Robin through Sengoku's relationship, setting up the final test for Robin. However, Robin's reaction was beyond Aokiji's expectations. He thought Robin would not be afraid of threats because of Fairy Tail, but she chose to compromise. After just a few words of threat, this woman who had been on the run for 20 years actually chose to give up resistance easily. This result made Aokiji think that perhaps this was the best arrangement. Robin's willingness to be arrested means that they will not conflict with Fairy Tail. Aokiji intends to use his friendship with Magellan of Impel Down to give Robin some preferential treatment to make up for her lost freedom. However, just when Aokiji thought that things had come to an end, the situation changed dramatically. Fairy Tail did not give up Robin. They tracked all the way, swept across Judicial Island, and even declared war on the world government, just to save a former fugitive. This incident made Aokiji see the deep feelings between Robin and Fairy Tail. In order not to implicate the guild, Robin chose to sacrifice herself, and Fairy Tail fought for her. All this made Aokiji begin to doubt his own views. Robin really changed, and Fairy Tail may have become her final destination. At this moment, Aokiji's last test for Robin has quietly passed. If Fairy Tail successfully rescues Robin, it will be the most ideal result. Aokiji no longer needs to monitor her, and may not even have any worries. However, just as he was thinking about this, the Demon Slayer order was actually launched. What is even more shocking is that Fairy Tail did not choose to escape, but quietly waited for the arrival of the Demon Slayer order. Chapter 78 This is the Thunder Dragon King 2. When Aokiji realized that the situation was getting out of control, his heart suddenly sank. He knew that he might have gone too far this time, and everything in front of him was no longer under his control. Sure enough, just as Aokiji worried, Tsuyu not only took the initiative to fight against the Navy's Demon Slayer order, but also played this highest-level military operation of the Navy with overwhelming force. Seeing that the tsunami was about to engulf the entire Demon Slayer order fleet, Admiral Aokiji could no longer stand idly by. He knew very well that Tsuyu had been completely enraged. And this situation that was gradually getting out of control, the incident must be solved by him personally. At the same time, Tsuyu was also aware of Aokiji's existence. As the mastermind behind this incident, Aokiji obviously could not stand idly by in secret. Since he had appeared in front of Robin, he would definitely not be absent today. Because of this, Tsuyu deliberately set off a tsunami, the purpose of which was to force out the old sixth who was hiding in the dark, Admiral Aokiji. As expected, just when the Navy was in a desperate situation, Aokiji finally took action and froze the surging tsunami with the Ice Age and no longer hid. Tsuyu and Aokiji, two top powerhouses, the collision between the Admiral and the Emperor of the Navy is about to take place. The atmosphere of the battle solidified at this moment, and the situation was already tense to the extreme. At the same time, far away in the Navy headquarters Marineford, the news of the Demon Slayer order had caused a huge shock. The Marines discussed this unusual military action one after another, because the target of this Demon Slayer order was actually one of the core institutions of the world government, the Nice Hall of Judicial Island. The news that the Navy launched the Demon Slayer order against its own territory shocked and puzzled many Marines. Outside the corridor, hurried footsteps sounded, and the Marine headquarters Admiral Candidate Mamoto Sajijun walked into the office quickly, asking for reinforcements with a serious face. She knew very well that the ordinary Demon Slayer order troops alone could never deal with the threat of Fairy Tail. At first, Jun had no interest in the actions of the Demon Slayer order, and she did not agree with this method of destroying everything. However, when she learned that the target of the Demon Slayer order was Fairy Tail, she could no longer sit still. Not only was she worried about the Navy's lack of combat power, but more importantly, she had always been brooding over the fight with Urza in her heart, and longed for a battle of revenge. Jun, your injuries have not fully recovered yet, so you should continue to stay at the headquarters to recuperate. Vice Admiral Tsuru saw through Jun's thoughts and advised. Sister Tsuru, the injury from a few months ago has long been healed, and I am ready to fight again. Jun stared at her boss unwillingly, begging her superior. Vice Admiral Tsuru calmly analyzed, even if you want to go now, it's too late. The Demon Slayer order has arrived at Judicial Island, and the Gate of Justice has been opened. Without high-speed circulation, it will take at least half a day to reach Judicial Island. By the time you arrive, I'm afraid everything will have settled. Although Jun was unwilling, she had to accept this fact. Vice Admiral Tsuru secretly prayed in his heart that it would be best to avoid a direct confrontation between the Navy and Fairy Tail. The longer this battle is delayed, the better it will be for both sides. However, the next second, Marshal Sengoku, something big has happened. A panicked shout came from the corridor, and the green-haired Brigadier General Branyu stumbled into the marshal's office. Branyu, why are you so panicked? Zhangguo frowned, with a bit of reprimand in his tone. Marshal Zhangguo, we just received an urgent report from the Demon Slayer Special Operations Team. The Demon Slayer was almost wiped out. Branyu's voice was full of shock and tension, and he almost shouted the news. What? What did you say? What does almost wiped out mean? Zhangguo suddenly slammed the table and stood up, his eyes wide open, and his face was full of incredible shock. He couldn't accept it for a while. After all, the Demon Slayer order was not an ordinary military operation. It assembled 5 elite lieutenant generals and 10,000 marines. Every action was on a devastating scale. But now it was countered to the point of almost being wiped out? How long has it been? It has only been half an hour since the Demon Slayer order was launched. Normally, the fleet has just arrived at Judicial Island. It was almost wiped out just after arriving. What's going on? What happened? Sengoku yelled anxiously, his emotions difficult to control. Sengoku, calm down. Vice Admiral Tsuru remained calm. She looked at Branyu. Since you said almost, it means that things are not completely out of control. Let Hua Shaishan explain the details. We have contacted him. She handed the Den Mushi to Sengoku. Sengoku took a deep breath, picked up the Den Mushi, and suppressed his anger in his voice. Hua Shaishan, what happened on Judicial Island? On the other end of the Den Mushi, Vice Admiral Hua Shaishan's voice was full of fear and powerlessness. Marshal Sengoku, it's fairy tale President Tsuyu. He is a monster. Smoker's feeling is right. Tsuyu not only has the ability of the Thunder Fruit, but also the Gravity Fruit. He is an unprecedented dual fruit ability user. Dual fruit. Sengoku's voice was filled with unbelievable surprise, his hands clenched involuntarily, and his eyes were filled with unspeakable shock. Dual fruit ability user, how is this possible? Jun on the side also murmured in disbelief. This simply breaks the basic rules of the devil fruit. Sengoku took a deep breath, his face becoming more solemn. Could it be that the ability of fairy tale is not just the devil fruit? Vice Admiral Tsuru frowned, with a hint of doubt in his tone. No, now is not the time to discuss this. Vice Admiral Tsuru immediately brought the topic back to the point. Hua Shaishan, you are still alive now, did Tsuyu stop? No. It was General Kuzan. Kuzan came and froze the tsunami, so the Demon Slayer order was spared. The voice of Hua Shaishan came, revealing a hint of relief. Has Kuzan arrived? Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, as long as Kuzan is here, the situation should be stable. He was very happy with Aokiji's strength, and felt that with him, the situation would not get worse. However, before Zhangguo finished speaking, the Marines suddenly cried out from the other end of the Den Mushi, something bad is happening. General Kuzan is fighting with that man. Then, there was another scream, not good, General Kuzan is about to be blown up. What? Zhangguo's heart suddenly sank, as if he had heard some incredible news. At this time, on Judicial Island, in the ice-sea battlefield, Tsuyu fell from the sky and came to Aokiji. He was surrounded by black and red lightning, and the lightning was overflowing. This is Aokiji's pupils suddenly shrank, and he sensed something wrong. Is it the Overlord Haki entangled? He whispered. Overlord Haki? Tsuyu was stunned for a moment, and then showed a contemptuous smile. No, this is not the Conqueror's Haki, this is the power of the Thunder Dragon King. Chapter 79 Blow up Aokiji 1. In the sky above Judicial Island, Tsuyu walked in the air, lightly suspended in the air, and finally landed on the cold sea. On the other side, ding-ling-ling. Admiral Aokiji of the Navy headquarters rode a bicycle slowly to the warship, handed his beloved bicycle to the Marines for safekeeping, and then turned and walked towards Tsuyu. Under the gaze of the fairy tale girls and the Navy, the distance between Tsuyu and Aokiji gradually shortened. Finally, the two stopped about 50 meters apart. Ah, fairy tale President Tsuyu, I have heard of your name for a long time. I didn't expect that our first meeting would be in such an occasion. To be honest, I still prefer to sit down and have a cup of tea and chat. Aokiji said lazily. I'm afraid there's no chance, Tsuyu replied calmly, you're the Admiral of the Navy, and I'm the villain you're bountying for. It seems we can't sit together peacefully. What a pity. Aokiji's last words just fell. Swish. Whoosh. Above the ice sea, the two figures disappeared almost at the same time. The duel between the two strong men began. Ice block, double thorn spear. Aokiji soared into the air, waved his hands, and with the power of the frozen fruit, he instantly condensed two huge ice spears, and with his will, pierced Suyu. Suyu stood in place without dodging. The moment his 5 fingers clenched into a fist, a raging flame rose up, turning into a fist like a fire dragon, and smashed Aokiji's ice spear into pieces with one punch. What? Aokiji's pupils shrank suddenly, and his calm face was broken by the sudden shock. What shocked Aokiji so much was not that his tentative attack was ineffective, but the power that Suyu showed at this moment, flame. That was undoubtedly the power of flame. But shouldn't Suyu be the user of the natural thunder fruit? Why is he using the power of flame now? Moreover, shouldn't the user of the flame fruit be the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, ace of the Fire Fist? Aokiji's doubts became more and more serious. I have to ask, you don't have the power of multiple devil fruits, do you? Aokiji couldn't help but speak. According to the initial information, you are the user of thunder. Smoker also said that you can control gravity. Although I didn't believe it at first, it seems that I have to believe it now. And now, the flame on your fist, can you explain what's going on? Suyu grinned, and a hint of fighting spirit flashed in his eyes. If you want to know, he sneered, then beat me. If you beat me, all the answers will be revealed. Before he finished speaking, Suyu's figure suddenly disappeared, and his fist carrying a burning flame slammed down, hitting Aokiji directly, smashing his ice body into pieces. Ice block, violent pheasant mouth. Aokiji's body recondensed a few dozen meters away. He raised his hand, and a huge ice bird appeared out of thin air and flew out of his hand. Fire Dragon's Wing Attack. Suyu jumped up, his arms ignited with blazing flames, sweeping out like dragon wings, and confronted the ice bird head-on. Boom! With a loud bang, Aokiji's ice bird exploded in the air, and the high temperature instantly evaporated the ice, turning it into water vapor that filled the surroundings. In the hazy steam, two blurred figures collided at a very fast speed. An ice and fire clashed in the air, raising endless steam and filling the entire battlefield. As expected of an admiral of the navy, he could fight the president to such an extent. On the ferry, Myra's face gradually became solemn. The president hasn't given his all yet. If the president gets serious, the admiral won't be able to withstand a single blow. Juvia said confidently. But isn't the president's magic lightning? Why is he using fire now? Vivi asked in confusion. Ah, Vivi, if we can awaken new magic, the president can certainly do the same. This must be the powerful power that the president has just awakened. Nami explained. Maybe the president just used the admiral as a test subject for new magic. Urza said calmly. On the other side, the atmosphere on the Navy battleship was even more tense than on the ferry. You must be kidding me. Admiral Kuzan is one of the strongest fighters in the Marine headquarters. Admiral Kuzan can easily deal with a pirate with a bounty of 1 billion, but now, that fairy tale president can actually tie with Admiral Kuzan. The Marines were all shocked. Don't be stupid. Don't judge a person's strength only by bounty. Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel said in a deep voice. That man's strength is far more than 500 million bounty, that simple. Vice Admiral Ghost Spider said with gritted teeth. He can easily deal with the Demon Slayer fleet led by us, which shows that his strength is at least comparable to that of General Kuzan, and may even be better than Kuzan. Lieutenant General Doberman took a deep breath, with a bit of fear in his tone. However, what I care more about now is... Lieutenant General Hua Shaishan's eyes, which had been squinting for many years, were now wide open, staring closely at the battlefield 1,000 meters away. He clearly distinguished that Tsuyu, who was fighting with Admiral Aokiji, was not using the power of the thunder fruit, but fire. After lightning and gravity, they saw a third power in Tsuyu. Brew brew brew. The ringing of the den mushi brought Hua Shaishan back to reality from his shock. He connected to the communication from Lieutenant General Crane of the Chief of Staff, and then, Marshal Zhangguo's questioning sounded. Hua Shaishan temporarily put aside the problem of fire and reported the confirmed intelligence so far to the Marshal in detail. Just as Hua Shaishan reported, the battlefield in the distance changed suddenly. As the battle continued, water vapor filled the air, and heavy rain clouds quickly gathered in the air. Hwalala! The downpour covered a radius of 100 meters, and the rain poured down like a curtain. Ah, it's raining! Aokiji still said lazily. So what if it rains? Tsuyu responded nonchalantly. Water and ice, from a certain perspective, are the same substance. Aokiji reminded, and an extremely cold breath spread out from his body. In an instant, the heavy rain between heaven and earth seemed to have been paused. Then, under the influence of the cold air, countless raindrops quickly solidified from liquid to hail, and then further transformed into countless sharp ice needles. Ice cubes, rainstorm pear blossoms. Aokiji waved calmly. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Endless ice needles broke through the air, like pear blossoms flying, and attacked Tsuyu densely. Chapter 80 Exploding Aokiji 2. Although the slender ice needles are fragile, they have a huge number, surging like a tide. And there is almost no place to hide. Humph, you have some tricks. Tsuyu whispered, his face still calm, but it's time to enter the final stage of warm-up. Even though the overwhelming ice needles were approaching Tsuyu's body, he was still calm. Blazing! The flames rose and spun rapidly. Dragon Slayer Secret. Tsuyu's eyes seemed to have flames dancing, and a hot breath spread. After the continuous advancement of the battle, the basic moves of the Fire Dragon Slayer magic have been fully performed. Now, only the last blow is left. Red, Lotus, Explosion, Flame, Blade. The flames exploded on Tsuyu's body, and his body suddenly rotated, driving a terrifying firestorm, which instantly swept around, like a hellfire that devoured everything. The scene was extremely horrifying. Gulp gulp gulp. What's the situation? How is the Admiral? Is Admiral Kuzan okay? The Marines watching the battle from afar were terrified and sweating. Even though they were thousands of meters away, they could still feel the oncoming high-temperature air waves. It is conceivable that in the core of the firestorm, the temperature must be terrifying. Just as they were nervous and uneasy. Whoosh! A figure rushed out of the firestorm. Look! It's Admiral Kuzan! The Marines shouted excitedly. However, the next second, everyone's smile froze. Admiral Aokiji appeared in front of them in an incredibly bad condition. His navy uniform was tattered, his exposed skin was covered with obvious burn marks, and his face was as black as the bottom of a pot. His curly hair was also baked more curly, and even exuded a burnt smell. How is it possible? Is this really Admiral Kuzan? The Marines couldn't believe their eyes. What are you doubting? Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel shouted angrily. Don't just look at the appearance. Kuzan's breath is still stable, he has not suffered fatal injuries. Lieutenant General Doberman analyzed calmly, trying to stabilize the morale of the army. Despite this, the solemn expression on his face revealed his true feelings. He could not ignore the fact that Tsuyu had only used the new fire ability from beginning to end, and he almost suppressed General Aokiji. If Tsuyu added the power of thunder and lightning, Doberman and other lieutenant generals had already had an ominous premonition in their hearts. On the battlefield, Tsuyu's Dragon Slayer secret ended, and the terrifying explosion defeated Aokiji's offensive and successfully injured his body. Although Aokiji looked embarrassed at the moment, his eyes were still clear and his breath was still strong. This shows that even a full-strength attack of the Dragon Slayer's secret is still not enough to completely defeat a general-level strongman. To completely defeat the natural general, a more powerful force is needed. The fusion of thunder and fire? Or is it the ultimate Dragon King mode of the Thunder Dragon Slayer? After a brief thought, Suyu made a decisive decision, facing the admiral with the highest combat power in the Navy headquarters. Aokiji was indeed qualified to let him exert that power. Warm-up is over. Suyu said coldly. Chi-chi. As the voice fell, the flame energy around him quickly converged, replaced by strands of violent arcs. Black and red lightning danced around him, and the oppressive feeling brought by the lightning made the surrounding air solidify instantly. Any streak of scattered black lightning instantly blew a big hole on the ice surface. Thunder, Dragon, King, Model. Seeing Suyu's transformation in the new form, Admiral Aokiji's pupils suddenly contracted and his face changed greatly. Is this domineering haki? Aokiji couldn't help but exclaimed. The terrifying black and red lightning reminded him of the entanglement power of domineering haki commonly used by top powerhouses. He had witnessed this power many times in Garp's battles. Unfortunately, the answer is wrong. Suyu grinned, full of confidence. As soon as the voice fell, Suyu's figure disappeared from the spot in an instant. Aokiji's face changed drastically, feeling an unprecedented threat approaching. In the Thunder Dragon King mode, Suyu's speed was incredibly fast, and even Aokiji's observation haki could not accurately capture his movements. Aokiji instinctively elementalized and instantly merged into the ice sea. However, the next moment... boom! A loud noise broke through the sky. Suyu had already appeared above Aokiji's head, and his fist wrapped in black and red lightning fell heavily, breaking Aokiji's frozen body. The fist continued to move forward, hitting the ice surface one after another. The Thunder Dragon King's breaking fist. Rumble. The earth seemed to collapse with it, and with Suyu's fist as the center, a huge crack quickly spread around, and the black and red thunder in the cracks was rioting. Aokiji, who was hiding in the ice, was directly blown away by this terrifying force, and a mouthful of blood with electric arcs spurted out of his mouth. Before Aokiji could stabilize his body, Suyu had already appeared again with a powerful lightning wave, and his right foot swung out like a whip. Aokiji hastily raised his hand to defend, but even the defense with high-level armed color domineering could not stop the powerful force of the Thunder Dragon King. Crack! The crisp sound of bone fracture was heard, and Aokiji's arm bone could not bear the weight and broke. Whoosh! Immediately afterwards, Aokiji's body flew out like a meteor and hit the Tower of Justice heavily. Boom! The Tower of Justice collapsed, but the battle was not over. Suyu leaped up into the air, raised his right foot high, and stomped hard on the ruins where Aokiji fell. Boom! With Suyu's heavy stomping, the entire island was torn apart by the power of the Thunder Dragon King. However, Aokiji relied on his observation haki and the elementalization ability of the nature fruit to avoid the fatal blow at the last moment. But even so, the aftermath of the lightning still shook his blood and chi in his body, and it was almost impossible to suppress it. Ice Block Aokiji took a deep breath and forcibly calmed the tumbling blood in his body. Giant Ice Ridge. He waved his hand, and a huge ice ridge of 100 meters long was generated out of thin air, and it fell hard towards Suyu. Although this move was powerful, the startup speed was relatively slow. With Suyu's speed, he could easily dodge it, but Suyu did not choose to dodge, but took the initiative to meet the huge ice ridge. Thunder Dragon King Collapse Fist. Suyu punched out, and the world seemed to stop for a moment, and then a loud noise shook the earth. Along with the roar, Aokiji's huge ice ridge exploded in midair and turned into countless fragments. Suyu bent his knees slightly, stepped on his feet suddenly, and the air exploded, carrying countless black and red lightning. He rushed towards Aokiji at lightning speed. The one-sided crushing began. Boom! 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 The successive explosions resounded throughout the battlefield. Aokiji, the highest combat power general of the Navy headquarters, was completely suppressed and blown up in front of Suyu in Thunder Dragon King mode. Chapter 81 Robin's Reward. Hey, are you kidding me? How could this happen? Our Navy's strongest force was actually... Admiral Kuzan was actually unilaterally suppressed by that person. Not good. This is really not good. Admiral Aokiji is going to be completely defeated. On the Demon Slayer warship, everyone from the elite vice admiral of the headquarters to the ordinary marines widened their eyes, with shock, disbelief, and even fear written on their faces. The admiral of the Navy headquarters, this title symbolizes the peak combat power of the Navy, which is almost equivalent to an undefeated existence. However, the scene in front of them completely overturned their cognition. The strongest admiral of the Navy was actually beaten by the opponent and had no power to fight back. Fire on the mountain. What happened? How is the battle between Kuzan and that person? Marshal Sengoku almost roared from the other end of the Den Mushi. Kuzan lost. Lieutenant General Hwashaishin murmured unconsciously. As soon as his voice fell, accompanied by a deafening roar, two figures fell from the air one after another, the frozen sea surface broke into countless pieces, and a huge pit appeared within a radius of hundreds of meters. Admiral Kingji's body was charred and fell into the pit, obviously unable to fight again. He was defeated. Completely defeated. Although he still had some tricks that he had not used, those tricks were useless in front of Suyu in the Thunder Dragon King mode, and the ending was already determined. Let's stop here this time. Suyu said lightly, and the black and red lightning wrapped around him gradually dissipated. Aren't you going to give me the last blow? General Kingji spoke weakly. Although he was seriously injured, he still retained a trace of consciousness. Do you really want to die so much? Suyu asked back. Kingji fell silent. Who would actively seek death? If they can still live, no one will choose death. I have two more things to tell you. Suyu turned around and prepared to leave. First, don't approach my partner casually in the future, and don't say those unnecessary words. Aokiji was silent, as if he vaguely understood why he was defeated so badly today. One more thing, tell Yaoto's people above, this is the last time. If there is a next time, my means will never be as gentle as this time. Suyu added coldly. After that, he left without looking back. Aokiji was stunned. This is called gentle means? He, a great admiral of the Navy, was beaten half to death. The judicial island was almost destroyed, and if it weren't for him, the fleet of the Demon Slayer Order would have been wiped out long ago. Even if it was not swallowed by the tsunami, the warship was already broken and almost unusable. You call this gentle? At the same time, on the deck of the ferry. President, welcome back. The girls cheered in unison. The President is mighty, even the Admiral of the Navy was completely suppressed. Nami gestured exaggeratedly, her face full of excitement. The President is the strongest. Juvia shouted excitedly. Whether it is the Demon Slayer Order or the Admiral of the Navy, all threats have been cleared for you by the President, and you don't have to be afraid from now on. Iluza turned to Robin and said gently. Yet. Robin nodded heavily, her eyes shining. She understood what Urza said. The battle with Aokiji was all for her, to eliminate the shadow of her in the O'Hara incident. Fairy tale, Seigo. Let's go. Suyu waved his hand, and the ferry slowly set sail. In the awe-inspiring eyes of the Marines, the ship gradually went away until it disappeared into the horizon. Finally, the people on the Demon Slayer warship and the Judicial Island breathed a sigh of relief, and an expression of surviving a disaster appeared on their faces. A moment later. Admiral Aokiji. Mr. Kuzan. The anxious and nervous shouts of the Marines came one after another. Until. It's okay, Admiral Kuzan is still alive. The Navy doctor confirmed. Hearing this, all the Marines finally relaxed. At the same time, in the Admiral's office in Marineford, the Navy headquarters. Hey! Marshal Sengoku leaned back in his chair and let out a long breath. It's good to be alive, it's good to be alive. He whispered to himself. Sengoku, now is not the time to relax. The Chief of Staff, Vice Admiral Crane, interrupted calmly, to be able to defeat Kuzan with overwhelming power in such a short time, what level of existence do you think that is? Without waiting for Sengoku to speak, she continued, that is the Emperor. The Chief of Staff Crane's tone was sonorous and powerful, a true Emperor. In this sea, in addition to Whitebeard, Red Hair, Kaido and Big Mom, there is another existence that can stand shoulder to shoulder with them. And what's worse, the world government has completely angered this man. At the same time, in the Holy Land of Marijoa, the Five Elders Council Hall in Pangu City. What? Kuzan lost. Kuzan actually lost. The voice of Jagalusha Satan, one of the Five Elders, was full of shock and echoed in the hall. They learned that the news of Judicial Island was almost synchronized with the Navy headquarters. In fact, they had been paying close attention to this operation from the beginning. When the news of Robin's voluntary surrender came, the Five Elders were very satisfied. Not long ago, CP0 reported that Robin had been escorted to Judicial Island, and the Five Elders believed that the capture of the Devil's Son was a foregone conclusion. They were confident that Fairy Tail would not act rashly and believed that this group of people who know the times would choose to surrender. Just as they were discussing how to further suppress Fairy Tail, an accident suddenly occurred. The news that Tsuyu broke into Judicial Island came within a few minutes, followed by the battle report that Tsuyu single-handedly broke through Judicial Island. Then, Fairy Tail publicly burned the flag of the world government and declared war on the world. The Five Elders were furious, but they could only be furious and helpless. They knew very well that Judicial Island at this time could never stop Tsuyu, and the plan to capture Nico Robin had completely failed. They originally thought that Fairy Tail would retreat after rescuing people, but the development of the situation far exceeded their expectations. Fairy Tail not only did not evacuate, but directly challenged the Navy Demon Slayer order. Upon hearing this news, the Five Elders were stunned for a moment, and even the swordsman Five Elders couldn't help but sneer. However, not long after, the news came that the Demon Slayer order warship was suppressed by Tsuyu, and the Five Elders were completely frozen. It was not until Admiral Aokiji took action that they breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that with the Admiral in charge, they could always save the situation. However, the situation took a sharp turn for the worse. Their most trusted Admiral Aokiji was defeated, and was defeated at the speed of light. How could this happen? Aokiji is the highest combat power admiral of the Navy headquarters, how could he be defeated so quickly? The Five Elders with a bald head and a birthmark shook their heads in disbelief. The Admiral is not only the highest combat power of the Navy, but also one of the top combat powers in the world. In this world, there should be no one who can defeat the general except the four emperors. The Five Elders with white hair and white beard frowned and said, his tone full of confusion. It seems that we have greatly underestimated that man, underestimated the Fairy Tail President Tsuyu. His true strength is enough to be on par with the four emperors and become the fifth emperor of the sea. The swordsman Five Elders holding the first generation of Kaititsu clenched the long sword in his hand, his face full of shock and disbelief. No, 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 no. We must not allow the fifth emperor to appear in this sea. The blonde Five Elders said firmly, everything that happened on Judicial Island today must be completely blocked and must not be spread. What I care about most now is not Kuzan's defeat, nor the emperor-level strength of that man, but this. Jagalusha Satan pointed at the report with a solemn expression. 3 fruit? Lightning, gravity, fire? What does this mean? After the Judicial Island incident, the world government immediately ordered a blockade of all news. However, there is no wall that is impenetrable, and the news still inevitably leaked out. World Economic News, President's Office. What? Morgans, who received the news from the informant, suddenly jumped up from his seat. Just now, a shocking event happened on the Judicial Island. The specific details are unclear, but it is related to fairy tale. Hearing this news, Morganus's whole bird instantly became energetic. He regretted a little bit. Recently, because fairy tale has only made some small moves, his enthusiasm for news has greatly decreased, and his attention has been focused on other places. Unexpectedly, when he was distracted, fairy tale actually made a big thing on Judicial Island. And this happened in Ennice Hall on Judicial Island, one of the 3 major institutions of the world government. Obviously, it can't be a small matter. Morganus slapped his thigh and regretted that he couldn't get the first-hand information. But he quickly cheered up. After all, no one in the entire news industry is closer to fairy tale than him, and he still has the first opportunity to get an exclusive interview. Thinking of this, News King Morganus set off immediately. At the same time, on the ferry. Everyone, cheers for Robin's return. Nami raised her glass happily. Oh! The girls responded in unison, and the atmosphere was warm. Cheers to tomorrow's team building. Oh! Cheers to the President's victory. Oh! Cheers to I don't know what. Oh! The atmosphere of celebration lasted for most of the day, and the girls of fairy tale were all drunk. Before the evening, they went back to their rooms to rest and replenish their energy for tomorrow's carnival. On the other side, Suyu reviewed the battle with Admiral Aokiji during the day. Although the full-level dragon-slaying magic can compete with the strong ones at the Admiral level, it is still slightly insufficient to truly defeat the Admiral. Even the strongest dragon-slaying secret can only cause minor damage. However, the opening of the Dragon King mode completely changed the situation. The energy level of the Dragon King mode is far beyond the ordinary dragon-slaying magic, and it is even more powerful than the Thunder Dragon mode. In the Dragon King mode, even an elemental attack launched casually can easily hurt the natural Admiral. And under a full-strength attack, the Admiral can only be crushed, and sinking the island is just a matter of moments. Suyu realized that in the Thunder Dragon King mode, he already had the power to compete with the world's top strongmen, that is, the 4 emperors. Next, as long as the strength of the girls of fairy tale is further improved, they can officially march into the new world. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Suyu said lightly. After the door opened, Robin, wearing a short dress and knee-high stockings, walked in slowly. Her pretty face was flushed with drunkenness, obviously because of alcohol. As the protagonist of today, Robin drank a lot of wine. What's the matter? Suyu asked. President, I'm sorry. Robin bit her lip, pinched the corner of her skirt with her fingers, lowered her head, and looked particularly shy. At this moment, she was very different from her usual cold and black-bellied image, like a little girl who had done something wrong. You don't have to apologize to me, you are tired today, go back and have a good rest. Suyu remained calm. However, Robin shook his head firmly. Since the day I joined Fairy Tale, you have been protecting me, but today I wavered, causing you and everyone else to get into such a big trouble. If I can't atone for my sins, I really can't sleep. Her voice was full of self-blame. Yeah, then, how do you want to sleep peacefully? Suyu smiled helplessly. President, punish me. Robin begged in a low voice. After that, she walked in front of Suyu, knelt down, looked up at him, and her eyes were firm. How do you want me to punish you? Suyu raised his eyebrows and asked. Robin did not speak, but answered with actions instead. Half an hour later, Robin suddenly coughed violently a few times, and seemed to be choked. Can you go back and rest now? Suyu shook his head. Not enough. Robin's expression was still firm, and it was obvious that he did not intend to give up. "Are you going to punish or reward?" Suyu said helplessly, with a bit of helplessness in his smile. Chapter 82 The Fifth Emperor. The next day, the girls of Fairy Tale woke up from their hangovers, and Robin thoughtfully prepared a delicious breakfast for them. "Thank you, Robin. Don't you want to eat it yourself?" Wai Wei asked curiously when she thanked him. "I've already eaten it, last night," Robin replied, gently covering her lower abdomen with her slender hands, with a happy smile on her face. "Ah, Robin! You actually secretly ate a midnight snack by yourself, and didn't call us," Nami complained loudly. Robin heard this, a trace of panic appeared on her face, and she quickly raised her hand to cover her mouth. This kind of situation of letting the cat out of the bag is the first time for her, who has always been cautious. Obviously, Robin has completely trusted her companions and no longer has any reservations. "It's okay, Robin, Nami is just joking. Besides, even if you asked us to have a midnight snack last night, I guess we couldn't get up," Wai Wei comforted kindly. "Thank you, Wai Wei." Robin showed tenderness's smile, but she couldn't help but recall the scene last night. That was a major decision in her life. With the help and courage of alcohol, she took a new step in her life. Now, Robin can proudly say that she has dedicated everything to Fairy Tale. In addition, she is also grateful that this decision has allowed her to experience the ultimate happiness that she has never had in nearly 30 years. Just as Robin was immersed in her memories, Mirajana's call brought her back to reality. "Robin, here is a commemorative gift for you." Myra Jane smiled and handed over a beautiful gift box. "Is this for me?" Robin took the gift box in surprise. "Gift? Miss Myra, do I have one?" Nami immediately came forward, looking very excited. "I want one too." "I want one too." Wendy also followed suit. "Sorry, today's gift is only for Robin, let's talk about everyone's share later." Myra Jane smiled and clasped her hands together, explaining. "Okay then." Although Nami and others felt a little regretful, they didn't care too much. "Robin, open it quickly and see what the gift is," Vivi urged. Robin slowly opened the gift box with doubts. Handkerchief. A small red flower handkerchief. Nami, Vivi, Wendy, and others tilted their heads in confusion, not understanding why Myra Jane gave Robin a red flower handkerchief. Robin was stunned when she saw the small red flower handkerchief, but then she reacted and immediately closed the gift box, and a red cloud flew across her face instantly. She had understood Mirajana's intention. This was to commemorate the most beautiful and important first time in her life last night. "Hey, Robin, what's wrong with you? Is there anything special about this handkerchief?" "Miss Myra, what does this small red flower handkerchief mean?" Nami, Vivi, and others asked curiously. Hearing these questions, Robin, who has always been calm, was speechless for a while and even fled. Myra Jane smiled and said nothing, obviously not intending to explain. "Oh, what a bunch of kids." Juvia shook her head. As someone who had received commemorative gifts, she had a deep understanding of this. Seeing Juvia's amazing appearance, Nami and Vivi smiled at each other, and suddenly pounced on her. One person suppressed her, and the other took off Juvia's boots and began to tickle her soles. "Ha ha ha! Stop! Stop tickling!" Juvia laughed uncontrollably, and the guild was filled with the laughter of girls. Just then, the service bell rang. The noise of fighting stopped immediately. Not long after, accompanied by a hearty laugh. "Wah ha ha ha!" Morgans laughed and boarded the ship. "President Suyu, I'm here again." "The president is not here now, what do you have to do?" The little white cat Xiaolulu asked coldly. "Anyway, it's about yesterday's matter again." Nami curled her lips. Obviously knowing Morgan's intentions. This birdman always likes to make big news, and Fairy Tale's recent activity in the Grand Line has naturally become his most concerned object. The reason why Morgans has been so attentive is just to dig out more news materials from them. But the real reason why Nami dislikes Morgans is that Morgans made a lot of money by making two big news with Fairy Tale, but he never gave them dividends. The one who knows me is Miss Nami. Morgans said with a smile, I have heard that President Suyu and everyone in Fairy Tale were very active again yesterday. It's a pity that I was entangled with other things at that time and couldn't see it with my own eyes. He said it with regret, and then his tone changed, and he said sincerely, so, as soon as I heard the news, I came here immediately. Although President Suyu is not here now, it's the same if everyone is here, please let me interview you. What should I do? Wendy asked a little at a loss. We have nothing to say about what happened yesterday, you should go back. Wei Wei waved her hand to signal him to leave. That's right, go, we really have nothing to say. Nami replied impatiently. They knew very well that once the matter between Robin and Judicial Island was exposed, it would shock the whole world and Fairy Tale's reputation would be further enhanced. However, this might hurt Robin again. They had finally helped Robin get out of the shadow of guilt, so naturally they didn't want any more twists and turns. In addition, Alabasta might also be involved in the storm. Therefore, they would never reveal any details about the incident. We are going on vacation soon, so don't bother us for the next week. Juvia said bluntly. Wendy, send us away. Xiaolulu ordered. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Morgans. Wendy apologized politely and waved her hand. Tianlong's wave wind. The whistling wind swept up, carrying Morgans who was caught off guard into the sky, spinning and disappearing in the distance. Not long after, Suyu and Urza finished their morning exercise and returned to the ship. What happened just now? Urza looked at the tornado going away and asked curiously. Nothing. Nami waved her hands repeatedly. President, let's go now. Spaceland, the resort ship, here we come. The girls cheered with full energy, looking forward to the upcoming vacation. 2 hours later, the Fairy Tale group arrived at the resort Spaceland. Since the guests this time were the famous Fairy Tale, the person in charge of the resort ship had already the highest standard of reception had been prepared long ago, and they did not dare to neglect it at all. The entire holiday ship was reserved, so there were only members of Fairy Tale. In addition, according to Marajana's request, all the waiters were temporarily replaced by women to ensure that Suyu was the only man on the ship, so that they could completely relax and have fun. Okay, everyone, enjoy it. For the next week, all consumption will be paid by the president. Myra Jane announced with a smile. Oh! Accompanied by the joyful cheers, the happy week-long vacation officially began. Judicial Island, an ice hall. After running around for most of the day, the news king Morgause finally approached this place that never sleeps. Although he was defeated on the ferry, Morgause understood that Fairy Tale would obviously not reveal the details of the incident on Judicial Island to him. Continuing to entangle would only increase their boredom and destroy the relationship he had worked so hard to establish. However, as a professional journalist, Morgause would not give up easily. As long as the mind does not slip, there are always more solutions than difficulties. Since no information can be obtained from Fairy Tale, the best option is to go directly to the place where the incident occurred for field investigation. From a distance, Morgans can already see the ruined ice hall of Judicial Island after the war. However, just as he approached to collect materials, a sudden change broke his plan. Ah! Look at the sky. That guy is Morgans. He's really coming. Quick! 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 Shoot him down. The order from above is to beat this birdman to death when you see him, and never let him get close to Judicial Island. On the naval patrol ship, the Marines responded quickly and launched a fierce greeting to Morgans. Morgans was confused. What's going on? Who did I offend? At night, Morgan's hot air balloon headquarters. Dragging his tired and scarred body, Morgan's returned to the headquarters. Thinking of the experience of being chased by the Navy during the day, he became more and more angry. At the same time, this also stimulated his inner rebellious psychology. The more the Navy and the world government don't want him to report this incident, the more he wants to report it. No first-hand materials and interviews? So what? Morgan's mind has begun to run wild. As the saying goes, if there is no news, make it up yourself. In making up news, Morgan's considers himself second, and no one dares to claim to be first. He thought and muttered to himself, the conflict between Fairy Tale and the world government should be related to the son of the devil Nico Robin, but people don't care much about the cause, they care more about the result. I also saw the gate of justice open during the day. It seems that the Navy headquarters has sent reinforcements. The floating ice on the sea must be the work of Admiral Aokiji. Since he has joined the war, it is big news. As for how many naval reinforcements have come, I don't know, but mentioning the Demon Slayer order will definitely cause a sensation, ha 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 ha. Then write it like this. Morgan's typed quickly and laughed excitedly, big event on Judicial Island. President Tsuyu led Fairy Tale to break through Judicial Island and fought a fierce battle with the Navy Demon Slayer order led by Admiral Aokiji. In the end, even Admiral Aokiji and the Demon Slayer order could not stop Fairy Tale, and could only watch them leave. Such a feat, seeing the whole ocean, only an emperor can do it. Fairy Tale is the fifth emperor of the ocean. Fairy Tale President Tsuyu is the fifth emperor of the ocean, and the bounty is 1.5 billion. Just like that, Morgan's report on the big event on Judicial Island was perfectly released. As the king of the news industry, Morgan's is really good at it. He used the little clues he had and combined with his rich imagination to make up a shocking report. What's surprising is that many of his fabricated contents coincided with the facts. Ha 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 ha. The fifth emperor of the ocean, Fairy Tale. The fifth emperor of the ocean, Tsuyu. I believe that President Tsuyu and the members of Fairy Tale will be very satisfied with my report. Morgan's laughed triumphantly, as if he had seen the scene that shocked the whole world because of this report. In his report, he did not hesitate to praise Fairy Tale to the sky, and even made up a ridiculous plot that all the fairies suppressed Admiral Aokiji and the Navy Demon Slayer order. You know, the Navy Demon Slayer order is led by an admiral, and its power is enough to sweep away any organization except the four emperors. More than 20 years ago, Douglas Barrett, known as the Devil's Heir, a strong man who claimed to have inherited the power of Pirate King Roger, eventually fell to the hands of the Navy Demon Slayer order. However, in Morgan's writing, even the power of Admiral Aokiji and the Demon Slayer order could not do anything to Fairy Tale, and could only watch them go away. Such a record is unprecedented and unheard of. Morgan's thought he had exaggerated enough and had praised Fairy Tale and Tsuyu to the extreme. Little did he know that the reality was more than 10 times more exaggerated than he imagined. If Morgan's knew the true story of the Judicial Island incident, he would probably slap his thigh and regret that he was too narrow-minded and that his imagination of power was so lacking. In any case, this report was the limit that Morgan's could reach in his mind. But even so, the report of the Fifth Sea Emperor was enough to shock the world. The next morning, thousands of newsbirds carried the Judicial Island that Morgan's had imagined with all his imagination. The news of the big event on the island flew to every corner of the world. There is no doubt that the entire sea was once again in a violent shock. Chapter 83 Famous in the Sea 1. Big event in Ice Hall of Judicial Island. The first time in 800 years that the three major institutions of the world government have been breached. All members of Fairy Tale fight against the Navy Demon Slayer order led by the Admiral. Tsuyu, the president of Fairy Tale, fights against Aokiji, the highest combat power of the Navy headquarters. The man with a bounty of 1.5 billion, the fifth emperor of the sea. These earth-shaking news, accompanied by the report of the News King Morgan's, quickly spread throughout the world through the newsbird. In an instant, the sea seemed to have been blown by a Category 12 hurricane, and it was violently shocked. Nanny. There is such a thing. Hey, is this true? The judicial island that has stood for 800 years has been conquered. The judicial island, one of the 3 major institutions of the world government, was actually conquered by fairy tale? Why did fairy tale suddenly attack the government island? What's going on? The newspaper didn't write the specific reason, but someone must have commissioned them to attack. Who would be so crazy to commission fairy tale to attack the government island? It's equivalent to declaring war on the world. People and pirates from all over the country are discussing it. Some people are deeply curious about the cause of the incident and speculate on the motives behind the action, while more people are shocked and confused about the process and results of the battle. Wang Defa. Is fairy tale really that strong? It's amazing to be able to defeat the 7 warlords of the sea crocodile, but this time they actually faced the Navy Demon Slayer Order led by the Admiral. That's the highest level of military power in the Navy, enough to raise an island. However, fairy tale actually retreated unscathed under the attack of the Demon Slayer Order. Not only did they escape unscathed, the news also said that they suppressed the Admiral and the Demon Slayer Order. The bounty for fairy tale's President Suyu has soared to 1.5 billion this time. It has increased by 1 billion in one breath. However, this is just the assessment of News King Morgan's, and the Navy has not yet released the official bounty. But if this is true, Suyu can really compete with the highest combat power of the Navy headquarters, then both the 1.5 billion bounty and the title of the 5th Emperor of the Sea are well deserved. People all over the world, especially pirates and adventurers, have been discussing the rise of fairy tale, marveling that they dared to confront the Navy headquarters head-on, and might even defeat the Demon Slayer Order led by the Admiral. At the same time, more people began to pay attention to the development of the situation next. How will the Navy and the world government respond? Sabayati Archipelago, number 13 Mangrove, Xiaqi Blackmail Bar. I'm afraid the fuse is Little Robin. Xiaqi knocked on the newspaper on the table with a firm look. The only survivor of the O'Hara incident 20 years ago, the only person who can interpret the text of history, the world government will never allow her to join a powerful organization. This conflict will break out sooner or later. For a new partner, he openly declared war on the world government. What a remarkable young man! Pluto Rayleigh was amazed, but then changed the subject, but there are too many fabricated elements in this report. In view of Morgan's previous record as a birdman, I suspect that this matter has been exaggerated. It's too early for the new era to become emperor. Rayleigh sighed with doubt in his tone. Exaggeration? Ha! Xiaqi smiled. What's wrong? What did I say wrong? Rayleigh looked at her puzzled. What if I say that Morgan's report is still conservative? Xiaqi said with a smile. What? Rayleigh's eyes widened. Although I haven't found out what happened on Judicial Island, the protagonist of the Navy, Aokiji, is still lying in the hospital with half of his body paralyzed. Xiaqi said lightly. Rayleigh was shocked and speechless when he heard this. New World, Sphinx Island, Whitebeard Pirates flagship Moby Dick. Kulalalala. Fairy tale is such a noisy guild. This story deserves a drink. The world's strongest man, Edward Newgate, Whitebeard, drank as he spoke, as if the story was wine. Dad, you're just looking for an excuse to drink. Marco, the captain of the first team and the ship's doctor, put his hands on his waist helplessly. Captain Ace, it's rare that you actually read the newspapers so seriously. Blackbeard Teach joked. Ace, are you still thinking about entrusting Fairy Tail to fight Kaido together? Captain Sachi of the 4th Division asked with a smile. Even the world government dares to confront head-on, Fairy Tail might really be stubborn and accept this commission. Captain Rakio of the 7th Division interrupted. If the president of Fairy Tail really has the strength to match the admiral, then even if he faces Kaido, he is not without the ability to fight. Captain Khalil of the 10th Division analyzed calmly. Don't joke, even if the president of Fairy Tail really has the strength of an admiral, he is still far behind that bastard Kaido. Captain Vista of the 5th Division shook his head and disagreed. Captain Diamond Jaws of the 3rd Division patted Ace's shoulder and comforted him. Ace, don't worry for now. You're thinking too much. Even if you really want to go, at least wait until Fairy Tail enters the new world. Yeah. Ace nodded. Red Force, Red Hair Pirates. Boss. Boss. The Fairy Tail president is going to become the 5th Emperor of the Sea. The Red Pirates chef, Lazalu, screamed and rushed into the cabin, holding a newspaper with excitement. Oh! 5 emperors! What great news! A figure even more great than our boss has been born. The Red Hair Pirates cotters, who were a little tired from the banquets in recent days, were instantly excited by the news and started talking about it. The atmosphere was heated. However, the newcomer rockstar shook his head again and again, obviously not believing the news. Everyone, take a closer look at this report. It feels like the whole article was made up by the Birdman Morgans, and it is not credible. Besides, that was the Demon Slayer order led by the Admiral of the Navy. How could it be defeated by a team of less than 10 people? The members of the Red Hair Pirates were also a little skeptical for a while. After all, the Demon Slayer order was famous and not just any force could resist it. No, it is actually possible. Vice Captain Ben Beckman said lightly, as long as there are 2 admiral-level strongmen in Fairy Tail. 2 admirals? Who else can be an admiral-level strongman except that President Suyu? Jesus Bulletin, Base Yang, and other senior officials showed puzzled expressions, obviously unbelievable. Wait a minute, Beck, you mean Fairy Queen Urza is also an admiral level? Jesus Bulletin couldn't help asking in surprise, and the others were also shocked. If she is not a very powerful person, how could our Mihawk care so much? Red-haired Shanks smiled broadly, put his arm around the shoulders of Hawkeye, the world's greatest swordsman, and said jokingly. Mihawk raised his eyebrows slightly, but did not deny it. Ah ha ha ha! Shanks laughed and raised his glass. Boys, cheers to the 5th Emperor of the Sea. Chapter 84 Famous in the Sea 2. Wano Country, Onigashima. What a joke, the 5th Emperor of the Sea. This guy, how could Fairy Tail be so strong? The killer boy Peggy, one of the Beast's pirates, almost screamed. His face looked panicked. If Fairy Tail really has the power to fight against the Admiral-level Demon Slayer order, then Sister is in danger. Thinking of this, Peggy One's face suddenly turned pale, and he was worried about his sister Ultai, who was fighting outside. Ha 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 ha! What a coward, Peggy! The third in command of the Beast's pirates, Flame Disaster Jin, smiled coldly and taunted, "Are you going to hide under your sister's protection for the rest of your life? That's why you are not qualified to become the Flying Six." "Of course not, I will definitely become the Flying Six." Page One clenched her fists, but then loosened them powerlessly, whispering, "But sister has no chance of winning against the Admiral at all." "Oh!" The 4 Emperors of Beasts. Kaido laughed deeply, his face full of disdain. "He's just a brat who wants to be the Emperor and be on an equal footing with us. He still needs 20 years. Don't be afraid, Xiao Pei." Black Maria of the Flying Six gently touched Page One's head and comforted her, "Runty-chan will be fine. The so-called 5th Emperor of the Sea is just a false name exaggerated by the media. Compared to Fairy Tail, the threat posed by those people in the Golden Clock Tower is greater. Yan Zhejian added in a deep voice. Wangguo, Totland, Cake Island, the main hall. What is the fifth Emperor Siyu? How ridiculous! The cotters of the Big Mom pirates discussed one after another. The report of the Birdman Morgause is getting more and more unreliable. Just based on this report without even a photo, you want to create an Emperor of the Sea? It's just a foolish dream. What fifth Emperor of the Sea? I won't admit it at all. How can a mere fairy tale president be on an equal footing with our Big Mom pirates? Four Emperors. Big Mom Charlotte Linlin listened to the discussion of her subordinates and laughed with satisfaction. Well. Although fairy tale is not worth mentioning, there are indeed some good things in it. For example, Nico Robin, the son of the devil. Big Mom's eyes flashed with greed. That's right. We neglected it last time, and I didn't expect her to be in fairy tale. We must take the Golden Clock Tower with us this time. As long as Nico Robin is captured, the throne of Pirate King will belong to Mom. The cotters echoed excitedly and planned future actions. I'll go inform Deifu and the others right now, a cotter said hurriedly. At the same time, Pudding stood aside with a lonely look on her face, muttering, Mom, I will try my best to awaken my abilities. Big Mom laughed after hearing this, As long as Nico Robin is captured, you won't be needed anymore. The disappointment on Pudding's face became even worse, and she stood aside in silence with a complicated expression. New World, Pirate Island, Beehive. Wahahaha. The fifth Emperor of the Sea? 5 Emperors Siyu. Wang Ji, the captain of Wufeng, sneered repeatedly, his tone full of disdain and sarcasm. You ignorant kid, do you really think you can bear the title of Emperor? As an old pirate who has been active since the Rocks era, Wang Ji is also a legend. But compared with those top legendary figures, his strength and luck are always a little worse. In the last era, Roger, Whitebeard, and Golden Lion were in a three-way competition, and the Red Count Baloric Redfield was the best. Although Wang Ji is not weak, he has never been able to compete with these top powerhouses. 22 years ago, Pirate King Roger died, and the Great Pirate Era began. The New World has entered a turbulent decade, with Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom rising one after another to become the overlords of the sea. Wang Ji also seized the opportunity and tried to fight for a world in the chaos. However, the strong rise of Red Hair Shanks broke his ambition. In just a few years, Red Hair defeated him and laid the foundation for the current 4 emperors. If there was no Red Hair, Wang Ji might have been one of the 4 emperors. Wang Ji has never given up on the position of the Emperor of the Sea. However, now, Siyu has emerged and directly airborne to become the 5th Emperor. This made Wang Ji feel extremely angry and unwilling. Come to the New World quickly, fairy tale. I will let you know how terrifying the real legend is. Wang Ji's eyes were burning with fighting spirit. Not only Wang Ji, but also the silver medalists who lost the battle for the throne in all parts of the New World are also rubbing their hands, eyeing and preparing to welcome the newly rising forces. Dressrosa, Don Quixote family. Morgans, that Birdman, what a joke. What about the 5 Emperors Siyu, who would believe such fabricated news? Pika, the highest cotter of the Spade army, spoke in a sharp sissy voice and angrily tore the newspaper in his hand to pieces. On this sea, only the 4 emperors can surpass our Don Quixote family. What 5 emperors, it's simply an insult to us. Diamante, the highest cotter of the Diamond army, had a gloomy face. In the world of pirates, the 4 emperors are well-deserved peak existences. And below that, there are the 7 warlords of the sea, among which the Don Quixote family considers itself to be the most powerful 7 warlords of the sea, that is, the largest force under the 4 emperors. Now, Siyu and Fairy Tail have emerged, and they are suddenly praised by the media as the 5th emperor. This poses a direct challenge to the status of the Don Quixote family, making them extremely angry. Phew 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 phew. Don Quixote da Flamingo stroked his forehead with one hand and laughed wantonly. What is the fifth emperor Silyu? Reality will teach them a lesson. When they enter the new world, the so-called 5 emperors is nothing but a joke. Underground world, dark transactions. What is Morgans, the Birdman, reporting nonsense? What is the 5th emperor of the sea? Stop kidding. Do you really think we will believe this? The leaders of the major forces in the dark world expressed their dissatisfaction in the video communication. As the dark crocodiles that have long ruled the underground world, they do not believe that a new force can be promoted to the throne in a short time. Don't think we can't see, you made it up. You helped hype up fairy tale, didn't you, Morgans? Everyone questioned. Hee, since you don't believe it, what are you afraid of? Morgan sneered and asked back. Don't think this scare trick will shake us. No one recognizes the 5 emperors. Lufield snorted. Wait, the Navy and the government will clarify all this soon. Shipping King Umit said calmly. However, while they were still discussing, the response from the Navy and the government arrived, but it was not a clarification announcement, but a brand new bounty order. 5 Emperor Silyu, bounty of 1.5 billion berries. Chapter 85 Rumber Pirates 1. 5 Emperor Silyu, bounty of 1.5 billion berries. Just 3 hours after Morgan's news report was released, Silyu's new bounty order with the official seal of the world government was released. As predicted by Morgans, the bounty on Silyu reached a terrifying 1.5 billion berries. As soon as this bounty order was issued, all doubts were instantly dispelled, and those who disdained fairy tale and Morgan's reports were severely slapped in the face. Among the strong men who are still active in the sea today, only the 4 sea emperors have a higher bounty than Silyu. This huge bounty seems to confirm Morgan's report in disguise. 5 emperors Silyu is worthy of the name. However, new questions followed. Why did the world government reveal its own shortcomings? Issuing a bounty order at this juncture is not to encourage Silyu's arrogance. This is completely different from the world government's usual practice of concealing and manipulating public opinion. People around the world, especially those wise men who are used to thinking, have felt that things are not simple. World Economic News, Hot Air Balloon Headquarters. Morgans frowned. With his many years of experience dealing with the world government, he knew that the government would not easily make such a move that would harm itself and benefit others. Could it be because my report was so accurate, the world government went along with it and gave me face? Morgans thought to himself, but immediately denied this idea. No, I don't have such a big face. The world government not hunting me down is already giving me enough face. Then is it that my vision is too narrow? Morgans's beak gradually opened, as if he suddenly understood something. Resort ship, Spaceland. Fairy tale on vacation. The girls also saw the report on Morgan's and Silyu's new bounty. 1 billion and a half. Vivi's eyes widened, her voice so high that it seemed to penetrate the sky. The president's bounty has risen to 1.5 billion in one go. Juvia's face was full of surprise and joy. For her, the higher the bounty, the stronger the strength. Sure enough, I knew that Morgan's, the Birdman, was unreliable. Nami pouted and said dissatisfiedly. What's wrong? Urza asked. That Birdman must not have gotten an interview from us, so he went to the Navy to collude and deliberately belittled our president's strength to save the face of the Navy and the Admiral. Nami gave her own speculation. Indeed. The president obviously crushed the Admiral, but in the report it turned out to be evenly matched. The leisurely Marion was also indignant. Next time I see Morgans, I must beat him up. Juvia's eyebrows were raised, and she was very angry. Okay, don't let these little things affect your mood, let's continue to enjoy the game. Myra Jane smiled slyly and revealed a big news in advance. Besides, the final winner of each game has the opportunity to make a wish to the president. Hey, Myra, when did I say this? Silyu squinted at Myra. It doesn't matter, President, you are the backbone of everyone. At most, every time you complete a member's wish, you can come to me to exchange a reward, is that okay? Myra suggested with a smile. Deal. Su agreed without hesitation. Navy Headquarters, Marineford. Sure enough. I said it. How could General Cusin really lose? The general is the highest combat power of the Navy. Even if the opponent is really the Emperor, they should be evenly matched. The Marines who did not participate in the Demon Slayer Order operation were excited and relieved after seeing the bounty order. They still couldn't believe the Admiral's defeat, and the wording of the new bounty order made them more convinced that Aokiji had not lost. However, the Marines who witnessed the Judicial Island incident looked at each other with complicated expressions. They had no way to give substantive answers to the questions of other Marines, except to mechanically answer yes, 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 yes. After all, a strict gag order had been issued from above, and if it was leaked, they would be subject to military law. Navy Headquarters General Hospital. Colonel Smoker, this is a hospital, no smoking. The young nurse stepped forward and reminded softly. Sorry. Smoker reluctantly put out his cigar and walked into the ward. He threw the newspaper on the bed and inserted a bunch of fresh flowers. Ah, equally matched, hey. Admiral Aokiji smiled bitterly, picked up the newspaper, and looked at it carefully. What merits have I made to be in such a miserable state? Is he really the Emperor? Smoker pursed his lips, his tone heavy. Ah, that's right. Aokiji nodded slightly, his expression serious, and he is the kind of emperor whose bounty of 4 billion is not too much. Holy Land Marijoa, Pangu City Hall. The 5 elders also gathered in the hall today to discuss the newly issued 1.5 billion bounty order for the newly promoted 5 emperors Suyu. Since it has been issued, let's just leave it at that. Jagalusha Satan sighed, the 5 emperors are the 5 emperors, and 1.5 billion is 1.5 billion. This incident ends here. The issuance of this bounty order was a decision made by the 5 elders after careful consideration. Although they were reluctant to expose the Judicial Island incident and damage the prestige of the Admiral, the Demon Slayer Order, the Navy, and the government, they had no choice now. Once Morgan's report came out, it would inevitably arouse doubts and inquiries from all parties. If some information was not released proactively, it would lead to greater exploration and curiosity. Even if they had issued a gag order, the Demon Slayer Order Marines and the Judicial Island Garrison, who were present at the time, totaled 20,000 people, witnessed the entire incident. If you want to completely silence them, it is unrealistic unless all those who know about it are eliminated. Instead of letting the truth be dug deeper, it would be better to go with the flow and use a 1.5 billion bounty to confirm Morgan's report, which would have less impact. The 5 elders with blonde hair and golden beard said, after all, we can barely accept the ending of this report compared to the truth being exposed. Well, Morgan's doesn't seem to have fully grasped the truth, and this report is mostly his imagination. The bald and scarred 5 elders pondered, we only need to issue another statement and slightly change the wording to save the face of the Admiral and the Demon Slayer Order to the greatest extent. After all, most people are still willing to believe in the prestige of the Admiral of the Navy. The swordsman 5 elders holding a full-length sword sneered, 1.5 billion is indeed a moderate amount. Call him Emperor, but how many people on the sea will really recognize it? Instead, it will inspire many people to step on the fake emperor to rise to power and become famous. They knew that if the true story of Judicial Island was made public, Suyu would no longer be the fake emperor with a bounty of 1.5 billion, but would be considered a sea emperor with a bounty of more than 4 billion, who could truly stand on equal footing with the 4 emperors. By then, except for a few daring people, almost no one would dare to easily cause trouble for Suyu and Fairy Tale. Chapter 86 Rumba Pirates 2. Now, the influence of the 1.5 billion bounty is still within the acceptable range for most pirates. Since it is impossible if they want to solve it through direct confrontation, then they can resort to conspiracy. The 5 elders knew very well that they didn't even need a complicated plan. The pirates on the sea would spontaneously flock to Fairy Tale, coveting Suryu's bounty and status. However, knowing yourself and the enemy will lead to victory in every battle. The 5 elders with white hair and beard said calmly, I propose to place an undercover agent in Fairy Tale. Well, it's a good suggestion. The 5 elders of Satan nodded in agreement. The problem is, who should be sent as an undercover agent? Except for the President Suryu, all other members of Fairy Tale are women, and the success rate will be higher if women are sent. How about Stussy? No. Stussy is too famous now and easy to be recognized. Speaking of which, there seems to be a suitable candidate in CP9. Well, then let's go with her. Water City, Carrera Company Headquarters. President, thank you for your care over the past 4 years. This is my resignation letter. The blonde girl with glasses, Khalifa, dressed in a black silk secretary outfit, handed the resignation letter to President Ispagu. Resignation? So sudden? Did something happen to you? Ispagu was shocked. No, it's just that something happened in my hometown, and I need to go back. Khalifa replied calmly. In this case, I can grant you a period of vacation, and you don't have to resign. Ispagu advised. No need, President, thank you for your kindness. But I probably won't come back again. Khalifa smiled slightly and whispered, actually, my parents arranged a marriage for me, and I have to go back. When she said this, her pretty face blushed, perfectly performing a shy little woman who was about to get married. So that's it. Ispagu showed an expression of sudden enlightenment, and then teased, then I won't force you to stay. When you get married, remember to invite me and everyone, we will prepare a big red envelope for you. Then thank you first, President. Snap. With a light sound, the official seal on the resignation document was stamped, and Khalifa officially ended her 4-year undercover career in the Water City. That night, Bruno's Tavern. Be careful. Careless ship engineer, the rectangular-nosed Keiku, whispered, Gabra and the others, as well as our incompetent commander, all died at the hands of that man. Once you reveal your identity, you will die. I know, I won't be exposed easily. Khalifa responded confidently. Do you need me to follow you secretly? I can open the door and take you away when necessary. The dull bar owner Bruno asked. No. Khalifa waved to refuse. Just as Bruno was about to persuade her again, the pigeon on her shoulder flapped its wings. It's impossible to follow a strong man of that level. It will only increase the risk of exposure. The pigeon gave Rob Lucci's cold voice. That's true. Khalifa nodded, I can handle this mission by myself. Let's go. A week passed quietly, and the happy Fairy Tale team building time ended. The girls dressed neatly and boarded the ferry in high spirits. With the salute of all the staff of the holiday ship, the ferry slowly set sail. However, just 10 minutes later, a familiar figure, the news bird Morgause, flapped his wings and flew over with a smile on his face. President Suryu, everyone of Fairy Tale, I'm here again. As soon as he landed, a bench flew towards him and hit him with a black eye and feathers flying. Ladies, can I ask why you beat me? Morgause covered his face, looking aggrieved, and almost crying. You still have the face to ask. Nami and Vivi glanced at him coldly. I really don't know. Morgause looked at a loss. You Birdman. If we don't tell you about what happened that day, you will go to the Navy to cooperate, listen to them belittle our president's strength, and say that they are evenly matched? Now you dare to come to us, do you think we should beat you? Nami said angrily. That's right, my president clearly beat the Admiral and the Demon Slayer order, but you insisted that they were evenly matched. Marion agreed unwillingly. Morgans was stunned. His inner guess came true. It turned out that he really underestimated the strength of Fairy Tale this time. He finally understood why the world government was so tolerant of him. It turned out that the so-called evenly matched he reported was actually a beautification of the Navy. Who would have thought that Silyu alone beat the Admiral of the Navy headquarters and the Demon Slayer Order fleet? Just when Morgans was immersed in shock, Wendy waved her hand gently, and a tornado took shape, sweeping Morgans, who was still in a daze, away. "Well done, Wendy!" Nami praised. "He he he." Wendy smiled a little embarrassedly. The girl's eyes fell on Silyu, looking forward to praise. "Well done." Silyu nodded and encouraged generously. He actually didn't care about Morgan's report, but since the girls stood up for him, he naturally wouldn't refuse their kindness. "President, where are we going next?" Urza asked. "The Devil's Triangle," Silyu said calmly. "That sea area, could it be that commission?" Myra Jane suddenly remembered some past events. That was where Silyu was defeated for the first time, and in the end he had to rely on Marajana's help to recover his spirit. "That's right." Silyu's eyes flashed with determination. "This time, I must find it." One day later, Silyu and all the members of Fairy Tale set foot in the Devil's Triangle again. Unlike before, this time all the members of Fairy Tale were dispatched. Although Silyu might be lucky, as long as the fairy girls have good luck, everything can be solved smoothly. However, an hour later, the situation still did not improve. The magnetic field and ocean currents here are too strange and completely unpredictable. Even the genius navigator Nami had to frown and worry. "We don't have to find people to find them, we can also let them come to us." Robin suddenly proposed an idea: "Maybe we can ring the golden bell to attract people in this sea area. If the Rumber pirates have really been wandering here for 50 years, they should be able to move freely here." Robin's proposal made everyone's eyes light up. "Good idea." The girls agreed and started to act immediately. Nami and Vivi climbed to the top of the guild and prepared to ring the golden bell. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened. Without any warning, a ghost ship silently emerged from the thick fog and sailed side by side with the ferry. On the ghost ship, a skeleton in a tuxedo and a big hair was elegantly holding a cup of coffee, savoring it like a gentleman. "Ghost!" Vivi screamed and fell from the roof. Silyu flashed and caught her steadily. "Wow!" Nami was also startled and jumped down like Vivi, but crashed into Urza's hard arms. "Are you okay?" Urza asked with concern. "No, it's okay." Nami grinned and tried to calm down. Brooke, on the ghost ship, the skeleton who was dead and only had a handful of bones left, suddenly screamed in panic, "Ghost? Where is the ghost? I am most afraid of ghosts." "Aren't you that ghost?" The girls complained in unison, and the atmosphere instantly became a little funny. Then, all the girls entered a combat posture, ready to grind the skeleton gentleman who suddenly appeared into ashes at any time. However, to their surprise, Silyu's reaction was completely different. "Finally found it." Silyu smiled brightly. "Rumber pirates. Fairy Tale girls. What? The skeletons are the Rumber pirates we are looking for." Chapter 87, Reclaiming the Shadow. After searching everywhere, it was easy to find. Last time, Silyu searched alone in this ghost place for a whole week, but didn't see even a shadow. This time, they had just entered the Devil's Triangle for an hour, and the target came to them. Silyu sighed at the wonder of fate, and the big stone in his heart finally fell. Lab's commission was finally completed, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, the girls on the ferry were confused by Silyu's words. "Found it? What did you find?" "The Rumber pirates." The girls widened their eyes and looked around, but they saw nothing except the ghost ship and the skeleton. "The skeleton is the Rumber pirates." Realizing this possibility, all the girls' expressions became extremely shocked, looking at Silyu in disbelief. "Wait a minute, President, what did you just say? Nami shouted loudly. Rumba pirates? Where are they? Why can't I see them? Vivi looked around, bewildered. President, when you said you found the Rumba pirates, you were referring to the skeleton over there, right? Urza's mouth twitched. President, even if you didn't find it last time, you can't just find someone to replace it, not to mention that it's not even a person anymore. Myra Jane advised in a serious tone. Her suspicion was not without basis. So you spent a whole week last time and couldn't find it, and now a skeleton appeared in just an hour. How could she not have doubts? If I bring this skeleton back, Lab will probably cry in fear. Juvia said seriously. Even though she always trusted Suyu the most, she felt that this was a bit unreliable at this moment. Suyu was not surprised by the girl's doubts. The current situation was indeed so strange that it was unbelievable. The Rumba pirates, which had disappeared for nearly 50 years, actually appeared in the form of a skeleton. Except for Suyu, who was a time traveler, no one could immediately understand this bizarre phenomenon. Suyu did not explain much, stepped forward and looked directly at Brooke, who was stunned in front of him. Hey, skeleton, tell me your name. As soon as Suyu finished speaking, Brooke's body trembled. Drifting in this dark sea for nearly 50 years, he has become accustomed to loneliness and has not seen anyone for almost 10 years. Now, seeing so many beautiful girls in fairy tale, he wanted to make a joke to ease the tense atmosphere. However, before he could speak, Suyu's next sentence shocked his entire soul. Rumba pirates. Then, more familiar names came from Suyu's mouth one after another. Gemini Cape, Lab, Crocus. These long-forgotten memories suddenly flooded into Brooke's mind, making him feel extremely shocked and excited. I am. Brooke choked up, and tears actually flowed silently from his empty eyes. Skulls cried. Why would skeletons cry? Nami and Vivi were surprised and unbelievable. Brooke's voice was choked with tears. I am Brooke, the violinist and acting captain of the Rumba Pirates who makes crying children laugh. Brooke cried as he announced his identity, his voice full of grief and longing. How can a skeleton shed tears? Even the tear glands are gone. Is there a tear gland in the bones? The fairy tale girls were still discussing the incredible reason why the skeleton shed tears, and the next second, all the voices stopped. Nami, Vivi, Urza, and others all locked their eyes on Brooke on the ghost ship, and his previous self-introduction kept echoing in their minds, a survivor of the Rumba Pirates. They immediately understood that Suyu was not joking. And this skeleton was really the member of the Rumba Pirates they had been looking for. What is going on? Let the skeleton explain the specific situation himself. Suyu smiled and said to everyone. Yes. Brooke nodded heavily, jumped up, and landed lightly on the deck of the ferry. Are you really a member of the Rumba Pirates? Why did you become like this? You are only a skeleton, why are you still alive? How did your tears come out? Where are the other members of the Rumba Pirates? Labo, the whale Labo of the Twin Capes has been waiting for you for 50 years, why don't you go back? The girls asked questions at once, anxious and full of doubts. Forget Labo? How could I forget? Brooke covered his eyes with endless tears with his hands, his voice full of pain. I am the only survivor of the Rumba Pirates. 50 years ago, we were attacked by the enemy in this Devil's Triangle and were wiped out. I ate the devil fruit, yellow spring fruit, so I have a second life, but... He took a deep breath, calmed down, and began to tell in detail everything that happened in the past 50 years. 47 years since then, I have been wandering in this strange sea, unable to leave. And Labo, is it still waiting for us? After listening to Brooke's self-narration, the kind girls of fairy tale could not help but be deeply touched by this story full of sadness and perseverance. It turned out to be because of this reason. Mirajana's eyes were red, and her voice was choked with sobs. It's not just Labo who is waiting for the Rumba Pirates, the members of the Rumba Pirates have also been concerned about Labo. Nami wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and her emotions were also a little excited. Wivu, this friendship is just like me and Grandine. Wendy cried, thinking of her bond with the celestial dragon Grandine, and tears could not stop flowing down. President, we must let Brooke and Labo meet. Vivi choked and spoke, her emotions were difficult to suppress. Of course. President, let's set off now and return to Cape Twin. Urza was eager to turn the bow and return immediately. However, at this moment, Brooke suddenly interrupted her emotionally, no. You can't leave now. Hey. Why? Don't you want to go back to Sea Lab? Is it because you turned into a skeleton and you are afraid that Lab won't recognize you? You have to believe in the bond of your partner. No matter what you become, Lab will definitely recognize you. The girls of Fairy Tale spoke up one after another, trying to encourage Brooke. Brooke shook his head heavily and said gratefully, the ladies are really kind, but this is not the reason. As he said, he took out a flashlight from his pocket and shone it on himself. What's wrong? Nami and Wendy tilted their heads in confusion. Robin keenly observed the abnormality and said in surprise, shadow. Brooke has no shadow. What? What's going on? Everyone was stunned. Brooke sighed and explained, it was 2 years ago, my shadow was taken away. I know this request is unreasonable, and everyone has come to me for Lab, which is already a kindness, but I beg you, can you help me get my shadow back? I will be grateful. After speaking, Brooke knelt on his knees, his skull touching the ground, and his face was full of pleading. This may be the only chance in his life to restore his shadow, and he is unwilling to give up. The girls of Fairy Tale fell silent one after another, and it was obvious that this unexpected situation was beyond their expectations. My shadow was taken away. Urza frowned, as if recalling something, speaking of which, I seem to have some impression. Yes, it's the same situation as these commissions. Robin suddenly took out a stack of commissions from the guild and placed them in front of everyone. Every commission had "Find back the shadow" written on it without exception. Robin, what are you doing? Urza was a little surprised. Robin smiled faintly, after I joined Fairy Tale, I have been responsible for sorting out the commissions. These Find the Shadow commissions have never been started, so they have a lower priority. But when I saw Mr. Brooke, I suddenly realized the clues of these commissions. What a coincidence, this can be solved at one time. Urza's eyes lit up and her expression was determined. Mr. Brooke, please write down what you want to entrust here. Myra Jane smiled and handed over the paper and pen, and the process still had to go through. After Brooke wrote the commission on the paper, Suyu took it with a smile. Your commission, our Fairy Tale officially accepted it. Urza then asked, Brooke, is the guy who took your shadow still in this sea area? Do you know who he is? Brooke nodded solemnly, yes, he has always been there. The man who took my shadow is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Gecko Mariah. 7 warlords of the sea. Gecko Mariah. The girls looked at each other with a relaxed expression on their faces. Everyone, the opponent is the 7 warlords of the sea, and we must not take it lightly. Brooke was about to remind them to pay attention, but was interrupted by the girls' reaction. What? It turns out to be just the 7 warlords of the sea. I thought it was some scary monster. Just the 7 warlords of the sea. The Fairy Tale girls looked relaxed, which made Brooke stunned. Just the 7 warlords of the sea. Brooke couldn't understand it for a while. He once made a big fuss on the terror bark to take back the shadow, but he didn't even see the 7 warlords of the sea Mariah. Instead, he was beaten and fled by his zombies. The power of the 7 warlords of the sea is extremely terrifying in his impression. However, these girls in front of him are so light-hearted. Who are you? Brooke murmured in shock. We are Fairy Tale. The girls answered in unison. Arisa, ring the golden bell. Su Yu said calmly. Yes. Iluza took the order and immediately took out the armor for ringing the bell from the night space, stood on the top floor of the guild, and began to ring the golden bell. Dang dang dang. The melodious bell sounded continuously in this sea of magic. Instead of searching aimlessly in the fog, it is better to use the sound of the golden bell to attract the other party. Su Yu is full of confidence in this operation. Last time, he was unlucky and failed to find Brook or meet Moria. This time, Brook appeared by himself not long after arriving. This is a good sign. Deep in the Devil's Triangle, the terrifying three-masted sailing ship. The world's largest island ship floats in the fog with the current. 10 years ago, the 7 warlords of the sea Moria drove this ship from the West Sea to here, accumulating strength and building his own zombie army. Moria has been salted fish for 10 years. Today should have been a peaceful day. But the sound of bells from afar broke the tranquility. Dang dang dang. Mariah frowned and raised his head lazily. It's so noisy, where does this bell sound come from? Just then, a bat zombie with a cat face flapped its wings with fear and tension on its face, and rushed over quickly. Lord Mariah. What's the matter, it's so noisy. Mariah waved his hand impatiently. Fairy. Fairy tale is nearby. The bat zombie reported loudly. What fairy? Are you confused? Mariah frowned and looked at his men. No, it's not a fairy, it's fairy tale, and that 5 emperors Su Yu. They are near us. Hearing 5 emperors Su Yu, Moria's eyes instantly turned cold. As a 7 warlords of the sea, he has been paying close attention to the news of the outside world, especially the recent major events, the theft of the country by Alabaston Rockdale, the Golden City incident on Sky Island, and the recent Judicial Island incident that shocked the world. He had heard of the reputation of Su Yu and fairy tale. What should I do, Lord Moria? Should I avoid them? After all, the other party is the 5 emperors, the bat zombie asked timidly. What are you talking about? Moria's eyes flashed with excitement and greed, and he sneered, 5 emperors? I have never acknowledged any 5 emperors. You are here just in time. Since they are here, I will not be polite. The shadow of the 5 emperors and the Golden Bell Tower will definitely create the strongest zombies. He 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 he. Chapter 88 Marajana's Debut 1. In the cabin of the guild, on the ferry, Brook watched the news report, and was so shocked that his skull mouth could not close. He finally understood why the girls on the ship reacted so calmly when they heard the name 7 warlords of the sea. They are the fairy tale, the 5th emperor group on the sea. President Su Yu even offered a reward of 1.5 billion berries for the 5th emperor of the sea. They have already defeated one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Not long ago, they also confronted the navy fleet led by the admiral and retreated unscathed. Such a strong team is naturally qualified to say it's just the 7 warlords of the sea. Brook's confidence increased greatly. It can be done. As long as we find Moria's ship, we will definitely be able to take back the shadow this time. Just as Brook was shocked, the hull suddenly shook violently. President, we seem to have hit something. Wendy poked her head in from outside the cabin to report. No, Wendy, that's not an island. Robin pointed to the back, and a portal like a huge mouth slowly closed. Are we being eaten? Waiwei said in surprise. No doubt, this is the terrifying 3-masted ship of the 7 warlords of the sea Mariah, and we have entered his territory. Brook said solemnly. Hey, did you meet it so soon? It seems that today's luck is really good. Su Yu grinned, but the next second, his brows frowned slightly, and he keenly sensed some strange breath. There is a beast-like breath approaching? No. That's not a beast, but a weirdo with the characteristics of a beast stitched together. Su Yu understood instantly that is the superhuman transparent fruit ability user, the transparent man Absalom. In this world, there are many interesting people and things, and there are also many disgusting existences. If you want to make a list of must die, Absalom is definitely on the list. In the original in the story, Absalom acted recklessly with his transparent ability and did many despicable things. At this moment, Absalom even dared to rely on his ability to sneak into the ferry, intending to do something bad to Nami and others. Yu certainly would not let such a scum act recklessly. Today, the transparent man must die. Galololololol, with so many top beauties, who should I choose to be my bride? Absalom's greedy eyes swept over Nami and others, but the next second, the beautiful fantasy in his mind came to an abrupt end. A chill instantly climbed up his back, and the beast's intuition told him that he was being stared at by a dragon that was more terrifying than a beast. This is impossible, I'm a transparent man, no one can see me. Absalom kept comforting himself in his heart, but fear still swept him. Just as he was still hypnotizing himself, Yu suddenly appeared in front of him. Absalom's eyes widened, his pupils contracted, and he was so frightened that even his ability to be transparent failed, revealing his true form. How did you find me? Before he finished speaking, Yu's fist wrapped in thunder and fire had already fallen down, hitting Absalom's body. At that moment, Absalom's body was completely solidified, and his beast-like defense had no effect at all. Yu's power wrapped in thunder and fire instantly burned his internal organs into charcoal. After just a moment of stagnation, Absalom's body flew backwards under the huge force. It smashed into the mansion in the distance, making a deafening noise, and all this was done in a flash. Before the girls on the ferry even reacted, Yu had already completed the hunt and returned to the ship quietly. Wendy, what's wrong with you? Xiaolulu noticed that Wendy was different. I just smelled the scent of a beast, but it's gone now. Wendy frowned. As a dragon slayer, her nose is very sensitive. There seems to be a loud noise coming from over there. Is it Moria? Nami pointed in the direction of the mansion. It was actually the loud noise made by Absalom's fall. Since it's confirmed, let's fight quickly. Urza rubbed her hands, full of fighting spirit. Help Mr. Brook get the shadow back as soon as possible, and then we can go to C-Lab. Juvia was also full of energy. Everyone, thank you very much. Brook bowed deeply again. Just as Brook thanked him, Nami, Vivi and others had landed first and walked into the depths of the forest. Yu turned to Myra and Marian and asked with a smile, aren't you going to take a look together? No. Marian shook her head again and again. As leisurely as she was also afraid of things. Her intuition told her that there were some terrifying existences on this island that she didn't want to face. Myra Jane also smiled and said, then I will stay with Marian to guard the guild. Yu nodded and said with relief, okay, there is no need to worry with Myra watching the house. After all, Myra Jane, who looks gentle, was once a fairy tale S-class wizard with the title of demon. In the main mansion of the horror bark, waves of panicked screams echoed in the hall. Ah! Lord Absalom is dead. Lord Moria, Lord Absalom died so tragically. The zombies fled in panic. On the wall of the mansion, Absalom was like a pool of mud, his eyes squeezed out of his eye sockets by the huge pressure, his tough body was charred and twisted, his organs were scattered, blood splattered all over the wall, and his death was horrible. Seeing this tragic scene, Shishibukai Mariah screamed in pain, Absalom. The painful memories of 20 years ago suddenly came to his mind. In the battle in the New World and Wano country, he had faced the terrifying power of Kaido, and watched his companions die one after another, and he could only escape in a panic by relying on the time they fought desperately for. Since then, Mariah has been determined to develop the zombie army, because he believes that only undead zombies can stop him from experiencing the pain of losing his companions. But now, the pain of losing his companions once again pierced his heart. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Mariah's angry roar echoed under the dim sky, and his voice was full of unspeakable pain and anger. You actually dared to kill Absalom. You killed my important subordinates, and I will never forgive you. In the forest cemetery, the gloomy atmosphere enveloped the surroundings. Wei Wei felt an inexplicable chill and hugged herself unconsciously. Nami, did you hear any sound? Vivi's voice was filled with fear, and her eyes were scanning around, as if she was looking for something. Sound? What sound? Nami looked around in confusion, trying to catch the strangeness that Vivi said. Urza frowned slightly, and her warrior's intuition made her feel a little dangerous. It seems that something is approaching here. In the next second, the ground suddenly cracked. Pop! A skinny hand suddenly broke out of the soil. Chapter 89 Mirajana's Debut 2. I hate it so much. Human! Why do you want to disturb our sleep? Do you also want to sleep in the grave together? More and more zombies broke out from the ground, accompanied by eerie whispers, and the surroundings were filled with a terrifying atmosphere. Ah ah! The girls' screams resounded through the sky. Zombies! Zombies! Nami and Vivi were immediately frightened and cried, hugging each other tightly, their faces full of fear. What is going on? Xiaolulu supported Wendy, who had fainted from fear, and asked nervously. President, I'm so scared. Juvia took the opportunity to hang on Xiaoyu, rubbing her ears and temples, and acting like a spoiled child. At this moment, a particularly scary-looking zombie broke out of the soil in front of Xiaoyu, trying to scare people. However, when he met Xiaoyu's calm eyes, the zombie froze instantly. Excuse me. The zombie immediately dug a hole and buried himself back in the ground, as if nothing had happened. At the same time, change clothes, heavenly wheel armor. Urza looked at the zombies in front of her. Not only was she not afraid, but she was eager to fight. She waved the sword of Tianlun Liaoluan and rushed through the zombies. In an instant, broken limbs flew everywhere. It seems that these zombies are indeed immortal. Urza sneered. Robin activated the flower fruit and wood magic, twisting the zombies' bodies into strange shapes and posing them in various funny postures. Just like she was showing her works at a sculpture art exhibition. Everyone should be careful. If you are bitten by a zombie by accident, you will be assimilated by the zombie virus. Urza reminded seriously. Hearing this, Nami and Vivi's faces suddenly changed. Don't get close. Nami attacked with earth waves and Vivi launched star shooting. In just 1 minute, all the zombies were beaten to pieces. By the way, Brooke, what did you want to say before? Iluza looked at Brooke, who had a dull look on his face. What I want to say is that these zombies were created by Moria using his ability. Salt is their nemesis, and they can be purified by using salt. Brooke said blankly. I see. Urza nodded. What? They are not real zombies. Nami immediately regained her confidence and stood up proudly. Then if they are bitten, they will not be assimilated, right? Vivi asked with some concern. This shouldn't be. Brooke said uncertainly, after all, he was a skeleton and could not be bitten. Vivi began to tremble again after hearing this. Xiaoyu smiled and looked at Juvia who was hanging on him. Miss Juvia, how long do you plan to stay on me before you are satisfied? I will never be satisfied in my lifetime. Juvia responded without hesitation. Okay, let's keep going, I always feel that this place is quite interesting. Iluza said excitedly. Wendy, wake up, this is too embarrassing. Xiaolulu shook Wendy in despair. Amid the noise, the group passed through the forest area. In the open space in front of the mansion, hundreds of zombie generals and zombie soldiers lined up neatly, like an undead army, exuding a gloomy atmosphere. At the forefront of this zombie army, the 7 warlords of the sea gecko Mariah's eyes were red, staring at the fairy tale group angrily. Fairy tale, did you kill my subordinate Absalom? Mariah's voice was full of anger, and his breath was heavy. He was obviously furious because of the loss of his subordinates. Absalom? Who is that? Nami and Vivi looked at each other in confusion, and they didn't remember such a person at all. 7 Warlords of the Sea Gecko Maria. Suyu responded calmly, his eyes indifferent, I came here this time, entrusted by someone to take back the shadow that you took away. However, it is a little troublesome to find each shadow one by one, so I plan to solve it all at once. After a pause, Suyu continued, as for your subordinate Absalom, I killed him. Moria was enraged, good. 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 He laughed in anger, his eyes flashing with madness, my zombie soldiers, tear them into pieces. Following his order, the zombie army rioted, like a torrent, rushing towards Fairy Tale. It seems that I can only force it. Nami clenched the whip in her hand and prepared for battle. Everyone, don't get bitten, I will support you from the rear. Vivi pulled the bow, her eyes firm. These zombies seem to be a little unusual, I should be able to enjoy them. Urza's eyes flashed with fighting spirit, locked the zombie general, and rushed out. That's my zombie. Brook's eyes suddenly fell on a zombie mummy in a kimono, and his emotions became intense. Juvia. Suyu smiled and looked at Juvia, who was still relying on him. Yes. Juvia reluctantly let go of Suyu and immediately threw herself into the battle. Suyu then looked at Wendy, who was unconscious on the ground, and raised his eyebrows slightly. The next second, Wendy suddenly woke up. But her eyes and momentum were different. Yet. Wendy became Irene's strongest substitute. She quickly launched the Sky Dragon Slayer magic and high-level additional magic, not only killing the enemy, but also adding various powerful gains to teammates. It appears, the reliable Captain Wendy. Nami and Vivi shouted in surprise. President, Wendy, what on earth? Xiaolulu was a little confused, and faintly felt the changes in Wendy. Suyu chuckled and hugged Xiaolulu, don't worry, Wendy is fine. At the same time, he did not forget to gently stroke her fur. With Irene's blessing, the Fairy Tale team, although small in number, fought with the momentum of thousands of troops. Moria's zombie army was completely suppressed and retreated step by step. Even those powerful zombie generals could not hold out for long under the powerful offensive of the girls. Long. Dang! The crisp sound of metal clashing rang out on the battlefield. Urza blocked a black knife with the sword of the Entei, and the blade slashed straight at Brook. Urza blocked the attack. Ahem, thank you, Miss Urza. Brook thanked him weakly, but felt a sense of frustration in his heart. 2 years ago, he lost to this zombie, and now, he still can't beat it. Don't worry, you are our important client. Urza said lightly. Miss Urza, be careful, this zombie was a famous swordsman when he was alive. Even after death, he is still extremely powerful. Brook reminded solemnly. It's really worthy of being a swordsman. Urza raised her eyebrows. At the moment of the fight just now, she had already noticed the unusualness of her opponent, especially the black knife in his hand. Change clothes. Urza removed the armor of the Entei and returned to the most ordinary form to fight. She wanted to use this battle to test her growth, and the zombie swordsman Ryoma was an ideal opponent. In the large open space in front of the mansion, the battle was in full swing, sparks flew, swords crossed, and the battlefield was full of murderous aura. In Perona's bedroom, the ghost princess Perona dressed in Lolita was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot, walking back and forth anxiously. The expression on her face was full of anxiety and panic. It's over, it's over. It's really over now. Perona kept talking to herself anxiously, grabbing her hair with both hands, as if she was about to collapse. Absalom is dead, and Lord Moria can't hold on. I said a long time ago that the other party is the Emperor of the Sea, and it is impossible to win. She gritted her teeth, struggled in her heart, and finally made a decision, no. I can't just sit there and wait for death. Lord Moria, I'm sorry, I will come back after the storm is over. Perona quickly packed up some necessary items and prepared to leave. On the other side, on the ferry, Myra Jane was watching the animal zombies carrying treasures continuously, and was stunned for a moment. She had no idea why these zombies were on the ship, and why they seemed to be helping them carry the treasure. As for Marion, the moment she saw these zombies, she fainted like Wendy, and she didn't know anything. Perona approached quietly and saw that there were still people guarding the ferry, but she didn't care. Fragile human! She snorted coldly, waved her slender hand, and two negative ghosts flew out and passed through Marajana's body. Snap! Under the influence of the negative ghost, even the powerful Myra Jane instantly knelt on the ground and lost her fighting spirit. Really vulnerable, you zombies, hurry up and continue working. Perona shouted proudly, waving her hand to command the zombies to continue carrying the treasure. However, before her proud smile was fully bloomed, a terrifying shadow instantly enveloped her. Perona turned her head stiffly, and her pretty face turned pale instantly, as if she had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. What came into her eyes was Marajana's awakened demon form. The whole body receives Satan's soul. The demon Myra Jane appears, and her aura is so strong that the air seems to stagnate. Perona collapses immediately, and her voice trembles with tears. I'm sorry. Chapter 90 Perona joins 1. Arisa takes a deep breath, and her domineering and magic power blend together, converging on the magic sword in her hand. Her eyes are firm, and her whole person is in the most focused state. Faith slash! With this sound, Urza swings a blow of faith. The sword flashes, and it crosses with the zombie swordsman Ryoma. Clang! The moment the black knife Kyushui is sheathed, the body of the zombie Ryoma staggers suddenly. At the same time, a crack appears in Urza's armor. An incredible sword! Zombie Ryoma's voice was low, but with sincere admiration. Such a strong belief, it is really something I have never seen in my life. Urza stopped, with a firm look in her eyes, and said to Ryoma, you are also an amazing swordsman. If it were you in your lifetime, I am afraid I would have to use all means to defeat you. Zombie Ryoma nodded slightly, threw the black knife Kyushui to Urza, and then fell down exhausted. This black knife Kyushui, I will give it to you for safekeeping. Urza was stunned for a moment, and was ready to return the knife to him as a burial. This is your knife, so keep it. However, before she finished speaking, Suryu's big hand pressed her slender hand, and smiled slightly. Since he is willing to give the knife to you, don't let him down. The black knife Kyushui is an extremely rare treasure with powerful power and historical significance. Since Urza is embarking on the path of domineering practice, this knife will undoubtedly provide assistance for her growth. Urza nodded, no longer refused, and put the black knife Chu Shui into her weapon space. Suyu looked at it with satisfaction, then stepped forward, and thunder suddenly exploded. Crack! The dazzling lightning fell from the sky and accurately hit the remaining zombie soldiers. The power of thunder and lightning, as the most rigid and yang thing, has a natural restraint on creatures like zombies. Even if Moria did not create real zombies, thunder and lightning were enough to destroy their muscle tissue. In an instant, more than 100 zombies were destroyed by thunder. On the huge battlefield, except for Suyu and his party, only the 7 warlords Moria was left. Moria's face was full of astonishment and anger. Damn it, you actually! He watched his zombie army being easily the ground was destroyed. An unprecedented shock and fear surged into his heart. Suyu looked at him, stretched out 2 fingers, and said calmly, Moria, you now have 2 choices. First, release all the shadows, and today's matter ends here. Second. What a joke! Moria interrupted Suyu, his eyes wide open, his voice hoarse and crazy. Do you think you won? Do you think my zombie soldiers are all I have? You want me to give up years of hard work with just 1 sentence? Who do you think you are? Anger made Moria completely out of control. His voice was full of roars. What 5 emperors? I will not admit that a kid like you is the emperor of the sea. Let you see the power of the real emperor. Shadow, sun, collection, combination, ground. As moonlight Moria's big hand suddenly slapped the ground, his superhuman shadow fruit's strongest move was launched. Dark shadows rushed to Moria from all directions like water, and all the shadows he had collected over the years began to gather on him. President, the situation seems to be wrong. Should we attack first? Urza asked calmly, her hand already on the hilt of the sword. No, why not give him a chance? Suyu smiled, not caring at all. The number of shadows continued to increase, and Moria's size also swelled with the wind, gradually turning into a huge 100-meter giant. As the power of the shadows poured in, Moria's breath became stronger, 100, 200, and the number of shadows was still growing. When the shadows of 1,000 people were completely integrated into Moria's body, he had turned into a huge demon-like existence, with such terrifying power. He, this is my real power. All of you will die here today. Moria laughed wildly, and the crazy laughter echoed in the air. The girls saw Moria's changes, and their faces were a little moved. One punch broke the island. This kind of power is too terrible. Nami exclaimed, with a look of surprise on her pretty face. This guy really has hidden strength. I didn't expect the 7 warlords of the sea to be able to play such a trick. Xiaolulu said nervously. Although he is strong, he is still child's play for our president, right? Juvia said with a smile, without a trace of fear on her face. Although the girls of Fairy Tale felt Moria's strength, they were still full of confidence in Suyu. He, now let's see how long you can hold on. Moria burst into crazy laughter again, and the consciousness of 1,000 people hit his spirit, and his eyes had become frantic. Suyu shook his head gently and said with a smile, none of what you said will happen, because before you are overwhelmed, I will defeat you. Moria's face sank, and he roared, false emperor! Don't be so arrogant! The huge fist rushed straight to Suyu with destructive power, as if it could easily tear the earth apart. The huge fist shadow like a mountain enveloped and was unstoppable. However, Suyu did not retreat, his eyes were steady, and he went straight up, fist to fist, without fear. Boom! Boom! At the moment when the two powerful forces collided, a huge vibration swept around in an instant. The terrifying impact force caused the ground to tremble violently. The entire island ship collapsed in a loud noise, and the cracks spread like a spider web. Crack! With the sound of broken bones, Moria's huge arm deformed and twisted under pressure, and the flesh and skin were torn. His eyes were wide open, and he watched his arm gradually lose its shape in disbelief. How is it possible? Moria's face was distorted, and severe pain came. His huge body fell backwards involuntarily. Countless black shadows escaped from his open mouth, and the shadows fled in the air. Don't think about escaping, come back. Moria covered his mouth with his intact left hand. Trying desperately to control the shadow again, but it seemed a little powerless. You are too weak, Moria. Suyu's tone was a little disappointed. He shook his head, kicked his feet lightly, and his body instantly soared into the air and rushed into the sky. In midair, Suyu paused for a moment, then he applied supergravity to himself, and his body fell rapidly like a falling star, heading straight for Moria. This blow, end it. Chapter 91 Perona joins 2. In an instant, Suyu flew above Moria. Stepping down suddenly, pressing down. Moria's belly fluctuated instantly, like ripples on the water. The visible power ripples spread around, and the sea surface suddenly raised huge waves. Accompanied by the impact of the huge force, Moria's mouth suddenly bulged. The black shadows slipped from his fingers. At first, there were only a few cat and dog-like figures, but in a blink of an eye, it was like a mountain torrent, as if a dam collapsed. The black torrent gushed out of Moria's mouth, and the shadows of countless pirates who were sucked into his body regained their freedom, fled in all directions, and returned to their respective bodies. Without the support of the shadow, Mariah's castle-like body shrank rapidly like a deflated ball, and he fell into the ruins, motionless like a dead dog. Kaiwahe Gecko Mariah, defeated. It's over, no suspense. Robin said calmly, not surprised at the ending. As expected, the president is the strongest. Juvia's face was full of pride and joy. Yet. Nami, Vivi, and Wendy nodded in agreement and Urza opened her mouth slightly, about to speak, but suddenly frowned, turned around quickly, and locked her eyes on the depths of the dense forest. Juvia, Robin, Nami, and others also immediately noticed something strange and looked into the forest. Soon, there were shadows in the forest, and the sound of chaotic footsteps accompanied by excited shouts came. Defeat? Really defeated? Moria of the 7 warlords of the sea was defeated. It was really him who was defeated, so our shadows are back. The ragged crowd cheered. Who are you? Are you Moria's subordinates? Urza asked sternly with her sword across her face. No. Lola, the captain of the tumbling pirates and the representative of the Shadowless, hurried forward and waved her hands repeatedly. We are not Moria's subordinates. On the contrary, we are all victims whose shadows were taken away by him. Thanks to your help, we can get our shadows back. Thank you very much. Lola knelt down respectfully to express his gratitude. Thank you so much. Other people who had lost and regained their shadows also knelt down to express their gratitude. I see. The girls of Fairy Tale saw this and put down their hostility. Nami's eyes turned, and she walked forward with a smile, and began to plan to take advantage of the opportunity to extort some benefits. However, to her disappointment, these captives of Mariah were penniless. It doesn't matter, Nami, we know where Mariah's treasure house is. Lola said hurriedly. Really? Nami suddenly became energetic. President. Wei also excitedly wanted to invite Suyu to open the treasure house together. You go, I have something else to do. Suyu said lightly. As soon as the voice fell, he took a step forward, and his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. Not long after, Suyu appeared in a beautiful courtyard. This is the bedroom of Mariah's subordinate, the ghost princess Perona. This time Suyu came to the horror 3-masted ship, and Perona was also one of his targets. As a time traveler, Suyu was impressed by Perona's strange ghost fruit ability. In the plot, if Usopp hadn't taken action, Perona could almost wipe out the Straw Hat Pirates alone. This shows the domineering power of the ghost fruit. If she could be included in the guild, it would be the best thing. In the future, if someone dares to be presumptuous in front of Fairy Tale, just throw a negative ghost over. The picture is very interesting to think about. However, has she escaped? Suyu frowned. The entire courtyard was empty and silent. Suyu searched carefully, but still couldn't find Perona. Although a little regretful, there was nothing he could do. Suyu shook his head and prepared to return to the ship. On the other side. Wivu, why is this happening? Didn't Moria say that he had accumulated a lot of treasures for many years? Why is there nothing? Nami almost cried. I was full of expectations for the treasure house before, but now I feel disappointed. After working so hard for so long, in the end she only got a small piece of paper. That was a piece of her mother's life card that Lola gave to Nami to ease the embarrassment of not finding the treasure. She also told her that if she encountered unsolvable problems in the new world in the future, she could ask her mother for help. Although Nami knew nothing about Lola's mother, how could she refuse something given for free? Maybe it would come in handy in the future, and maybe it could be exchanged for some treasure. Oh no, the guild was attacked. Urza found the animal zombies lying next to the guild, and her face tightened. Hearing this, the girls of Fairy Tale immediately became serious and quickly returned to the ferry. Ah, everyone is back so soon. Myra greeted them with a smile. Myra, did anything happen on the ship? Urza asked. Well, there was indeed a small problem, but it has been solved. Myra nodded. Wow! Nami suddenly screamed and excitedly pounced on the pile of treasures on the deck. Miss Myra, what are these? What are they all about? Vivi, Wendy, and the others widened their eyes in surprise. In fact, not long after you left, Perona moved these treasures to show her sincerity and wanted to join our guild. Myra smiled and slightly modified the facts. After all, the embarrassing experience of being hit by a negative ghost was absolutely unmentionable. So that's it, the treasure is here. A flash of lightning flashed, and Suyu returned to the ship. Seeing the ghost Princess Perona who was following Myra obediently, a faint smile appeared on his face. President, Perona hopes to join our guild, and her power will definitely come in handy. Myra asked. Of course. Suyu nodded and agreed, with no reason to refuse. This was originally what he planned to do, and now Myra has done it for him, which makes him want to reward her well. Great, Perona, you will also be a member of Fairy Tale from now on. Myra smiled and took Perona's hand, and Suyu noticed that Perona's body trembled slightly. Tisk tisk, what on earth did Myra do to scare this outgoing little girl like this? Suyu sighed in his heart, but as long as he was satisfied with the result, he would not ask any more questions. Myra, take Perona to arrange the guild logo and room. Suyu ordered. Understood. Myra took Perona into the guild. Suddenly, Perona turned and looked at Suyu. That Lord Moria, how is he? Perona asked nervously. Dead. Suyu answered casually. Perona's face immediately showed visible frustration. After all, Moria was the one who raised her, although she had wanted to abandon this the idea of the stupid father running away, but she still felt a little sad when she heard the news of his death. I lied to you, I still spared his life. Suyu smiled slightly. The reason why he didn't kill Moria was also considering Perona. As for how the victims who had been oppressed by Moria for many years would treat him, Suyu didn't care, nor did he think it was something he needed to worry about. The ferry set sail again, the target, Twin Cape. The next task is to reunite Brooke and Lab. Not long after Fairy Tale left. Captain Lola, we found out their identities. They are Fairy Tale. What? 5 Emperors. Suyu and his 5 Emperors group, Fairy Tale. Oh my god, what kind of great man did we meet? The Shadowless cheered excitedly, Fairy Tale, long live. Everyone, when we leave this damn place, we must publicize the greatness of Fairy Tale to the world. Captain Lola said excitedly. Oh, everyone responded in unison, with great enthusiasm. Chapter 92 Time Wizard. 3 days after the Terror Bark incident, with the widespread spread of the Shadowless victims such as Lola, the story of Fairy Tale defeating the 7 warlords of the Sea Gecko Mariah and regaining the shadow for the public gradually spread around the world, causing a new round of sensation. My shadow is back, thank Fairy Tale. Fairy Tale is the eternal god. Whoever says they are not good, I will be angry with them. I will keep blowing up Fairy Tale. Even if Jesus comes, it will be useless. My life is finally complete, thank you very much, Fairy Tale. People around the world who had their shadows taken away by Mariah and could only live in darkness all year round were excited at this moment. Haha, another Shishibukai has been taken down by Fairy Tale. I wonder who will be the next Shishibukai to fall? It's really exciting. Is it the Pirate Queen? Tyrant Bear? Hawkeye my Hawk? Or Sea Knight Jinbe or Sky Yasha Doflamingo? After the Shishibukai, will Fairy Tale challenge the 4 emperors? The people of the sea are full of expectations. Top the world? Just relying on a fake emperor? Don't be wishful thinking. In the new world Dressrosa, Shishibukai Doflamingo sneered. The first bird to stick its head out will be shot. A tall tree attracts the wind, and those who don't know how to hide their edge will eventually be destroyed by the waves of the sea. Now, fairy tale has become the target of public criticism. No team can be the enemy of the whole world. Phew 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 phew. Doflamingo said contemptuously. At the same time, on the Onigashima of Wano country, the base camp of the beast group. Shishibukai Gecko Mariah? He's just a waste. Plague Queen sneered. 20 years ago in Wano country, Lord Kaido easily wiped out Moria's group. Defeating him is nothing. Flame Disaster Jin said nonchalantly. On the other side, on the Red Firth, the red hair pirates gathered together. Cheers to getting back your shadow for your friend. The four emperors' red hair Shanks raised his glass happily. They are always celebrating, or on the way to celebrate. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. In the marshal's office, Sengoku's brows were still furrowed, his mood was low, and the headache made him even more irritable. In just a few months, 2 Shishibukai were defeated, and the world situation is undergoing unpredictable changes. And the most worrying thing is the possible actions of Fairy Tail next. No one can predict what feat they will do next. Sengoku. The Chief of Staff Vice Admiral Tsuru walked into the office with a serious face. What's wrong, Zaihe? Is there any progress on Moria's matter? Sengoku asked. It's not Moria, something happened in the South China Sea. Crane responded in a deep voice. South China Sea? Fairy Tail went to the South China Sea. Zhang Guo's face changed and he immediately became alert. Obviously, he had been nervous about Fairy Tail and even suffered from PTSD. He thought of Fairy Tail when he heard bad news. It's not Fairy Tail, it's the research institute set up by Vegapunk in the South China Sea that had an accident. Crane said. Hey! Zhang Guo breathed a sigh of relief. What's wrong with the research institute? A day ago, the research institute was attacked by an unknown force and the child was taken away. What? Zhang Guo's face changed instantly, his eyes widened, and a cold sweat broke out all over his body. The child in the South China Sea Research Institute is extremely important to the world government. Not only because she can restrain a Shishibukai, her ability is also highly valued by the government and the genius scientist Vegapunk. How could this happen? Who did it? Did someone entrust Fairy Tail to do it? Zhang Guo asked nervously. It shouldn't be. Crane shook his head. We have a good understanding of the abilities of all members of Fairy Tail. Except for Myra Jane, the abilities of others are basically known, which is inconsistent with the ability of this attack. According to the description of the Marines who witnessed the scene, the attacker seems to be a time ability user, who can make things decay quickly and even complete buildings collapse in an instant. Time ability. This is different from Zephyr's. Sengoku frowned slightly. Yes, it is exactly the opposite of the ability of An's retrograde fruit, so I infer that the attacker is likely to be a palmistry. Someone who has the ability to control time. Crane nodded in response. As long as it's not Fairy Tail. Get all the branches in the South Sea to move and find the child as soon as possible. And Sengoku suddenly remembered something. Speaking of which, the office seems to be quite quiet these past 2 days. Where's that guy Garp? Why hasn't he shown up for several days? Sengoku asked in confusion. Garp left the headquarters a week ago. Crane said indifferently. What? Why didn't anyone tell me? Sengoku stood up suddenly. I thought you knew. Crane replied calmly. Sengoku immediately picked up the Den Mushi and dialed Garp's contact. Garp. Where are you now? Don't do anything unnecessary for me. Sengoku shouted angrily. Unnecessary things? Can't I go out to catch pirates? On the other end of the Den Mushi, Garp picked his nose nonchalantly, not caring about Sengoku's reproach at all. Don't think I don't know what you're up to, come back to me quickly. Don't make things more complicated. Zhang Guo said coldly. Ha ha ha, come back? Impossible. My eldest disciple was beaten like that, as his teacher, how can I just sit there and watch? Garp's hearty laughter came from the other end of the den mushy, and then the phone was hung up. On the ferry, the melodious golden bells and violin sounds echoed together. Brooke was practicing tirelessly, wanting to present the most perfect performance for Lab. Sorry, my friend from the South Sea, I can only let you wait for a moment. Su said softly. The current priority of Fairy Tale is to complete the commission of Whale Labo, to send Brooke, the only survivor of the Rumber pirates, back to the Twin Capes. For this mission, the new partner in the South Sea can only wait temporarily. Yes. After the commission of the Terror bark was completed, the level of the guild was raised again as expected, reaching level 14. And the reward for this upgrade is to summon a new partner. Although the identity is still a mystery, it is certain that the location is in the South China Sea. Su has decided that once the task of reuniting Brooke and Labo is completed, he will go to the South China Sea. The South China Sea is not on the current route and cannot be taken along the way, but Su has never refused the tasks that are taken along the way, so as to save trouble in the future. A day ago, the news bird of the World Economic News flew to the ferry, bringing several new commissions, one of which was a missing person commission that happened to be close to the destination of Su and his party. So, Su decided to take a slight detour, and Fairy Tale came to Puke, a famous food town on the Grand Line. Hey, isn't that the giant who issued the commission? Wait, those two giants seem to be the gate gods of Judicial Island? Nami said in surprise. The food town Pucky, as the name suggests, is an island famous for its food. The town holds a food carnival all year round, and with the convenient transportation of the sea train, tourists from Water City, Spring Queen Town and other places are endless, making the town unusually prosperous. A few days ago, the town welcomed two special guests, the main island gate gods of Judicial Island, the giants Cassie and Oimo. In the Judicial Island incident half a month ago, these two giants were knocked down by Su with one punch. Before they fell into a coma, they heard Su mention the captain of the giant army they had been looking for. After waking up, the two caught several world government officials who tried to escape and forced them to ask about the true whereabouts of the captain. After learning the truth, the giants were furious they were deceived. The world government did not catch the blue ghost Dongli and the red ghost Brokey at all, everything was a lie, the purpose was to let them guard the gate. The angry giants Cassie and Oimo decided not to work for Judicial Island anymore. They took advantage of the chaos to escape, hid in the freight car of the sea train, and came to the food town of Puke. At first, the arrival of the giants made the residents of the town very panicked, but when Cassie and Oimo helped the town solve the sea kings that had frequently harassed the sea recently, and gave these sea kings as food to the townspeople, their existence was gradually recognized. Afterwards, the giants Cassie and Oimo made an important decision in the food town of Puke. They would initiate a commission to Fairy Tale. Perhaps Fairy Tale can really help them find the captain of the giant corps. Through the middleman World Economic News, the two giants sent the commission letter. After several twists and turns, the letter finally came to Fairy Tale and was seen by Nami. After seeing the letter, Nami immediately remembered something. On the way from Whiskey Peak to Alabasta, she chatted with Vivi and Akalem and heard that if the next stop took the normal route, it would be the ancient island Little Garden. It is said that there lived two captains of the giant corps 100 years ago. Robin also confirmed this statement. Thinking of this, Nami immediately decided to take on this commission. On the other side, Su thought about it. Since he was going back to Gemini Cape to witness the reunion of Brooke and Lab after 50 years, he naturally couldn't do without fine wine and food. And the food town Puke is a good place to replenish supplies. So, the ferry slightly adjusted its route and took half a day to reach the food town. I remember you are the giants of Judicial Island, and you have stopped our president. Nami looked at the two restrained giants in front of her angrily. We are really sorry, but we were also deceived. Cassie and Oimo knelt down to apologize. It's all because of the world government. They lied to us and said that as long as we guarded Judicial Island for 100 years, they would let our captains go. But it wasn't until President Suyu reminded us that we realized that we were deceived. We guarded the door for them for 50 years in vain and offended the president. The two giants were full of regret. Okay, let's forget about the past. We are big-hearted people and won't bother with you. However, how much commission do you want us to help find someone? Nami rubbed her hands, full of expectations, thinking that the giant was so big, and the gold he brought must be very large. However, the two giants looked at each other awkwardly. What? No money? You dare to issue commissions without money? Nami immediately went crazy. Although we have no money now, we will definitely have it when we return to Elbaf. If not, we are willing to work for Fairy Tail for 50 years to repay the debt. The two giants said very seriously. They have worked for the world government for 50 years for nothing. If they can find the captain, it will be worth it to work for Fairy Tail for another 50 years. 50 years. Hearing the two giants casually promise to work for 50 years, the girls of Fairy Tail were all stunned. These giants are simply the workers chosen by God. He is willing to work for another 50 years, which is really a legend in the part-time job world. Finally, after some discussion, Nami officially accepted their commission. However, the giants Cassie and Oimo did not join Fairy Tail, and they did not get the emblem of Fairy Tail, so they could not awaken magic. If Suyu had just crossed into this world, he might not mind recruiting two giant brothers, but as Fairy Tail has developed to this day, the guild has become an all-female group. Suyu temporarily gave up the idea of recruiting male members, at least before the system summoned the first male partner. He would not consider expanding male members. However, even if they did not join the guild, Cassie and Oimo could still run errands as vassal brothers, such as the procurement of materials for the food town, which could be completely handed over to these two giants. 2 hours later, the procurement of materials was successfully completed. The ferry set sail again. 1 day later in the evening, Gemini Cape finally arrived. After 50 years, the Rumba pirates and the whale Leibu finally reunited. Chapter 93 Touching Reunion 1. In the evening, the setting sun slowly sank to the west, and the sunset glow burned the sky like a flame. The afterglow covered the sea and the earth, as if covering the world with a golden coat. An old man sat peacefully on the back of a giant whale, as if he had fallen into a deep sleep, fishing quietly. The scene in front of him was somewhat poetic, with the artistic conception of an old man fishing alone in a straw hat and raincoat in the sea. Suddenly, the old man paused slightly and opened his eyes. He put away his fishing rod, ending the day's fishing without a catch. But for fishermen, returning empty-handed does not exist. If you can't catch any fish, then look for it somewhere else. Leibu, get some fish for dinner. Kurikas shouted loudly. A response came from the mouth of the whale lab, which was as big as an island. With a sudden flick of the tail, hundreds of fish flew into the air and landed on the whale's back. Kurikas picked a few big, fat fish and prepared to go home contentedly. At this moment, his brows suddenly knitted, and he turned his head suddenly to look at the open sea. In the distance, a small black dot was gradually approaching. Over the years, he had seen countless pirates heading towards the Grand Line, but this was the first time he had seen one returning from the Grand Line. As the small black dot became clearer and clearer, Kurikas's turbid eyes suddenly widened, and a strong shock and disbelief appeared on his face. Because he recognized it. He recognized the ship and the flag. That was Fairy Tail. 5 months ago, this incredible guild entered the Grand Line from the East China Sea, and in a short time became famous on the sea and became one of the 5th emperors. Crocus could not forget that he had entrusted Fairy Tail with a task, and Fairy Tail also promised to bring back the Rumber pirates. Now, they are back. Crocus had a strong premonition in his heart, perhaps, the fate of the Rumber pirates is about to be revealed. Not long after, the fairy dragged a huge bamboo raft into the Twin Cape. "Hey, old man, we meet again." Suyu smiled brightly at the bow of the ferry. "Labo, Grandpa Crocus, we are back." Juvia waved happily. "Wow, is this the whale Labo? It's so big, it looks like an island." Wendy, Xiaolulu, Wei Wei and others were all amazed. Kurikas on the whale's back suddenly laughed, and Lab also cheered excitedly. "Lab, we are back and have kept our promise, and you have also kept your promise and stopped hitting the Red Earth continent meaninglessly," Nami said with a smile. Zhao Lab responded with satisfaction. Crocus looked at the fairy tale and the bamboo raft in front of him, rubbing his hands nervously. He glanced at everyone on the boat, and finally locked his eyes on the huge bamboo raft. "He, hello!" The two giants Cassie and Oimo smiled and greeted each other. Crocus nodded in response, but the tension in his heart became stronger. He didn't see anyone from the Rumba pirates. If they were still alive, they should all be elderly people. Could it be that? An ominous thought flashed through his mind: the Rumba pirates may have been wiped out. And the fairy tale only brought back their relics. "Don't worry, the result will surprise you." Suyu smiled mysteriously and clapped his hands. Myra Jane clapped her hands gently, and as she moved, a few bells rang from the bell tower, and Urza was ringing 3 golden bells. In an instant, a figure slowly walked out in the sunset, wrapped tightly, and the black afro was particularly eye-catching in the setting sun. The figure dragged a long shadow on the deck, accompanied by a melodious song. "Yo ho 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 ho, yo ho 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 ho, yo ho 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 ho, bring Binks wine." The melodious voice, combined with the beautiful melody of the violin, echoed over the Twin Capes. 50 years of waiting and promises have all turned into touching and nostalgic memories in this pirate song. One man and one whale, with the singing, seemed to travel through time and return to 50 years ago, and those distant memories surged into their hearts like a tide. "Lab, we will be back. When we travel around the world, we will definitely come to pick you up." Somehow, it seemed that those familiar voices returned to my ears. The 50-year wait finally paid off. Lab and Kuloka seemed to hear those distant promises at the same time: they are back. But at this moment, the style of the music suddenly changed. Brooke's violin solo stopped. Nami gently placed a sound shell on the mast and pressed the play button. "Everyone, let's sing the last song together." A familiar voice came from the sound shell. "Okay, this is our last time. Brooke, although we have no hope, you still have. If you can really survive, take this sound shell back to Gemini Cape and bring our last song to Lab. Then, let's start. Yo ho 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 ho, yo ho ho ho." A chaotic but joyful ensemble sounded from Yin Bailey, as if it was the last carnival of a group of old friends. However, as time passed, the sound gradually became less, and the instruments of the accompaniers stopped one after another, and the sound of falling to the ground sounded one after another. The sound of the violin disappeared, and the melody of the cello was also broken, leaving only the piano solo, and the sound of dripping tears seemed to be the last farewell. Finally, even the piano sound stopped abruptly, and everything returned to silence. Crocus was stunned when he heard this scene in Yin Bailey. How could he not understand what happened? This recording was the last song left by the Rumber pirates when they encountered a disaster on the Grand Line 50 years ago. At the end of their lives, they did not forget the little friend who stayed at Gemini Cape, and presented the last ensemble for it. Yo ho ho! Yo ho ho! Brooke dragged his violin to the bow of the ferry and faced the giant whale Lab. He wanted to continue singing for Labo, but his voice was intermittent due to sobbing, and tears silently slid down from under the mask. Zhao Labo's huge eyes were also wet, and crystal tears fell like pearls. It understood everything. It also recognized Brooke's iconic afro, which was the hairstyle it was most familiar with and often mentioned when joking with its companions. "You are you, Brooke?" Crocus couldn't help but speak, with a slight tremor in his voice. "Yes, Mr. Crocus, I am Brooke from the Rumba Pirates." Brooke responded with sobs. "It's really you, Brooke. You're finally back. It's been 50 years, Labo has been waiting for you for 50 years. Crocus couldn't hold back his tears any longer, and they fell. Brooke shouted to the sky in pain, "I'm sorry, Labo. I'm really sorry that I made you wait for us for 50 years. Jojiao Labo responded in a low and sad voice, and huge tears fell on the sea drop by drop, as if making a final confession for 50 years of waiting and separation. Chapter 94 Touching Reunion 2. Brooke, show your face, Labo wants to see you. Kurikas understood Labo's cry and conveyed his feelings for him in a soft voice. No. The way I look now, will scare Labo. Brooke hurriedly shook his head and refused. Zhao Labo made a quick cry, obviously a little anxious. Really, didn't you decide a long time ago? You have to believe in the bond between you and Labo, no matter what you become, it will not dislike you. Nami persuaded softly. Robin, help me. Nami turned to Robin and said. Yet. Robin nodded gently. Her flower fruit ability was activated, and a breeze blew, and all of Brooke's disguises were instantly torn off, and his skeleton-like body was completely exposed in front of Lab and Crocus. Brooke, your body. Crocus looked at Brooke's empty skeleton in shock and murmured. Don't look at me. I only have this afro on my body now. Brooke covered his face with both hands, his voice full of pain and shame. Jojiao Lab repeatedly sounded, as if trying to express its excitement and joy. Lab is very happy, said the leisurely Marion with a smile. Mr. Brooke, Lab is welcoming you home. Wendy added seriously. Hearing these words, Brooke could no longer control himself and cried out, Oh, I'm sorry, Lab, I made you wait for us for a full 50 years. That night, Gemini Cape was no longer deserted, and singing and laughter filled the whole place. A bay. The melodious pirate song echoed in the night sky again. It was rare for Crocus not to prepare simple fish dishes. The table was filled with various delicacies from the gourmet town of Puke, which made him feast on his appetite. Ha ha ha, today is great. Fairy Tale, you are the best guild I have ever seen. Crocus laughed heartily, with a joy that he had not had in many years. He was immersed in the joy of this moment. This was his happiest day since the disbandment of Roger's Pirates. It can even be said that it was the happiest moment of his life. Fairy Tale, I believe you may really make some changes to this hopeless world. Crocus said drunkenly. Forget it, don't say such exaggerated words. All we want is to do what we like freely on the sea. Suyu smiled indifferently. In order to pursue this freedom, any enemy that stands in their way, whether it is the 4 emperors or the world government, will collapse under their fists. The noise of celebration continued until dawn. Okay, Mr. Crocus, this is the receipt for the mission, which means that you and Labo's commission have been successfully completed. Myra Jane smiled and handed a receipt to Crocus. On the other side, Brooke had already been grateful and knelt on the ground, prostrating himself to express his gratitude to Suyu. Really thank you so much. I've said that Fairy Tale doesn't talk about these false formalities. All this is for Labo's commission. Suyu responded lightly. Brooke, from now on, you will stay in Gemini Cape and accompany Mr. Crocus to take care of Labo. Nami said with a smile, Labo has waited for you for 50 years, you must compensate it well. Remember to sing for it every day. Yes, I will. Brooke nodded solemnly. Well, goodbye. As the ferry slowly sailed away from Gemini Cape, Crocus, Brooke, and Labo stood at the cape, watching the ship go farther and farther away. It can be foreseen that in the future, in addition to the legendary whale Labo, there will be a singing skeleton legend in Gemini Cape. The commission of the Rumber Pirates was finally completed successfully. However, the level of the guild remained at 99%, as if it was a joke, and it was only 1% away from upgrading. However, Suyu didn't care about this. Anyway, the remaining point will be filled soon. As the ferry accelerated, they arrived at the Whiskey Peak in less than a day. Through the guidance of the magnetic field, the direction of the next stop was also revealed. It was another new day, and an ancient island full of wild atmosphere appeared in front of Suyu and his party. The ancient island, little garden, we are here. Feel it. Feel it. The two honest giants Cassie and Oimo stood up excitedly, their eyes full of expectations. Captain, it's on this island. Cassie said excitedly. The ancient island, I smell the smell of adventure. Weiwei's eyes lit up instantly, full of enthusiasm for exploration. Without further delay, let's start the adventure. Nami also shouted excitedly. Oh! Wendy quickly agreed, and the atmosphere was instantly ignited. Where's the president? Juvia suddenly found that Suyu had disappeared, and looked around in surprise, looking for him. At the same time, in the center of the ancient island, the volcano made a deafening roar, and the fiery red magma continued to gush out. The earth shook, and the footsteps resounded like thunder on both sides, scaring the ancient creatures on the island to flee everywhere. On this ancient island, the real overlords were not those dinosaurs, but two huge warriors. Gujiajiajiajia, Brokey, the volcano has erupted again, it's time to duel. You still don't get up, do you want to admit defeat? The giant Dongli laughed and said. He was wearing old warrior armor, and the long beard under the helmet had fallen to his waist. Gah, Dongli, what stupid things are you talking about? I've been waiting for a long time. This is our 68,324th duel, and the winner must be me. On the other side, the equally huge giant Brokey responded with a smile, his eyes full of fighting spirit. The two giants walked towards the center of the island step by step, with confident smiles on their faces, like old friends reuniting for many years, without any hostility. However, as they got closer, an invisible momentum suddenly rose to the sky, and the fighting spirit instantly rose. The strong air pressure made the dinosaurs on the island tremble involuntarily. Gujiajiajiajia. Ga baba baba. With a burst of wild laughter, Dongli and Brokey raised their fists and smashed each other hard. At this moment, the largest Brachiosaurus leader on the island suddenly rushed out like crazy. Its huge body rushed to the battlefield like a storm. Everything along the way, whether it was trees or Tyrannosaurus, was crushed by its huge body. Dongli and Brokey stopped and looked at the Brachiosaurus that suddenly lost control in surprise. In the past 100 years, every time they dueled, the creatures on the island would take the initiative to avoid them. Today, this Brachiosaurus seemed to not care about their duel at all and rushed straight over. No matter what happened to the Brachiosaurus, Dongli and Brokey kept swinging their fists without stopping, and the duel continued. However, just as the two fists were about to collide, a figure suddenly flew over the head of the Brachiosaurus at a speed so fast that it was impossible to see clearly. Bang! Bang! Two dull collision sounds were heard, and the faces of the giants Dongli and Brokey changed at the same time. Their fists did not collide with each other, but were blocked halfway. A powerful force blocked it. Before the two giants could react, the force that blocked them suddenly escalated, and the ground under their feet instantly cracked and collapsed. Then, the two giants were blown away by this terrifying force at the same time, and their huge bodies crushed a large area of virgin forest. Is this the strongest warrior of the legendary giants? The captain of the giant pirates is only at this level, which really disappoints me. Suyu fell from the top of the Brachiosaurus and said with a grin. Don't let me underestimate you, show your strongest moves. Chapter 95 Surprising New Magic 1. Boom! Boom! Above the ancient island, the dull collision sound was like thunder, and the terrifying force swept over, and the shock wave spread like ripples. The towering trees were shaky under the impact of this force, and were finally completely crushed by the flying bodies of the two giants. The wind and sand were everywhere, and there was chaos between heaven and earth. The blue ghost Dongli and the red ghost Brokey jumped up at the same time, standing up like a carp, with two pairs of copper bell-like eyes fixed in the same direction. Their rough faces were full of shock, horror, and disbelief. How could this be possible? The hearts of the two giant captains were churning. As one of the strongest warriors of the giants, they thought they were invincible in strength, especially compared with humans. Giants were born with overwhelming strength advantages. And now, a mere human blocked their punches by himself and repelled them. Who are they? They are the two captains of the giant soldier pirates. 100 years ago, the strongest giants in Elbaf were them. The ferocious ancient Tyrannosaurus Rex was just a prey to be slaughtered in front of them. But now, their strongest attack was easily blocked by a human. Just as the two giants were stunned, Suryu's contemptuous words were like adding fuel to the fire, completely angering them. The legendary giant captain has only this ability, which is really disappointing. Suryu's voice was calm, but full of provocation. Gujia. The blue ghost Dongli stared at Suryu with a fierce look. Human, although I don't know who you are, I can't pretend not to hear what you said. Gaba. The proud giant warriors are never afraid of challenges. Since you want to see it, then we will let you see the strongest skills of Elbaf. The red ghost Brokey's eyes burned with anger. The two giants looked at each other and immediately understood each other's meaning. Although they have been sparring for years for who is stronger, it does not mean that they have a bad relationship. In fact, they are each other's closest comrades in arms. In battle, they can also fight side by side. Gujia, Brokey, after so many years, your skills should not be rusty, right? The blue ghost Dongli raised the giant sword in his hand and sneered. Gaba. This should be said by me. The red ghost Brokey also raised his huge battle axe. The next second, the two giants simultaneously stepped forward and shouted loudly. Ha! Ha! Along with their roars, the giants' momentum rose in an instant, and the ground under their feet began to crack under the pressure of the huge force. In the dark, an invisible aura formed between the two giants, and the air seemed to solidify because of this force. Suryu stood quietly on the opposite side, without any hesitation on his face. He could feel the powerful pressure, but there was no fear in his eyes. Instead, he ignited a more intense fighting spirit. This battle was exactly the test he was looking forward to. Suryu's body activated the Dragon King seed and entered the Thunder Dragon King mode. He could clearly feel that his strength was growing rapidly every second. His body had long surpassed ordinary humans and was evolving in the direction of a dragon. Human, as you wish, this is Elbaf's strongest skill dominance. The blue ghost Dongli and the red ghost Brokey shouted in unison, and the sound shook the earth. As soon as the words fell, the two swung their giant swords and axes at the same time. Boom! Boom! With a deafening explosion, a brilliant white light tore through the sky, sweeping out with unparalleled power. Whether it was trees or rocks, they were instantly crushed into dust under the crushing of this shock wave. This is the legendary skill of Elbaf, a hegemony that is enough to penetrate the island-eating monster. Facing this terrifying shock wave, Suryu was not in a hurry, with a faint smile on his lips. He did not dodge, and his right fist drew an arc in the air and retracted to his waist. The dragon power hidden in his body was completely awakened, and there seemed to be a faint roar of a giant dragon echoing in his body. There was no gorgeous skill, just an ordinary punch. Suryu's fist met the hegemony shock wave of the giants. Ding! A light brighter than the sun bloomed in the air. The extremely terrifying power spread out to the surroundings with Suryu as the center. The earth trembled, sand and rocks flew, thousands of kilos of boulders soared into the sky, towering ancient trees were uprooted and turned into dust in this violent shock wave. The aftermath of the entire battle even spread to the sea outside the island. The sea surface was violently ups and downs, and huge waves were surging. What happened? Feeling the violent power, Nami and Vivi were terrified. That's the captain's unique skill, the Elbaf spear hegemony. Giants Cassie and Oimo exclaimed. The only one who can fight against the hegemony is the president. Juvia and Myra Jane exchanged a glance. The president always enjoys himself. Urza clenched the sword in her hand, and the desire to fight ignited in her eyes. Just as everyone outside the island was amazed, the center of the battlefield changed. In the fierce stalemate, the outcome began to tilt. Roar! A deafening roar of a giant dragon sounded faintly, as if a golden giant dragon phantom rose from behind Suyu. The dragon opened its bloody mouth and mercilessly swallowed up the hegemony shockwaves from the two giants. Ah! Ah! Backslash! The blue ghost Dongli and the red ghost Broki screamed in pain at the same time. Their bodies were directly knocked away by the power of the golden dragon phantom, and the old armor on their bodies instantly broke. The huge bodies of the two flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, smashed into the ground fiercely, and blood gushed out of their mouths. The winner has been decided. After a long time, all the shock waves gradually dissipated, and the world returned to peace. The blue ghost Dongli and the red ghost Broki fell to the ground, smiled at each other, and smiled bitterly. Although they had known that Suyu was extraordinary, they never thought that the hegemony of the two combined would be defeated so easily. We lost. The blue ghost Dongli and the red ghost Broki got up with difficulty and knelt on one knee to show their respect for the winner. Excuse me, what is your name, and what is the purpose of this trip? The blue ghost Dongli asked respectfully. The president of Fairy Tale, Suyu. Suyu answered calmly. Fairy Tale. Red ghost Broki frowned, looking a little confused, as if he had heard this name somewhere before, but couldn't remember it for a moment. As for my purpose, there is nothing special, I was just commissioned by someone. Suyu said lightly. Whose commission? The expressions of the two giant captains suddenly became solemn. They had been on the sea for many years and made countless enemies, but that was 100 years ago. Now 100 years have passed, and their former enemies have long turned into dust. Who can still have such ability to invite a powerful existence like Suyu to chase here to deal with them? Whose commission is this? Chapter 96 Surprising New Magic 2. Suyu didn't say much, and turned his eyes to the direction behind the two giant captains. Green ghost Dongli and red ghost Broki followed Suyu's sight and saw the earth shaking and footsteps like thunder. Captain Dongli! Giant Cassie shouted loudly. Captain Broki! The giant Amwa cheered, his face full of excitement. Finally found you! Captains! The two honest giants shouted like children with joy. Dongli and Broki looked at each other, then stood up tacitly, and without hesitation, they hit the subordinates who ran over with a blow to the head, making Cassie and Amwa squat on the spot and hold their heads. What are you doing, Captain Dongli? Cassie shouted. Captain Broki, it really hurts. Amwa looked aggrieved. It turned out to be you two bastards. You actually asked someone to come and fuck us. Red Ghost Broki glared and scolded. I said, we are staying well on this island, why did someone suddenly come to our door? It turned out that you two are causing trouble. Green Ghost Dongli scolded. It's unfair, captains. We just asked President Suyu to take us to find you, and there is absolutely no other meaning. Cassie hurriedly defended. Yes, captains. You have been missing for a whole 100 years, and the giant pirates are about to disband. In order to find you, we were even deceived by the government to help, Amwa said with a face full of grievance. Suyu then said, Dongli, Broki, they really just asked me to bring them to see you. As for the previous battle, I just wanted to try the power of the legendary Elbaf spear. The blue ghost Don Li and the red ghost Brokey looked at each other, realizing that they had misunderstood their loyal subordinates, and they were inevitably a little embarrassed for a while. Gujia. This is a good opportunity to get to know each other without fighting. We have to celebrate. Don Li laughed heartily and eased the atmosphere. You too. The red ghost Brokey patted Cassie and Amwa on the back of their heads again. Why don't you hurry up and grab some ingredients to entertain President Suyu? Yes. Cassie and Amwa responded immediately and ran to the island excitedly. At the same time, on the ferry, Nami rolled up her sleeves and said excitedly, if you want to prepare the ingredients, let's help too. How about we team up in pairs and see who catches the bigger prey? Myra Jane suggested, her eyes flashing with anticipation. Okay, that sounds good. Urza responded immediately. Then I'll team up with Nami. Vivi smiled and took Nami's arm. Robin and Marion naturally teamed up, and Wendy and Xiaolulu also cooperated tacitly. Then I'll go with the president. Juvia just took a step, but was grabbed by Urza's collar. Juvia, hurry up, we must win. Urza said with a high fighting spirit. The four pairs of girls quickly split up and ran in their respective directions. President Suyu, this ancient island is full of dangers for humans. Red Ghost Brokey kindly reminded. Suyu smiled slightly, don't underestimate the girls in my family, they are not simple. Seeing Suyu's confidence, the two giant captains said no more and began to prepare to build a bonfire for the upcoming feast. Perona, come and help prepare the side dishes. Myra Jane smiled and said to the new member Perona. Yes, Perona nodded obediently. Although she had joined Fairy Tale for more than a week, she was still in awe of Myra and was afraid of angering her. Suyu was not worried about this. He believed that as long as she stayed for a long time, Perona would eventually integrate into the atmosphere of Fairy Tale. Compared with Perona, Suyu was more concerned about the reward for the guild upgrade at this moment. He opened the system panel, and sure enough, after completing the giant commission, the progress bar finally broke through 100%, and the guild level rose again. And the reward for level 15 is a new magic. He quickly swiped to the magic column. In addition to the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic, Fire Dragon Slayer magic and Gravity magic, there was a new magic in the magic column. Magic Giantization. Seeing this magic, Suyu's eyebrows raised slightly, and a little surprise rose in his heart. It was the signature magic of Makarov, the third-generation president of Fairy Tale. It can make the body gigantic and gain unparalleled power. Although the increase in power from the giantization is already very considerable, Suyu is more excited about the flexible use of this magic, for example, the giantization of part of the body. This ability makes him think of some more practical scenes. Although Suyu believes that the scale is enough. But how can a man dislike bigger? 2 hours later, the giants Cassie and Amwa, as well as the various teams of Fairy Tale, returned one after another. Everyone piled up the prey like a mountain, forming a spectacular scene. The blue ghost Dongli and the red ghost Brokey looked at each other again, and then slapped Cassie and Amwa without hesitation, causing the two giants to hold their heads and beg for mercy. I thought that the dangerous primeval forest would make the girls of Fairy Tale lose face, but I didn't expect that in the final competition. Cassie and Amwa actually captured the smallest prey, which was simply embarrassing for Elbaf. What a shame! Even the prey can't compare to these little girls. The blue ghost Dongli cursed. The red ghost Brokey also said with dissatisfaction, you dare to say that you are a warrior of Elbaf. The two giant captains took their two grandsons to decompose the ingredients, and they kept muttering. At the same time, the Fairy Tale girls who had worked hard for 2 hours decided to relax in the hot springs at the foot of the volcano at Urza's suggestion. Suyu also readily agreed and followed. Originally, they planned to take a quiet hot spring bath, but due to various accidents, the hot spring time once again turned into a mixed bathing scene for all members of the guild. Nami, Vivi, and Urza, who had experienced it once, didn't care at all, and frankly showed their beautiful figures in front of Silyu. Myra and Robin leaned on Silyu's left and right, enjoying it. As for Juvia, she had disappeared underwater, and seemed to be quietly approaching Silyu. Seeing this scene, Wendy, Xiaolulu, Marian, and Perona hid in the corner with one cat, trembling. However, the next second, Wendy and Marian turned their heads at the same time and looked at Perona. Seeing Perona's doll floating in the hot spring, they suddenly moved away from her silently. After the wonderful hot spring time, the fairy tale group returned to the campfire camp. The giants had already prepared everything and were waiting for their return. As everyone arrived, the lively banquet began. Fairy tale. So you are the guild that has been making a lot of noise recently. At the reminder of the giant Cassie, the red ghost Brokey finally remembered that he had seen reports about fairy tale in the news. President Silyu is actually the 5th Emperor of the Sea. Brokey exclaimed. If it is the Emperor of the Sea, it is understandable that we can't beat him. The blue ghost Dongli also expressed relief. The banquet continued with laughter. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, the slightly tired fairy tale girls returned to the boat to rest. It was late at night, and the giants fell asleep one after another. Silyu's punch during the day caused considerable damage to the giant captains. They were able to hold on until now because of the pride and self-esteem of the giants. President, aren't you going to sleep yet? Myra asked softly, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Silyu smiled slightly, without answering, and took Myra's slender hand directly, and took her quietly away from the campfire camp. The two strolled in the primeval forest and finally came to a lake as calm as a mirror. The moonlight fell on the lake, and the surroundings were quiet, as beautiful as a dream. President Myra whispered in a low voice, and she closed her eyes in emotion, and her heart was ready. Silyu gently embraced Myra's slender waist and held her in his arms. On the holiday boat, he had spent a unique time with Juvia and Robin, and tonight, it was a time for him and Myra to be alone. Chapter 97 Physical Examination. The next morning, Wendy walked onto the deck full of energy and greeted everyone. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Wendy. Myra Jane responded with a smile and served the prepared breakfast. Wendy noticed that Myra was walking unnaturally, and asked with concern, Miss Myra, what's wrong with your foot? Why do you walk strangely? It's okay, Wendy. I accidentally sprained it, it's nothing serious. Myra waved her hand to explain. Sprained your ankle? That won't do, let me help you check it out. Wendy immediately stepped forward with concern. No, it's really okay, just take a rest. Myra quickly refused. Spraining your ankle is just an excuse, the real she was too embarrassed to say the reason. She thought she had completely adapted to Silyu's enthusiasm, but she didn't expect Silyu's growth to be far beyond her expectations. On the deck of the ferry, Silyu was saying goodbye to the giants. Then, Don Li, Brokey, we'll take our leave for now. See you in the new world. Silyu said calmly. Gugagaga. It's settled. The blue ghost Don Li responded with a big laugh. Gaba Baba, the next time we meet will be in Elbaf, we will definitely treat you well. The red ghost Brokey also said goodbye with a smile. Goodbye, fairy tale. If you need anything in the future, don't hesitate to find us. The giants Cassie and Amwa waved goodbye. As the ship left, the 2 captains of the giant pirates ended the century-long battle and set sail again. 2 hours later, the girls of Fairy Tale woke up one after another, and while enjoying breakfast, they began to check the new commissions. Well, I decided to do these commissions. Nami excitedly took a few tasks from the task bar. Vivi, you come this time too. Nami was about to invite Vivi to join her when she suddenly felt dizzy and her head was buzzing. Then she lost her balance and fell down. Nami! Nami, what's wrong with you? Vivi hurriedly shouted anxiously. She's so hot, her body is very hot. Juvia retracted her hand, her face full of worry. Is this a cold? Marian asked in confusion. A cold won't be that serious. Where's Wendy? Wendy, come quickly. Urza shouted immediately. Hearing the shouts, Wendy and Myra quickly rushed down from upstairs. What's wrong? What's wrong? Wendy, check on Nami, she suddenly fainted. Vivi said anxiously. I'm here. Wendy immediately rushed forward and used her sky healing magic. However, this time, the healing magic that was always effective had no effect. What should I do? What should I do? Wendy's face instantly became flustered. Don't panic. Suyu rushed over after hearing the sound. Suyu's arrival made everyone feel relieved, and the girls showed their expectant eyes. Suyu walked to Nami's side, gently lifted her shirt, and exposed her lower abdomen. His face became solemn, as if he had determined the cause of the disease. It is true. Suyu whispered. Nami has Kaskia disease, also known as 5-day disease. Once this disease breaks out, if it is not treated in time, the patient will die in 5 days. This is a virus that has been extinct for 100 years, but due to the special environment of the small garden of the ancient island, the virus still exists here. Although dinosaurs and some ancient creatures are extinct in the outside world, they still survive in the small garden. The mosquitoes here carry viruses that have disappeared in the outside world. In the original plot, Nami was bitten by mosquitoes carrying the virus, which eventually caused the Straw Hat Pirates to go to the Drum Kingdom and find the ship's Dr. Chopper. Now, Nami was infected as soon as she arrived on the island. Perhaps this is also the arrangement of her fate. However, for Suyu, as long as he knows the cause of the disease, there is nothing to worry about. Wei asked anxiously, President, what happened to Nami? Nami should have been bitten by a mosquito carrying a virus in the small garden, Suyu explained. Woo, it's all my fault. If my healing magic was stronger, maybe I could, Wendy said self-blamingly. Suyu gently touched her head. Wendy, your healing magic has been very good, don't blame yourself. He turned around to comfort everyone. Don't worry, Nami will be fine. I will take her to the Magnetic Drum Country, which is a country with advanced medicine, and will definitely cure her. Wei also nodded confidently. The doctors in the Magnetic Drum Country are very skilled. If it's there, Nami will definitely be cured. After hearing this, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Also, everyone should check if there are any signs of mosquito bites on their bodies. Don't be careless. Suyu reminded. After hearing this, the girls began to check if there were any signs of mosquito bites on their bodies. In an instant, the scenery on the deck was infinitely beautiful. President, come and help Juvia. Juvia was about to ask Suyu for help, but when she looked up, Suyu had disappeared. At this time, on the second floor, in Myra's room. President, Nami's matter is the most important now, why did you come here? Myra Jane said, with a slightly reproachful look. Suyu responded seriously, everyone in the guild is important. What if after I take Nami away, other people also fall ill, and I happen to be away? That would be troublesome. Myra asked shyly, then why do you have to check me alone? Suyu did not explain any more, and strode forward directly. He knew that Myra was the most likely person to be bitten by mosquitoes, because they stayed by the lake last night, which was where mosquitoes gathered, and Myra did not take any protective measures last night. In order to ensure her safety, a comprehensive and detailed inspection must be carried out. Wait, President, here it's impossible, Myra exclaimed, but Suyu had already started the inspection. 5 minutes later, Suyu nodded with satisfaction. Well, it should be fine. When Suyu returned to the hall, the other girls had also completed the examination. Except for Nami, no one else was infected. After confirming that everything was correct, Suyu picked up the unconscious Nami and boarded the magic power boat without delay, heading towards the Magnetic Drum Kingdom. A few hours later, Suyu arrived at the Snowy Sea. In the distance, an island covered with ice and snow appeared in his sight. Magnetic Drum Kingdom, here we are. Nami, wait a little longer. Just hold on a little, we'll be there soon. Suyu hugged Nami tightly and carefully kept her warm. Nami, who was in a coma, moved slightly and murmured, "The president's embrace is so warm." Suyu quickened his pace and headed straight for Kesta. The Drum Kingdom is the hometown of Chopper, the ship doctor of the Straw Hat Pirates. Suyu is no stranger to this country. This country was once famous for its advanced medical technology, but now it has become a thing of the past. The cruel King Wapol expelled most doctors through a series of tyranny, leaving only Dr. 20, a group of doctors who served him exclusively, monopolizing the country's medical resources. If the people of the country are sick, they can only ask Wapol for help from doctors. However, in addition to the medical team controlled by Wapol, there is also a legendary doctor in this land of ice and snow, the witch Dr. Kulha. Just a quarter of an hour later, Suyu came to Kesta and found the witch Dr. Kulha's treehouse clinic. Dr. Kulha. Suyu pushed the door open and walked in. Inside the room, a cute blue-nosed creature was carrying medical equipment. Hearing the sound, he was immediately startled. The medical equipment in his hand flew into the air and was about to be smashed to pieces. Suyu gently pointed and activated the gravity magic. All the equipment and potions were suspended in the air and fell steadily. "Sorry, Dr. Chopper, the situation is urgent, hurry up and prepare the antibodies for the Caskia virus," Suyu said calmly. "Hey!" Chopper was stunned for a moment and looked at Suyu with surprise. "D-Drive? Even if you call me Drive, I won't be happy, stupid bastard." Chopper heard the title Drive, although he said so, his body began to twist, obviously very happy. "Stupid son, why are you so happy? You want to be a Drive, you are still a long way away." Kurha's voice came from the room. And then a sharp sword flew out and stabbed accurately beside Chopper, scaring him with an expression on his face. Dr. Kulha, a 148-year-old old woman, walked out quickly, took Nami from Suyu, quickly opened her shirt, and checked the symptoms. "It's really Caskia disease. This virus should have been extinct long ago, but now is not the time to find out the cause. Chopper, hurry up and prepare the antibodies." She made a quick judgment, her tone unquestionable. "Yes." Chopper reacted and quickly prepared the antibodies. Not long after, the antibodies were ready. Kulha injected the antibodies while saying, "You are lucky. I have the raw materials for making antibodies here. If you go somewhere else, it may not be so smooth." She finished the injection, looked up and said, "Okay, just rest for a few days and you'll be fine." But judging from the symptoms, the girl's illness has not been long, it should have just started. Suyu nodded and added, "It has been almost 6 hours since the onset of the disease, which is considered a long time." Kulha's expression suddenly froze. This is not an ordinary medical situation. The man in front of her not only knows about the extremely rare virus of Caskia disease, but also found her in just 6 hours. Obviously, he is not simple. Kulha looked up and stared at Suyu. Only then did she notice that he was not an ordinary person. Suddenly, she realized the identity of the man in front of her. "You are 5 emperors, Suyu." Kulha widened her eyes, her face full of shock. Suyu smiled and responded, "I prefer others to call me the president of Fairy Tale." "Dr. Kulha, you really helped a lot this time," Suyu said sincerely. After a long while, Dr. Kulha suppressed the shock in his heart, then gulped down a few mouthfuls of strong liquor, wiped the corners of his mouth, and smiled. "I didn't expect that the famous fairy tale president would come to my small place, which really makes my small clinic shine," Kulha said with emotion. Dr. Kulha's medical skills have long been famous far and wide. Today, I saw that he is indeed extraordinary and his reputation is well deserved. Suyu responded with a smile. The two of them were polite to each other, praised each other, and then smiled at each other. Ha ha ha. The two laughed at the same time. You fairy tale are really different. I saw from the news that you have helped many people, so this time I made an exception and did not charge for medical treatment. Kurha said generously, waving her hand. Suyu smiled and nodded. In that case, I will make an exception and help you complete a commission for free. Just tell me what you want to do. Kulha raised her eyebrows. Commission? Anything. Yes, anything. Suyu nodded firmly. Kulha thought for a moment and smiled mischievously. What if I want to overthrow this hopeless country? Yes. Suyu agreed without hesitation, without a trace of hesitation. Kulha smiled and shook her head. Ha ha ha, forget it, there is nothing special I want to do for the time being, so let's put this commission aside for now. She stood up and said, I'll go get some medicine to make Nami recover faster. Half an hour later, Suyu came to the single ward on the second floor of the treehouse with medicine. Nami was lying on the bed, her face ruddy, and she looked like she had recovered a lot of spirit. President, thank you, I'm much better now. Nami blinked her bright eyes. Her voice full of energy. Because of the support of magic, her recovery speed far exceeded Dr. Kulha's expectations. It's time to take medicine. Suyu handed a spoonful of medicine to Nami's mouth. Although Nami she hated taking medicine since she was a child, but this time, she cooperated surprisingly well, drinking it mouthful after mouthful quickly. Because it was Suyu who was feeding her. President, I took the medicine obediently. Nami looked at Suyu, her eyes sparkling, with a hint of coquettishness. Suyu was stunned for a moment, then stretched out his big hand and gently touched Nami's head. It's amazing. You did a good job. Nami immediately puffed up her little mouth and muttered slightly, I'm not a child anymore. She hesitated for a moment, and suddenly said, President, do you remember when I won the mahjong competition on the holiday ship? Miss Myra said that I could make a wish. I never used it. Suyu was stunned for a moment, recalled this incident, and nodded, oh, yes. So, Nami, have you thought about what wish you want to make? Yet. Nami nodded slightly, her little face turned red instantly. She hesitated and said, I also want to be like Miss Myra, Juvia, and Robin. At this point, Nami's face became even redder, and her voice became lower, I also want the president's reward. Chapter 98 Khalifa joins. In the snowy magnetic drum country, in Kesta's treehouse clinic. Dr. Doriel, the second dose of medicine is ready, I'll take it over right away. Chopper was about to run upstairs with his short legs. However, the next second, he was pulled back by Dr. Kulha. Wait a minute, Chopper, you can't go now, you're too young. Kulha said seriously. What? Chopper tilted his head in confusion. He just wanted to deliver the medicine, how could it have anything to do with age? Anyway, not now, you continue to do the homework I asked you to do. Dr. Kulha forcefully stuffed Chopper back into the laboratory, then looked up at the second floor. Really, young people nowadays really don't know how to be restrained. The little girl has just recovered from her illness, if something happens later, I won't care. 2 hours later. Now you can finally have a good rest. Suyu looked at Nami helplessly, with a hint of pampering in his tone. While Nami panted softly, with a happy smile on her face. She finally fulfilled her wish, and she couldn't help feeling satisfied in her heart. She finally grew up. Since joining Fairy Tale, Nami has been playing with innocent girls such as Vivi and Wendy, but in fact, she is different from them. Nami knew very well in her heart that she had long understood the relationship between Suyu and Myra, Juvia, and Robin. Especially after Robin received Mirajana's little gift, Nami immediately understood the meaning. From that day on, she had been thinking about how to get her own little red flower. And today was a perfect opportunity. Everyone was away, and only she and Suyu were alone. Nami finally plucked up the courage to express her inner desire and succeeded. At this time, the little red flower handkerchief under her pillow symbolized the sense of accomplishment in her heart. However, Nami knew that because she had just recovered from her illness, Suyu had been particularly cautious with her and had not completely let go. Nami secretly calculated in her heart, thinking about how to stay a few more days and spend more time with Suyu. However, in the evening, the fairy found Kesta's treehouse following Suyu's life card. Nami. Nami, how do you feel? Are you feeling better? The fever has subsided, so good. The girls of Fairy Tale rushed into the ward and surrounded Nami with concern. Thank you for your concern, I'm much better now, but why are you all here? What about work? Nami was a little dumbfounded. Our partner is sick, how can we sit still? Wei said seriously. We'll finish the work together after you recover. Wei's firm eyes made Nami touched and almost cried. It's over. Nami sighed in her heart, and the excuses she had thought of for a long time were all ruined, and the plan was completely ruined. Wendy suddenly sniffed the air and frowned. Hey, it seems a little familiar. What's wrong, Wendy? Xiaolulu asked with concern. This smell a bit like what I smelled when I was on Sky Island, Wendy said suspiciously. That was the smell she had smelled on her white sizzle. Although it had been washed, her dragon sense of smell could still detect the residue. However, she did not dislike this smell, and even liked it a little. Seeing this, Nami smiled and said, Wow, it's hot when there are too many people. Open a window. As she said that, she quickly opened the window, letting the biting cold wind blow into the room, trying to dissipate the remaining smell in the air. Okay, don't crowd here. Nami just recovered from her illness. Let her have a good rest. I'll stay and take care of her. Myra Jane said with a gentle expression. Yes. The girls followed Myra's arrangement and left the ward one after another. Only Myra and Nami were left in the room. Miss Myra, what's wrong? Nami slightly dodged Myra's gaze and hid the little red flower handkerchief under the pillow with a guilty conscience. Myra looked at her with a smile and said lightly, No need to hide, I saw it all. Nami, you and the president. On the other side. Nami's illness was basically cured, and the girls began to get busy, preparing a banquet, one to celebrate Nami's recovery, and the other to thank Dr. Kulha for her timely help. During this period, the talking raccoon cat Chopper naturally aroused everyone's curiosity. As expected, he was chased by the fairy tale girls. What's more interesting is that Chopper was almost caught by Urza as prey, but fortunately nothing serious happened. For Chopper, this day was full of thrills and excitement. The next day, Nami basically recovered her health, and Fairy Tale had no reason to stay, so she prepared to leave the Drum Kingdom. Before leaving, Suyu asked Chopper if he had any plans to go to sea. Although Wendy's healing magic is very useful, it is more for external injuries. If faced with viral infections or difficult and complicated diseases, Suyu knew that professional doctors like Chopper were still needed. As a time traveler, Suyu trusted Chopper's medical skills very much, and Chopper would definitely bring a lot of upgrade points after joining the guild. However, before hearing Suyu's invitation, Chopper was frightened by a group of fairy tale girls chasing him and fled in a hurry, so the plan to invite Chopper had to be abandoned. After bidding farewell to Dr. Kulha, the fairy set sail and left the Drum Kingdom. 2 days later, Nami fully recovered and the guild returned to normal working mode. Urza and Wendy's respective teams went out to perform tasks. Myra, give me the commission of the South China Sea. Suyu said. South China Sea? What are you going to the South China Sea for, President? Myra was a little confused. To pick someone up. Suyu said calmly. Oh. Myra nodded, and immediately sorted out the commission of the South China Sea and handed it to Suyu. Just as Suyu was about to leave, the guild's service bell rang. It seems that a client has taken the initiative to come to the door today. Yu smiled, thinking that since he had been waiting for so long, it didn't matter for a while, so he stayed for a while. After a while, the lift brought the guests. When Yu saw the visitor clearly, his eyebrows raised slightly, and he couldn't help feeling a little surprised and interested in his heart. Standing in front of him was a blonde beauty with a golden ponytail, gold-rimmed glasses, and a capable aura. And Yu naturally recognized her identity, Khalifa, the only female member of the world government CP9. "Welcome, do you have any commission?" Myra Jane smiled and greeted. "No, I'm not here for a commission." Khalifa shook her head. "Then what are you doing here?" Perona took over. Khalifa took a deep breath and said seriously, "My name is Khalifa, and I'm an idle bounty hunter. I saw everything you fairy tale did on the news, and it feels like what I have always longed for. So..." She paused, then said sincerely, Please let me join fairy tale, I will definitely be able to help." Myra was slightly stunned, then looked at Yu. "Of course, no problem." Yu smiled and responded without hesitation. Hearing Yu's response, Myra also smiled. Sure enough, a beautiful girl took the initiative to come to the door. How could our president refuse? Khalifa's eyes lit up, her face was full of surprise, but she sneered in her heart. "Fairy tale, the 5 emperors Yu? It's just that, it's so easy for me to successfully go undercover." Just when Khalifa was confident that her undercover plan was going smoothly, Yu suddenly said, "Of course you want to join fairy tale, but to officially become a member of us, you still need to go through some assessments." Myra Jane showed a puzzled expression. There was no assessment for joining the guild before? But she had absolute trust in Yu, and knew that Yu must have his reasons for making such an arrangement, so she didn't ask more questions. Khalifa was still confident and smiled, "No problem, I guarantee you'll pass." "President Yu, what exactly will be the assessment?" Yu smiled slightly, "I haven't thought about the specific assessment content yet. I have something to go out for next, so let's talk about it when I come back. Before I come back, you will temporarily follow Perona to do some odd jobs. Myra, you will be responsible for supervising the inspection." Yu gave Myra Jane a meaningful look, and Myra Jane immediately understood Yu's intention and nodded in agreement. "Then, I'm leaving," Yu said and turned away. Khalifa was not suspicious, and said seriously, "Whether it's odd jobs or anything else, I will definitely work hard to complete it." As a professional undercover, she can do both secretary work and odd jobs. "Then Perona, you will temporarily guide Khalifa and be your partner." Myra Jane arranged. "Leave it to me." Perona nodded excitedly and agreed, secretly happy in her heart that she finally had a subordinate and was no longer at the bottom of the guild. 3 days later, South China Sea, Pizza Island. "The pizza thief is here again. Everyone, cheer up!" A pizza shop owner shouted loudly, holding a spatula in his hand and looking around fiercely. He didn't notice at all that a little girl was walking by leisurely, holding the stolen pizza in her hand. In the owner's impression, the pizza thief was an adult woman, and he didn't take the little girl seriously at all. Just when the little girl was proud of her success again, the next second, a big hand suddenly grabbed her collar and lifted her up from the ground. "Let me go! Someone, bully the child!" The little girl shouted loudly, trying to attract the attention of passers-by. However, the person holding her didn't pay attention, just looked at her quietly. "Let me go! My mother is very powerful," the little girl threatened seriously. "Oh!" Yu heard the words and became interested. Even if he didn't know, this who is the mother of the big eater Joelle Bonnie? Suddenly, Bonnie's eyes lit up and she shouted in surprise, "Mom!" Yu turned around and looked behind him, and found that the person standing there was no one else, but a young girl. "President!" The girl also shouted in surprise. Bonnie looked puzzled. What? Silyu. Chapter 99 Arusha 1. At the first sight of the young girl behind him, Silyu immediately recognized her identity: Arusha Milkovich. Arusha is a powerful wizard in the fairy tale world, the daughter of the great ice wizard Uru, and masters the lost magic, the Arc of Time. Her experience is complicated and tragic. When she was young, she was sent to the research institute for treatment because of her strong magic power, but was used by the 6 demon generals Brian, who lied that she died during treatment. Then she destroyed the research institute, joined the Dark Guild Devil's Heart, and mastered the Arc of Time. She played an important role in many key events, brainwashing Jalal and participating in the Tower of Paradise incident. After being defeated by Grey on Tenro Island, she felt the longing of her mother Uru and finally repented. 7 years later, in the Great Magic Tournament, she helped the members of Fairy Tale open the second source of magic. In the Dragon King Festival incident, she used the ultimate secret of the Time Arc, the End of Time, to turn back time by 1 minute, saving the lives of many wizards, but she exhausted her life and became an old man. Her last appearance was in the Albarez Kingdom incident, helping Shelia defeat the 12 Shields Timaria. Arusha is one of the important characters throughout the story of Fairy Tale. Now, Arusha has come to the pirate world through summoning and become a member of Fairy Tale. For Silyu, despite the experience of summoning the 12 Shields Dragon Mother Irene, summoning Arusha still surprised him. After all, Arusha, who masters time magic, will be a great help to the guild. However, Silyu's biggest confusion now is, how did Arusha become the mother of the glutton Joel Bonnie? A few minutes ago, Silyu followed the coordinates of his partner and came to the island in the South China Sea, looking forward to meeting his new partner. However, before he found the mysterious new partner, he heard the shouting of the pizza shop owner and noticed the little girl who walked past the owner. Joel Bonnie, the glutton, one of the 11 supernovas of the same period as the Straw Hat Boy 1 year later. Bonnie is the daughter of the tyrant Bartholomew Kuma and the princess of the Sobel Kingdom. She has a special ability related to time and can control the age of others. She once made the Admiral Akainu nervous. Bonnie's ability allows her to change the age of the people she touches, and also accelerate the decay of objects. She also has complete control over her own age, from an 80-year-old old woman to an 8-year-old legal loli, and can change her form freely. The only drawback is that the ability needs to be touched by close combat to take effect. Silyu quickly recalled the relevant information about Bonnie, and a smile appeared on his face. This trip to the South China Sea was really an unexpected surprise. When Bonnie thought she had succeeded, Silyu easily lifted her up. Bonnie immediately pretended to be an innocent loli and shouted, "Mom!" Silyu knew Bonnie's background very well, but the sudden mom made him stunned for a moment. He knew the identity of Bonnie's father very well, but what about her mom? Silyu looked at Bonnie and then at Arusha, and couldn't help but sigh at the coincidence of fate. Bonnie widened her big, beautiful eyes like gems, as if she had noticed something. Arusha's eyes shifted from Bonnie to Silyu, and her face showed irrepressible joy and excitement. Since coming to this strange world, her heart has been full of hesitation and anxiety. Her only comfort is the Fairy Tale Guild far away somewhere, and Silyu, who she has been thinking about. She recalled that Grey had invited her to join Fairy Tale, but she refused. She felt that she was deeply sinful and had committed countless crimes, and she did not deserve light and beauty. However, in fact, she had always longed for light and the warmth of Fairy Tale. President, am I really qualified to be a member of Fairy Tale? Arusha looked at Silyu and asked nervously. Silyu smiled gently, and his big hand gently fell on her head. At this point, what nonsense are you still talking about, Arusha? You have been a member of Fairy Tale for a long time. Arusha's eyes were filled with tears. And she took a step forward excitedly and hugged Silyu tightly. Her hug was filled with long-suppressed emotions, and the ups and downs of her chest were obviously pressed on Silyu's chest, and Su could even clearly feel the process. After a moment, Arusha seemed to realize something, and her face flushed. She let go of her hand and whispered, "President, I have something to apologize to you about. It's about Ellie, that is, this child." Ellie. Su was stunned. Ellie? Xiao Ellie. He instantly thought of Bonnie's full name, Xiao Ellie Bonnie. Arusha did not hide it anymore and told Su everything about her encounter with Bonnie. Su finally understood the whole story. It turned out that when Arusha was first summoned to this world, the place where she landed happened to be the research institute where the world government imprisoned Bonnie. At that time, Arusha was summoned to this world. Arusha was still confused and met Bonnie, who was trapped there and turned into a Lolita. After understanding Bonnie's situation, Arusha saw the shadow of her past in her. In order to prevent Bonnie from following her own dark path, Arusha decided to play the role of mother, forcefully broke through the institute, and escaped with Bonnie. After several twists and turns, they finally settled temporarily on this island. "I'm sorry, President, I've caused you trouble since I came to this world." Arusha lowered her head and grabbed the corner of her clothes, like a little girl who had done something wrong. Bonnie pretended to be pitiful and tried to gain sympathy. "Wow, it's all Ellie's fault, not my mother's." Su smiled and didn't care about these things at all. "It doesn't matter, such a small matter is not worth taking to heart." Arusha felt relieved, but then she asked nervously, "Then, President, can Ellie join Fairy Tale together?" Bonnie immediately showed her tearful eyes when she heard this, and begged Su, "Ellie doesn't want to be separated from her mother." Su laughed heartily, "Of course. Great." Bonnie cheered excitedly. Chapter 100 Arusha 2. Bonnie has heard Arusha mention that she is waiting for someone more than once these days. But no matter what, she didn't expect that Arusha was waiting for the president of Fairy Tale, 5 Emperors Su. When Su picked her up, Bonnie didn't realize his identity at first. It wasn't until Arusha appeared that she realized that this was the 5th sea emperor in this sea. Bonnie's mood changed dramatically in an instant. If she could rely on the protection of Fairy Tale, she would no longer have to worry about being hunted by the navy and the government. However, Bonnie also felt a little guilty. Arusha took care of her like a daughter, but she concealed many truths and deceived Arusha. Just when Bonnie felt conflicted about this, Su changed the subject. "Before you officially join Fairy Tale, Ellie, do you have anything to confess to us?" Su smiled and looked at Bonnie, his eyes sharp, as if he had seen through everything about her. Bonnie felt that she was completely exposed under Su's gaze, but she still tried to act cute, blinking her big eyes and tilting her head, and said, "Confession? I don't know what you are talking about." Although she was flustered, Bonnie decided to stick to the disguise of Loli to the end. Su smiled lightly and waved his hand. "Since you don't want to confess, forget it." He turned around and took Arusha's hand and prepared to leave. Before Bonnie could breathe a sigh of relief, Su said calmly, "Let's go." Arusha looked at Bonnie, feeling reluctant, and turned to Su and said, "President, Ellie." Su responded calmly, "I know what you want to say, but, Arusha, as a partner of Fairy Tale, the most important thing is to trust each other. There can be no deception and concealment between partners." He said decisively, "As for the food, clothing, housing, and transportation of this kid, there is no need to worry at all. Don't look at her like this. In fact, she is very smart, like taking pizza from under people's noses. Things like that are already commonplace." Arusha was stunned, not knowing how to react for a while. "Okay, let's go. First complete a few commissions, and then go back to the guild to celebrate," Su said, and took Arusha away without hesitation. Watching their backs going away, Bonnie finally panicked. She knew that if she didn't tell the truth, Su would definitely take Arusha away, and she would be alone again. In the worst case, the government's pursuers would come again. Thinking of this, Bonnie made up her mind and shouted, "Wait! Please wait a moment." Arusha heard the shout and turned back reluctantly. However, when she saw that Ellie behind her suddenly turned into a 17 or 18-year-old girl, she was stunned. Silyu chuckled and said, "Finally you're willing to be honest." Bonnie hurried to Arusha and said apologetically, "Mom, no, Sister Arusha, I'm sorry, I lied to you. I'm not an 8-year-old child, I'm an adult. My name is not Ellie, my real name is Chiao Ellie Bonnie." And Bonnie continued nervously, I was afraid that you would leave me after knowing the truth. I don't want to face the world alone anymore, so I hid the truth." At the end, Bonnie's voice was full of tears. Arusha was the only person who was really good to her besides her father Xiang. Thinking that she might lose Arusha again, Bonnie's tears came out involuntarily. After hearing this, Arusha softened her heart. She stepped forward and said gently, "Bonnie, raise your head." Bonnie raised her head and looked at Arusha with tears in her eyes. The next second, Arusha hugged her tightly and comforted her softly, "It's okay, everything will be fine." The two of them hugged each other for a long time before finally separating. Both pairs of eyes looked at Silyu at the same time, full of expectations. Silyu smiled and said, "But before that, Bonnie, you need to do one thing." 3 minutes later, Silyu led Bonnie came to the pizza shop. "Sorry, I took the pizza without permission, I'm really sorry." Bonnie apologized to the owner sincerely. However, the pizza owner at this moment completely ignored Bonnie's apology, and his eyes were fixed on Silyu from beginning to end. The owner's face was full of shock and disbelief, and then his expression turned into incomparable excitement and joy. You are the president of Fairy Tale, Lord Silyu." The owner's voice trembled with excitement, but not out of fear, but from admiration and excitement. In the hearts of most grassroots people, Fairy Tale has a very high reputation. Even though Silyu was rewarded with 1.5 billion after the Judicial Island incident and became one of the 5 emperors, ordinary people did not fear him. On the contrary, they were full of gratitude and respect for Fairy Tale, and behind this was the news tycoon Morgan's instigation. Morgan's reports not only cover major events such as Alabasta and Sky Island, but also often send reporters to the mission locations where Fairy Tale is about to arrive, record and interview the whole process. The reports one after another gradually make Fairy Tale's image of justice deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. The owner said excitedly, "Master Silyu, it turns out that this girl is also from Fairy Tale. In this case, there is no problem. No matter how much pizza she eats, it's all free. It's my honor." "Really?" Bonnie's eyes lit up. She just reached out to take another piece of pizza, but before she could touch it, Silyu slapped her on the back of her hand, which immediately made her little hand red and swollen. Bonnie covered her hand with tears in her eyes, her face full of grievances. Silyu glanced at her sideways and said lightly, "This trick doesn't work on me." Then, Silyu took money out of his pocket and paid all the fees that Bonnie owed so far. Next, Silyu took Bonnie to visit several more stores and helped her settle more bills. "Listen, Bonnie, I'm lending you this money. You have to learn to take on tasks and make money on your own, and you have to pay me back in the future," Silyu said to her seriously. Bonnie nodded honestly, "I know." Suddenly, Bonnie's eyes lit up and she said excitedly, "Well, President, if that's the case, can I borrow more at one time now?" Silyu was speechless for a moment. At the same time, the Navy headquarters, Marineford. Tap tap tap. A hurried footstep sounded, and an officer came to the marshal's office. "Zhangguo, there is news about the child who escaped from the institute," Lieutenant General Crane of the Chief of Staff said in a deep voice. "Really? Then send the troops in the South China Sea immediately to bring her back as soon as possible," Marshal Zhangguo ordered. However, Lieutenant General Crane shook his head, his expression solemn. "No, Zhangguo, my previous judgment was wrong." "What do you mean?" Zhangguo frowned, looking puzzled. Lieutenant General Tsuru said word by word, "We have confirmed that the time user who took the child away some time ago is also a member of Fairy Tale." What? Zhang Guo was shocked, his eyes widened unconsciously, and he could hardly believe this fact. Lieutenant General Tsuru continued, "More importantly, at this moment, Fairy Tale President Su Yu is in the South China Sea, with them." Zhang Guo. Chapter 101 The Advent of Nine Snakes. Half a month later, Su Yu's trip to the South China Sea finally ended successfully. Not only did he exceed all the commissioned tasks, but he also successfully recruited two new partners, Urusha and Xiao Eli Bani. After purchasing a large amount of daily necessities and small gifts of South China Sea specialties, Su Yu took the two new members on a magic power boat and crossed the doldrums to return to the Grand Line. However, 2 days later, a new problem emerged: their full cabin of food was actually empty. Su Yu looked at the warehouse that was once full of food and was now almost empty. He looked at Bonnie, who was twisting her fingers with an innocent face, and couldn't help but twitching his mouth slightly. Although he knew that Bonnie had the title of a big eater and her appetite was comparable to that of Straw Hat Luffy, he didn't expect her to be so good at eating. In 2 days, Bonnie almost never stopped eating. It seems that after returning to the guild, a large refrigerator with a lock must be equipped. Su Yu thought to himself. "I'm sorry," Bonnie said weakly, "I saw on the news that you are very fast, so I thought we would be able to return to the guild headquarters soon." "Hey, President, when can we meet up with everyone for a banquet?" Bonnie continued to ask expectantly. Su Yu looked at her speechlessly, feeling a little helpless. Not only did she eat a lot, she was still thinking about the banquet. "Hee, I'm afraid I'll disappoint you, Bonnie," Su Yu said with a smile. "We still have to drift here for some time, a few days at the shortest, dozens of days at the longest." "What? Dozens of days?" Bonnie's eyes widened, and she exclaimed in disbelief, "What should we do if we haven't eaten yet?" Su Yu didn't explain much, but looked at her with a hint of helplessness. Urusha comforted, "It's okay, Bonnie, this is the sea, even if the food is eaten up, there are still fish." However, Su Yu spread his hands and said with a wry smile, "I'm sorry, Urusha, there is no fish within a kilometer radius." "What? How is this possible?" Bonnie was shocked again. Looking around, the sea was terribly calm, with no wind and no fish. There was no ripple. This was the norm in the doldrums, but the absence of fish made it hard for her to believe. Bonnie seriously suspected that Su Yu was trying to scare her, but that was the fact. The dragon power exuded by Su Yu had a huge deterrent effect on other creatures, especially marine creatures. The doldrums were originally the nests of sea kings, but since entering the doldrums, they had not seen a single sea king in the past 2 days. This was precisely because of the dragon power exuded by Su Yu that made no creature dare to approach. Su Yu could easily solve this problem by simply reaching his hand into the sea and releasing thunder, which could instantly stun a group of marine creatures. But he deliberately chose not to do so, both to tease Bonnie and to exercise her patience. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye, and although Bonnie had tried to control her appetite, the food on the ship was completely exhausted. "I'm so hungry," Bonnie's stomach gurgled unconvincingly. Bonnie held the fishing rod and whispered firmly, "No, it's all my fault. The President and Sister Tia can't eat. I must cheer up and I will definitely catch fish." However, with Su Yu here, Bonnie is destined to be an empty-handed day. As the sun sets, the night gradually covers the sea. Bonnie lies on the bow with a silly smile on her face and drools unconsciously all over the floor. President Urusha looked at Su Yu eagerly, wanting to say something but stopping. However, before she could speak, Bonnie suddenly stood up from her dream and sniffed a few times. "Meat. It's the smell of meat. Grilled meat, broth, fried meat," Bonnie said excitedly, her eyes shining. Urusha couldn't help but look at her distressedly, thinking that the child might be confused by hunger. "It's true, Sister Tia. It's over there, there must be a lot of food. Bonnie pointed to the southeast excitedly. Following the direction pointed by Bonnie, they saw a small bright dot in the distance, which looked like the brightest star in the night sky. When they approached, Arusha finally confirmed that Bonnie was not mistaken. The light did come from an island, and it was not an uninhabited island. The island was brightly lit and bustling, as if some kind of celebration banquet was going on. Suyu smiled. "Let's go, I'll take you to eat," he said easily. The small punishment and big admonition for Bonnie came to an end. As Suyu moved his mind, gravity magic was activated, and the magic power boat left the sea and flew into the sky. Amid Bonnie's exclamation, the boat slowly approached the brightly lit island, the Nine Snakes' Daughters' Kingdom. Even the Nine Snakes' Kingdom guardians, who were proficient in observation haki, did not notice the small boat approaching quietly in the sky. At this time, the Nine Snakes' Daughters' Island was decorated with lights and was very lively. Today is a special day. The captain of the Nine Snakes Pirates, Pirate Queen Boa Hancock, has returned from the expedition. Whenever the Queen returns, the entire Nine Snakes Kingdom will celebrate. At this festive moment, no one noticed that there was a strange ship in the corner of the port. However, the poisonous snakes of the Nine Snakes, those huge creatures that even the Sea Kings fear, did sense something strange. However, feeling the dragon power emanating from Suyu, they bowed their heads obediently and dared not speak out. At a celebration site on the island, Bonnie, in her 8-year-old Lolita form, was standing in front of a table full of delicacies, her eyes shining. "Hey, sister, is the food here really unlimited? Can I take some more?" Margaret, the Nine Snakes national warrior, with short orange hair, smiled kindly. "Of course. Today is the day when Lady Snake returns from the expedition, and everyone can eat and drink as much as they want. But you must remember not to waste it." Yeah, absolutely not waste it," Bonnie vowed, and then quickly began to buy goods. She stuffed food into her mouth while packing it up, and finally filled a large sack of food in Margaret's stunned eyes, and then ran away hopping. Margaret shook her head and didn't care too much. Just thought that Bonnie took so much to share with her friends. However, just 10 minutes later, Bonnie appeared in front of the buffet again. She casually threw millions of berries on the empty table and continued to eat and pack as if no one was around. This unusual behavior finally attracted the attention of the Nine Snakes warriors. "Whose child is this? She eats more than me," the fat national warrior Stoby asked in surprise. "I don't think I've seen it before." The tall national warrior Yaflandera was also a little confused. Margaret frowned and said, "She has come once before, and I said it was free, but this time she brought money." The cautious national warrior Kikyo noticed something strange and her face changed. "Something is wrong, there is something wrong with that child." As she said that, she strode forward and blocked Bonnie, who had finished packing and was about to leave. "Sister, what's the matter?" Bonnie blinked her big eyes and asked innocently. Kikyo frowned slightly. "What's your name? Whose child is it? You are so amazing, you eat more than me, you will definitely be an excellent warrior in the future," Stoby exclaimed. Margaret reminded seriously, "Little friend, sister said that you should take what you can eat and not waste it." Bonnie also responded seriously, "Sister, I can really eat a lot." To prove her words, she performed a three-mouthed pig on the spot, and the ravenous eating made all the National Defense soldiers present stunned. Husband, Bonnie carried a sack bigger than herself and ran away. "Ah, the kid ran away!" Stoby exclaimed. Kikyo said calmly, "It doesn't matter, just follow and see." At this time, on the magic power boat, Bonnie returned with a sack on her back, panting, "President, Sister Tia, I'm back. The mission is successfully completed. These foods are enough for us to last for several days." Suyu glanced at her and asked, "Have you paid the money? You didn't hide some secretly?" Bonnie immediately retorted aggrievedly, No. Of course not. I have paid the money. The president can check if you don't believe it. Suyu realized that he had misunderstood her, grinned and said, "Sorry, it's my fault, thank you for the hard work." Bonnie nodded with satisfaction, "Then I forgive the president." As she said, she sat down next to Suyu with a smile. At this moment, Urusha's expression suddenly became serious. "President, it seems someone is coming." Before he finished speaking, the gorgeous fireworks in the night sky suddenly bloomed, which was the enemy attack signal of Nine Snake Island. Bonnie's face changed instantly, and she said nervously, "Oh no, we've been discovered. President, I screwed up. Let's run." Suyu didn't care, and said lightly, "It's okay, let's eat first." It was a coincidence that he drifted to Nine Snake Island and ran into their celebration banquet. Suyu originally planned to come and go quietly, trying not to cause any unpleasantness. In order to show courtesy, he also deliberately asked Bonnie to pay far more than the value of these foods. However, since he has been discovered now, Suyu feels that leaving without saying hello will not be good for the reputation of Fairy Tale. At this moment, at the Nine Snake Port, the four national guardians gathered together with solemn expressions. "It's really an alien invader," Kikyo said nervously. "Invaders? How is that possible? This is the Nine Snakes Island in the doldrums. If there were intruders, the border sentinels should have reported the abnormality long ago, and the sea gate has been closed. It is impossible for anyone to invade." The fat female warrior Stoby said in shock. "Although I don't know how they got in, that ship and the little girl before are definitely not from our country." The female giant warrior Yaflandera frowned, her eyes fixed on the small boat. Margaret said calmly, "Let's not act rashly for now, and wait for the pirates to arrive before taking action." Soon, the warriors of the Nine Snakes pirates quickly gathered from all directions. "Margaret, Kikyo, what happened? Why did you send an emergency signal?" The tall Sandasonia with long green wavy hair arrived first. "Lord Sandasonia, I'm very sorry. It was our negligence that allowed outsiders to sneak into the country." Kikyo apologized solemnly. "Nanny? Invaders? What a joke! How could anyone dare to invade our Nine Snakes? This is the territory of the 7 warlords of the Sea Pirate Queen." The warriors of the Nine Snakes pirates were shocked and unbelievable. However, when they followed the gaze of Margaret and others and looked at the strange boat in the corner of the port, the warriors' exclamations stopped abruptly, and their faces turned into deep shock and fear. The short-haired girl Lan's eyes condensed, and with the moonlight, she suddenly found the logo on the magic powerboat. "That's the logo of Fairy Tale." Lan shouted in shock. "Fairy Tale? What is that?" Margaret and other national defenders who stayed in the country were puzzled, and the other warriors of the Nine Snakes pirates changed their faces. "Fairy Tale? That is the 5th Emperor of the Sea, the Emperor group led by President Suyu, who offered a bounty of 1.5 billion berries." Sandasonia said in a heavy tone, word by word. "Nanny?" The warriors who protected the country were shocked. Their Nine Snakes Emperor was the famous 7 warlords of the sea, Pirate Queen Boa Hancock. Although the 7 warlords of the sea were strong, the legendary emperor was even more terrifying. "Is it true? It's Fairy Tale. How could the Fairy Tale ship appear here? They defeated the 2 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile and Moria, one after another. Could it be that? Is their next target Lady Snake? This is terrible. We have never provoked them." The warriors of the Nine Snakes pirates were terrified and full of uneasiness. However, what made them even more terrified was still to come. The hatch of the magic powerboat slowly opened, and Suyu walked out with a glass of wine in his hand. That's the 5th Emperor Suyu. Chapter 102 Shocking the Nine Snakes 1. The Calm Belt, Nine Snake Island, the Kingdom of Women. 5th Emperor Suyu. The 5th Emperor of the Sea. How could it be him? Why is 5th Emperor Suyu here? Is he coming for Lady Snake? What exactly does this man intend to do? The 9 snake warriors who recognized Suyu were all panicked, their hearts filled with anxiety and fear. Suyu raised his hand, smiled slightly, and said in a relaxed tone, "Girls of the 9 snakes, don't be nervous, I have no ill intentions. I just happened to pass by and saw you were having a banquet, so I came to join in the fun. I'm sorry for coming uninvited." He tried to ease the tense atmosphere with a relaxed attitude, but facing this man who had defeated 2 7 warriors in just half a year, the terrifying man in the sea, the 9 snakes warriors still dare not take it lightly. Although they did not attack immediately, everyone remained highly vigilant. Although the outside world has mixed opinions on Suyu's title of 5 emperors, and some people call him a fake emperor, the warriors of the 9 snakes pirates will never despise him so much. The man with a bounty of 1.5 billion, even if he is not one of the 4 emperors, is the strongest under the emperor, and they can never provoke him easily. Don't worry, I'm really not here to cause trouble. Suyu shook his head helplessly. In fact, I just want to have a meal. And I have asked someone to pay for the meal. At this time, Margaret came back to her senses and handed over the millions of berries that Bonnie had left behind to Sanda Sonia and others. Lady Sonia, it was indeed left by the little girl. Maybe what President Suyu said is true. Margaret explained. After all, if he really had bad intentions, why would he pay on purpose? Sanda Sonia pondered for a moment, then said, "The current situation is no longer something we can handle. Only my sister can make the decision." The national warrior Kikyo immediately winked at Margaret, "Go find your mother-in-law." Understood. Margaret nodded and quietly retreated. The stalemate at the port lasted for 10 minutes, and the atmosphere was so tense that it seemed as if a conflict would break out at any time. At this moment, the expressions of the 9 snakes warriors suddenly changed, and they all showed joy. "Lady Snake is here. Lady Hancock." The warriors of the 9 snakes pirates automatically separated a path. And Boa Hancock walked over noble and coldly. She is the emperor of the 9 snakes kingdom, and also one of the 7 warlords of the sea, known as the Pirate Queen. 9 years ago, Boa Hancock, who was only 18 years old, shocked the whole world with her amazing record in her first expedition, and was offered a reward of 80 million berries by the world government. But what is more well known is her enchanting beauty. Boa Hancock's face is so attractive that everyone, young or old, will fall in love with her. Her beauty is also her most powerful weapon. With the power of the sweet fruit, she can easily petrify anyone who is attracted to her. "Sister." Boa Sanda Sonia hurried forward and told Hancock everything about the current situation. "Nanny. It's that man." Boa's third sister Marigorod was shocked when she heard it. Sanda Sonia solemnly reminded, "The other party is undoubtedly the 5th Emperor Suyu, but his purpose is still unclear." "Please, sister. It doesn't matter." Boa Hancock interrupted her coldly. Despite the tense situation, her beautiful face always showed calmness and composure. "Whether it is the 4 emperors or the 5 emperors, it's all meaningless, because I am so beautiful." Hancock confidently said her famous signature line. Hearing this, Suyu couldn't help laughing. Then, he flashed and appeared on the shore, looking at Boa Hancock calmly. Suyu said lightly, "I have heard of you, the pirate queen of the 7 warlords of the sea. By the way, do you want to join our fairy tale?" As soon as this was said, the whole audience was in an uproar. What did that man say? He actually wanted to invite Lady Snake to join fairy tale. What a joke! How could Lady Snake join another team? Men are all the same. No matter whether it is the 5 emperors or anyone else, they must have taken a fancy to Lady Snake's beauty. The 9 snake warriors were furious, but facing the 5 emperors Suyu, they could only remain silent, and no one dared to offend this terrible man. Although they were angry, they did not dare to act rashly. However, the arrogant Boa Hancock had no scruples at all. She raised her head and said coldly, "Want me to join you? It's wishful thinking. If you kneel down and lick my toes now, maybe I can consider it." Hancock's words were full of arrogance and contempt. The 9 snake warriors dared not speak, but they were more in awe of her domineering in their hearts. However, the irritable Bonnie responded unceremoniously, "What nonsense are you talking about? If you don't want to join, then don't join. It makes our president want you very much. Who do you think you are? The center of the world? What, the world's #1 beauty, just like that? Don't believe it too much." Bonnie's firepower was full, and she didn't give face to the Empress Hancock at all. She was extremely dissatisfied with Hancock's words that asked Silyu to lick toes, completely disregarding the other party's identity and status. The 9 snake warriors were stunned. They had never seen anyone dare to speak to their snake queen like this. Hancock's arrogance had never been challenged. Everyone knew that she would never give up. Sure enough, Boa Hancock's face was not angry, but showed a pitiful expression, as if she wanted to use her beauty to confuse Bonnie. Bonnie was a little absent-minded for a moment, but at this moment, Hancock folded her hands and made a heart-shaped gesture. Sweet, sweet wind. Pink light rushed towards Bonnie like a tide. "Bonnie, be careful." Arusha realized something was wrong and instantly foresaw the short future. She pushed Bonnie away and was hit by the light. The next second, Arusha was instantly petrified and turned into a statue. "Sister Tia!" Bonnie panicked and shouted loudly. "What should I do? What should I do? It's all my fault. Sorry, Sister Tia." Bonnie was so anxious that tears flowed down her face, her hands clenched into fists, and she felt powerless. Boa Hancock on the shore raised the corners of her mouth proudly, but just a second later, her smile froze instantly. Silently, a tall figure appeared behind her, and a huge shadow enveloped her whole body. The sense of oppression instantly filled the air. "Sister! Watch out behind you! Snake Princess!" The 9 snake warriors exclaimed loudly, their faces terrified. Suyu's cold voice came from behind her, "I can ignore your curse words, even if you ask me to lick your toes, I can also ignore it, but..." Suyu changed the subject, and it seemed as if thunder exploded between heaven and earth, and the terrifying power of the Dragon King swept out of his body like a torrent, instantly covering the entire 9 Snake Island. Under the pressure of the terrifying momentum, all the warriors on 9 Snake Island felt an unprecedented fear. Their faces turned pale in an instant, and their hearts were occupied by extreme shock and fear. Under this pressure, the wind and clouds of heaven and earth changed color. Chapter 103 Shocking 9 Snakes 2. If anything happens to my partner, not only you, but I will massacre the entire 9 Snakes' daughter kingdom and bury her with her. Suyu's deep, devilish voice reached Boa Hancock's ears. Even as proud as she was, she couldn't remain calm at this moment. Since becoming the 9 Snakes' Emperor, Hancock has been living in the clouds, and no one has ever dared to go against her will. But today, this man made her beauty completely ineffective and unable to control the situation. Listening to Suyu's cold threat, the fear that Empress Hancock had not experienced for many years surged into her heart again. At this moment, an old and anxious voice came from a distance, "Snake Princess, stop it! Ja Popo! Ja Popo is here!" Great! The 9 snake warriors, shrouded in despair, seemed to have grasped the last straw and showed joyful expressions. The former emperor of the 9 snakes, Gyuloliosa, bowed and apologized to Suyu repeatedly. "I am very sorry, 5th Emperor Suyu. Lady Snake was impulsive and had no ill intentions. Please don't bother with her." However, Suyu was not moved at all. His powerful pressure still enveloped the entire port, and the suffocating aura made everyone feel extremely depressed. Gyuloliosa urged anxiously, "Snake Princess, this time is not a joke, I beg you. Even if we will not blame you, can you really bear to watch the whole country suffer a catastrophe? Sandasonia and Marigold also looked anxious, and looked at Hancock earnestly. Sister. After a moment, Boa Hancock sighed softly, and her expression relaxed slightly. She folded her hands into a heart shape again, releasing the ability to remove petrification. Arusha's body gradually recovered, and the petrification was lifted. Bonnie hugged her excitedly, tears streaming down her face. Great, Sister Tia, you're back. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Urusha gently comforted Bonnie. It's okay now. President, we broke in first without permission, so don't embarrass them anymore. Suyu still didn't speak, but with Arusha's comfort, the dragon's might that enveloped the whole venue gradually faded, and the oppressive atmosphere slowly dissipated. The 9 snakes breathed a sigh of relief, and their tense nerves finally relaxed. Seeing this, Gurliosa hurriedly apologized again. Fairy Tale President Suyu, I didn't know you were here before, and I didn't entertain you well. If possible, please let us treat you well. Suyu shook his head expressionlessly and said coldly, no need. He waved his hand, and the magic powerboat slowly rose into the air under the effect of light gravity magic. I can let it go this time, but this is the first and last time. Suyu looked at Boa Hancock with cold eyes. Also, I take back what I said before. A woman like you is not worthy of joining Fairy Tale. As soon as the voice fell, Suyu suddenly raised his right foot and stepped down heavily. Boom! The ground of the 9 Snakes Kingdom shook violently. The power of Suyu's foot swept the entire port like an earthquake, and the terrifying power made everyone dumbfounded. A huge crack extended from the port, passing through the wall of the 9 Snakes Kingdom, and continued to spread to the distant mountains. Boom! With a loud bang, the mountain in the distance cracked, and the shocking scene made all the 9 Snakes warriors gasp. With just 1 foot, Suyu showed such a terrifying destructive power. If he wanted, the entire 9 Snakes Kingdom would probably be reduced to ruins in an instant. The president of Fairy Tale, 5 Emperors Suyu, this man is more terrifying than what is described in the news, he is the real emperor. Gurliosa's face was more solemn than ever, and her voice was full of awe and fear. She continued, through this incident, I finally understood that Suyu's seemingly peaceful appearance hides a violent beast. His reverse scale is his partner. Once this point is touched, he will show extreme violence. Sister, don't provoke him easily in the future, the consequences will be disastrous. Gurliosa warned Hancock. If it were in the past, Boa Hancock would have disdained it long ago, but this time, she seemed to have not heard it and stood there. The last words Suyu said kept echoing in her mind. You are not worthy of joining Fairy Tale. 4 days later, 9 Snake Island was still shrouded in a faint atmosphere of tension, and the pirate queen Boa Hancock was anxious. Ever since Suyu left that day, his last words, you are not worthy of joining Fairy Tale, have been lingering in her mind. Damn it! I'm the pirate queen, how dare someone talk to me like that? How am I unworthy? Hancock bit her thumb, frowned, and couldn't calm down for a long time. Day after day, this emotion spread in her heart. Suyu's appearance, momentum, and cold tone appeared more and more clearly in her mind, making her feel uneasy. This was the first time she was so deeply affected by a man. At the same time, on the 4th day after leaving 9 Snakes, Suyu's life had already returned to peace. The ferry continued to move forward, and he didn't think about 9 Snakes Island anymore. However, a call from a den mushi broke the peace. Brew brew brew. Suyu connected the den mushi. And the voice of the News King Morgause came from the other end. President Suyu, those ignorant guys are starting to act. Oh? Are they finally going to act? Suyu sneered at the corner of his mouth, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. At the same time, in the new world of Dressrosa, the atmosphere of the underground trading port was completely different. Ha ha ha! It's finally about to start. The demon-slaying plan is officially launched. The leaders of the underground dark world gathered together through a video conference, excitedly celebrating that their plan was about to be implemented. The demise of Fairy Tale is just around the corner. It's worth our planning for so long. This plan will be an unprecedented feat. What kind of heroes do they want to be, standing up for those lower-class civilians? Then they have to pay the price for it. The price of being a hero is death. It is precisely because Fairy Tale is so powerful that it will prompt these pirate groups to unite. We must eradicate them before they find us. The leaders of these dark forces were chatting and laughing, and they didn't take Suyu and Fairy Tale seriously at all. However, how should the final spoils be divided? The Golden Clock Tower is a priceless treasure, I will never give it up. Idiot, forget about the Golden Clock Tower. Unless you can fight against the 4 emperors. In comparison, I value the women of Fairy Tale more, they are all top-notch. Yes, any woman of Fairy Tale is worth 300 million berries. Come to me for a trade as long as they are intact. The conversation was full of disdain and greed, and various forces have begun to prepare how to divide the spoils. At the same time, on the 100 Group Island, the paradise of the first half of the Grand Line, more than 100 pirate groups gathered to form a huge 100-group alliance. Operation Demon Slaying is about to begin. The Golden Clock Tower is mine. The 5th Emperor of the Sea? I'm going to step on his head to get to the top. According to the plan, first seize their ships and partners, take hostages, and defeat them one by one. The huge fleet composed of 132 pirate groups drove towards the target with great momentum, vowing to eradicate Fairy Tale. Chapter 104 Demon Appearance 1. The sun is shining, the breeze is blowing, and the air is filled with a comfortable sea breeze. On the vast sea, the ferry is sailing quietly and steadily. On the rear deck, the blonde Khalifa skillfully hangs clothes to dry, and the lens reflects the sunlight. She is the ace agent of CP9. The mission of sneaking into Fairy Tale this time was assigned by the 5 elders in person, with the purpose of spying. Time passed quietly, and it has been nearly a month since she entered Fairy Tale. Because President Suyu set off for the South China Sea, Khalifa's membership assessment was temporarily shelved, and she is still not a formal member. In order not to reveal flaws, Khalifa has been silently doing odd jobs, washing clothes, sweeping the floor, tidying up the room, and doing everything. Although she was unwilling from the bottom of her heart, she could only grit her teeth and persist for the mission. During this period, Khalifa won the favor of the Fairy Tale girls with her hard work. She knew very well that this was just the surface work of the undercover. Through secret observation, she has found out a lot of basic information, such as the living habits and working patterns of the members of Fairy Tale. However, the core information she wanted to obtain the most, that is, the special power of Fairy Tale that the 5 elders were concerned about, still had no breakthrough. In several casual chats with the members of Fairy Tale, Khalifa tried to explore their special abilities, and even almost dug out some clues from Vivi. But she was finally interrupted by Nami, who smiled and said that after she officially joined, she would naturally know all the secrets. This move was not to be wary of Khalifa, but just to keep a little mystery and let her experience the surprise personally. This organization really hides unknown power. It seems that I must prepare for a protracted war. Khalifa thought to herself. However, at this moment, her brows suddenly frowned and she looked up into the distance. Bang! With a loud bang, a shell exploded on the sea hundreds of meters away from the ferry. Khalifa's pupils suddenly shrank. Looking far away, she saw a huge fleet approaching this side at the end of the horizon. It was a super fleet composed of several pirate groups, with dense ships covering the sky and the sun, full of threats. Sure enough, the rumors are true, the pirates have really united. Khalifa's face turned pale in an instant. She remembered the rumors some time ago, which was after the Sky Island incident and before the Judicial Island incident. Because of the rumors about the Golden City and the Golden Bell Tower, many pirates on the sea are ready to move and plan to join forces to deal with Fairy Tale. However, with the outbreak of the Judicial Island incident, Suyu becometh fifth emperor of the sea. Khalifa once thought that the reputation of this new emperor was enough to make those timid pirates retreat, and the plan would be abandoned. Unexpectedly, these pirates actually took action. And they chose the most appropriate time. Suyu had been away for nearly a month. Urza and Wendy's team were also out on missions, leaving only her, Myra Jane and Perona, 2 office personnel on the ship. In other words, at this moment, she became the most capable fighter on the ship. If she could perform well in this sudden crisis, she might be able to pass the entrance examination and get in touch with the core secrets of Fairy Tale. This thought flashed through her mind. But she quickly shook her head and calmed down. Facing a pirate ship, she might be able to deal with it, but the scene in front of her was at least dozens of warships. No matter how strong she was, she could never fight 100 alone. In this case, the only choice was to avoid the edge temporarily. Khalifa hurried back to the cabin, found Myra Jane and Perona, and explained the situation in a solemn manner. What? We are being targeted by the pirate fleet? How is this possible? Don't they know who our president is? Perona exclaimed after hearing the news, obviously frightened by the sudden news. In contrast, Myra Jane was calm and composed, without a trace of panic on her face. As early as after the Sky Island incident, Suyu had reminded them that they might encounter such a situation. Miss Myra, isn't this ship able to fly? We should escape quickly before their encirclement is formed. The other party may have special abilities to restrict flying. Khalifa suggested seriously, her tone full of worry. However, Myra Jane just smiled slightly and asked back, escape? Why escape? Khalifa was speechless for a moment. Isn't this obvious? Facing such a huge pirate fleet, isn't escape the only wise choice? Marajana's expression gradually became firm, and her voice was full of unshakable determination. The president has said long ago that Fairy Tale never takes the initiative to cause trouble, but it will never be afraid of trouble. Since the enemy has come to our door, we should hit them head on and let them know our strength. The gentle and soft Myra Jane exuded a rare domineering aura at this moment, as if she had transformed from a weak person to a strong person. Perona immediately echoed, that's right, although the president and others are not here, Sister Myra is here. We can definitely deal with these guys. Khalifa looked at the two of them speechlessly, and couldn't help but exclaimed in her heart, are they crazy? These two fighting scum in front of them actually want to take on this huge pirate fleet? Obviously, the most sensible thing to do now is to flee immediately. However, before she could say more, the fleet's shells had begun to hit the ferry, and the distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer. Khalifa gritted her teeth and stepped out of the cabin. Since the current situation is so urgent, the undercover mission can only be put aside for the time being. She must take action to stop these shells from harming the ferry, hoping to take this opportunity to let Myra Jane see the situation clearly and understand that escape is the only way out. Just as she was about to block the artillery fire, the scene in front of her shocked her. Although the shells had entered the range of the ferry, all the artillery fire was blocked by a light green barrier when approaching the hull. It was a circle of defensive magic net, which easily blocked all attacks. This what's going on? Khalifa looked at the defensive force field that appeared around the ferry in shock, and she couldn't believe her eyes at all. However, what happened next made her unbelievable. She saw that the bow of the ship suddenly deformed, revealing a huge gun barrel, and then Myra Jane skillfully controlled the gun barrel. Jupiter, fire! A dazzling beam of light shot out instantly, illuminating the entire sea like a small sun. The beam directly hit the dozen pirate ships in front. A moment later, a deafening explosion sounded on the sea. A dozen pirate ships were destroyed in an instant, and the people and ships were wiped out. Oh my God, what kind of terrifying power is this? Is this the legendary ancient weapon Pluto? Khalifa widened her eyes, her face full of disbelief. As a CP9 agent, she had been lurking in the Water City for a long time, and her goal was to find the design drawings of Pluto. And now, the magic cluster cannon fired by the fairy is so powerful that Khalifa can't help but doubt that even the legendary Pluto bombardment is probably no more than this. Chapter 105 Demon Appearance 2. Just when Khalifa was still immersed in the shock of the power of the Jupiter cannon, the magic cluster cannon of the fairy fired 3 more times, and each shot completely wiped out dozens of pirate groups and their ships from the sea. However, as the Jupiter cannon entered the cooling state, the fairy temporarily lost the support of this powerful weapon. Nevertheless, the 3 shellings have caused great panic and chaos among the enemy. The 100 Group Alliance, which was originally full of confidence and intended to destroy the fairy, fell into chaos in an instant. What a joke! What kind of monster cannon is that? It evaporated more than a dozen pirate ships. What kind of weapon is this? Ancient weapons. Why are our shells ineffective against the fairy? More and more members of the pirate group were terrified and had the idea of retreating in their hearts. But just as they were about to retreat, several leaders of the dark forces stood up and shouted loudly to encourage, "Don't be afraid. This just shows that fairy tale they are at their wits' end, their main force is not here at all. Look, the cannon is overheated, they can't fire anymore. Now is a good time for us to attack." However, just as these pirates were about to launch an attack, a faint sneer came from behind. "Paradise, it is indeed a gathering place for garbage." A pirate captain with a bounty of 30 million berries was about to ask, but when he saw the person coming, his words were instantly stuck in his throat. "That is the logo of the Big Mom pirates. The 4 Emperors' Big Mom's troops are here. Is this the powerful reinforcement I talked about yesterday? Great, with them joining, fairy tale will definitely lose this time." The morale of the pirates soared instantly, and the star of the Big Mom pirates, Snag, also spoke loudly at this moment, "Follow me if you want to get a piece of the pie, I will lead you to directly break into the fairy ship." Snag's sister, Bruley, who looked like an old witch, asked in confusion, "Brother, why don't we do it ourselves, but take these small fish with us?" The third son Defu explained, "Fool, that's the ship of the 5 emperors. You have seen the power of the bombardment, and no one knows what traps are hidden on their ship. Let these people explore the way first, and we will do it when they are safe." "Bruley, open the mirror world quickly," Snag urged. At the same time, on the ferry, Khalifa returned to the cabin, still in shock. She couldn't recover from the scene just now, and Perona said excitedly, "Great! It's really amazing. Yes, those pirates will never dare to provoke our fairy tale easily again." Perona continued excitedly. 2 of the previous Jupiter cannons were fired by Myra Jane, and the last one was fired by Perona. However, Myra Jane remained highly alert and reminded seriously, "Don't take it lightly, Khalifa is right, there may be special abilities among the enemies. We must be careful." As soon as she finished speaking, suddenly, there were chaotic footsteps and harsh laughter in the guild. "Ha ha ha ha! It's really worthy of Big Mom's troops. They sent us here so easily. Now fairy tale is finished." Then, those vulgar pirates saw Myra Jane, Khalifa, and Perona, and greedy light instantly appeared in their eyes. "Hee, this is rich. 3 beautiful little beauties. No matter which one is top-notch, it's really exciting. But don't think of monopolizing it. This is a woman worth 300 million berries." Just as the pirates recklessly rushed into the ferry and made a mess of the guild's cabin, the star general of the Big Mom pirates, Snag, also came to the scene and said coldly, "We, the Big Mom pirates, are not interested in women, but the Golden Clock Tower and Nico Robin are things designated by my mother, and no one can grab them." Snag's words made the surrounding pirates sneer. Although the Big Mom pirates are indeed powerful, these pirates will never allow them to take the spoils alone. Despite this, the top priority at this moment is still to capture the ship and take Myra Jane, Perona, and Khalifa on the ship as hostages to set traps and defeat Fairy Tail one by one. The greedy eyes of the pirates were not concealed, wandering around, as if everything was already in their hands. Khalifa's face was solemn and uneasy, while Perona beside her was trembling all over. Sister Myra, Perona's voice trembled and was full of fear. Myra Jane was calm as usual, smiling and comforting Perona. "Don't worry, I'll take care of everything." She gently touched Perona's head, her eyes full of determination. However, when her eyes swept across the cabin that was trampled by the pirates, and saw the guild souvenirs and photos being trampled under their feet, Mirajana's expression suddenly changed. The gentle face disappeared, replaced by a terrible murderous intent. That was a side of her that she had never shown in front of everyone. "You dare to destroy the precious things of our guild, all of you will pay the price." Mirajana's voice became cold. The pirates didn't take it seriously and laughed. "Ha ha ha. Woman, what stupid things are you talking about? Just surrender, and wait for me to love you well." They were still immersed in the fantasy of victory, but at this moment, the whole air began to tremble. Boom! A dark magic storm broke out with Myra Jane as the center, making the surrounding pirates feel suffocating pressure. The power of darkness became stronger and stronger, and Mirajana's figure gradually changed in it, as if the devil was about to come. The whole body receives Satan's soul. Myra Jane declared coldly. Her body became more burly and terrifying, like a demon from hell reborn. Until now, Myra Jane has always shown a gentle image, and almost no one has seen her true power. The other members of Fairy Tail do not know this hidden side of her, except Perona, who has seen her Satan soul. Khalifa was completely stunned, looking at Myra Jane, who seemed to have turned into a demon in front of her. She was shocked beyond words. Miss Myra, this what on earth is?" Her mind was in chaos, unable to understand that Myra Jane, who has always been gentle and lovely, actually possessed such a terrifying power. Perona looked at Myra Jane, her eyes full of admiration, waving her little fist, and said, "You are finished, you have angered Sister Myra, you are really miserable." At this moment, the star Snag showed disdain on his face. Although he felt a little fear in his heart, he still pretended to be calm, drew his sword, and rushed towards the demon Myra Jane. Demon Blast, Super Sadistic Flash. Demon Myra Jane spit out a few words coldly. Chapter 106 All-Member Counterattack 1. Full Body Reception. Satan's soul, like a demon summoned from hell, descended, and appeared domineeringly with endless oppression. Those pirates who were just complacent were instantly dominated by fear, as if their throats were clamped, and even breathing became difficult. The figure of the demon in front of them made them realize that the most terrifying thing was not the terrifying Jupiter cannon, but the people on this ship. The true power of the Fairy Tail S-class wizard, Demon Myra Jane, will soon be experienced by them personally. Just as the fear spread, a discordant voice suddenly broke the silence. "Stop bluffing!" Snag, the fourth general of the Big Mom Pirates, suppressed his fear, drew out his long-handled katana, and shouted at Myra Jane with a clang, "I am the general of the Big Mom Pirates, don't think you can scare me." The long-handled katana slashed towards Myra Jane with great force, intending to succeed in one blow. However, facing the offensive of the four emperors, Myra Jane remained calm, as if she didn't care about it at all. Dang! A crisp collision sounded. Snag's pupils suddenly contracted, and he looked at Myra Jane in shock. The katana that was enough to cut through steel was actually blocked by her palm with a casual touch. How is this possible? Snag's mind was shocked, and the pirates around him were even more frightened and pale. The demon Myra Jane just raised her right hand and easily took Snag's fatal blow. Just when they hadn't recovered from the shock, something even more terrifying happened. Demon Blast! Myra Jane whispered, and a dazzling light flashed between her palms. The energy like lightning exploded in an instant, without giving Snag any chance to react. The dark beam with destructive power directly engulfed Snag's body, broke through the gate of the guild, and shot straight into the sky. Seeing this scene, the pirates gasped, their eyes filled with unbelievable fear. They had not yet recovered from the shock of the 4 generals being killed in an instant, and the shadow of death followed closely. Dark flow. Myra Jane whispered coldly, and her devilish right hand slowly closed, as if the entire space was drawn into a dark vortex. Ah! Help! We were wrong, spare our lives! The screams of the pirates resounded throughout the guild hall, but in just a moment, all the sounds fell silent. More than 100 pirates were instantly swallowed by the power of darkness and killed on the spot. Myra Jane turned to look at Perona and Khalifa, and said calmly, "The enemies inside the guild are left to you. I don't want to further damage the guild's facilities. I will deal with the guys outside." Perona nodded quickly and answered excitedly, "Yes. Leave it to me, Sister Myra." Khalifa stared at everything in front of her in a daze, nodded slowly, and couldn't calm down for a long time. She looked at Myra Jane, who easily defeated the general Snag, and it was hard to believe that this was the gentle receptionist on weekdays. Snag is one of the 4 generals of the Big Mom pirates, with a bounty of 600 million berries. Such a pirate is regarded as an absolute strongman anywhere. However, in front of Myra Jane, he couldn't even withstand a single blow. This terrifying strength is almost equivalent to that of the Admiral of the Navy. In addition to President Suyu and Fairy Queen Urza, Fairy Tail actually has a third hidden general-level combat power, which makes Khalifa completely shocked and confused. Fairy Tail is indeed a more terrifying existence than imagined. "Why are you still in a daze, Khalifa? Hurry up and catch up. I have found the hiding place of the invading pirates." Perona called out anxiously. Khalifa immediately recovered from her shock and hurried to keep up with Perona's pace. She thought to herself that this was a great opportunity. As long as she could make a contribution in this battle, she might be able to join Fairy Tail more quickly. However, the next second, her expectations were broken. Entering the narrow corridor, the pirates rushed in frantically. Khalifa was ready to fight, but found that she had no chance to fight at all. Perona, the girl she once thought was just a scumbag, faced the pirates fearlessly. She raised her hand and waved lightly, and a white ghost appeared in the air. "What are these ghosts?" Khalifa's heart tightened, not yet fully understanding the power of these ghosts. The pirates trapped in the corridor had nowhere to escape, and all of them were penetrated by Perona's negative ghost. Almost in an instant, the pirates who were ferocious just now immediately became listless, collapsed on the ground, and began to weakly repent of their evil deeds. Khalifa widened her eyes, completely unable to believe what she saw. What kind of ability is this? A huge wave of excitement rose in her heart. However, something even more terrifying happened. Perona clasped her hands together, her expression became solemn. "Hey, hey, hey, you evil people, taste the resentment of the people you have killed." As Perona chanted softly, a wave of colder than winter the biting wind blew silently. Although nothing could be seen in the air, Khalifa could feel that some invisible terrifying existence was approaching. This feeling made her shudder, and goosebumps stood up all over her body. Her feeling was soon verified, the pirates' reaction became frantic in an instant. Those who were hit by Perona's negative ghost were now like crazy, waving their hands at the void, trying desperately to drive something away. "Ah! Don't get close to me! I didn't mean it! Don't come to me for revenge! Stop! Please let me go!" Extreme fear appeared on their faces, as if they had seen the most terrifying scene in the world. Khalifa looked at this scene and was so shocked that she couldn't speak. This was not just a simple illusion, but Perona was really controlling some kind of terrifying power. This was Perona's awakening magic, the Soul Dragon Slayer magic. The Soul Dragon Slayer magic, as the name suggests, is a powerful force that controls souls and ghosts. This magic of Perona is perfectly matched with her own ghost fruit, even surpassing the simple fruit ability. This is the new power that Suyu personally guided Perona to develop after leaving the Devil's Triangle. Through the spirit dragon slaying magic, she can summon those vengeful spirits and evil spirits that ordinary people cannot see, and specifically attack those sinful souls. These vengeful spirits do not appear out of thin air, but are attached to the enemy, and the resentment of the innocent people they killed is transformed into evil spirits for revenge. For kind-hearted people, this trick is useless, but for those pirates with blood on their hands and who have killed innocent people, this is undoubtedly the most fatal blow. 99% of the pirates on this sea have ways to die, and their hands are stained with countless blood. Chapter 107 All-Member Counterattack 2. Perona, what did you do to them? Khalifa looked at the vulnerable pirates in front of her being defeated by a force that she could not understand at all, and a deep fear rose in her heart. There is no time to explain now, solve the problem first. Perona responded calmly, floating towards the direction of the large bath like a ghost. Combining the power of the ghost fruit and the spirit slayer dragon magic, her attack is simply unstoppable. Every pirate haunted by the vengeful spirit fell into endless panic. In front of the full-length mirror in the bath, the mirror fruit ability user Bruli, who connects the real world and the mirror world, was full of astonishment. Why are you back again? What's going on? But the pirates possessed by the vengeful spirits could not answer at all, and could only flee in fear, completely losing their minds and not caring about Bruli's shouts. Due to her frantic escape, Bruli was even trampled unconscious by her accomplices, causing the channel of the mirror world to close instantly. At the same time, on the other side of the battleship, Charlotte's third son Deifuku's expression became extremely gloomy. Hey, Bruli, why is the mirror channel closed? What are you doing? What's the matter with that huge beam of light? Deifuku shouted angrily at the mirror. However, there was no response in the mirror. At this moment, a subordinate of the Big Mom pirates ran over in a panic. Lord Deifuku, something is wrong. Lord Snag was killed. That beam of light killed him. What? Charlotte Deifuku's eyes almost popped out of his sockets, and his voice suddenly rose 8 degrees. He couldn't believe this news at all. After all, Snag was his brother and the star of the Big Mom pirates. How could he be killed so easily? What a joke! How could a general be killed in an instant? Who did it? Was it Suyu who offered a bounty of 1.5 billion? The information was wrong. He is here now. Deifu felt a chill in his heart, and his fear intensified. The screams of the pirates came one after another, and more crew members fell into panic. Devil! That's a devil! What kind of ability is this? That's not a power user. She is the devil herself. Just above the sky, Myra Jane in the form of a demon looked down at them and said coldly, "Dare to swing a knife at our fairy tale, you should pay the price for it. Are you ready to go to hell?" As she spoke, dark magic surged out of her body, and the dark energy ball shot out like a meteor, hitting the pirate ships on the sea with incredible accuracy, instantly destroying one ship after another. This is impossible! Charlotte Deifu screamed, "Deng Mo, cut her for me!" He activated the power of the evaporation fruit, summoned a huge Deng Mo, wielded a long-handled sword, and suddenly attacked Myra Jane. However, the demon Myra Jane remained calm and just raised her hand to block the fatal blow. How is it possible? Charlotte Deifu and the Deng Mo both widened their eyes, their faces full of disbelief. The Deng Mo's powerful attack was actually taken by Myra Jane with one hand. Then, with a click, the Deng Mo's long sword actually broke in Marajana's palm. Soul extinct! Along with this cold whisper, the dark energy the beam burst out, instantly destroying the lamp demon, and continued forward, mercilessly annihilating Charlotte Deifuku and the warship he was on. At this moment, thousands of meters away from the battlefield, several magic powerboats were speeding on the sea, like white dragons cutting through the sea. Speed up! Speed up! Vivi urged anxiously, her eyes full of anger. These bastard pirates dared to unite against our fairy tale. Wait, they must pay a heavy price for this. Nami clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. On the other side, the leisurely girl Marion saw the battle situation in the distance through the high-powered telescope she drew, and her eyes widened. Wait, that is that Miss Myra. As the ship continued to approach, everyone gradually saw the scene in front of them. Yes, that is indeed Myra. Robin nodded calmly. Myra. Is that demon Miss Myra? Nami and Vivi were completely shocked by the scene in front of them. They had never seen such a violent Myra Jane, which was completely opposite to her usual gentle image. Yes, that's the other side of Miss Myra. Juvia explained. Magic Myra Jane, like Urza, she is an S-class wizard in our guild. Wendy added. Magic Myra Jane. Nami and Vivi were shocked beyond words. After spending so much time with Myra Jane, they had never expected that Myra, who was usually as gentle as a sister, had such a strong side. Why do you think the president dared to let Myra stay alone in the guild? Urza smiled slightly, and then she changed the subject, with a fighting spirit flashing in her eyes. Okay, don't just watch, let's do it. Don't let any of these guys run away. As Urza's voice fell, the battle escalated again. Change clothes. Black feather armor. She spread her wings behind her, and instantly appeared above a huge battleship like black lightning. Change clothes, purgatory armor. As she whispered, the huge battleship exploded. Fairy Queen Urza. The main force of Fairy Tale is back. The pirates fell into deeper despair. On the battlefield, the Fairy Tale girls showed their magical powers. Roar of the Dragon. Earth Wave. Star Shooting. Come Out, Congo. True Number, 100 Hands. Each magic spell carried an unstoppable force, and the pirates' ships were destroyed one after another, and they couldn't even resist for a moment. This is impossible. We have gathered hundreds of pirate groups, and there are 4 emperors to help. How could we be defeated? How can Fairy Tale be so powerful? Isn't this the pseudo-emperor group? As the pirates shouted desperately, the News King Morgan stood high in the sky, overlooking the sea, and laughed out loud. Ha ha ha! Stupid pirates, the real nightmare has just begun. He turned his eyes to the southeast, and a magic powerboat with the Fairy Tale logo was approaching quickly. Ultia, freeze this sea! Suyu stood at the bow and ordered calmly. Yes, President. Urusha nodded, and the cold air spread from her fingertips and quickly covered the entire sea. As the temperature dropped sharply, the sea surface was completely frozen into ice. Urusha is not only a strong man who masters time magic, but also the daughter of the great ice wizard Uru. Her power is enough to plunge the entire ocean into an eternal winter. Let's start. Suyu's voice was calm and firm. As he took one step at a time, Suyu's figure gradually swelled in the wind, and the magic giant. Chapter 108. Garp took action. Ah! The intelligence is totally inconsistent with the actual situation. Why are all the main forces of Fairy Tale back? No one told me about this. I quit. Whoever wants to do it can do it. Screw the Golden Bell Tower, life is more important. Little ones, retreat. Fairy Tale is simply a monster. There is no way we can win. The 100 Pirates Alliance, which had come with great confidence and momentum, has now fallen into despair and fled for their lives. The terrifying strength of the demon Myra Jane frightened the pirates. And the return of Urza and all the members of Fairy Tale completely shattered their last hope. Faced with the overwhelming power of Fairy Tale, many pirates have lost their courage. Damn it, I can't escape. What's going on? Why is the sea frozen? Is it Admiral Aokiji? Why is he here? The pirates were in a panic, anger and fear intertwined in their hearts. But this is not the power of the Navy. The President is back, Wendy shouted excitedly, pointing to the distance. Following her line of sight, the people of Fairy Tale saw a huge figure slowly walking from the southeast, Suyu. With each step he took, his figure gradually became larger. After 10 steps, Suyu had turned into a giant 100 meters tall, overlooking the entire battlefield like a god. Giant. This is impossible. The 5th Emperor Suyu is actually a giant. This is simply a nightmare. Looking at this huge figure, the pirates could no longer suppress the fear in their hearts. They knew that in the face of such a powerful existence, any resistance would be futile. Suyu ignored the pirates' fear and looked indifferent. He just followed with a kick. More than a dozen pirate ships were instantly blown away and exploded in the air. He stretched out his palm and slapped it down heavily, and several warships were instantly shattered with people and ships. In front of this 100-meter giant, the pirate ships were as fragile as toys. In just a few minutes, none of the remaining 200 pirate ships escaped. So far, the 100 Group's Demon Slayer Pirate Alliance has been completely annihilated. This battle is destined to become a legend and be recorded in the history of the sea. President. President, you are finally back. Welcome back. Nami, Weiwei, Wendy, and other girls ran up happily, hugged Suyu's arms, or jumped directly on him, full of enthusiasm. Wahahaha! News King Morgans flapped his big wings and descended from the sky. This is a great battle scene. President Suyu and the ladies of Fairy Tale, you will definitely shock the world again. Birdman, why are you here again? Nami glanced at Morgans, still worried about the report of the Judicial Island incident. In this incident, the information provided by Morgans played a key role. Urza explained. President and Urza, have you known about this for a long time? Vivi and Wendy couldn't help but exclaimed. Haven't we discussed it? Robin laughed softly. Nami finally reacted, I thought it was just a hypothesis, but I didn't expect it to actually happen. Morgans laughed and said, in short, after this incident, no one will dare to underestimate Fairy Tale. The sea in the first half will become calmer than ever before, thanks to everyone's efforts. He waved his wings excitedly, I can't wait to spread this big news all over the world, President Suyu, I'll take my leave first. Suyu nodded, go. By the way, help me bring a message to those guys in the so-called underground dark world. Wahahaha, I promise to bring it. Morgans flew away. Suyu turned around and walked towards Myra Jane, who looked depressed. What's wrong, Myra? Are you hurt? He asked with concern. No, it's not me who is hurt, Myra Jane shook her head and bit her lip lightly, it's the guild that is hurt. Hey! The girls hurried back to the lobby of the ferry. How could this happen? Seeing the guild hall that was once full of happy memories now destroyed and in a mess. The Fairy Tale girls were furious. President, it's all my fault. I was there, but the enemy invaded the guild. Myra Jane was full of self-blame. I am also responsible for not catching the culprit. Perona whispered. Suyu gently stroked their heads, it's okay, don't take such a small matter to heart, you have done a great job. President is right. The guild can be repaired if it is broken. It's totally okay. Nami and others comforted her, and at the same time rolled up their sleeves and prepared to repair it. At this moment, a calm voice sounded, leave the repair of the guild to me. Everyone turned their heads and looked at the two figures, one big and one small, on the deck. You are Nami and Vivi tilted their heads at the same time. You are Ultia. Urza's eyes lit up and recognized her. It's Miss Arusha, Xiaolulu. Wendy shouted in surprise. It seems that she is the new partner that the president brought from the South China Sea. Xiaolulu nodded, and everyone looked at Arusha and the little Bonnie beside her with understanding. Chapter 109 Garp takes action 2. President, everyone, please give me the task of repairing the guild. Arusha asked firmly. How can you bear this alone? Let's do it together. Vivi's words have not yet finished. Then I'll leave it to you. Suyu smiled and agreed to her proposal. For repairs like this, Arusha, who has arc magic that controls time, is the most suitable. During the Tianlang Island incident, Fairy Tail was able to finally defeat the heart of the devil because Arusha successfully repaired the fallen Tianlang tree. Arusha, it depends on you. Urza also nodded slightly. With Miss Arusha's help, it couldn't be more convenient. Wendy said excitedly. The guild will definitely be restored to its original state. Xiaolulu added confidently. Nami, Vivi, Perona, and others looked at each other and looked at Arusha with confusion. Under the curious gaze of everyone, Arusha stood in the center of the guild hall. Lost magic time arc, activated. The time when the guild was destroyed began to reverse, and the broken fragments floated up under the traction of magic and returned to their original positions. Under the stunned eyes of Nami and others, in just a few breaths, the messy guild had been restored to its original state, as if it had never suffered any damage. Thank you, Arusha. Myra Jane said gratefully. Miss Arusha is so amazing. Wendy cheered in surprise. Wait. Am I dazzled? Nami rubbed her eyes hard and looked around in disbelief. What on earth is going on? How did the guild get repaired in the blink of an eye? Miss Arusha, how did you do it? Vivi was surprised and unbelievable. Perona and Khalifa were also confused. Could it be the power of time? Robin speculated. Yes. Arusha nodded slightly. It's really the power of time. Khalifa was shocked. She didn't know how many shocks she had experienced today. With the fairy queen Urza, the demon Myra Jane, the weird Perona. Now, there is another powerful person who controls time. The fairy tale team is getting more and more terrifying. Miss Arusha can control time, so was it her who froze the sea before? The girl who had been leisurely cast her eyes on the 8-year-old Bonnie beside her. Khalifa was instantly alert, her eyes locked on Bonnie, and her expression became more serious. A time ability user is amazing enough, and now this little girl has such a strong power. And even controls ice like the Admiral of the Navy. No, it was my mother who froze the sea just now. Bonnie answered without hesitation. Mom. The fairy tale girls were stunned. Suyu. What is this little guy doing again? Miss Arusha froze the sea. Vivi was puzzled. No, that's not the point. Now the key is, are you Miss Arusha's daughter? Nami asked nervously. That's right, I'm Mom and Dad's daughter. Bonnie said proudly, holding Suyu with one hand and Arusha with the other. The huge fairy suddenly fell into a strange silence. The next second. What? What? The president's daughter? How is this possible? It's only been a month since I last saw her, and the president actually has a daughter? And she's so big. The girls' exclamations almost broke through the sky. No, it's not like that, everyone, don't listen to Bonnie's nonsense. Arusha's face turned red instantly. Mom, don't talk first, let me solve it. Bonnie interrupted her hurriedly. Along the way, Bonnie had already seen that Suyu was the most important person in Ursha's heart. However, there are so many beauties in fairy tale, and Bonnie also understands that in order for Ursha to gain a foothold in this team, she needs to take some actions. Therefore, she came up with this idea. Fortunately, Miss Jovia is not here now, otherwise Vivi's voice had just fallen. Boom! A loud noise came from under the ice, and a huge column of water suddenly rushed into the sky, accompanied by a group of unconscious pirates and their bounty prisoners, as well as a large amount of gold and treasure pouring out of the sunken ship. President, you are back! Jovia shouted tenderly, and threw herself into Suyu's arms. President, Jovia has completed the task you assigned. Those pirates with bounties and the treasures in the sunken ship have all been salvaged. While others were fighting, Juvia had been busy with another task, salvaging the treasures on these sunken ships and capturing bounty hunters. For Suyu, not only the treasures on the ship, but also the bounties had to be squeezed out. Even the bounty list was sorted out by Morgans and sent to Urza through the newsbird. "Thank you for your hard work." Suyu smiled and touched Juvia's head as a reward for her. Then, he looked at Nami. "Nami, don't you consider going to other ships to search again?" As he said, he pointed to the broken ice surface. "Wow, of course." Nami came back to her senses and quickly pulled Vivi to clean up the battlefield. Urza, Perona, Khalifa, Altair, Bonnie and others also joined the search. "I'll help too." Wendy rolled up her sleeves and prepared to join them. "Wait a minute, Wendy, come here." Suyu waved his hand. "President, what's the matter?" Wendy came forward with a puzzled look on her face. Suyu said nothing, but squatted down, put his big hand on Weiwei's shoulder, and looked at Wendy deeply. Feeling Suyu's gaze, Wendy's face turned red instantly, and a trace of panic surged in her heart for no reason. But after a moment, her expression returned to normal. "What do you want to ask me?" The strongest substitute, Irene, came online, folded her arms, and asked indifferently. Suyu handed her a list and a bag of fruit. "These people have the ability of devil fruits, see if you can transfer these abilities to these fruits." Since all the value is to be squeezed out, the ability of devil fruits cannot be wasted. Although Fairy Tail does not necessarily need these fruits, it is better to be prepared. 2 hours later, the battlefield has been completely cleaned up, and the treasures on the pirate ship are piled up like mountains. Nami excitedly lay on the pile of gold, completely forgetting herself. "President." Urza held the hilt of the sword with one hand. "I know." Suyu turned his eyes to the southwest. A huge mammoth ship was breaking through the waves, and the beast's pirates finally arrived. "G Master Jack. It's bad, the situation is completely different from what we expected. The Pirate Alliance has been annihilated. The main forces of Fairy Tail are all here, even the 5 Emperors, the President of Fairy Tail, the 5 Emperors. Suyu is here. We are going to retreat." The pirates of the beasts shouted in panic. "If we flee before the battle, the reputation of the beasts' pirates will be ruined. What are you going to do?" "Jack." The stubborn girl Runty laughed. "Idiot! Do you know who I am? Hurry up and bring the boat over." Drought Jack, known as the King of Ironhead, roared. The huge body of the mammoth ship suddenly rushed onto the ice, and the power on the ship pushed it at full speed to charge at the ferry. However, in the next moment, the sudden change caught everyone off guard. A tall figure suddenly appeared above the mammoth ship, and the huge pressure pressed down like a mountain. That is Navy Hero Ka. Garb. Thick black and red lightning flashed in the sky. Fistbone clash thrust. As the legendary Navy hero Garp threw a heavy punch, the world shook. Boom. Chapter 110 Suyu vs Garp 1. 2 hours after the 100 Regiments Alliance was defeated, the Beast's pirates finally arrived at the battlefield. However, their lateness may be a kind of luck. From a distance, the lookouts saw the tragic scene on the ice through the telescope, and finally came to a terrible conclusion: the 100 Regiments Alliance has been annihilated. Today is not the 100 Regiments Alliance encircling Fairy Tail, but the fairies are encircling them in reverse and completely defeating the entire alliance. This possibility made the pirates of the 100 Beasts turn pale in an instant. And when they learned that the 5 Emperors Suyu and all the members of Fairy Tail were present, even the forces of the 4 Emperors like the 100 Beasts pirates were frightened and wanted to turn around and escape immediately. However, the fate of their ship was not decided by them. For Jack the Drought, the world's first hard-headed kid, nothing could scare him. In the original plot, even in the face of the Admiral, the staff, and the former Navy Marshal, he still launched an attack without fear. And this time, facing the 5 Emperors Suyu and all the members of Fairy Tail, Jack was still fearless and shouted his iconic slogan, "Pull the ship over." On the other side, on the ferry. Are the people on that ship fools? It should be a blessing to be late, but now they dare to come over. Nami couldn't help but complain. That logo, there is no mistake, it is the logo of the 4 Emperors Beasts Pirates. Robin looked solemn. Found it, the person on that ship is him. Urza pointed to the bounty list compiled by Morgans. The big sign of the Beasts Pirates, Jack the Drought, the bounty is 1 billion Bailey. 1 billion. Vivi and Perona were shocked by the number and their eyes widened. 1 billion. Nami's eyes lit up and she rubbed her hands excitedly. In the past, she might have collapsed to the ground in fear of hearing a bounty of 1 billion, but now it's different. In her eyes, Jack is simply a walking fat sheep, the kind with a lot of gold coins. 1 billion bounty, it's considered to be a bit powerful, no wonder he dared to come. Myra Jane nodded calmly, thinking that it was due to the other party's confidence. However, only Suyu knew that Jack was a pure iron fool. Thinking of the past of this Iron King, Suyu couldn't help laughing. He didn't expect that the famous scene of leaning on the ship would happen in front of him this time. "President, let me solve it." Urusha took the initiative to volunteer. Today she was only responsible for the small tasks of freezing the sea and repairing the guild, and had not really participated in the battle. However, the next second, Suyu suddenly raised his eyebrows and turned to look in another direction. "It seems that we don't need to take action." Whoosh! Boom boom boom! The piercing sonic boom sounded continuously, and a figure cut through the sky, passed through the atmosphere, and left a dazzling explosion cloud trail. In a flash, the figure came to the sky above the beast mammoth ship, releasing an overwhelming pressure, and the thick black and red lightning covered the entire world. The next moment, the figure swung a fist as big as a sandbag. Boom! The extreme fist force shock wave suddenly pressed down, and the beast mammoth ship was instantly torn apart, the hull exploded, and the screams of the pirates came one after another. Navy hero. Before the stubborn girl Runty finished speaking, blood oozed from her mask, her eyes rolled up, and she fell into a coma. Asshole! Jack's eyes were wide open, and the bloodshot in his eyes almost burst. He instantly activated the ancient species of the elephant fruit, transformed into the form of a mammoth, and prepared to use his huge body to resist the fist-bone conflict of the legendary hero Garp. However, even the ancient species of mammoths could not withstand this terrifying power. Jack only lasted a few seconds longer than Runty, and then his eyes rolled back, he completely lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Boom! With the destruction of the mammoth battleship, the frozen sea of Ultair also collapsed under the punch of the Navy hero Garp. This sudden scene shocked the girls on the ferry. So strong! Urza looked solemn and frowned. He actually solved the big pirate with a bounty of 1 billion with just one punch. Who is this guy? Nami pursed her lips, her eyes full of confusion. Look at his uniform, he should be a Navy. Juvia reminded. Legendary Navy Admiral Hero Garp. Robin said the name word by word. Nanny! Hero Garp! Everyone exclaimed in unison. I've heard of that name. The Navy legend who has forced the Pirate King into a desperate situation many times. It turned out to be that Navy hero. Vivi, Nami, Perona, and other girls from all over the world were shocked, knowing the weight behind the title of Navy hero. Even though Urza, Myra Jane, Juvia, Ultair and others didn't know much about Garp's deeds, they could tell from the power of the punch that he just threw that this person was no ordinary person. Just as everyone was shocked, a desperate cry came from afar, Vice Admiral Garp, don't act without authorization. Two large naval warships slowly approached. Side by side. One of the ships had a Sharpei dog head logo on its bow, which was the warship Garp belonged to. The other ship had a rabbit head logo, this was the warship of Mamotoji Jun, the candidate for Admiral of the Navy headquarters. When Garp stole after sneaking out to cause trouble, Navy Marshal Sengoku immediately ordered a recall. Because after the Judicial Island incident, the status of Fairy Tail has undergone earth-shaking changes. As the fifth Emperor of the Sea, Suryu's Fairy Tail has been regarded as the fifth Sea Emperor group. The current Navy dare not easily provoke Fairy Tail. After all, the cost of provoking an emperor is too high. The Judicial Island incident has profoundly proved the consequences of being an enemy of Fairy Tail. And unlike the other four emperors, Fairy Tail is not a pirate group strictly speaking, and the Navy has no reason to deliberately provoke them. This restriction applies to most people in the Navy, with only one exception, that is the legendary Vice Admiral of the Navy Garp. Since the last era, Garp has been a maverick, and he has never been bound by the rules of the Navy. In order to be able to act freely, Garp even refused the appointment as a Navy Admiral many times. Both the previous Marshal and the current Marshal Sengoku are helpless against this stubborn hero. Garp has always ignored Sengoku's recall order and didn't take it seriously at all. In desperation, Sengoku could only send people to forcibly pull him back. Ordinary vice admirals had no way to change Garp's mind, even elite vice admirals were useless. Only female soldiers like Jun and Peacock might be able to make Garp restrain himself a little. After all, they are young juniors, and they have lovely personalities. If they act coquettishly, they might really give Garp a headache. However, what Sengoku didn't expect was that Mamatsuji Jun had long been full of curiosity and respect for Suryu and Fairy Tail. As early as the Judicial Island incident, she had wanted to find an opportunity to contact Fairy Tail. This time, she happened to encounter Garp making trouble, so she also took the opportunity to come to see this legendary Sea Emperor in person. Chapter 111 Suryu vs Garp 2. Originally, Jun was indeed ordered to persuade Garp to go back, but in the end, he was persuaded by Garp and followed him. Marshal Sengoku was furious when he learned about this, but he could do nothing about it. A few hours ago, Garp and Jun received news of the large-scale action of pirates, and then set off to the sea area indicated in the intelligence. According to the plan, their target was the pirate fleet, not Fairy Tail. However, when they arrived at their destination, the scene they saw shocked all the Marines. The sea is frozen? What's going on? A Marine exclaimed. Could it be General Kuzan? Impossible, General Kuzan is still recovering in the hospital. Compared to the frozen sea, I am more concerned about where are those pirates? Where is the promised pirate fleet? Why can't I see it? Is the intelligence wrong? The Marines' discussions were full of confusion. No, the intelligence is correct. Jun took a deep breath and said solemnly, the pirate fleet did appear, but we were a step late. They have been completely defeated. Nanny. The huge warship suddenly fell silent. Then, a deafening roar resounded throughout the warship. It's been defeated? How is that possible? We just received the news not long ago, and it was defeated so quickly. The participants this time are all well-known pirates in the first half. The number of pirate groups exceeds 100, and there are hundreds of warships. Yes, intelligence shows that this is an unprecedented operation. Although it is unbelievable, the facts are in front of us. Those are the wreckage of pirate ships. Another Marine pointed to the wreckage floating on the sea, unable to hide his shock. The scale of this large fleet is even stronger than the Demon Slayer order. How could it be wiped out so quickly? The Marines were shocked. If it was that man, it would not be impossible. Navy Colonel Tina locked Suryu on the bow of the ferry, with deep awe in her tone. It seems that these stupid pirates have been counterattacked. Peacock nodded with a somewhat clear expression. Suryu deliberately let the pirates think that there was an opportunity to take advantage of, using the headquarters ship and the Golden Bell Tower as bait to attract them together, and then annihilate them in one fell swoop. Tina said. After this, I'm afraid no pirate will underestimate Fairy Tail anymore. Tina's voice was deep and powerful. However, at this moment, the soft girl Yun Kei said anxiously, Vice Admiral Jun, everyone, now is not the time to discuss this. Vice Admiral Garp seems to be really going to use force. If President Silyu misunderstands our intentions. At this moment, a hearty laugh echoed in the sky. Is Fairy Tale President Silyu here? Is Silyu here? Garp took out a big speaker from somewhere, and his voice spread across the entire sea. I'm Garp. Aokiji, who was beaten into the hospital by you not long ago, is my useless number 1 disciple. Today I'm here to find a fight with him. Repeat, I'm here to find a fight. The girls on the ferry were instantly confused. Why does this legendary hero of the Navy look a little not so smart? Helping the disciple find a place to fight, he said it so casually and confidently, it doesn't seem like a navy at all, but more like a gangster boss backing up his younger brother. President, what should we do? Urza looked at Silyu, with a hint of helplessness and vigilance in her expression. Although she didn't feel any hostility from Garp and Jun and others, Garp's finding a place to fight the declaration of field still made her feel a little uneasy. After hearing this, Silyu smiled, since the other party has already named it, if we don't respond, it's not the style of fairy tale. Silyu was also curious about how strong the legendary Navy hero was. Since Garp took the initiative to challenge him, let's have a fight. Chi. A golden light flashed, and Silyu instantly appeared in front of Garp. I am Silyu, and I did beat your disciple. So how do you plan to find a field? Silyu asked with a smile. Needless to say, of course it's a fight. Garp threw away the loudspeaker in his hand, rolled up his sleeves, and was full of fighting spirit. Okay, I don't mind sending you to the hospital. Silyu raised his mouth and showed a confident smile. Their conversation completely confused the Marines on the warship. This is too sudden, right? Why do they have to fight right away? Garp first. Garp middle. Before the Marines could dissuade them, the next second, a surging strong wind blew in their faces, and all the sounds were blown back to their throats. The 5th Emperor Silyu and the hero Garp have officially started fighting. The arms of the two men collided suddenly like a giant hammer, stirring up a terrifying impact storm. The floating ice on the sea burst one after another under the powerful force, and the sea under the feet of the two men seemed to be unable to withstand the pressure and continued to collapse, and the surging waves pushed the warship back continuously. The impact came quickly and went quickly. The two men separated as soon as they touched, and each retreated dozens of meters. But in the next second, they stepped on the sea again and collided violently with each other. The two sides went back and forth, punching each other, and launched a world-class physical duel. Each punch contained enough power to break a mountain, and the dull sound of the collision was like a war drum in heaven, shaking the world. What level of duel is this? The Marines were stunned and looked at the scene in disbelief. Vice Admiral Garp's fist was blocked. 5 Emperors Silyu, he actually caught Vice Admiral Garp's attack. This is a legendary hero of the Navy. Silyu can actually fight Vice Admiral Garp. The Marines were shocked and screamed one after another, unable to believe the battle happening in front of them. Being able to share the same strength with Mr. Garp, that man is the real emperor. Jun sighed with emotion. Is this the battle between the top strong men in the sea? It's really terrifying. Peacock whispered in shock. However, the next second, something even more shocking happened. Ha 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 ha, Silyu, let's stop the warm-up. Next, I want to see your true strength. Kapu laughed loudly, his fighting spirit rising. Okay, I have the same idea. Silyu grinned. Peacock and other Marines. The girls on the ferry. The previous terrifying duel was just a warm-up. Just as everyone was shocked, there was a sudden lightning and thunder in the sky, and the wind and clouds changed color. Kapu raised his sandbag-sized fist, and black and red lightning wrapped around it, which was the domineering aura of the Overlord. On the other side, Silyu clenched his fist, and thunder was lingering. This was the Thunder Dragon King's collapse fist. Fist bone. Thunder Dragon Kings. Conflict. Collision. Collide. Chapter 112. Both sides suffer. 1. Between heaven and earth, black thunder flashed wildly, and red lightning danced wildly. That was the wanton release of the conqueror's haki, and the roar of the Thunder Dragon King. At this moment, the peak duel between the Navy hero Garp and the 5 Emperors Suyu kicked off. Fistbone Garp slowly retracted his fist to his side, and the conqueror's haki continued to rise, covering his whole body. As a Navy legend who was once as famous as the pirate King Roger, he naturally possessed the conqueror's haki and could use it perfectly. Before, Garp just punched casually and defeated the beast pirates with people and ships, including Jack the Drought, who had a bounty of 1 billion. Now, his charged punch is undoubtedly more terrifying. Even though they were thousands of meters away, everyone watching the battle could feel the amazing power of Garp's punch. Everyone knew in their hearts that once this fist fell, it would be earth-shattering. However, facing Garp's earth-shattering charged attack, Suyu was unmoved. He also slowly retracted his fist to his waist. Thunder Dragon King Suyu was surrounded by dense black and red thunder, which was completely different from the Overlord's lightning. This was the Thunder Dragon King's Black Thunder, with destructive power. In the Judicial Island incident, Suyu used this punch to shock and blow up the elemental General Aokiji who hid in the ice sea. However, Suyu's fist had not reached its peak at that time. Now, after the battle in the small garden of the ancient island, he has integrated the power of the Elbaf spear and has reached the perfect Thunder Dragon King realm. At this moment, Suyu showed his true power. Time seemed to stand still at this moment, perhaps for a few minutes, or perhaps just a short moment. Garp and Suyu's momentum reached the peak at the same time. Fist bone clash. Thunder Dragon King's collapse punch. Boom. The sonic boom was deafening, and 2 bright fists like meteors cut through the sky and collided with each other almost at the same time. At that moment, it was as if the drums of war in heaven were beating, shaking the world, as if the heart of the world was beating violently. Kaka. The air made a cracking sound under the heavy load, and the sky cracked like a mirror. A series of crisscrossing large cracks spread from the fists of the 2 people in all directions, densely packed. Then, an extremely terrifying shock wave spread. The sea surface was covered with thousands of waves, and even the warships were swept back continuously. In the void, ripples spread like waves, and a light brighter than the scorching sun shone between the fists of Suyu and Garp. It was the 2 strongest forces that gradually merged in the collision and turned into a ball of pure destructive force. Crack! A black and red lightning overflowed from the fusion ball of power and fell directly into the sea. Rumble! A huge deep pit was blown up in the sea, and more black thunders overflowed from the sphere, and huge waves exploded on the sea surface one after another. The extremely terrifying fist force triggered strong atmospheric convection, forming several turbulent water tornadoes surrounding the 2 people. This scene seemed to be the end of the world. The people watching the battle were already so shocked that they couldn't speak, their mouths opened wide, but they couldn't even spit out a word. After an unknown period of time, the collision between the hero and the Dragon King finally came to an end. The ball of destruction between the strongest fists trembled violently, and then exploded with a bang. The extreme power spread out, smoothing everything, and the dazzling light pierced everyone's eyes. Ah! What happened? Is this really something that humans can do? Where is Vice Admiral Garp? How is Vice Admiral Garp? He won't lose, right? The Marines exclaimed in surprise. They didn't want to believe that their hero would fail. President! How was the battle? The President will definitely not lose, no matter what opponent he faces. The girls of Fairy Tale were full of confidence and firmly believed that Suyu would stand to the end. Under the tense gaze of the crowd, as the dazzling light gradually converged, the rain fell, Suyu and Garp each retreated, and their footsteps left ripples in the void. In the end, Garp retreated 50 steps, and Silyu stood firmly at the 47th step. "Good boy, you are serious." Garp forced down the surging blood and grinned. "Isn't this exactly what you want?" Silyu asked back easily. "Ha ha ha ha, that's right. Come again. My old bones are far from scrapped." Garp laughed, full of pride. In a flash, two meteor-like figures collided again, and visible water ripples appeared in the void. Their battlefield moved from the sea surface to the sky, pierced through the clouds, and fell heavily into the sea. Ordinary people could not catch their fighting figures at all. Even a master of observation haki like Jun could only vaguely see the traces of them passing through the air. The sky is constantly breaking and healing. This is the true strength of Mr. Garp. But even so, that man still did not retreat. Peacock looked up at the sky, unconsciously shocked, and murmured. "Because that man, fairy tale President Silyu, is also standing on the same scenery, the real Emperor of the Sea." Tina exclaimed. "I don't want Vice Admiral Garp to get hurt, but the President of Fairy Tale is also a good man, so can't we just not fight?" The soft girl Yun Kei said weakly. "This battle is no longer something we can interfere with." Dao Tuziwan said faintly. "When to stop, only the two of them can decide." Urza said in a deep voice. With the shock and uproar of the crowd, the two entangled figures fell from the depths of the clouds like meteors. "Ha ha ha, fall into the abyss for me." Garp laughed, his strong and powerful arms tightly locked Silyu's neck, and then he punched hard and threw Silyu down. The bottom of the sea, fall. Boom! A huge blue hole suddenly formed in the sea, as if it led directly to the abyss of the seabed. Garp hit with all his strength, and Silyu's figure fell straight into the blue hole, seemingly about to be swallowed. However, the next second, Silyu's figure suddenly turned into countless lightning and disappeared in an instant. "You are the one who should fall." At some point, Silyu appeared above Garp. When he raised his hand, black thunder surged like a tide, condensing into a huge black painted halberd. "Thunder Dragon Kings, Fang Tianji." Silyu held the Fang Tianji condensed by thunder, with the power of infinite thunder and lightning, and slashed at Garp's head fiercely. Chapter 113 Both lose too. At the critical moment, Garp quickly raised his hand to block, forcibly using the armament haki superimposed on the iron block technique, trying to resist Silyu's thunder-like attack. Garp's armament haki was once able to block the Pirate King Roger's divine evasion attack, but that was the glory of the past after all. Now, more than 20 years have passed, and Garp, who is over 80 years old, can no longer deal with it as easily as he did in the past. Kaka! Garp's arm made a faint crisp sound. The next second, Silyu's black and red thunder completely submerged Garp, and the huge force brought Garp's body into the deep sea abyss. Boom! A shocking explosion broke out at the bottom of the sea, and the sea surface shook violently. "Mr. Garp! Vice Admiral Garp!" The Marines screamed heartbreakingly, and their eyes were fixed on the sea surface that was gradually calming down, hoping that the naval hero would break out of the sea again. However, 1 minute, 2 minutes passed, and the sea surface was still calm. How could it be? "Mr. Garp! This is the legendary hero of our navy. How could Mr. Garp die?" The Marines looked ashen, and despair enveloped everyone's heart. "Woo woo woo!" The soft girl Skylark squatted on the deck, wiping her tears with both hands. "Master Pu, I don't believe it." Peacock clenched his fists, his face pale. For Peacock, Garp and Sengoku are like her grandfathers. Seeing the Marines fall into despair, just when everyone's emotions are on the verge of collapse. Crash! A wet figure suddenly jumped out of the sea and fell on the deck of the rabbit warship. "Little Skylark, little Peacock, are you just looking forward to the departure of an old man like me?" Ahem! Garp gasped and coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood foam with black arcs. "Wow! Ghost, no, it's Vice Admiral Garp. Vice Admiral Garp is still alive." Skylark was startled at first, but when she recognized that the charred figure was Garp, she immediately cheered excitedly. "Oh oh oh! Great, Vice Admiral Garp is still alive!" The crying Marines burst into laughter. However, the next second, their smiles disappeared again. Suyu also landed lightly on the warship and walked slowly towards Garp. Compared with Garp's charred and miserable appearance, Suyu's clothes were torn, but his condition was obviously much better. Despite this, people who know the business know that this battle is not over. Garp's eyes still flashed with a sharp light, proving that he is far from exhausted. Although Suyu seemed to have the upper hand, he did not completely relax. "Don't bear it, kid, spit blood if you want to." Garp stood up from the ground and grinned. "I should say this line." Suyu responded with a smile. "Humph." Garp snorted, and the atmosphere became tense again. Seeing that a new round of fighting was about to break out, the soft girl Skylark suddenly stepped forward and stood between the two. Her eyes were red, tears were falling down, and she choked and said, "Don't fight, Vice Admiral Garp, President Suyu, please don't fight anymore." Suyu saw Skylark's tears and touched her head helplessly. Okay, don't cry, I won't beat him." When Garp heard this, his face was full of helplessness, and his heart became more and more uncomfortable. Why did this sound like he had lost? "For the sake of Skylark's plea for you, let's forget it today, and we will continue the rest next time," Suyu said with a smile. Garp raised his eyebrows. Hearing this, he became more and more uncomfortable, as if he really lost. Just when he wanted to say something, Suyu suddenly turned around and disappeared on the warship. "Mr. Garp, what should I do?" Jun looked at Garp with a complicated expression. The next second, Garp suddenly opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of old blood that had been accumulated for a long time. "Mr. Garp!" The hearts of the Marines who had just put down their mines were lifted up again. "I'm fine." Garp waved his hand, indicating that everyone didn't need to worry. On the other side, on the ferry. "President! Congratulations to the President on your triumph. You are worthy of being the President." Even that Navy hero, the cheers of the girls instantly turned into exclamations. Because a streak of blood actually flowed from the corner of Suyu's mouth. "It's just a minor injury." Suyu didn't care and wiped the blood off casually. "Myra, have you finished counting the bounty criminals?" Suyu looked at Myra Jane. "Well, it's almost done. All the bounty criminals are placed on the ship next to it." Myra Jane pointed to a pirate ship docked next to the ferry. That ship was specially reserved by Suyu for bounty prisoners. At this moment, the deck was full of captured pirates, dead and alive, piled up like a hill, and more bounty prisoners were dragged out of the cabin. Suyu flashed and instantly arrived on the pirate ship and entered the cabin. What came into view was a variety of devil fruits of different colors and shapes, a total of 66. "There is one last one," Irene said. She was sending the last ability user, Runty of the Flying Six of the Beast Group, forward. Not long after, Runty's ability of the animal system Dragon Fruit Ancient Species Swelling Head Dragon form was successfully separated. "Thank you for your hard work." Suyu nodded. "But Irene, your complexion doesn't look good, is it too much consumption?" Suyu asked with concern. "No, it's you, why don't you feel anything at all?" Irene asked in surprise. As a dragon slayer, powerful strength is often accompanied by side effects, such as dragonization and dizziness in vehicles. Even the Black Dragon King Akranokia is not immune to dizziness in vehicles. As the mother of dragons, Irene is no exception. She didn't feel uncomfortable on the ferry because of the special power of the guild, but on this pirate ship, dizziness and vomiting always accompanied her. It was only because of face that Irene held on and used sky magic to relieve it. Seeing Suyu moving freely on this ship, Irene's doubts became stronger. "What do you feel?" Suyu asked curiously. "Nothing." Eileen didn't say anything more, and Silyu didn't ask any more questions. At this time, Silyu walked to Runty curiously and reached out to take off her mask. There were many speculations on the internet about what this grumpy and stubborn girl looked like under the mask, and Silyu was also curious about Runty's true face. After removing the mask, Silyu breathed a sigh of relief. Runty was not a sharp-mouthed and fanged girl, but a normal cute girl. Just as he was about to put the mask back on, Runty's eyelashes suddenly trembled slightly, and then she opened her eyes full of panic and anxiety. "Who are you? Who am I? Where is this place?" Runty asked 3 helpless questions in a row. Silyu. Chapter 114 2 Emperors and 2 Generals. On the Sharpei dog-headed warship. "Mr. Garp, Fairy Tale President Silyu is driving a pirate ship over here," Adjutant Bogart reported. Garp stood up with a groan. "I want to see what that kid is up to this time." Not long after, Silyu drove the pirate ship between the 2 warships. The Marines saw the piles of captives on the pirate ship, and everyone showed an incredible shock on their faces. Charlotte Defoco of the Big Mom Pirates, Jack the Drought of the Beasts Pirates, Captain of the Claws Pirates. The sadistic girl Peacock counted the names of those famous pirate captains one by one. "Are all the bounty hunters on this ship?" Tina couldn't help but be shocked. "That's right, there are 897 bounty hunters in total. After preliminary statistics, the total bounty value is about 10 billion Baileys, or even more," Silyu said calmly. "Hiss, hiss." On the warship, the Marines gasped. "This is a bounty criminal group worth 10 billion berries. They have never seen such a huge loot." Even the hero Garp couldn't help but feel a little surprised when he saw this scene. Garp, who has caught so many pirates, has never seen so many bounty criminals caught at one time. President Silyu, Jun was a little stunned, not knowing how to describe the situation in front of him. Silyu chuckled and shrugged. "I fished these bounty hunters out of the sea, of course I came to your navy to exchange the bounty. You don't think I'm doing charity, do you? Or is your navy's bounty exchange system a cover?" "Of course it's not fake," Jun smiled bitterly and spread his hands, "but we can't afford so much money right now." "It doesn't matter, I'm not giving you time. Just prepare the bounty within half a month. If I don't receive the money after half a month, don't blame me for going to your Navy headquarters in person." Silyu's tone was light, but full of deterrence. After that, Silyu left the ship full of bounty hunters, turned around and left, leaving the Navy looking at each other. What to do? The bounty exchange system that I set up must be redeemed even with tears. This huge sum of 10 billion berries, even Garp was a little jealous. This is a huge sum of money, how many senbei can it buy? As the ferry slowly set sail, the 100 Regiments Alliance incident came to an end, and the sea temporarily returned to calm. But the real storm has just begun. Dressrosa, underground trading port. Today is an important day, and the leaders of the Dark World are holding a video conference. As the intermediary of the Dark World, Doflamingo has also been online. After all, he also participated in this incident. In the past 2 hours, the leaders of the major forces have been discussing how to divide the spoils fiercely, and they have not given in to each other. Until now, no consensus has been reached. Stop arguing. The Lone Shark King Lufield said coldly, let's talk about how to divide the things after we get them. Calculating the time, the first phase of the operation should be completed soon. At this moment, the black display screen suddenly lit up, and Morgan's face appeared on the screen. Morgans. Damn you, Morgans. How did you find the signal room? You've been expelled from the Dark World by us, but you still dare to come in. Are you looking for death? The leaders of the Dark Forces were furious and questioned Morgans. Wow, ha 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 ha, you are the ones who are really looking for death. Morgans was not afraid and laughed loudly. At this point, you can only rely on the 5 Emperors fairy tale. Unfortunately, your backer has already collapsed, and you can still laugh. Shipping King You Meet sneered. Morgans laughed non-stop. Ha 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 ha, you don't know yet? No way? No way? Haven't you heard that the 100 Pirates Alliance has been completely wiped out by Fairy Tale? Nanny. What did you say? The 100 Pirates Alliance is completely wiped out? How is this possible? Don't talk nonsense, Morgans. Fairy Tale is the one that should be completely wiped out. The big sharks in the dark world shouted in disbelief, and they couldn't accept this news at all. At this moment, the highest official of the Don Quixote family, Treble, hurriedly walked to Doflamingo, holding a copy of the latest world economic news. Hey, Dov, something bad has happened. Something big happened in the first half. Almost at the same time, the leaders of the major dark forces also received newspapers sent by their subordinates one after another. Seeing the news above, the entire conference room fell into chaos in an instant. Nanny. How is this possible? The plan has been planned for so long, how could it fail? Morgans, this must be fake news you made up. Don't think we will believe it easily. Quick, contact the 100 Groups Alliance for me. Nanny? Can't contact. Change the number and continue to fight. The leaders of the major forces were emotional and unwilling to believe this sudden bad news. The news pointed out that the 100 Groups Alliance, the huge pirate force they had planned for a long time, was completely wiped out by Fairy Tale. Such a result was difficult for them to accept. Morganus sneered, I've said it before, you don't know who you are against. Then he added, President Suyu asked me to tell you one thing, when Fairy Tale sets foot in the New World, you will be liquidated one by one. Asshole! Morganus, you sold us all out. Lefeld, You Meet, and others were so angry that their eyes turned red, and they questioned Morgans one after another. Ha 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 ha, if you don't want others to know, then don't do it yourself. Besides, you are so arrogant. Morgans laughed, and finally cast his eyes on Doflamingo, and you, Joker, you have always been smooth, but this time you also kicked the iron plate, ha 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 ha. Bang! Doflamingo's display screen was pierced by a thick wire and exploded instantly. Treble looked at the situation in front of him and seemed extremely uneasy. Dover, what should we do next? Fairy Tale may have set its sights on us. The impact of this incident made everyone see the horror of Fairy Tale, and no one dared to regard it as a fake emperor group anymore. Doflamingo looked gloomy and said faintly, Don't be afraid, even if Fairy Tale is powerful, I have the 4 Emperors Kaido, the strongest creature on land, sea and air, standing behind me. At the same time, Wano Country, Onigashima, the headquarters of the Beasts group also fell into chaos. Nanny! How could this happen? Fairy Tale actually defeated the alliance of hundreds of pirate groups. How are Master Jack and Master Runty? Are they okay? Master Jack must be fine, he is a pirate with a bounty of 1 billion. But why can't I contact Master Jack and them? The Beasts group fell into panic and doubt. Especially Page 1, who looked at the 4 Emperors Kaido helplessly. Master Kaido, sister also. Today's 4 Emperors Kaido is still drunk, Jack will lose because he is too weak. But no matter how weak he is still my subordinate. I will remember this grudge. Wanguo, Totland, Cake Island. Brother Daifuku. Brother Snag. Brothers and sisters. How could this happen? Maybe Brother Snag is not the opponent of Fairy Tale alone, but this time they are facing the entire 100 League. How could Fairy Tale win? The Cotters and ministers of the Big Mom Pirates were shocked and furious, and fell into deep shock and confusion. Brother Katakuri. Brother Peros, Brother Owen. We can't just let it go. We must take revenge, form a revenge army, destroy Fairy Tale, and avenge our brothers. Just when everyone was excited, a majestic voice exploded, and the entire Cake Island Hall was instantly silent. "Shut up!" The person who spoke was the second in command of the Charlotte family, the respected head of the General Star Charlotte Katakuri. Katakuri glanced around, his eyes were as calm as water, and then he said in a deep voice, "Mondor, tell me the truth you found out." Mondor, the 19th son of the Charlotte family, stood up tremblingly, took a deep breath, and told the inside story he had found through the family intelligence network. "According to our intelligence, the real inside story of the Judicial Island incident is far less than what Morgan's reported. That man was not evenly matched with Admiral Aokiji, but he only took a few minutes to blow up Admiral Aokiji of the Navy headquarters." The air solidified instantly, as if time had stopped. The entire hall fell into an unprecedented silence. Even they, as cotters of the four emperors, were shocked by this truth and could not say a word. "My brothers were defeated, and my sister Brulee's life and death are unknown. Of course, I am also very anxious, but Fairy Tale is no longer an opponent we can easily solve," Katakuri said faintly, with a hint of helplessness in his tone. "President Suyu, Fairy Queen Urza, and the demon Myra Jane who exposed her strength this time, their combat power has surpassed any imperial group. Holy Land, Marijoa, Pangu City, 5 Elders Hall. 5 Elders J. Galyasha Satan rarely cursed, damn it, they turned the tables, and my ominous premonition in my heart came true." The white-haired and white-bearded 5 Elders said in a low voice, "This is not a simple reversal, but they have been prepared for a long time and have calculated the 100-group alliance in reverse." The blonde 5 Elders looked solemn. "The demon Myra Jane killed the big cotters of the 4 emperors in one blow. People with such strength have not shown their strength until now. If this incident had not exposed her power, we would probably suffer a loss when we confront Fairy Tale head-on in the future." The swordsman 5 Elders in white training clothes shook their heads in disbelief. "President Suyu and Fairy Queen Urza are fine, but now there is another general-level combat power. How many masters are hidden in this little fairy tale? Why didn't we know it before?" The bald, scarred 5 Elders fell into deeper thought. It's like they suddenly appeared out of thin air from this world. "And what I want to know most is what power they use. Why do they have multiple abilities?" Jake Alyasha Satan's eyes were cold, and he said slowly, "They are simply heretics in this world. Maybe it's time to ask Lord Im. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Demon Myra Jane, as expected, no one in Fairy Tale can be underestimated." Marshal Sengoku shook his head helplessly. "In this way, in addition to President Suyu, Fairy Tale has 2 confirmed Admiral-level combat forces. 1 Emperor and 2 Generals. This is a configuration that even the Red Hair Pirates do not have. No, more than 2. Lieutenant General He Chen, the Chief of Staff said in a voice. Zhang Guo was slightly stunned and turned his head. "What do you mean?" "The demon Myra Jane is the general guarding the guild headquarters, and the Fairy Queen Urza is the general who goes out to execute the commission. Don't forget, in addition to Urza, there is another captain," Crane explained. Zhang Guo heard this and pointed to the photo on the desk, with a hint of confusion on his face. "Are you talking about this child?" "The photo shows the captain of Fairy Tale, Wendy." Crane nodded, "Yes. Zhang Guo, you just said before that you should not underestimate anyone in Fairy Tale. Since President Suyu appointed this child as the captain, he must have his reasons. Maybe she is the most difficult person in Fairy Tale." "Hee hee." Zhang Guo smiled bitterly and shook his head, his mouth twitching slightly. He already understood what Vice Admiral Crane meant. Fairy Tale is not a simple 1 emperor and 2 generals, but 2 emperors and 2 generals. At this moment, the green-haired Brigadier General Branyu ran in anxiously. "Marshal Sengoku. This is the news from Vice Admiral Jun. Just now, Vice Admiral Garp and Fairy Tale President Suyu had a conflict." "What? What did you say?" Sengoku stood up suddenly in shock, his face changed drastically. "What was the result?" Vice Admiral Tsuru asked calmly. Fortunately, nothing irreversible happened. Branny quickly repeated Jun's report in detail. After listening to the report, Marshal Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief and finally put his heart at ease. However, his eyes turned unkind when he looked at Branny. After all, he was almost scared to death just now. Sengoku, Sengoku! Vice Admiral Tsuru called softly. Hey? What's wrong, Zaihe? Sengoku came back to his senses. Regarding the 10 billion Bailey bounty mentioned by Jun, how are you going to deal with it? Tsuru asked. Zhangguo pondered for a moment. Then said without hesitation, give it to them, this is what Fairy Tail deserves. Chapter 115 One-to-Many 1. Under the full support of the News King Morgans, the news that Fairy Tail completely wiped out the 100 Pirates Alliance spread across the ocean like a rocket, once again setting off a wave of discussion in the world. Fairy Tail is so powerful. They are simply our saviors. Such a big figure can actually listen to the demands of ordinary people like us, it's really rare. It's much more useful to entrust Fairy Tail to something than to ask the Navy. The only problem is that there is only one Fairy Tail. When can it come to the North Sea? The lower-class civilians from all over the country were excited. The existence of Fairy Tail brought them hope, as if illuminating the dawn in the darkness. Grand Line, White Earth Island, Baldigo. This is the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, located in the center of the desert. The huge base is like an impregnable fortress. At this time, the top leaders of the Revolutionary Army gathered together, and the atmosphere in the conference room was solemn and tense. The above is all the information we have about Fairy Tail at present. Base Intelligence Control Officer Terry finished his detailed report. Eastern Army Captain Balo Betty took a deep breath and said in shock, it's incredible that Fairy Tail actually has 1 emperor and 2 generals, or even 3 generals. This lineup is too exaggerated. The furry face of Southern Army Captain Lindbergh was full of incredible expressions. I originally thought that Morgans and Fairy Tail had a close relationship, and that report was somewhat exaggerated. However, the facts are far more shocking than the report. The report on Judicial Island is not only not exaggerated, but also keeps the truth. Aokiji, the highest combat power of the Navy headquarters, was defeated in just a few minutes. No one would believe this, said Karas, captain of the 15th Captain of the Northern Army. Yes, Karas continued to analyze, Morgans probably didn't grasp the real inside story of the incident. He just couldn't wait to release his own conjecture. The world government issued a 1.5 billion bounty, obviously wanting to quickly calm the matter and prevent the world from investigating it. Balo Betty said, but in this battle, Fairy Tail has thoroughly proved their strength and foundation, enough to compete for the top of the world. Revolutionary Girl Kurla's eyes were full of surprise. Fortunately, Fairy Tail is not a pirate organization that does evil. They are the people's partners like us. Sabo, who was sitting next to Long, sat upright and said seriously, Mr. Long, let me contact Fairy Tail. If we can get them to join the revolutionary camp, it will be an unprecedented help. Kurla also said with expectation, yes, Miss Robin is also in Fairy Tail now. It would be great if we can fight side by side with them. However, the leader Long just shook his head calmly. Why? Sabo asked puzzledly. Dragon finally spoke, their cause and goals are different from ours. Sabo and Kurla both showed disappointed expressions. However, Dragon continued, although our goals are different, we all hope that the world will become a better place. As long as this does not change, we will definitely meet them at some critical point in the future. The Revolutionary Dragon is convinced of this. Sabayati Archipelago, Red Tree number 13. What's wrong? Xiaoqi, you are so sad. Didn't Fairy Tail win? This should be a good thing. Pluto Rayleigh raised his eyebrows and asked with a relaxed tone. Xiaoqi shook his head, his expression solemn, for this matter I am not surprised at all by the outcome of the incident. Then why are you still so worried? Rayleigh was even more puzzled, his eyes full of questions. It's about the 9 snakes. A few days ago, Fairy Tale President Su Yu went to the Kingdom of Women and met Hancock. Xia Qi's tone was filled with worry. What? There's this thing? How did it turn out? Rayleigh immediately sat up straight with a serious expression. Although he and Xia Qi were not officially married, they were as familiar with each other as an old couple. Rayleigh knew the history of the 9 snakes. Especially Boa Hancock and her sisters. More than a decade ago, the Fishman Tiger made a big fuss in the Holy Land of Marijoa and released many enslaved celestial dragon slaves, including the 3 Hancock sisters. Their safe return was thanks to Xia Qi's help. It can only be said that something bad almost happened. Xia Qi sighed, with a trace of fear in her eyes. In the end, there were no serious consequences, but if Hancock really killed the members of Fairy Tale, the 9 snakes would probably be completely destroyed like the 100 Groups Alliance today. 9 snakes, the Kingdom of Women. Snake Princess. The short old woman Giroliosa anxiously broke into the castle tower. Grandma, wait a moment. Boya Sandersonia and Marigold hurriedly stopped her. Mother-in-law, you are so anxious, is there something important? The Boa sisters asked in confusion. Since what happened that day, my sister has been in a bad mood. If it is not a particularly urgent matter, it is best not to disturb her. Marigold persuaded. Of course this is a big deal. Do you know what Fairy Tale just did? Giroliosa said anxiously. Fairy Tale. The Boa sisters were shocked at the same time and stopped blocking immediately. 5 minutes later, when Giroliosa told the 2 of them that Fairy Tale had completely wiped out the 100 Group Alliance, Boya Sandersonia and Marigold both widened their eyes, terrified, and their clothes were soaked with cold sweat. They finally realized that the feeling that day was not an illusion. If Boa Hancock really did something irreversible to the members of Fairy Tale, the 9 Snakes' daughter kingdom might have ceased to exist long ago. Did you hear that, Snake Princess? You must not vent your willfulness on that person again. Fairy Tale is far more terrifying than you think. Giroliosa advised earnestly. However, Boa Hancock gritted her teeth and pursed her red lips, full of dissatisfaction and anger. Even so, how can I be afraid? That man is just a man. Why do you say that I am unworthy? She kicked Giroliosa out of the window angrily. Chapter 116 One-to-Many 2. Grand Line, somewhere in the sky. The huge golden lion ship was flying in the sky, full of style, with the skull flag flying on the mast, announcing its identity, the Flying Pirates. Captain Shiki the Golden Lion, the super pirate who was once as famous as Pirate King Roger and 4 Emperors Whitebeard, now appeared in the sky of the world again. He was unlucky. In the Battle of Etvo, he was defeated by Roger due to a sudden storm. After that, he was arrested and imprisoned for making a scene at the Navy headquarters, and finally escaped at the cost of his feet. Since then, he has been lurking for nearly 20 years, planning his comeback. Boss Shiki, ordinary people can no longer stop those guys, said a pirate captain. That's right, boss, at this point, only you can deal with them. Another pirate captain added hopefully. Only you can destroy Fairy Tale. Several pirate captains knelt on the deck, begging the legendary old man in front of them. Ha 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 ha, the 5th Royal Group Fairy Tale? The name is loud, but they are too young. Shiki, the golden lion with messy hair like a lion's mane, laughed, with disdain in his voice. The pirate captains were all ecstatic when they heard this. Boss Shiki, are you agreeing? They have long been unable to do whatever they want. The existence of Fairy Tale makes them nervous all day long, fearing that someone will ask Fairy Tale for a commission and find them. However, Shiki, the golden lion, shook his head slowly, his expression cold and confident. I've been waiting for 20 years, and it doesn't matter if I wait for a while. When my plan is truly implemented, both Fairy Tale and this world will tremble under the name of the Flying Pirate. Ha 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 ha. New World, Pirate Island Hive, Rocky Port. One pirate ship after another docked, and the pirates gathered here. Wahahaha. What 5 emperors? What fairy tale? It was just a lucky win. Do you really think you are so great? Captain Wang Ji of Wufeng laughed, his tone full of contempt. Today's result is just that those weak pirates in paradise are too useless. The water in the New World is much deeper than they imagined. Fairy tale, I'm waiting for you in the New World. He laughed wildly, full of provocation and disdain for fairy tale. At the same time, the fairy tale guild. Pa pa pa, the crisp slapping sounded one after another. Woo, Daddy, it hurts, the 8-year-old Bonnie cried with tears in her eyes. President, don't be too strict with the children. Myra Jane advised distressedly. Bonnie-chan just ate a little more. Nami also pleaded for Bonnie. The other members couldn't help but wonder, given Suryu's usual personality, how could he be so angry with Bonnie? The child cares about it. Not to mention that this is his own daughter. However, Suryu was merciless, and beat more and more vigorously, pressing little Bonnie on his legs and slapping her little butt one slap after another. After more than a dozen slaps, Bonnie finally couldn't bear it anymore. Okay, I was wrong. I confess. Bonnie finally raised her hands and surrendered, crying. In the shocked eyes of Myra, Nami, and others, Bonnie wiped her tears and said, I'm sorry, everyone, I'm not the daughter of the president and Sister Arusha. As soon as this was said, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. I said, the president has only been out for a month, how could such a big daughter suddenly appear? Nami patted her chest lightly and breathed a sigh of relief. Juvia, who was still lost a second ago, suddenly recovered her vitality at this moment. But, Bonnie, how did you do it that big and small? Wei asked curiously. This is my devil fruit ability. Bonnie explained briefly. So amazing. The girls couldn't help but exclaim. Bonnie can not only change her own physical age, but also control the age of others. In other words, she has the ability to turn an adult man back to a young age. At this time, Nami, Robin, Juvia, and Myra Jane looked at each other and had a tacit plan in their minds. As several older women in the guild, they have discussed more than once how to turn the situation around when fighting Suryu. They all agreed that the reason they have been defeated repeatedly is that they have not united. If they can use Bonnie's ability to weaken Suryu, their chances of winning will be even greater. Of course, this plan will be left for later. Okay, everyone. Cheers to today's victory again, and the joining of Voltaire and Bonnie. Urza raised her glass and shouted enthusiastically. Oh! The guild's banquet was lively until late at night, and each member gradually returned to his room to rest. However, in the dead of night, some people still quietly began to act. Khalifa's room. Sitting at the dressing table, Khalifa tiredly took out her diary and prepared to record the events of the day. Suddenly, there was a gentle knock on the door. Come in. Khalifa quickly put away her diary and saw that it was Nami who came in. What's the matter, Nami? Nothing, just what you said last time. Nami glanced at Khalifa's wardrobe. Oh, that, take it, you're welcome. Khalifa said generously. Then I won't be polite, I'll return it to you when I have the chance. Nami smiled and picked a few items from Khalifa's collection, and then left the room happily. President's room. President. I have to declare in advance that this is none of my business. I came to help because everyone said it to you, and you can't spank me again after that. Bonnie said to Suryu seriously. Yet. Suryu nodded calmly. Due to the guild's reward and punishment mechanism, Suryu owed a lot of wishes. This time, Robin used a wish, so Suryu naturally had to keep his promise. Suryu was also very curious about what they wanted to do. Then, I'll start. Bonnie gently placed her hand on Suryu's chest, and a mysterious light enveloped Suryu's whole body. The next second, Silyu's figure instantly changed from a burly man to a handsome boy. Okay, my mission is completed, and it's none of my business next. Bonnie hurriedly ran away, fearing that Silyu would regret it and settle accounts with her. Hey he he. Jovia wiped the saliva from the corner of her mouth. What a lovely president. Myra Jane and Robin's eyes lit up and smiled. Okay, everyone, I'm here. Nami sorted everything out and appeared energetically. At noon the next day, Silyu stretched and walked out of the room, with a scornful smile on his lips. The surprise attack plan last night was indeed unexpected, but it was obvious that these girls were still too naive. Although his body was reduced in size, Silyu's mind was still flexible and his strength was not affected. He want to unite to bully me who has become smaller? So naive. Although they tried their best last night, they still lost miserably in the end. Silyu 1. Chapter 117 Taboo Magic 1. A week later, the Navy General Hospital. The hero Garp, who was wrapped in bandages, met the Admiral Aokiji, who was also wrapped in bandages. The two smiled at each other, although a little embarrassed, but they also understood each other tacitly. On the other side, the Navy headquarters, Marineford. The rabbit-headed warship belonging to the Admiral candidate Mamoto-jun slowly left the port with a huge sum of 10 billion berries and headed for the intersection with Fairy Tail. However, shortly after Jun set off, in the Holy Land of Marijoa, the main hall of the Five Elders was filled with a tense atmosphere. What? The Navy is going to give that man 10 billion berries. The curly-haired Five Elders, Jagalusha Satan, roared angrily, his eyes almost popping out of his frame. Quick! Let Momosegi-jun come back immediately, and we must not let the money go. The bald-scarred Five Elders shouted repeatedly. We have invested a lot of resources to promote the Demon Slayer operation, and now we have to give 10 billion to Fairy Tail for nothing? I will never allow such a thing. The blonde and golden-bearded Five Elders were indignant. What's wrong with this guy Sengoku? He didn't even report this to us. Report. The swordsman Five Elders in white training clothes turned pale. Has the Navy not been contacted yet? The white-haired and white-bearded Five Elders said calmly with an anxious tone. Yes, we have contacted Marshal Sengoku, but he said that all procedures are carried out according to normal procedures. Vice Admiral Jun also replied that she can only return after receiving an order from Marshal Sengoku. A world government official reported anxiously with cold sweat on his forehead. Rebellion. Doesn't this Navy even know its own position? Jagalusha Satan was so angry that he trembled all over. How can an official give money to a bandit? The bald-scarred Five Elders scolded. Even if this 10 billion is a waste, it can't be given to that bastard Silyu. The blonde Five Elders gritted their teeth. Let CP0 go immediately. At all costs, we must intercept this money. The Five Elders made a firm decision. Although 10 billion baileys are just a drop in the bucket for the world government, they cannot accept giving this money to Silyu for nothing. Silyu is not red-haired Shanks, and cannot take advantage of them. Fairy Tail Guild. After the carnival, the girls of Fairy Tail returned to work. Urza's team and Wendy's team set out separately, ready to complete the last few commissions of the first half of the Grand Line Paradise, and the next stop is the New World. At this moment, a familiar system prompt sound came from Silyu's mind. Ding! This is a reminder of the guild upgrade. Obviously, Urza and Wendy's team have completed a new commission. Silyu skillfully opened the system panel to check the rewards for this guild upgrade. Fairy upgrade, Forbidden Magic Purgatory Shatter loading. Oh, Silyu raised his eyebrows, with a hint of excitement on his face. Finally, Fairy Tail ushered in the second guild upgrade. However, this upgrade did not change much in appearance and scale. After all, the Fairy has surpassed the scale of large warships after the last upgrade, and giants can live safely on the ship. The real highlight of this upgrade is the upgrade of the attack system. The fairy's magic cluster gun Jupiter cannon showed great power in the battle against the 100 Regiments Alliance, and even Khalifa believed that it could compete with the ancient weapon Pluto warship. But Suyu knew in his heart that the Jupiter cannon and the Pluto cannon were not comparable. However, the forbidden magic upgraded this time, Purgatory Shattering, may really be able to match the power of Pluto. Forbidden magic is not an empty joke. When this magic circle is fully deployed, it is enough to destroy a city. Just as Suyu was thinking about how to test the power of Purgatory Shattering, Khalifa walked in front of him. "President," Khalifa said, "when are you going to start the assessment?" "Oh, I almost forgot. I can start today." Suyu nodded in response. "Is it finally about to start?" "Khalifa's entrance examination," Myra Jane said with a smile. "Come on." Perona clenched her little pink fist and cheered Khalifa. "I will definitely work hard to pass." Khalifa responded confidently, watching Suyu and Khalifa go away. Perona looked at the backs of the two people leaving, and suddenly scratched her head. "By the way, Sister Myra, does our guild have an entrance examination?" Myra Jane smiled. "The president has his own plans, so we don't have to think too much." At this moment, a weak voice came, "Sister Myra, the kitchen cleaning is done, is there anything else to do?" The one who came over was Runty, the former flying six of the beasts, wearing a white maid uniform. A week ago, she was defeated by Garp's fist-bone collision on the mammoth ship and fell into the sea. She was salvaged by Juvia and sent to Irene to strip away her devil fruit ability. Although she should have been handed over to the navy with other pirates, her amnesia gave her the opportunity to stay and become a clerk on the ship. "Thank you for your hard work, Runty-chan. Your body has not fully recovered yet. Take a good rest next," Myra Jane said gently. The endless blue sea. A magic-powered boat was speeding on the sea at a very fast speed, bringing up narrow white waves. "President, can you tell me the specific content of the assessment now?" Khalifa finally couldn't help asking. "Well, it's time to talk about it." Suyu nodded, looking serious. "Khalifa, you should also understand that our fairy tale is a service organization, and the most important job is to accept commissions and complete them. So this time, I want to test your ability to complete the commission," Suyu said seriously. Khalifa nodded, not surprised. She had long guessed that the assessment content might be related to the commissioned task. "Please rest assured, President, I will complete the task successfully." Khalifa was full of confidence. As a former top agent of CP9, executing tasks is her strong point. Suyu suppressed his smile and continued, "Since you are confident, that's good. This time you have to complete a commission to find something." As he said, Suyu took out a commission from his pocket. Khalifa looked solemn and did not dare to be careless. After all, this was the assessment task that Suyu personally selected for her, and it must not be a simple matter. She thought that she might be looking for some rare treasure, or going to an extremely dangerous place. However, the moment she opened the commission, her beautiful eyes widened, and a complex expression appeared on her pretty face. Her imagination was completely opposite to reality. "I thought it was to find precious treasures, but her task turned out to be looking for a lost pet." Chapter 118 Forbidden Magic 2. Looking for the lost swordfish blue. This is exactly the assessment task that Suyu prepared for Khalifa. "Why, are you surprised? I said that Fairy Tale is a service-oriented guild. No matter how big or small the task is, as long as you accept the commission, you must complete it seriously. Otherwise, it will damage the reputation of the guild," Suyu said seriously. Khalifa nodded and said, I understand." But she couldn't help but feel uneasy in her heart. Finding a lost pet itself is not a big problem for Khalifa. What really makes her feel stressed is the location of this mission, Water City. Swordfish Blue is a specialty of Water City, and Water City is where Khalifa has been undercover for 4 years. She has just been transferred here to perform the mission of Fairy Tale, but now she has to go back. What bothers her most is that she used to be the secretary of Water City Mayor Ispagu, and almost everyone in Water City knows her. This means that the difficulty of this mission is not only to find the pet, but also to avoid being recognized by acquaintances. Unlike Khalifa's uneasiness, Suryu's smile in his heart is almost hard to hide. He knew the origin of Khalifa and the Water City, so he specially chose this place as her assessment location. Time passed. The next day, morning. A magnificent city that seemed to be built on water appeared in the sight of Suryu and Khalifa, the Water City. President, this is for you. Khalifa took a deep breath and handed a mask to Suryu. Why did you give me the mask? Suryu asked with a smile. The president is now a celebrity in the sea. If he is found to appear in the Water City, it will definitely cause a sensation. At that time, we will not be able to complete the commission smoothly. Khalifa explained seriously. This was the rhetoric she had prepared long ago. Well, it makes sense. Suryu took the mask and put it on casually. Hey! Khalifa breathed a sigh of relief, then took out the second mask and put it on herself. Suryu raised his eyebrows. I wear a mask to avoid causing a sensation. Why do you wear it? Because it's a set, it feels like a waste if I don't wear it. Khalifa said nervously. Well, it's up to you. Suryu saw through her little thoughts and felt more interesting. Okay, let's go, President, let's start the assessment. Khalifa quickly adjusted her mood and took Suryu to the city. A quarter of an hour later, Khalifa and Suryu came to the client's restaurant. To be precise, this is a restaurant opened by the client's parents, because the one who actually issued the commission was a 10-year-old girl. When the restaurant owner and his wife learned that Fairy Tale had actually accepted the commission of their own child, they were first surprised, and then felt flattered, and hurriedly invited Suryu and Khalifa to the restaurant for dinner. However, Khalifa maintained a professional attitude, saying that the task was important and temporarily declined their kindness. Then, Khalifa took out a pen and paper and recorded in detail the appearance characteristics of the swordfish blue, the place where he disappeared, and the specific circumstances when he disappeared. The client girl looked at her expectantly, and Khalifa smiled and promised that she would definitely find her pet. After Khalifa and Suryu left the restaurant together, the restaurant owner frowned and watched them leave. Dear, do you think that girl seems a little familiar? The owner said suspiciously. Well, I also think she looks familiar, and her voice and everything are like Miss Khalifa, but I heard that she went back to her hometown to get married. Why is she here? The restaurant owner nodded and thought. Forget it, let's confirm it when we meet next time. The two exchanged a tacit look and stopped struggling for the time being. Hey, Khalifa, the boss couple just now seemed to be saying who you look like. Suryu said in surprise. They must have recognized the wrong person. Khalifa quickly denied it, and then hurriedly changed the subject. By the way, President, did I perform well just now? Not bad, quite decent. But, Khalifa, you seem to be very familiar with this place, how did you find the client's address so quickly? Suryu asked with a smile, his eyes revealing a meaningful look. Oh, actually it's because I did some homework last night. After all, this is my first assessment, of course I have to do my best. Khalifa explained with a guilty conscience. I see, then let's continue. Suryu nodded, as if he had no doubts. Khalifa breathed a sigh of relief, and continued to pretend to buy a map and began to ask around on the street. However, 2 hours later, they still found nothing. Just as Khalifa was about to go to another area to look for it, she suddenly heard a familiar voice. Ah, isn't this Miss Khalifa? Khalifa turned her head and saw a heavily made-up female shop owner walking quickly, obviously an acquaintance who knew her. Miss Khalifa, how come you're back to Water City so soon? It just so happens that my store has just received a batch of new stockings of various styles and colors. You will definitely like them, the female shopkeeper said enthusiastically. Hearing the word new stockings, Khalifa was tempted. Even as a top agent of CP9, Khalifa has her own hobbies, and her favorite is to collect stockings of various colors and styles. This secret was discovered by Nami by chance. In order to appear generous, Khalifa casually said at the time, "Take it if you need it, I can't wear it all anyway." Unexpectedly, Nami was really rude and took away more than a dozen pairs of her treasures. Whenever Khalifa saw her treasured stockings being worn into tatters, she felt very distressed. The store in front of her was exactly where she used to go. Hearing the enthusiastic greeting from the female owner, Khalifa subconsciously wanted to respond. However, when she was about to reach the door of the store, she suddenly realized that she was still on a mission, and Suyu was not far away. She hurriedly stopped and said in a low voice, "You recognized the wrong person, I am not Khalifa." Ah! The female owner was stunned and obviously did not react. Khalifa was about to take the opportunity to get away, and suddenly, there was a noise of chasing in the distance. "I tell you, when I have money, I will definitely pay it back." The voice was Barry, the shipwright of Carrera Company's #1 dock. Today, he is still avoiding creditors. Oh! Khalifa's heart sank, and she felt something was wrong. She wanted to dodge quickly, but it was too late. "Hey, isn't this Khalifa? You're back to Water City?" Mr. Espaguz said you went back to your hometown to get married. Could that be your fiancé over there? Barry said as he waved at Suyu, who was not far away. Chapter 119, Torturing Celestial Dragons 1. Isn't this Khalifa? Mr. Espaguz said you went back to your hometown to get married. Why are you back again? You didn't even notify everyone when you came back. Barry, a ship's engineer, recognized Khalifa wearing a mask without hesitation. After all, they had worked in the same company for 4 years. Are you here to inform us to attend the wedding? Don't worry, although I'm very poor, I can't miss the money for the gift. I'll make it up for you even if I have to borrow money at high interest rates. Barry continued happily. Khalifa. Since returning to the Water City, Khalifa's most worried thing has finally happened. She met the person she least wanted to meet. You recognized the wrong person, I'm not the Khalifa you said. Khalifa lowered her voice and tried to struggle for the last time. Hey! Barry looked at her suspiciously for a moment, and suddenly reacted, patting his head and said, Oh, I understand. So your fiancé is here too, you don't want him to misunderstand, so you said that. Barry's eyes swept to Suyu, who was wearing the same mask under the shade of a tree not far away, and waved to him and said hello. Hey, brother, I am Khalifa's former colleague, definitely not an ex-boyfriend, don't misunderstand me. Barry. Shut up. Khalifa was completely anxious. Ha ha ha, forget it, I'll leave first, they're catching up. Barry laughed and ran again, and the sound of his footsteps running away from the creditors came from a distance. At the same time, the female owner of the stockings shop next to her also confirmed Khalifa's identity, smiled and nodded, saying, It's Miss Khalifa. This figure, this perfume smell, I'm not mistaken, Miss Khalifa, you used to be a frequent customer of our store, and the pair of stockings you are wearing were also bought in my store. Khalifa sighed helplessly and had given up struggling. She could no longer defend herself and could only admit the reality. Hey, Khalifa, you are really familiar with Shui Ji. Suyu walked forward leisurely, smiling. President, Khalifa was about to explain something, but was interrupted by the female owner. Sir, you are Miss Khalifa's fiancé, right? Mr. Barry said so just now, come in and take a look. Miss Khalifa is a frequent customer of our store, why don't you pick a few new styles for her as a gift? The female owner did not hide her enthusiasm, obviously wanting to take the opportunity to sell her products. Khalifa thought Suyu would refuse without hesitation, but she didn't expect Suyu to think about it seriously and nodded in agreement unexpectedly. Wow! This gentleman is so generous. The female shopkeeper was excited to introduce her products further, but she didn't expect Suyu to wave his hand and said directly, "No need to say, pack up all the styles in your store." Suyu acted very generous. His is a disposable consumable, and not only Khalifa likes it, Nami, Robin, Myra, Juvia, and Vivi, Wendy and others also like it. Buy more and everyone will have a share. Anyway, we are not short of money. He threw 2 stacks of banknotes on the counter and said lightly, "This is a deposit, pack the things for me first, we will come to pick them up later, and pay the balance by the way." "Yes. Yes. Sir, you are so generous." The female shopkeeper was excited and rubbed her hands repeatedly. "Miss Khalifa is so lucky to find a fiancé who loves you so much, and she will be very happy in the future." Hearing the female shopkeeper's compliments, Khalifa couldn't hold it anymore. Her cheeks flushed, and she ran away like a fugitive, not daring to stay any longer. After a while, Khalifa finally calmed down and whispered, "President, I'm sorry, I hid something." "Oh? So are you ready to confess now?" Suyu asked with a smile, in a gentle tone. "Yeah." Khalifa nodded. "Well, let's find a bar and sit down and talk slowly." Suyu took the lead. Not long after, Suyu took Khalifa to a remote bar with a sign that read Bruno's Bar. "It looks good here. Although it's not luxurious, it's just right for me." Suyu nodded with satisfaction and pushed the door open. At this time, Khalifa froze again when she saw the bar sign. Bruno's Bar. This bar is exactly where her former colleague and CP9 member run by Bruno. She was on the verge of collapse. It was like seeing a ghost. Why did she choose this place? Although she was extremely resistant, Khalifa still had to bite the bullet and follow in. Ding-ling. As the doorbell rang, Khalifa followed Suyu into the bar. Welcome Bruno was welcoming guests, and he stopped talking halfway. He was surprised when he recognized Khalifa, and Khalifa immediately winked. Bruno, who was also CP9, instantly understood what Khalifa meant, and also realized that Suyu's identity was extraordinary. The shock in his heart was like a raging sea, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. "President, what do you want to drink?" "I'll help you order." Khalifa asked naturally, trying to ease the tense atmosphere on the scene. "A glass of rum." Suyu answered casually. "Okay, I'll go to order, and by the way, ask the owner if there is any clue about Bruno." Khalifa took the opportunity to walk to the bar. While ordering, Khalifa and Bruno began to communicate through CP9's unique encrypted gestures. Khalifa gestured quickly on her fingers, "I'm on a mission, be careful." Bruno understood and said on the surface, "I haven't seen this Bruno, but I will help you keep an eye out." The finger also quickly replied, "Understood, everything is done as you say." Although the two people's little actions were secretive, Suyu naturally saw it, but he didn't intend to expose it. "Thank you, owner." Khalifa returned to Suyu with the wine and handed him one of the glasses. "In fact, President, I worked in Water City for 4 years before. I was the secretary of Ispagu, the president of Carrera Company." Khalifa finally plucked up the courage and confessed her past. "Oh, that's it. Then why did you leave? Why do you want to join our fairy tale?" Suyu smiled and asked back, with a relaxed tone. "Because fairy tale once saved my hometown, so I want to repay fairy tale and hope to pass on this kindness." Khalifa used Vivi's story template, a perfectly fabricated story. This story is not only true and credible, but fairy tale did save the hometown she described. The world government has also arranged everything in case of such a situation. I am worried that if I tell you directly, you will say that you don't need it, so I concealed it. I'm sorry. Khalifa lowered her head and said nervously. After hearing this, Yu smiled with relief, reached out and gently stroked her head, and comforted her. It doesn't matter, as long as you are honest, you are a good child. Do you have anything else to confess? No, no more. Khalifa shook her head and breathed a sigh of relief. Since there is nothing, forget it. It's almost time to rest, let's continue the mission. Yu stood up. Khalifa followed closely behind, and breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. Chapter 120 Torture of Celestial Dragons 2. Another 3 hours passed in a blink of an eye. Around noon, Khalifa shouted excitedly by the river, "Found it! This is the blue that the client is looking for." This swordfish that had been lost for several days finally showed up, and it was not accidental to find it. In fact, there was a group of people silently helping behind the scenes, especially the agents of CP9, who secretly promoted the progress of the mission throughout the whole process. Hey, it's finally over. I hope Khalifa's assessment can be completed smoothly. Keku, a ship engineer and CP9 member, wiped the sweat from his forehead and sighed. The president of the fairy tale, the 5 emperors. That person is so scary. Bruno stood aside, still frightened when he recalled the meeting just now. At the same time, Rob Lucci, with a pigeon on his shoulder, looked calm. We should go back. Keku and Lucci thought that this meeting with Yu would be short-lived, but the development of things was far beyond their expectations. Lucci, Keku, where have you been? Mr. Ispagu is hosting a banquet to entertain Khalifa and her fiancé. Come over and support Khalifa. In the distance, the ship's master worker Barry called out loudly. Lucci and Keku. Khalifa's fiancé? Who? 5 emperors. Yu? What if this is exposed? Lucci and Keku looked at each other. Carrera Company, Banquet Hall. Ispagu carefully prepared a feast. The table was full of people, including Yu and Khalifa. However, Khalifa, who was sitting at the table, was completely confused. She had originally completed the task of finding the swordfish blue, thinking that she could quickly leave this place of trouble, but fate tricked her into meeting Barry again. Hearing that Ispagu was hosting a banquet, Khalifa wanted to refuse, but Yu accepted the invitation first. The president had spoken, so Khalifa could no longer raise objections and could only come here. During the dinner, the ship's engineer Barry raised his glass and laughed, "Ha ha ha, I toast you, my friend. We are all Khalifa's former colleagues, and we are all family. You are Khalifa's fiancé, don't be mysterious, show us your face, how about that?" Yu smiled and asked back, "Do you really want to see it?" "Of course. We all want to see what kind of man Khalifa, who has such high standards, has chosen. You know, there are so many outstanding young people in our company, but Khalifa didn't like any of them. Right, Lucci, Keku?" Ship's engineer Dalston said. Lucci and Keku were forced to agree yes, yes. Yu smiled helplessly and pulled off the mask. The next second, Yu revealed his true face, and the entire banquet hall fell into silence. Barry froze, and Dalston slid under the table in shock, while Lucci and Keku pretended to be shocked and widened their eyes. President Ispagu was even more stunned and couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. The president of Fairy Tale 5 Emperors Yu, Khalifa's fiancé, turned out to be. Ispagu finally found his voice and asked excitedly and puzzledly, "Khalifa, your fiancé turned out to be the president of Fairy Tale. But didn't you say you would go back to your hometown to get married? How could you be with Fairy Tale?" Facing the questions of her former colleagues, Khalifa wanted to defend herself, but the ship's engineer Barry suddenly slapped his thigh, as if he had thought of something. "I understand," Barry said. Khalifa's statement of returning to her hometown to get married was fake. In fact, she resigned and went to meet the president because she fell in love with Yu, the 5th emperor in the news, at first sight, right? Khalifa was tangled in her heart, but she had to bite the bullet and agree, yes yes. Suyu smiled and broke the awkward atmosphere, saying, Khalifa's work in the guild is very good. She can have such performance thanks to her experience in Carrera Company. As soon as he said this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and Barry and other ship workers also laughed and agreed. Ispagu raised his glass and said, Okay, don't be stunned, let's eat, it's not good to wait until it gets cold. Then, the atmosphere became more and more heated, and the ship workers took advantage of the alcohol to toast Suyu. President Suyu, I toast you a glass. Being able to drink with the president of Fairy Tale is really something I can brag about in my life. Under Suyu's approachable attitude, the atmosphere of the banquet became relaxed and pleasant, and everyone enjoyed themselves. Time passed quickly. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Suyu and Khalifa said goodbye to everyone and prepared to embark on the return journey. Back on the boat, Khalifa sat next to Suyu, looking a little embarrassed. President, thank you so much today. Suyu smiled and said, Thank you. There's no need. Then, he gently lifted Khalifa's chin and looked at her playfully. President, don't be like this. Khalifa subconsciously wanted to avoid it, but was hugged by Suyu. Didn't you tell everyone that I'm your fiancé? Suyu chuckled and hugged her with both hands. Khalifa felt nervous and closed her eyes, thinking that this might be a sacrifice that must be made in the undercover mission. However, just as she gradually relaxed and prepared to accept all this, Suyu suddenly stopped. Sure enough, forget it. Suyu let her go and said easily. Why? Khalifa couldn't help asking, feeling a little lost in her heart. She was clearly ready, but she didn't expect Suyu to suddenly stop. This feeling of neither up nor down made her very uncomfortable. Suyu casually said, I drank a little before, let's take a break. Khalifa was very depressed, but she could only mutter a few words in her heart, and finally didn't say anything more. 2 days later, Suyu and Khalifa returned to the ferry, and happened to meet Myra Jane and Perona, who had completed the handover mission. Although they encountered some enemies who wanted to get their hands on the 10 billion bounty along the way, they were easily solved by Jun and Urza. Another week later, Urza and Wendy's team also returned one after another, and the commissions of the first half of the Grand Line finally came to an end. Fairy Tale is ready to move to the new world. 5 days later, the ferry arrived at the Sabayati archipelago. Looking at the colorful island in the distance, Suyu's thoughts were full of thoughts. As a time traveler, he had 2 things in mind that he had to do. The first was to go to the Rip Bar in the 13th Red Tree to meet the former Emperor of the 9 Snakes, Xiaoqi, and the legendary pirate Pluto Rayleigh. Secondly, of course, it is to deal with the Celestial Dragons. Killing Celestial Dragons is almost a compulsory course for all time travelers, especially in this world. As the saying goes, if you don't kill Celestial Dragons in one piece, it's a waste of time. Just as Suyu was thinking about these things, the ferry docked. What's more, the commission to kill Celestial Dragons also arrived as expected. Chapter 121 Killing Celestial Dragons 1. Sabayati Archipelago. The terminal of the first half of the Grand Line Paradise, adjacent to the Red Earth continent. The beautiful bubble scene of the Sabayati Archipelago gradually came into view. Nami looked into the distance excitedly, feeling the fresh sea breeze, and couldn't wait to say, Ah, I can finally see the Sabayati Archipelago. There are bubbles everywhere, just like the rumors. Waiwei also recalled the Sabayati Park she had visited, and said with nostalgia, Sabayati Park is really fun. I must take everyone there once if I have the chance. Robin reminded on the side, everyone should remember that the mangrove area from 1 to 30 is a no-go zone, and it is very dangerous there. Bonnie's eyes were shining, and her face was full of expectation. What about food? Any delicious recommendations? Robin lived up to expectations and handed over a detailed restaurant ranking list. Here is a list of restaurants and dishes recommended by travelers. Nami was not to be outdone, and couldn't wait to ask, is there a list of shopping streets? Yes. Robin handed her the information about the shopping street, and Nami and Waiwei immediately felt like they had found a treasure and looked through it with great interest. Suyu gave everyone in Fairy Tale 100 million berries as activity funds, although Nami still owed nearly 2 billion in debt, but she was not in a hurry to pay it back. Especially after hearing that Suyu spent money lavishly in the Water City and rented a store, she also wanted to try the feeling of spending money lavishly. Erza was interested in the weapon store and asked, "Robin, do you have any weapon stores to recommend?" Robin smiled and handed over a list of weapon stores, reminding, "There are several stores, but the quality of the weapons may not be very high." Erza took it indifferently, "It doesn't matter, I just like it." In the heated discussion, Myra Jane noticed Khalifa's worries and asked with concern, "Khalifa, you look a little uneasy, what happened?" Khalifa shook her head, but couldn't help reminding, "Everyone, I have to say something important. The Sabayati archipelago is adjacent to the Red Earth continent, and the world's nobles, the celestial dragons, often come here to play. No matter what, everyone must avoid conflicts with them." Celestial dragons. Juvia, Wendy, and Xiaolulu looked at each other blankly, not quite knowing what the celestial dragons were. Bonnie said with a look of disdain, "The celestial dragons? They are the most disgusting scum in the world." Robin explained in detail, "The celestial dragons are the descendants of the 20 kings who established the world government 800 years ago. They call themselves descendants of God. They have the highest privileges in the world and regard ordinary people as inferior beings." Hearing this, the atmosphere on the ship became a little heavy. Although they had not seen the celestial dragons in person, everyone had a strong disgust for this privileged class. Erza asked puzzledly, "Since the celestial dragons are such a terrible existence, why haven't we received any commissions to attack them?" Khalifa took over the conversation and explained, "Because no one dares to do so, even if they just have this idea, it is a great sin. Once the world government knows that someone has proposed a commission to attack the celestial dragons, that person will face a catastrophe." The girls looked at Suyu, waiting for his response. Suyu smiled slightly and said calmly, "Just have fun, don't think too much about other things." His words were like a reassurance, instantly dispelling all the haze. "Yeah, screw the celestial dragons, just be happy." While talking, the outline of the Sabayati archipelago has clearly come into view. At the same time, the noise near the port is getting louder and louder. "Oh my god! What is that? Why is it so bright? This light is so bright that it's hard to open your eyes. Wait, that's gold. That's right, a big bell tower made of gold. What a joke! A big golden bell tower? It's really made of gold. No way, there is only one person with a big golden bell tower in this sea. Fairy tale. 5 Emperors Suyu is here." The Sabayati port was boiling for a while, and all eyes were cast on the bell tower shining with golden light. "Oh no! Fairy Tale is not here to find me, right? Could it be that someone paid Fairy Tale to catch me? Is the ship's coating ready? It doesn't matter if the coating is not ready, let's run for our lives. It seems that we can't stay on this island anymore, we have to find a place to hide." The pirates were extremely panicked and wanted to run for their lives. For any pirate in the first half of the Grand Line, Fairy Tale is their biggest nightmare. Since the last time Fairy Tale defeated the 100 Group Alliance in one fell swoop, no pirate dared to easily offend the majesty of the fairies. Now, seeing the Fairy Tale approaching Shampoo Land, greed has long been replaced by fear. Those who can escape are trying to escape, and those who can't find time are quickly hiding in a corner, for fear of being targeted by Fairy Tale. "Are you scared and running away so quickly?" "I was planning to stretch my muscles." Erza looked at the pirates who had disappeared without a trace, sighed lightly, and put down the sword she had been holding tightly. She was righteous, and she would never show mercy to pirates even if she had no commission. "I'll be the first to go ashore." Nami jumped off the boat excitedly and was the first to step on the land of Shampoo Land. Vivi and Wendy followed closely behind. Xiaolulu, the ground here is soft and comfortable to step on, Wendy said excitedly, leaning down to feel the unique touch. Ga. Kalu flapped his wings happily, flying in the air, and popped floating bubbles with his beak. President, let me take care of the ship, Myra Jane said, standing beside Suyu. No need, Myra, you can go and play too. Suyu waved his hand to refuse, smiling. After the second upgrade, the ferry, in addition to the powerful purgatory-shattering magic system, has also added many new functions. For example, the lock ship function: as long as the ship is locked, no one except members with the guild emblem can board the ship. Okay, everyone is free to move around next. Suyu hadn't finished speaking when a decadent young man with a beard stumbled in front of them. Are you from Fairy Tale? He asked breathlessly. What's the matter? Myra Jane asked gently. I have an emergency. My fiancée was kidnapped. Please, save her, help me bring her back. I'll give you money. The young man trembled and took out a small pile of change from his pocket and handed it forward eagerly. Robin stepped forward with a calm expression. Sorry, we don't accept commissions involving emotional disputes. If you really want to win her back, you have to work hard on your own to make yourself better. Nami comforted. Fairy Tale never takes on such complicated emotional disputes. In their opinion, this is a case of being abandoned. The poor man who was abandoned by the gods was filled with despair. It is difficult for a judge to judge family affairs. Such a commission does not conform to their work tenet. Chapter 122: Explosive Killing of Celestial Dragons 2. No. The decadent man suddenly shouted, his voice trembling, his eyes full of helplessness. No matter how I change myself, she will never come back. Once she falls into that hell, she can never be saved. His face was full of tears, and his despair was distressing. The girls of Fairy Tale looked at each other, puzzled. Who took away your fiancé? Suyu asked lightly. Yes, the man's face suddenly turned pale, as if he was extremely frightened. After a moment, he finally mustered up the courage and answered in a low voice, so low that it was almost inaudible. Celestial dragons. Calipha's face changed drastically in an instant, and the ominous premonition that had been shrouding her heart finally came true. As soon as she set foot on Sabayati Island, the troubles related to the celestial dragons came. She knew very well that something big would definitely happen on the island this time. Fairy Tale couldn't just sit back and watch this kind of thing. What she never expected was that it would be related to the celestial dragons. Celestial dragons! Nami and the others finally reacted. They had thought it was just an ordinary emotional dispute before, but they didn't expect that snatching was literally kidnapping. Robin once told them that celestial dragons often kidnapped women they liked on the street, and didn't take other people's lives seriously at all. If that's the case, we can't just stand by and watch, Urza said firmly. Myra. Suyu just greeted gently. Myra Jane immediately handed over paper and pen. The decadent man took it, hesitated and struggled for a moment, and finally wrote down the commission with trembling. Okay, the commission is officially established. Suyu's tone was calm, but every word was sonorous. President, leave this to me, Urza volunteered. No need. Suyu waved his hand, picked up the power of attorney, and handed it to the stunned Calipha. This commission will be handed over to Calipha as the final assessment before she joins the club. You should be okay, right, Calipha? Suyu asked with a smile. No problem. Calipha mechanically agreed, but a storm of emotions suddenly rose in her heart. How could it be okay? This mission involves the world's noble celestial dragons. As a CP agent, she knows what it means to confront the celestial dragons. If this goes wrong, the consequences will be disastrous. Everyone can move freely. As for this mission, leave it to Khalifa. I believe she can handle it properly. Suyu said slowly. Since the president said so, we are relieved. Nami smiled easily. Come on, Miss Khalifa. Then let's go play. The girls of Fairy Tale cheered and went to enjoy the bubble world of Shampooland in groups. The decadent man who was the client quietly slipped away. He was not as desperate as before, but seemed very eager to get away. Suyu looked at all this, and understood it in his heart, but he didn't take it to heart. For him, torturing the celestial dragons was a traditional project for time travelers, and this was also the perfect opportunity for Khalifa's assessment mission. Okay, Khalifa, let's get started. After completing this mission, you can officially join Fairy Tale. Suyu smiled and described a beautiful future for her. Yes, I understand, Khalifa responded weakly, but deep in her heart she was praying that the celestial dragons had left Shabayati and she would not meet them. But things often go against one's wishes. Shabayati Archipelago, Shopping Street. In a high-end women's clothing store, Nami was full of pride, pointing to several rows of clothes and said loudly, these, and those, all packed up. Just as she was immersed in the pleasure of squandering, the street outside suddenly began to commotion. Hey? Why are you all kneeling down? Perona asked curiously. It's the celestial dragons, they're coming. The female shop owner's face turned pale in an instant, and she knelt on the ground in a hurry. Celestial dragon. Myra and Juvia looked at each other, then looked out the door. At the end of the street, a celestial dragon wearing a bubble mask sat on a scarred slave, looking arrogant, as if everything was under his feet. Guests, hide quickly, don't let Saint Charlos see you. You are so beautiful, he may snatch you away. Several girls have been taken away. The female shopkeeper reminded anxiously in a low voice. Hearing this, the expressions of the fairy tale girls suddenly turned cold. It seems that this is the celestial dragon in the commission. Robin said lightly. Although the president gave the task to Khalifa, now that we have met him, we can't just sit back and watch. Nami raised her eyebrows and said. That's right, only when we finish the task earlier can we go shopping with the president. Juvia nodded excitedly, her eyes full of fighting spirit. The few of them hit it off and didn't take the celestial dragon seriously at all. Hey, celestial dragon! Release those girls you kidnapped. Nami rushed forward and blocked the celestial dragon's way. Myra, Juvia, Perona, Vivi and Robin followed closely behind, with great momentum. The people on both sides of the street saw this scene, all of them turned pale with fear, kneeling on the ground and not daring to breathe. The celestial dragon Charlos was also stunned by the sudden appearance of Nami and others. However, when he saw this clearly, when he saw the appearance of these girls, his face immediately showed a greedy and excited expression. What beautiful women! Even more beautiful than the ones I snatched a few days ago. I want them all. Guards, quickly capture them and bring them back to Marijoa to be my wives. Charlos was so excited that he danced with joy. Hearing these words, even the usually gentle Marajana's face turned cold instantly. Don't do it yet. Hurry up. Charlos saw that the guards were hesitant to move, and he yelled anxiously. But the butler of the celestial dragon guards showed fear and stammered, Saint Charlos, then they are fairy tale. On weekdays, relying on their status as celestial dragons, these guards can be lawless, but this does not mean that they don't know the importance of the matter. As the fifth royal group of the sea, fairy tale is an existence that is strictly prohibited from being provoked. If they offend them, it will be fine if they can't save their lives. If something happens to the celestial dragons, their entire family will be implicated. Fairy tale? What is that? It doesn't matter, just take them away. Charlos didn't care at all, took out a golden pistol, and shot his butler to death without hesitation. This guy is simply disgusting. Nami gritted her teeth, furious, and raised her hand to prepare to take action. But at this moment, Suryu's voice sounded slowly, "Wait, Nami, don't forget, this mission is Calipha's." "President." Juvia instantly stuck to Suryu. Suryu patted her head, and then said to Calipha, "Go, now is your chance to show yourself." Yes, Calipha's face was pale, her mind was in a mess, but she could only bite the bullet and agree. "Another beauty is here. Take this one away too." Charlos didn't realize that he was on the verge of death. His eyes were shining, and he walked towards Calipha, stretched out his dirty hands to grab her. "What are you waiting for? This is the critical moment for you to join the guild." Suryu's voice, with invisible pressure, hit Calipha's heart heavily. This reminder woke her up from the chaos. She raised her head suddenly, and a trace of anger flashed in her eyes. "You dirty pig, don't touch me!" Calipha shouted angrily, raised her long legs suddenly, and kicked the head of the celestial dragon Charlos fiercely. Boom! Chapter 123 Celestial Dragon Death 1. The celestial dragons, as the world's nobles, have enjoyed supreme privileges for 800 years. They are the descendants of the 20 royal families who established the world government back then, and Calipha, as a CP9 agent who has been trained by the world government since childhood, has long been instilled with a set of unconditional loyalty to the celestial dragons and serving the world government. Her life goal has always been to become a member of CP0, the strongest shield of the celestial dragons. In theory, as a CP agent, she should take it as her responsibility to protect the celestial dragons. However, the reality at this moment has made her stand on the position of being an enemy of the celestial dragons. Along the way, Calipha's contradictions and fears deepened. She kept praying that she would not really meet the celestial dragons. However, fate always likes to play tricks on people. The thing she feared most finally came. When Suryu's voice came again, urging her to take action, Calipha felt that her mind was blank, and her inner sense of mission and the task requirements were in fierce conflict. The celestial dragon Charlos's dirty hands were gradually approaching, and this scene became the last straw that overwhelmed her reason. At the moment when her consciousness almost completely collapsed, Calipha's body reacted instinctively. She suddenly raised her slender legs, like a battle axe, and chopped heavily at Charlos's head. Pop! The bubble cover on Charlos's head broke instantly, his head was sunken, and then he knelt on the ground, his knees shattered instantly. The dead fish-like eyes almost jumped out of the eye sockets, blood gushed out of the mouth, and the tongue was broken due to excessive biting, and blood splattered. He let out a shrill howl like a pig being slaughtered, but because his tongue was bitten off, his shouting was unclear. The guards of the celestial dragons instantly understood the meaning of his wailing. "Asshole! How dare you attack Saint Charlos? Do you know who you are messing with? That's the celestial dragon, the descendant of God." They shouted loudly, trying to intimidate Calipha. Calipha's heart suddenly sank, and her head was buzzing. When she realized what she had just done, and realized that she had actually hit the celestial dragon, fear suddenly swept over her body. Her face instantly lost color, and unprecedented despair and panic swallowed her like waves. She felt like a small boat in a storm, swaying in the huge waves of fate, and could be destroyed at any time. Just as she was about to fall into the abyss, a warm big hand gently rested on her shoulder. That hand was warm and powerful, like a harbor in a storm, giving her incomparable peace of mind and support. Suryu's voice was calm and firm. "Is the celestial dragon a god? Is he the god of scum or the god of pigs? Who gave him the title of god?" His calm voice was like thunder, shocking everyone present. The leader of the guards was terrified and stammered, "Heaven, the celestial dragon was 800 years ago." Before he finished speaking, Suryu had already kicked him. Puff! Blood splattered, and Charlos's head fell off, rolling to the feet of the guards. "World nobles? In front of me, the celestial dragons are nothing," Suryu said coldly, his voice calm and full of majesty. At this moment, his domineering aura was irresistible. At this moment, the huge street fell into a dead silence. Then, the crowd around suddenly burst into a terrified cry. Ah! The celestial dragon! The celestial dragon was killed! Fairy Tale actually killed the celestial dragon! The 5th Emperor Su did such a thing! It's over! The Admiral of the Navy will definitely come! The civilians kneeling on both sides of the street instantly fell into an uncontrollable panic, shouting loudly and desperately fleeing. The civilians were already walking on thin ice because of the existence of the celestial dragon, and now, a celestial dragon was beheaded in public, which was tantamount to triggering the deepest fear in their hearts. At the same time, the guards of the celestial dragon Charlos also completely collapsed. Saint Charlos! He was actually killed. We are finished this time. Not only him, but we will also die. We failed to protect the celestial dragons. We can't survive if we go back. We will die. The captain of the guard team had a sullen face, knowing that there was no turning back. He gripped his weapon tightly, as if he had made some kind of determination. If you don't want your family to be implicated, then be prepared to sacrifice. He roared and launched a desperate attack, as if this would give him a decent ending. However, Su didn't care about these poor guards at all. Hey 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 hey! With Perona's laughter, the white ghost quickly passed through the bodies of those guards. They knelt on the ground one by one, their faces ashen, and completely lost the will to fight. Hey, I almost forgot that I should let Perona use the Spirit Dragon Slayer magic first. It's really too easy to kill them directly like this. Su whispered to himself. Perona easily used her ability to make these guards completely collapse, and the guards quickly explained the whereabouts of several innocent women recently kidnapped by the celestial dragon Charlos. Myra Jane gently comforted the rescued women, "Don't be afraid, it's safe now." A girl asked timidly, "Are you from Fairy Tale?" Nami smiled and nodded, "Yes, it should be one of your fiancés who entrusted us to rescue you." However, the three girls looked at each other, obviously knowing nothing about it. "Fiancé? I don't have a fiancé." "Me too." The last remaining girl also shook her head to deny it. Hearing this, Vivi was stunned. "Hey! It seems that we have been used by someone," Robin said in a low voice with a solemn face. Juvia's heart tightened. "What's going on?" Robin analyzed. The man who claims to be the client is probably not the real one who is asking for help. He is instructed by someone to deliberately provoke a conflict between us and the celestial dragons and to intensify the conflict between us and the Navy and the government. Myra Jane understood instantly, and her pretty face sank. "So this is a plot to kill with a borrowed knife." Khalifa murmured in despair, "The Admiral of the Navy CP0 will also come if you don't leave quickly." Nami patted her shoulder indifferently and said with a smile, "Don't be afraid, what about the Admiral of the Navy? It's just a defeated general under the chairman's hands." Juvia nodded in agreement, "Yes, compared to the Navy, I want to know who is behind us now." Su smiled slightly and glanced at Khalifa, who was a little absent-minded. "We can deal with other things slowly. Now, send Khalifa back to the guild to rest, she needs to take a good rest." Chapter 124 Celestial Dragons Die Too. When the news of the killing of celestial dragons spread rapidly throughout the Sabayati archipelago, the entire island fell into unprecedented chaos. Madmen! Really crazy! Fairy Tale is simply a crazy guild. Who dares to take the initiative to cause trouble for celestial dragons? Not to mention killing celestial dragons. It's over now. Celestial dragons died here, and Sabayati will set off a storm. The Admiral of the Navy will definitely come. This place will soon become a battlefield. Retreat quickly, the sooner the better. The pirates on the island were in a panic, scrambling to start the ship, fearing that they would be involved in this disaster. "Captain, should we leave quickly?" a crew member asked in panic. "Leave? Why should we leave? It's not us who killed the celestial dragons." The handsome Cavendish disagreed. and even had a smile on his lips. But if the celestial dragons are dead, the admiral will definitely come, and the island is destined to be turned upside down. Hearing this, Cavendish's eyes suddenly flashed with excitement. Turning upside down? Doesn't that mean that I also have the opportunity to make the headlines and become the focus of the world's attention? The crew members collapsed and shouted, "Captain, don't!" The chaos in Chabayati continued, and in a hidden corner of the island, a secret deal was taking place. Den Den Mushi rang. "Lord Doflamingo, Fairy Tale killed the celestial dragons. The mission you assigned has been completed," the decadent man reported nervously. Phew, it's really beyond my expectation. Fairy Tale is indeed crazier than I thought." Doflamingo laughed lowly. "Lord Doflamingo, I completed the mission, then my family bang." A gunshot cut through the darkness, and a bullet passed through the dark alley, accurately hitting the man's temple, instantly smashing his head into pieces. The sniper hundreds of meters away smiled contemptuously, "Only the dead can keep secrets." However, the next second, bang! A bullet silently penetrated the sniper's head. "You know too much." Another cold voice dissipated in the darkness. At the same time, a shrill alarm suddenly sounded in the Marine headquarters, Marineford. "Nanny! What did you say?" Marshal Sengoku's hoarse shouting echoed in the hall of the Marine headquarters. "Fairy Tale, they killed a celestial dragon in the Sabayati archipelago." Sengoku fell into a chair as if he had been drained of strength, with a complicated expression. Not long ago, he felt vaguely uneasy because of the landing of Fairy Tale in Sabayati, and had a premonition that something might go wrong. But he never expected that things would deteriorate so quickly and to such a serious extent. Celestial dragons, the symbol of the world government, enjoy all the privileges in the world, and one of the duties of the Navy is to provide them with protection. No matter how brutal the celestial dragons are, the Navy cannot interfere, and must do its best to protect and shelter them. If a choice needs to be made between the celestial dragons and countless civilians, the Navy will choose to save the celestial dragons without hesitation. This is their mission. However, now, a celestial dragon has been killed, and the killer is Suyu, the president of Fairy Tale. This is undoubtedly the biggest provocation to the Navy and the world government. This is not just an ordinary conflict. This means that the relationship between the Navy and Fairy Tale, which was eased by the 10 billion bounty, has been completely destroyed. Both sides are destined to be at odds with each other. Brew brew brew. The Den Den Mushi keeps ringing. Zhang Guo knows without answering that it is pressure from the government and the Celestial Dragon family, requiring the Navy Admiral to move out quickly. Is there any other way? Is there any way to ease it? No, there is absolutely no way. Marshal Zhang Guo leaned back in his chair, like a desperate salted fish. Marshal Sengoku, the 5 elders have issued an order for the general to attack. Please make a decision as soon as possible. Green-haired Brigadier General Branya reported anxiously. Who else is in the headquarters now? Sengoku asked weakly. Yes, General Kuzan and Vice Admiral Garp went on vacation together a few days ago. Mr. Sakaski is still in the New World. Only General Kizaru remains in the headquarters. A moment later, General Kizaru came to the Marshal's office with his usual lazy attitude. Mr. Sengoku, don't worry. I have Kuzan's life card and can bring him back immediately. Kizaru promised righteously. I let you go. Sengoku said coldly. Kizaru was silent for a while. His heart was full of rejection. He just wanted to live a leisurely life of working from 9 to 5 and slacking off. Now he was asked to face Fairy Tale? What a joke! Kuzan's tragic end is still vivid in my mind. Borsellino, this time I can only rely on you. Sengoku handed the task to Kizaru with a serious tone. Well, please give me a little time, Mr. Sengoku. I had a stomachache at noon. I feel a little pain. I really need to go to the toilet. Kizaru covered his stomach and found an excuse to slip away. Veins popped out on Sengoku's forehead. This lazy guy was really procrastinating. It was so hard to do something serious. That's it, Marshal Sengoku, I'm going to have diarrhea first. Kizaru quickly fled the scene after elementalization. Half an hour later. Borsellino, did you fall into the toilet? Sengoku roared, extremely impatient. Soon. Kizaru's voice came weakly. Another half an hour passed. Mr. Kizaru, the celestial dragon Saint Risward said that if you don't come out, he will go in. A naval colonel reported helplessly. Splash! With the sound of flushing, Kizaru finally came out of the bathroom. Yeah, here I come. At the same time, the Sabayati archipelago fell into complete chaos. The ferry activated the flight mode and flew in the air. President Urza and Wendy flew onto the deck one after another and looked at Suyu eagerly. What happened? I heard that the president killed the celestial dragon. Urza looked puzzled. That's true. Myra Jane nodded, and then recounted the whole story of the client's incident. I see. Urza nodded after listening, without a trace of panic on her face. So are we ready to leave Sabayati? But Bonnie and Altair are still in the food court, not in this direction. No. Juvia shook her head. The president said we are going to meet someone, she may help us find out who is behind this matter. Nami explained. Who is it? Wendy asked curiously. We are almost there. Suyu looked ahead and smiled. Sabayati Archipelago, number 13 Red Tree. Syaki Extortion Bar, here we are. Chapter 125 Rayleigh is shocked 1. In the Sabayati Archipelago, high above the number 13 mangrove, a lonely little bar seems somewhat out of place on this noisy island. This is the holy place for time travelers to check in, Syaki Blackmail Bar. The wind is really noisy today, Syachi, what happened on the island? At the bar, Pluto Rayleigh, dressed in flowered shorts and slippers, leaned leisurely, but also felt the restless atmosphere outside. Of course, Fairy Tale is here. Syachi raised the corner of his mouth a smile, the tone was relaxed but with some deep meaning. Oh? Fairy Tale has arrived. Rayleigh smiled slightly, it seems that my old craft, coding, finally has a place to use. He couldn't help but think that if Fairy Tale came, they should be preparing to go to the New World, and one of the two ways to the New World is to need the help of him, an old coding craftsman. And the other way is to abandon the ship and climb the Red Soil continent. However, Syachi shook her head, the coding matter will probably be postponed. Rayleigh was stunned and looked at her in confusion, what happened? Fairy Tale is really well deserved. Their style of doing things is simply lawless. Syachi sighed with a smile. Rayleigh smiled, oh? What big move did they make this time? Just now, they killed a celestial dragon in the street. Syachi said slowly. Puff. Rayleigh almost spit out the wine he had just drunk. Although he had been a legendary pirate and had experienced countless hardships, this news still stunned him. Rayleigh suppressed his inner surprise, took a sip of wine, and took a breath. Just as he was about to continue speaking, his face suddenly changed slightly. They are here. Shaky's Rip-Off Bar? This name is really strange. On the ferry, Waiwei looked at the lonely little bar in the distance and tilted her head in confusion. Haha, who dares to go in and drink with Rip-Off hanging on the sign? Nami laughed and teased. However, the next second, she saw Suyu controlling the ferry and landing directly at the bar. Nami. I was the fool. This bar is not simple, there is the breath of a strong man inside. Urza looked serious. With a slight sound, the door of the bar was pushed open, and a charming female boss and a white-haired old man in slippers came out, their eyes quietly falling on everyone. I'm so sorry. It's a bit abrupt for everyone from Fairy Tale to visit our shop. Please forgive me. Xiaoqi smiled and looked gentle. Su Yu also smiled and responded, Miss Xiaoqi, you're welcome. Last time, I really needed your intelligence and help. Wendy asked in surprise, President, do you know this proprietress? The detailed information of the 100 Groups Alliance was obtained through Morgan's, but the real source of the information was actually Miss Xiaoqi. Robin explained that as the intelligence director of the guild, she knew more than others. Xiaoqi waved her hand and said with a smile, I just happen to have some information. It's just a piece of cake. Rayleigh interrupted her modesty and reminded, Xiaoqi, let's chat in the bar. Yes, look at me, I forgot for a moment. President Su Yu, and everyone from Fairy Tale, please come in. I have prepared some light wine. Everyone is welcome. Xiaoqi made a gesture of invitation, Su Yu took the lead and walked in, followed by Erza and others. Entering the bar, the table was already filled with various drinks and exquisite snacks, and the atmosphere was leisurely and warm. Su Yu snapped his fingers lightly, and Robin stood up, walked towards Xiaoqi with a box, and gently placed it on the table. When the box was opened, 100 million Baileys were neatly stacked inside. This is a thank you gift for the previous intelligence, just to show my appreciation. Su Yu said with a smile. Xiaoqi chuckled and pushed the cash box back a little modestly, this is really too generous. To be honest, I am a little afraid to accept this money. Su Yu insisted, this is what you deserve, we are very grateful. At the same time, I came here this time, and I also want to ask you to help investigate something. Xiaoqi's expression became a little more serious, oh? What is it? Su Yu nodded slightly, indicating Robin to explain in detail what happened before. Robin calmly recounted everything from their landing on Shampoo Land, including the provocation of the celestial dragons and the suspicious nature of the commission. After listening to this, Xiaoqi sighed softly, it's really amazing that you dare to provoke Fairy Tale and the world government at the same time. This is not something that ordinary people can do. She thought for a moment, then nodded, I understand, let me investigate this matter. I will give you a reply as soon as possible. Su Yu smiled and responded, thank you, Miss Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi paused, and asked with some curiosity, by the way, President Su Yu, you came to Shampoo this time, should it be to go to the New World? Su Yu nodded and said, indeed, I have this plan. Then let this old lay take care of the coding of the ship. He is the best coding craftsman here. Xiaoqi pointed to Rayleigh standing next to her. However, Su Yu unexpectedly declined, I'm afraid this is not necessary. Rayleigh raised his eyebrows, with a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone, what? Don't you trust the craftsmanship of an old man like me? Su Yu smiled and waved his hand, of course not, I naturally trust the craftsmanship of the former vice-captain of the Pirate King. It's just that we don't need it. This sentence shocked everyone present. The vice-captain of the Pirate King. Nami, Vivi, and others showed shocked expressions. Sure enough, I think this old man looks familiar. Robin nodded thoughtfully. Wendy shook her little feet in white silk in confusion, and asked naively, Pirate King? Then is this grandfather a partner with Grandpa Crocus of Gemini Cape? Juvia suddenly realized, so that's it, the vice-captain of the Pirate King is indeed connected with Grandpa Crocus. Rayleigh's eyes lit up when he heard this, do you know Crocus? Although he was a little surprised that Su Yu revealed his identity, he was not too shocked. However, the next words made him completely stunned. Mr. Crocus and Labo once asked us to help find the whereabouts of the Rumber Pirates. Myra Jane explained. Hearing the words Rumber Pirates, Rayleigh's face showed a look of reminiscence, and he shook his head gently, Crocus and Labo, they are still looking for the Rumber Pirates. I didn't expect it. We also searched together back then, but we couldn't find any clues. In fact, the Rumber Pirates have not disappeared completely. Juvia suddenly spoke with a firm tone, we have helped Leba find the survivors of the Rumber pirates. What? As calm as Rayleigh was, he couldn't help but be shocked at this moment, even more shocked than when he heard the news that the celestial dragons were killed. Chapter 126 Rayleigh is shocked too. Rumber pirates, did you really find them? Rayleigh was surprised again and again, and even spoke a little unsteadily. Yes, Robin nodded. 50 years ago, the Rumber pirates suffered a tragedy of annihilation in the Devil's Triangle, but one of the members, the Yomiuri fruit ability user, survived to this day because of his second life. We met him by chance not long ago, and now he is in Cape Gemini. This is incredible, ha ha ha. Rayleigh laughed loudly, and drank the wine in his hand excitedly. First, the century-old feud between Golden Town and Sky Island was resolved, and now the 50-year agreement between Lab and the Rumber pirates has been fulfilled. You, fairy tale, are really a miracle-creating existence. So I have always liked fairy tale, Xiaoqi said with a smile. Vivi, Wendy, and other little girls were a little embarrassed by the praise, and responded shyly, we are not that great, and we feel a little shy to be praised like this. Nami still couldn't believe it, staring at Rayleigh, and asked in surprise, Uncle, are you really the legendary Pluto Rayleigh, the vice-captain of One Piece? Rayleigh smiled and asked back, why, don't you look like him? Urza's eyes flashed with fighting spirit, and she couldn't wait to say, as the vice-captain of One Piece, you must be very strong. I wonder if you can give me some advice. Rayleigh waved his hand, forget it, the legend is a thing of the past, and I am just an old man now. Xiaoqi interrupted with a smile, Urza, if you want to spar with Lao Lei, you should do it next time. In fact, it's almost time for you to leave. The world government will definitely not let the killing of the celestial dragons go, and the Admiral of the Navy will arrive soon. Urza nodded, but Suyu suddenly said, don't worry, we still have some things to do. Xiaoqi asked in confusion, what's the matter? If you are waiting for the client's investigation results, I will inform you as soon as I have news. Suyu smiled and waved his hand, not this, in fact, we plan to go to Shabayati Park for a tour. Rayleigh and Xiaoqi were speechless, and a trace of shock flashed through their hearts at the same time. Rayleigh couldn't help but hold his forehead, what time is it now? After killing the celestial dragons and attracting the Admiral of the Navy, you still have the mood to go to the amusement park. However, thinking carefully, fairy tale has always been known for its fearless freedom, and even the Admiral may not be able to do anything to them. Rayleigh and Xiaoqi felt relieved and said no more. Then, I'll trouble Miss Xiaoqi with the investigation. Let's go to Shabayati Park first. Suyu stood up and took the girls on board, aiming directly at Shabayati Park. Watching them go away, Xiaoqi sighed, I'm afraid that Shabayati will be in complete chaos today. Rayleigh smiled and said, to be on the safe side, I'll go and take a look. 10 minutes later, the ferry landed steadily in the 30th mangrove area. At the entrance of Shabayati Park, Arusha was waiting there with little Bonnie. President, everyone, welcome back. Arusha greeted with a smile. The 8-year-old Bonnie shouted excitedly, today is so lucky. I don't know why the whole amusement park is empty. We can play as we please without queuing. Nami and others reacted, looked at each other, and nodded tacitly, it should be because the president killed the celestial dragon. This is also a matter of course. The death of a celestial dragon triggered a huge chain reaction. Now the pirates on the Shabayati archipelago are running for their lives, major stores have closed down, and residents have returned to their homes for refuge. Shabayati Park, which is usually the busiest, has long been deserted and even closed directly. So that's why, no matter what the reason is, we are just lucky. Little lowly Bonnie said excitedly, not caring about the abnormality of the park at all. Suyu smiled and asked, Bonnie, why did you turn back to this? Sensing Suyu's gaze, Bonnie immediately covered her butt and hurriedly explained, well, it's because it says over there, Children under 1.2 meters are half price. I just want to save some money for the president," she said seriously. "Wow! There is such a good thing." Nami's eyes lit up, and she planned to let Bonnie help her become smaller, take advantage of the half-price discount and have a good time, and even encourage others to try it together. Suyu touched his chin, and the images of little Urza, little Mila, little Nami, and little Robin appeared in his mind. If they all became children, they would definitely go to jail. Myra Jane raised the key question, although it's quite interesting, we don't seem to have prepared children's clothes. Nami thought about it and realized that it was true, so she temporarily gave up the idea of becoming smaller and decided to have fun in normal mode. After getting the permission of the director, Suyu and his group turned on the private mode and enjoyed various amusement facilities. Roller coasters, bumper cars, pirate ships, they had a lot of fun. After playing around, Wendy and Perona were exhausted and fell to the ground. "I can't do it anymore, I really can't do it anymore," Wendy said breathlessly. "Me too, why do I feel so dizzy?" Perona also felt dizzy. Wendy said puzzledly, "I was fine when I was in the guild, could it be because of these amusement facilities?" Hearing Wendy mention transportation, Suyu suddenly remembered the motion sickness weakness of the Dragon Slayer. When the power of the Dragon Slayer reaches a certain level, he will indeed get motion sickness in transportation. However, he himself has never gotten motion sickness, even when riding a ship or other transportation, there has never been a problem. He guessed that perhaps the Dragon Slayer magic given by the system erased this side effect. Urza saw that the two were in poor condition and said, "You should take a break first, let's start the second round." Everyone responded in unison, and the second round of the thrilling roller coaster started again. However, just when the roller coaster reached its highest speed, without any warning, the track suddenly made a clicking sound. /click. One screw after another flew out, and then the track began to deform and collapsed. Wendy and Perona exclaimed at the same time, "President, everyone!" Smoke and dust rose up, and the roller coaster floated in the air under the action of gravity. Suyu controlled the situation steadily, and Urza was already in armor, full of fighting spirit. Finally here! Urza's mouth curled up, as if she had expected this moment. Suyu calmly said the name of his opponent, "Come out, Kizaru." A golden light flashed, and Admiral Kizaru appeared in front of them, pouting and showing a wretched expression. "Oh my, this scene is really scary." Chapter 127 vs the Three Admirals. With a roar, the huge roller coaster track collapsed instantly. Driven by inertia, the roller coaster rushed into the sky like a sharp arrow, and then gradually slowed down under the action of gravity, and finally stayed in the air, as if suspended by some invisible force. Suddenly, a golden light flashed, and a wretched man in a yellow and white striped suit appeared in front of Suyu and his party. Admiral Kizaru appeared. "Are you the only one here? It seems that you have really underestimated me." Suyu stood at the front of the roller coaster, his expression indifferent, like a cloud in the breeze. "Alas, I actually didn't want to come," Kizaru complained in a low voice. "Hey!" Suyu raised his eyebrows. It's okay." Kizaru waved his hand and chuckled, "Although Kuzan and Sakazuki didn't come, you won't be disappointed this time. After all, killing celestial dragons is not a common thing, and the five elders pay special attention to this matter. Interesting, it seems that this good show is even more exciting." Suyu's mouth curled up slightly. From Kizaru's words, Suyu obtained several key information. Among the three admirals of the navy, only Kizaru came, but the five elders sent extra forces for this event. Looking at Kizaru's expression, he seemed to be quite confident in this force, and his strength was by no means inferior to that of the admirals of the navy. This undoubtedly shows the hidden strength of the world government. As a behemoth that has ruled the world for 800 years, the world government certainly cannot rely solely on the navy. In addition to the public navy, there must be other hidden forces, such as the mysterious CP0, or other unknown existences. If Fairy Tale wants to walk freely on the sea, the mountain of the world government must be crossed. Taking this opportunity, Suyu also intends to explore the trump card of the world government. At this moment, a chaotic sound of footsteps came from a distance. Fairy Tale. The sharp roar was full of resentment and anger, and the celestial dragon Rizward wearing a bubble hood roared like a mad dog. You bastards, you actually killed my beloved son Charlos. Unforgivable. I will make you wish you were dead, and you will all become my slaves. Rizward screamed at the top of his lungs, like a wild beast out of control. But the Fairy Tale people were not moved by this. Hehe, you dare to come to my door in person, it seems that you are full of confidence. Suyu sneered and pointed his right hand lightly. Crack! In the clear sky, a thunder suddenly sounded, and golden lightning fell from the sky, hitting Rizward directly. Yellow Monkey had no reaction to this, as if he was out of it. At this moment, a terrible breath broke out, as if an ancient beast had awakened. Behind Rizward, a white-robed masked man's clothes were instantly torn, and his body expanded rapidly. In a blink of an eye, a huge snake head soared into the sky. It was a python, but it was much larger than an ordinary python, like an ancient titan python. The python opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the thunder and lightning that fell from the sky. Chi-chi! The ark jumped on the giant python, and finally disappeared in its huge body. Give it back to you. The man in white robe, that is the ability user of the ancient animal species Titan Python, his snake pupils flashed, opened his snake mouth, and a huge laser beam shot towards the roller coaster. Facing this fierce counterattack, Suyu still looked calm, flicked his finger, and a black arc met the laser. Boom! The sky exploded, and the black thunder and laser annihilated at the same time. Extinguished, and turned into gorgeous fireworks that exploded in the air. On the side, Admiral Kizaru's heart suddenly sank, and his expression instantly became extremely solemn. During Aokiji's hospitalization, Kizaru visited him. At that time, Aokiji mentioned that Suyu had mastered an extremely terrifying black lightning, and even the elementalization of natural ability users could not completely escape its power. Kizaru did not think so at the time, thinking that Aokiji might be exaggerating. After all, he had the ability of the flash fruit, and dodging attacks was just a piece of cake. However, when he saw Suyu's black lightning with his own eyes, Kizaru realized that Aokiji was not exaggerating. This kind of black and red thunder that was like a domineering entanglement was indeed full of deadly threats. Suyu, the president of Fairy Tale, you have provoked the world government many times. Today, by order of the 5 elders, I will kill all of you, leaving no one alive. The ancient Titan Python with a body length of more than 100 meters shouted coldly, his voice full of pressure. What a big tone, don't let your tongue slip. Nami said sarcastically without any hesitation. Change clothes, purgatory armor. Urza didn't waste any words. And directly changed into powerful equipment, ready to tear the mouth of Titan Python. Wait a minute, Urza, you have been tired enough during this period, let me do it this time. Suyu smiled and waved his hand, and the roller coaster moved slowly, taking Urza and others to join Wendy and Perona on the ground. You actually want to fight 1 against 2? Are you looking down on me? The ancient Titan Python roared angrily. He had already seen through Suyu's intentions and actually planned to fight him and Kizaru alone. Suyu smiled faintly and responded, what is there about you that I value? A snake is a snake. No matter how big you become, you are still a snake and will never become a dragon. You, the ancient Titan Python, glared with anger. As a monster carefully cultivated by the world government, no one has ever treated him so contemptuously. Go to hell! The giant python opened its bloody mouth and pounced on Suyu fiercely. Although it is easier to penetrate the opponent from the inside, it is always disgusting to be swallowed by a snake. Besides, it is just a snake, so there is no need to consider any weak points. Suyu just reached out casually, and the lightning dragon claw on his left hand instantly became larger, like catching a chicken, accurately blocking the 7 inches of the Titan python, making it unable to move forward half a centimeter. Do you think it's over? The Titan python roared, and its huge tail slapped the ground suddenly, and its whole body soared into the air. At the same time, the snake body changed, and the thick snake tail suddenly ejected a chain, which tightly entangled Suyu. Now, Yellow Monkey! He has been trapped by my sea stone chain, and he will smash him into pieces. The Titan python roared triumphantly. Hearing this, Yellow Monkey no longer waited and watched. Yashakani no Megatama! He crossed his hands, and countless laser light spots burst out, shooting towards Suyu mercilessly. Facing Kizaru's ultimate move, Suyu remained calm. He raised his right hand gently, and tiny lightning balls flew out from his palm, colliding with the laser beam, and both were annihilated in mid-air. What? How is it possible? The ancient Titan python screamed in disbelief. He couldn't believe what he saw. He had clearly trapped Suyu with sea stone chains. Logically, such chains would have a fatal suppression on ability users. Why could Suyu still use lightning? Who told you that sea stone works on me? Suyu sneered, with a flash of disdain in his eyes. Crack! Bang! Suyu just grasped it, and the chain mixed with sea stone broke with a sound. He suddenly exerted force with his left hand, and the lightning dragon claw penetrated the iron-hard scales of the Titan python. Ah! With the giant python's shrill scream, Suyu swung his left hand and smashed its huge body to the ground. Boom! The earth trembled, and the huge head of the Titan python sank deeply into the ground like an onion, splashing countless dust. Too weak, is this the trump card sent by the 5 elders? Don't they really think this kind of trash can beat me? Suyu glanced coldly, his eyes resting on a figure behind the celestial dragon Rizward. Wow! Go! All of you! No matter what means, take down that bastard for me. There will be a big reward, and if you can't take it down, you will all die. Rizward's voice was mixed with fear and anger, and he roared sharply. At this time, another white-robed masked man behind Rizward finally moved. He walked out slowly, the mask cracked on his face, and the white robe tore in response. Crash! The wings suddenly spread out from behind him, accompanied by his gradually changing figure. In a moment, a half-human, half-snake creature appeared in front of everyone, with wings on its back, and a terrifying momentum. What kind of monster is that? Wei Wei frowned worriedly. It should be a person with special abilities. Myra Jane guessed. Robin said solemnly, I have seen similar records in ancient documents. Ancient people worshipped this creature as a god and called it Kukulkan, which means Quetzalcoatl. Quetzalcoatl? Could it be a person with special abilities of the animal-type mythical beast? Bonnie opened her eyes wide in shock. Who cares if he is a god or not, the president will definitely win. Juvia said without any doubt. That's right, no matter what god it is not worth mentioning in front of the president. Nami was also confident. At this time, the giant python that had turned into a titan snake man supported the ground with both hands and barely pulled its head out of the ground, angry, brother, this guy doesn't need you, I can do it myself. Shut up. It's so embarrassing. Quetzalcoatl interrupted the titan snake man coldly, and turned his eyes to Suyu. Suyu, the 5th emperor of fairy tale, you are qualified to force me to show this attitude. Suyu raised the corner of his mouth with a sneer, thunder leaped in his left hand and flames blazed in his right hand. Quetzalcoatl? Humph, although I don't know your specific abilities, since you call yourself a god, then I'll treat you as one. Suyu chuckled, and the golden thunder in his left hand spread along his arm to his whole body, and the hot flames in his right hand also climbed all the way. Lightning and flames collided and blended with each other on his body surface, as if turning into a thunder and fire armor, covering him. Thunder and Fire Dragon Mode, Explode. At the same time, a new conflict was quietly brewing near the pirate ship in Chabayati Park. These women can't be let go either, catch them all. The celestial dragon Razward and his guards greedily stared at the girls in Fairy Tale. Wait, Urza. Nami took the lead to stop Urza's actions. Leave these small fish to us. Perona, Wendy, and others stood up one after another, showing a confident look. At the same time, Robin, Altair, Marion, and Bonnie looked in another direction and noticed the soldiers of the Sabayati naval base and the reinforcements coming from the Navy headquarters. Leave the Navy over there to us. Robin said calmly. Urza shook her head slightly, and couldn't help sighing in her heart. Her teammates were too strong, and she had no chance to attack at all. Be careful, Urza, the enemy may have hidden power. Myra reminded seriously. I know. Urza nodded, remained vigilant, and her eyes were always paying attention to the changes on the battlefield. As expected, whether it was the Celestial Dragon's guards or the Navy's elite troops, the girls of Fairy Tale had an overwhelming advantage. Even the strong men at the level of Vice Admirals seemed vulnerable in front of their magic, and the battle was almost one-sided. However, just when Urza was a little relieved and thought the situation was settled, a sudden change occurred. Boom! With a violent roar, a brilliant sword light swept across the battlefield, leaving a narrow cut on the ground, like a sharp blade. Almost at the same time, everyone's eyes were focused on the hill in the distance. Mr. Rayleigh. The Fairy Tale girls were shocked and recognized this legendary figure. Rayleigh Pluto Rayleigh! The Navy soldiers exclaimed, as if they had seen an incredible illusion. That's the deputy of the Pirate King, Pluto Rayleigh. The legendary pirate! Someone shouted, unable to control his emotions. Nami waved her fist angrily and shouted, Mr. Rayleigh! You almost hit Wendy. Rayleigh smiled apologetically, sorry. Then, his expression condensed, and the sword in his hand pointed to an empty place, but if I don't stop it, I'm afraid the guy hiding in the dark will attack little Wendy. What? Myra and others were shocked and looked in the direction of Rayleigh's sight. However, what they saw was a void of nothingness. Nothing. Wei blinked in confusion. No. There is something there. Urza shouted decisively, and cast magic in an instant. The flying sword suddenly cut through the air and slashed towards the direction of nothing. However, the sword light deviated without warning and fell on the ground beside. At this moment, sizzle! Like snowflakes flashing on an old TV screen, a vague figure gradually appeared from the void. Pluto Rayleigh? I have never heard of this name. Are you a kid from the new era? But you are quite capable to discover my existence. The old and decayed voice sounded faintly. The fourth general-level strongman finally appeared. Chapter 128 Urza Cheats. Boom! Rumble! The Chabayati Archipelago, the Chabayati Park in the 30th Mangrove Area, seemed to have become a battlefield at this moment. Flashes intertwined, giant pythons roared, feathered serpents hovered in the sky, and an unprecedented war broke out in an instant. Wherever the shock wave reached, the entire Shampoo Land was shaking. The aftermath of the battle left the 30th Mangrove Area in ruins, and the Shampoo Land Park was razed to the ground. Even the huge Yarkaman mangroves collapsed one by one, and the scope of the battle was still expanding. Titan collision. The Titan python roared, and its huge body hovered in the air. Its tail slammed the ground fiercely. As the ground cracked, its huge body shot up like a spring and rushed towards Silyu in the air. Silyu was not moved at all. His fist was wrapped with thunder and fire, and he did not avoid it. Thunder Dragon's Iron. A punch suddenly blasted out. Crack! The Titan python's scales, which were comparable to steel, instantly burst under Silyu's thunder and fire power, and the skull made a crisp cracking sound. It could not withstand this terrifying power even for a moment. Get out! Silyu said coldly. The next second, the Titan Python's huge body was hit hard, and its huge head smashed to the ground again. Amid the roar, the 28th mangrove area was torn into pieces. It's really scary, Kizaru flashed and instantly appeared in front of Silyu. A dazzling lightsaber appeared out of thin air in his hand, Sky Cloud Sword. Kizaru swung the sword and slashed it down. Silyu raised his right hand, and thunder and fire intertwined, turning into a thunder fire Fang Tianji, which collided violently with Kizaru's lightsaber, and the sound of metal clashing in the air was endless. Suddenly, a sharp sound of breaking wind sounded. And the phantom beast Quetzalcoatl moved. The wings vibrated, bringing a violent tornado that raged in all directions. But more threatening than the tornado was his sharp black wings like a sky knife. Wherever he passed, the atmosphere was torn like paper cracked, even the space seemed to fall apart under his wings. Silyu was not careless at all. While the thunder fire Fang Tianji repelled Huang Yuan, he swung his hand back and slashed the Fang Tianji towards the Quetzalcoatl. Humph! The Quetzalcoatl sneered, and his wings swung down like a sky knife. Crack! The thunder fire Fang Tianji broke with a sound, and even the thunder fire armor on Silyu's body cracked under this sharp breath. My wings are the strongest weapons in the world, even the strongest black knife of Hawkeye. My hawk is not as good as it. The Quetzalcoatl grinned confidently. Silyu chuckled, really? Then I want to see whether your wings are harder or Hawkeye's black knife is harder. When I meet him in the future, I will help you compare and see who is stronger. Looking for death? The Quetzalcoatl's smile disappeared instantly, his face suddenly turned cold, his wings spread, with a powerful armed color, his fists were also covered with armed color, and he started a close combat with Silyu. The sky continued to explode in their fierce collision, and the huge Yarkiman mangroves fell one after another. Being entrusted with an important task by the 5 elders and sent to deal with Silyu, the power of the phantom beast Quetzalcoatl is indeed extraordinary. However, he is not the only strong man. As the last trump card of the celestial dragon Rizward, the 4th general-level strong man who has been hiding beside him is also feared. Heavenly Wheel, Sword of Chaos. Urza entered the Heavenly Wheel armor form, waved her slender hands, and dozens of hundreds of magic flying swords shot towards the vague figure like rain. However, all the flying swords deviated from the target without exception, just brushing past the unclear figure. Change clothes, black feather armor. Urza flashed and approached the strong man in an instant, slashing the sword in her hand with domineering and magic. However, the sword light missed again, and the sword mark left by the slash was deeply engraved into the earth, but it still could not touch the vague figure. Purgatory armor. Urza switched her form again, and the sawtooth sword smashed at the enemy with terrifying force. Boom! The earth was torn into pieces, and the mangrove area was completely destroyed by this blow, but the vague figure was still unharmed. How is it possible? What kind of monster is this guy? Nami opened her eyes wide in shock, and couldn't believe her eyes. Why is Urza's attack completely ineffective? Vivi also looked incredible. As the second in command of the guild, Urza's strength has never been questioned, and even the candidate for the Admiral of the Navy is not her opponent. However, Urza's attack cannot be ineffective, unless he is not human. Myra said solemnly. In other words, he is a ghost without a physical body. Nami reacted quickly. Indeed, not only was Urza's attack ineffective, but they still couldn't see the man's appearance clearly, just a vague figure. If it's a ghost, leave it to me. Perona said confidently, after all, she has the double bonus of the ghost fruit and the spirit dragon slayer magic. No need, Urza's eyes were firm, leave this guy to me. I have probably figured out his abilities. What abilities? Nami and others asked hurriedly. Distortion. Urza answered decisively, whether it was my flying sword or the close-range slash, the direction was distorted by his ability. Even the fact that we couldn't see his appearance was the result of his distortion of the light. Did you find out? The old voice sounded again, and the vague figure gradually solidified. An old man with a hunched body, as old as if he was walking into a coffin, appeared in front of everyone. That's right, I ate the distortion fruit, a twisted man who can distort everything in the world. The twisted old man raised his dry arm and turned it gently. The next second, the atmosphere quickly twisted and spread under his hand, sweeping towards Urza and others. Change clothes Vajra armor. Urza switched to the strongest defense form without hesitation, and the big shield in both hands suddenly closed. Boom! A dull collision sounded, and the power of the twisted old man clashed violently with Urza's Vajra armor. Can you actually block my power? The twisted old man sneered, then how about this move? He turned his hands in opposite directions, and the surrounding space suddenly twisted violently. The powerful spiral force was like an invisible giant hand, crushing Urza and others. Pain spiral. This powerful spiral force even twisted the space, which was extremely destructive. Under the terrible power of the twisted old man, Urza's diamond armor finally couldn't hold up. Crack! Bang! The diamond armor broke apart under the extreme twisting force, and Urza's body was severely injured. Urza! Ms. Urza! Myra and Nami shouted nervously, their eyes full of worry. At this moment, Pluto Rayleigh flashed and jumped in front of the twisted old man. Leave it to the old man next. The twisted old man grinned, full of confidence. Pluto Rayleigh, the name is loud, but no matter who it is, they are powerless in front of me. My power can distort everything in the world, and your attacks can't even touch my body. I want to try it myself. Rayleigh smiled faintly, and the black and red overlord lightning wrapped around the sword. Rayleigh has been observing for a long time and has a clearer understanding of the ability of the twisted old man. Indeed, ordinary physical and elemental attacks do not work at all under that exaggerated distortion ability. However, if it is a high-level armed color or overlord color domineering, it will definitely be able to break this distortion barrier. After all, on this sea, domineering is the core of all power. For those who have not yet mastered high-level weapons for Urza, this enemy is indeed almost invincible. So, Rayleigh finally prepared to intervene in this battle. However, to his surprise, Urza suddenly said firmly, "Wait, old man, I will kill this guy no matter what." Chapter 129 Killing 3 Generals in a Row. Urza took a deep breath, and the damaged armor on her body gradually dissipated, and she was replaced by an extremely simple outfit. Her long crimson hair was tied up high, her lower body was red trousers, and her upper body was a white chest wrap. She entered her strongest form, the pure heart cloth. This is Urza's peak combat state. All the gorgeous armor was abandoned at this moment, in exchange for her absolute concentration and combat power. She was called Aisyen and Aiyideo because of the powerful power of this state. Why doesn't Urza wear armor? If she is hit, it will be very dangerous. Nami couldn't help but said anxiously. Don't worry, this is her strongest state. Myra Jane smiled and nodded, obviously full of confidence in Urza. Rayleigh also frowned and whispered, Urza, are you sure? This guy's devil fruit ability is very deep, and ordinary attacks can't break his distortion barrier at all. Urza answered firmly, it doesn't matter, I will cut off his distortion with this knife. Seeing that Urza was determined, Rayleigh stepped back and stopped blocking her. What a little girl who doesn't know what she can do. The twisted old man smiled contemptuously, you dare to speak arrogantly when you can't even hold the sword steadily. Urza was silent, and the demon sword Hong Ying trembled slightly in her hand, but it was not because her hands were injured, but because she injected all the magic power in her body into the sword, and the power was accumulating. Come on, I will let you see the cruelty of reality. Even if you realize that everything is in vain, it will be useless. The next spiral of pain will tear your body apart. The twisted old man grinned, with a cruel light flashing in his eyes. Swish! In the next moment, Urza's figure disappeared like a ghost, and when she appeared again, she was already standing in front of the twisted old man. The demon sword Hong Ying, infused with all her magic power, slashed at the twisted barrier fiercely. This time, the barrier no longer twisted the attack as before, but had a violent conflict with the demon sword Hong Ying. How is it possible? The twisted old man was horrified. His barrier that was enough to twist everything actually broke under Urza's knife. The sharp blade of the demon sword Hong Ying penetrated into the twisted force field, like a sharp blade cutting through silk, breaking the solid defense. No, this is impossible. The twisted old man tried to reinforce the twisted barrier in fear, but it was useless. Ha! Urza suddenly shouted, and with a full slash of magic, she completely shattered the space distortion field controlled by the twisted old man. Urza's figure crossed with the twisted old man, and only a crisp hissing sound remained in the air. Blood rushed into the sky, and the outcome was determined. The twisted old man, the general-level strongman of the world government, was killed by Urza with a single sword and fell to the ground. Fairy Queen Urza, your reputation is well deserved. Rayleigh sighed and nodded in recognition of her strength. Tisk, useless old man! The face of the phantom beast Quetzalcoatl was ashen, and his eyes were full of anger. What a secret weapon from 100 years ago, in the end, it still depends on me to save the situation. Urza had already finished her battle, and Suyu stretched easily, saying casually, then, it's almost time for me to get serious. Nanny! Stop pretending! The phantom beast Quetzalcoatl opened his eyes wide and scolded loudly. Suyu no longer responded, but just opened his mouth and sucked, and the violent lightning and scorching flames all poured into his body. The thunder flame dragons roar. Rumble! The extremely violent power of thunder and fire burst out from Suyu's mouth, with the power of destroying the world, and rushed straight to the fantasy beast Quetzalcoatl. At this critical moment, the Titan Python, which was originally lying on the ground and no longer moving, suddenly stood up, and a wild laugh suddenly rang out, ha ha ha, it's now. The Titan Python opened his fierce mouth, revealing the core structure underneath, and began to frantically absorb the energy of thunder and fire released by Suyu. The power of thunder and fire seemed to be attracted by a magnet, and was absorbed by the core device. The Titan Python, just like the third in command of the 100 Beasts group, Plague Quinn, is an existence that has both ancient species abilities and has been transformed into a powerful warrior. Unlike Quinn, the Titan Python's transformation came from the hands of the genius scientist Vegapunk, and the technology was more perfect, even integrating some advanced technologies from 800 years ago, such as the giant robot that once climbed the Red Earth continent with bare hands. At this moment, the core device displayed by the Titan Python is continuously absorbing the elemental energy from the outside world and converting it into his own power. This is exactly the important reason why the 5 elders included him in the lineup to attack Suyu. His ability is enough to absorb and utilize Suyu's thunder and fire power, becoming a great threat. I feel it. Endless power. That's it, the Titan Python's proud expression solidified instantly, replaced by extreme shock and panic. No. It's not like that. Why the power can't be converted? The power overflowed He screamed in horror, his eyes full of despair. The roar of Suyu's thunder dragon penetrated the energy core of the Titan Python, and then penetrated his entire body, even tearing the whole sky apart. Boom boom! The huge body of the Titan Python exploded under the force of the roar, turning into fragments all over the sky. How is it possible? The fantasy beast Quetzalcoatl, who witnessed this scene, was also in great shock and loss of consciousness. What are you still looking around for? Suyu smiled coldly and instantly appeared in front of the fantasy beast Quetzalcoatl. The power of thunder and fire intertwined, forming a terrifying thunder and fire storm, which swirled around the fantasy beast Quetzalcoatl. Thunder Flame Dragon Mode, Dragon Slayer Secret, Red Lotus Explosion Thunder Blade. Crash. Along with the outbreak of the strongest secret, thunder and fire, the two most violent forces in the world, raged out, as if to tear the whole world apart. General Huang Yuan witnessed all this, his eyelids twitched wildly, and the aim cum no cum sword in his hand was raised several times, and then slowly put down. In the end, he chose to watch the battle silently. Ah! The mythical beast Quetzalcoatl screamed miserably. In the face of this power that can even hunt dragons, his powerful ability of the mythical beast species could not resist, and finally his charred body fell down, losing the breath of life. It seems that you are the only one left, Kizaru. Suyu turned around and locked his sharp eyes on Admiral Kizaru. Previously, Suyu reserved his strength because he was afraid that the world government might have hidden backhands. But now, the 4th Admiral level strongman has been killed by Urza, and Pluto Rayleigh is also there to help. Suyu has no reason to keep it. She. The raging flames and the golden thunder disappeared, replaced by black and red thunder. Thunder Dragon King mode, activated. Quick battle, Kizaru. Suyu said lightly. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Admiral Kizaru was uncharacteristically no longer instigating, but instead raised his right leg provocatively and launched his proud stunt at Suyu, the speed of light kick. Hat. Suyu chuckled, and the Thunder Dragon King's collapse fist suddenly exploded, slamming towards Kizaru without mercy. Crack! Kizaru's leg bones made a sound of being overwhelmed and broke instantly. Then, there was a loud whoosh sound, and Kizaru's figure flew out like a meteor, and disappeared into the sky in an instant, disappearing without a trace. Suyu. Chapter 130 Kill the Celestial Dragons Again. Light Speed Kick. Thunder Dragon King's Collapse Fist. The fierce battle between Suyu and Kizaru set off a huge wave in the Sabayati archipelago, and the dazzling golden light and black and red thunder tore the sky, as if the end of the world had come. Countless assailants couldn't help but hold their breath, their eyes filled with fear and awe. They looked up at the epic duel, and even felt the powerful power of the aftermath of the battle from a distance. However, despite the seemingly earth-shattering scale of the battle, it ended faster than people imagined. Kizaru's light speed kick attacked Suyu with the power of light speed, while Suyu's Thunder Dragon King collapse fist carried the black and red power of thunder and pierced through Kizaru's attack. In an instant, the light speed kick collapsed under the power of thunder, and Admiral Kizaru's body made a dull bone-cracking sound, and his leg bones broke. Kizaru's figure flew backwards like a meteor and disappeared into the sky in an instant. Although he seemed to be in a mess, he quickly evacuated with the help of Suyu's attack, as if he took the opportunity to escape. Although this battle was short, it was settled, and Suyu won with absolute strength. The two admiral-level strongmen of the world government who fought with Kizaru were not spared. One was a feathered serpent ability user of the mythical beast species. Although he was arrogant, he overestimated his strength when facing Suyu. Although another Titan Python user had a modified body that could absorb energy, he could only struggle to hold on under Suyu's suppression. Although Suyu was fighting 1 against 3, there was a lack of tacit cooperation between these top combat forces of the world government. Titan Python was reckless and brainless, and the Phantom Feathered Serpent underestimated the enemy due to overconfidence. As for Kizaru, from the beginning to the end of the battle, his attitude seemed a bit perfunctory, and his performance was extremely lazy, without any intention of desperately fighting, which also made this duel that could have been a long-lasting battle quickly decided the winner. Even so, Suyu did not take it lightly. He easily solved 2 strong men of the world government in the Thunder Flame Dragon mode, and he did not even fully burst out the full power of the Thunder Dragon King mode. However, this victory did not make Suyu feel at ease. On the contrary, he felt an invisible pressure in his heart. The world government was able to easily send out 3 general-level strong men, and the depth of the foundation contained in it was eye-catching. The world government, which has controlled the sea for 800 years, not only possesses countless devil fruits, but also possesses countless powerful combat forces hidden in the dark. This duel revealed only the tip of the iceberg. The power of the world government is unfathomable, especially the devil fruits in their hands. Ancient species, mythical beast species, and those superhuman fruits that are so powerful that they distort reality may create new general-level strongmen at any time. The world government must have more cards in its hands. Suyu whispered to himself. With the devil fruits and transformation technology mastered by the world government, as long as they are used a little, they can completely cultivate a group of strongmen who are not inferior to the generals. Although these people may not be comparable to the real four emperors, they are numerous and can be produced continuously. What Suyu cares more about is the old man who exudes a decadent atmosphere. He witnessed Urza defeating this mysterious existence with his own eyes, but he was still confused. The old man actually called Pluto Rayleigh Little Devil, which makes people wonder if he may be much older than Rayleigh. Maybe he comes from an era more distant than Rayleigh, or he continues his life with some unknown technology and becomes the secret weapon of the world government. Fairy tale must continue to grow. Suyu took a deep breath. Although Fairy Tail now has a strong lineup, it is still insufficient compared to the world government that has ruled the sea for 800 years. The guild must become stronger. Summon more strong men, Natsu, Grey, Gajeel, and even the legendary Black Dragon King Akron Okia. Of course, Suyu himself cannot relax. The strength of the guild members alone is not enough to face the challenges of the future. He needs to find a way to further improve his strength. Thinking of this, the idea of the Flame Dragon King mode emerged in Suyu's mind. If the power of the Thunder Dragon King and the Flame Dragon King can be combined to form the Thunder and Flame Dragon King, then the so-called general may not be able to block even a punch. The challenges of the future are becoming clearer, but for now, Suyu still has things in front of him to deal with. He crossed the battlefield and came to the 30th Red Tree to meet Urza and others. President, are you okay? Nami and Vivi looked anxious, and Wendy had already prepared healing magic. Suyu waved his hand, don't worry, my injury is not serious. Urza, how are you? Urza raised the arm that was treated by Wendy and smiled, I am well now. Wendy's treatment was very effective. Suyu nodded, and then turned his gaze to the celestial dragon Rizward not far away. At this time, Rizward had long lost his former arrogance and slumped to the ground like a frightened dog, his eyes empty and his spirit broken. He had been completely destroyed. Although there were no obvious external injuries on his body, his soul had long been torn and devoured by the countless souls who died because of him, and the pain in his heart surpassed any physical torture. The resentful spirits activated by Perona's spiritual dragon slayer magic devoured Rizward's spiritual level until he could no longer bear it. Don't kill me quickly, he begged weakly, his eyes blank. In the end, his soul was completely shattered, and his death was more miserable than any cruel execution. No one cared about this once arrogant celestial dragon anymore. Suyu turned around and his eyes fell on the ruins of Shampudi Park. The person in charge of the park knelt on the ground. Looking at the devastated scene, wanting to cry but without tears, but facing Suyu, he did not dare to express any complaints, and said tremblingly, Master Suyu, it's okay, the park can be rebuilt, and someone will take over in the future. Suyu just said calmly, no need to wait for the future, I promised long ago that I would not let this place be destroyed. The people in charge looked at each other, full of bitterness. The park is already so dilapidated, how can it not be considered destroyed? But they dared not say anything more, and could only sigh silently. Suyu did not explain too much, but turned his eyes to Urusha. I understand. Urusha understood and walked towards the ruins of Shabayati Park. Lost magic, Arc of Time, activated. Time began to flow backwards. Everyone present was stunned to see the scene. Rayleigh and the people in charge of the amusement park couldn't even believe their eyes. The originally fragmented ground, the collapsed mangroves, and everything that was destroyed were restored to their original state in just 1 minute. Shabayati Park stood up again, as if the battle had never happened. Urusha did not stop and continued to repair several other battlefields with the same magic. The destroyed mangroves and surrounding buildings were also restored to their original state in an instant. Only mangrove number 1, the place where the human auction site used to be, is still dilapidated. There, it is a place that Silyu is unwilling to restore. The destruction of that battle was originally deliberate by Silyu. This is simply a miracle. No, this is a miracle. Fairy tale is God. Shabayati Park is back, and the children's happiness is back. The people in charge of the amusement park were so excited that they danced with joy, as if they had witnessed a miracle with their own eyes. The people in the entire area were cheering and celebrating this unimaginable restoration. Even the knowledgeable Pluto Rayleigh was stunned at this time, obviously deeply shocked by the scene in front of him. Why are you still standing there? Go back. Silyu looked at Rayleigh and smiled slightly. Rayleigh came back to his senses, still with a look of astonishment on his face, and hurriedly followed Silyu away. As the fairy tale group gradually disappeared in the Sabayati archipelago, this epic war finally came to an end. However, Silyu's confrontation with the world government, the destruction of the celestial dragons, and the shocking aftermath of this incident are destined to sweep across the entire sea. Chapter 131 Reputation Improved. Holy Land Marijoa, Pangu City. The atmosphere in the Five Elders Council Hall was unusually solemn. What? The whole army was wiped out? This is impossible. One of the 5 elders, Jagalusha Satan, stood up in anger and looked at the report in disbelief. The whole hall was reverberating with his anger. They really couldn't accept this result. Just a few hours ago, the news of the tragic death of the celestial dragon Razward in the Sabayati archipelago came, and the 5 elders were furious. The dignity of the celestial dragons cannot tolerate any provocation. This is not only the provocation of the world nobles, is a challenge to the foundation of the world government. They must fight back with thunder. In order to deal with Fairy Tale, the 5 elders mobilized 3 general-level strongmen and used their long-hidden ice sleeper. They thought that with such a lineup, they could at least seriously injure Fairy Tale and even completely hit their arrogance. However, now they are facing the news of annihilation. Satan fell back into his chair like a deflated ball, and the other 5 elders were speechless and fell into deep thought. The 5 elders with blonde hair and golden beard broke the silence first. How is this possible? All 3 generals failed? No matter how strong that guy is, he can't defeat them so easily, right? And the distortion ability of the sleeper, that is a power that we think is absolutely unsolvable, how could it be broken? Is the strength of the Fairy Queen close to the 4 emperors? The voice of the swordsman 5 elders was full of doubts and confusion. Maybe it's because of Pluto Rayleigh's involvement? He messed up our plan. The bald-scarred 5 elders tried to find a reasonable explanation for this failure. It's no use saying this now, the white-haired and white-bearded 5 elders said calmly, with a gloomy look in his eyes. We have to consider the next response strategy. Send more generals to encircle and suppress Fairy Tale. I don't believe they can really turn the world upside down. Satan suggested, his words full of unwillingness. No. The white-haired 5 elders flatly refused. The combat power of the admiral level is vital to us. Sending more people will only increase the losses. The current situation does not allow us to take risks easily. If we lose the admiral again, I am afraid that the pirates in the New World will be ready to move. That's right, the blonde 5 elders nodded in agreement. We must retain enough power to suppress the entire sea. Continuing to entangle with Fairy Tale will only bring us more trouble. The swordsman 5 elders said immediately. However, the pirates in the New World seem to still have doubts about the rise of Fairy Tale. We can use their power to deal with Fairy Tale. The bald 5 elders added. They also suffered huge losses in the last 100 group alliance, especially those 4 emperors. They will never give up. We just need to wait and see. Just wait, fairy tale, this battle is definitely not over. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Sengoku, have you heard it? The Chief of Staff, Lieutenant General Tsuru, had a gloomy face and a particularly solemn tone. Yet, Marshal Sengoku nodded gently, frowning slightly. To be honest, I know fairy tale is powerful, but I didn't expect things to develop into the current situation. As early as when the celestial dragon Rizward's warship approached the Navy headquarters, they sensed through the powerful observation haki that there were several admiral-level strongmen sent by the world government lurking on the ship. Coupled with the addition of Navy Admiral Kizaru, it stands to reason that this force is enough to compete with fairy tale. But the development of things far exceeded Sengoku's expectations. Celestial Dragon Rizward, following his son Charlos, also suffered a devastating disaster. This is not only a failure, but also a major blow in the history of the world government, unprecedented. Fairy tale is not limited to this. Vice Admiral Tsuru narrowed his eyes and said with confidence, they will continue to grow and eventually shake the whole world. Sengoku nodded in agreement, but then changed the subject. The most urgent thing now is the problem of Kizaru. Let's not worry about the world government for now, but the Navy. Don't worry, Sengoku. Vice Admiral Tsuru smiled confidently. Don't you know the character of Borsellino? He is very cunning, and his whereabouts are unknown, which means he is fine. As soon as the voice fell, a golden light suddenly flashed in the air, and the office was instantly lit up. It's so unfair, Sister Tsuru. Kizaru appeared lazily, pouting in a wronged tone. I fought for my life this time, but that fairy tale is really too scary. He showed his right leg, and the fracture scar was obvious. Zhangguo sighed helplessly. I'm glad you're back safely. Go get treatment first and report back later. Kizaru nodded with a smile, and then swaggered out of the office. New World, above the sky, the headquarters of the World Economic Newspaper. The huge hot air balloon floated in the wind. News King Morgans had returned to the New World with his staff early to report the news of the fairy tale's advance. I thought that after the 100 Regiments War, there would be no more big news in the first half of the sea, but what he never expected was that a major event that was enough to shake the world happened in Champu, and he actually missed it. Asshole! Morgan slapped his thigh in annoyance, and even the thigh of the member next to him was not spared. President, what should we do now? Do we still need to follow the trend and add additional reports? The member who was slapped asked in a low voice. Morgans thought for a moment and finally made up his mind. Don't touch the celestial dragons, focus on the battle between fairy tale and the world government, and dig deeper. Soon, with the help of Morgans and other media, the big event in Chabayati spread throughout the ocean. The world was once again in an uproar because of the actions of fairy tale. All over the world. It's unbelievable, fairy tale has caused a big event again. This time they actually attacked the celestial dragons. It's really lawless. The celestial dragons are worshipped as gods. But fairy tale dared to kill them so decisively. They never follow the rules, and they don't even take the celestial dragons seriously. These are celestial dragons. To touch them is to directly challenge the world government. It's unimaginable. Although the whole world was shocked by fairy tale's bold move, the reaction of the civilians was completely different. Well done, fairy tale. Good death for the celestial dragons. That's right, they deserved it. World nobles? How ridiculous. Fairy tale is the hero of us grassroots people. They are not afraid of the world government or the powerful. No matter how powerful the world government is, it can't do anything to them. Fairy tale is the 5 emperors, and President Suyu is a top powerhouse. Who dares to compete with them? The heated discussions and cheers gradually pushed the image of fairy tale to a new height. The civilians cheered continuously. For the death of the celestial dragons, the lower-class civilians would never have the slightest sympathy. Chapter 132 The Fall of the Empress. New World, Dressrosa. Waste. A bunch of waste. Doflamingo slammed the table hard, his face becoming more gloomy. He provoked the conflict between Fairy Tale and the Celestial Dragons through planning and clever use of false commissions. Everything went perfectly according to plan. As he expected, Fairy Tale attacked the Celestial Dragons and was merciless. With his understanding of the world government, this matter would never pass like this. However, at the last moment, the originally carefully designed plan had a flaw. What are those old immortals in the government doing? They should send all the generals to eliminate all the guys who dared to offend the majesty of the Celestial Dragons without leaving a single one. Doflamingo cursed in a low voice with gritted teeth, veins popping out on his forehead. Fortunately, he had already arranged a backup plan, and no matter how the world government investigated, they would never find any trace of him. This was a glimmer of comfort in misfortune. Pirate Island, Hive. Discussions came one after another, and everyone's eyes were focused on the latest Shampudi incident. The news that Fairy Tale openly killed celestial dragons and was still alive caused a shock among the pirates. Seeing that they could still compete with several admirals, the pirates who were preparing to unite against the 5 emperors could not help but have doubts. The last time the 100 Groups alliance was destroyed, they could still comfort themselves by saying that they were not strong enough, but this time... What a joke, this is impossible. It must be that Morgan's guy exaggerating again. He has long been a follower of Fairy Tale, and his words are not credible at all. Wang Ji, the captain of the 5 Peaks Pirates, retorted loudly. That's right. Captain Wang Ji is right. There must be something fishy about this news. I have sent people to check, a pirate said. The news said that Shabayati Park was the main battlefield, but the people I sent found that the place was intact and there was no trace of fighting. If there really was a battle between the generals and the emperors, how could there be no traces at all? Other pirates echoed. With a series of words of persuasion, the pirates who originally wanted to back down gradually regained their confidence. East China Sea, Coco Village. President Su Yu and Nami have done something big again. Blue-haired Nakiko shook his head. What is there to worry about? Well done. Those celestial dragons are the scourge of the world. No matter how many people die, no one will pity them. Aegean from Windmill Village nodded vigorously in response. However, he immediately added in a low voice, of course, Nakiko, this can't be said everywhere. We can only talk about it in private. Don't worry, I know. Nochigo smiled. Grand Line, Cape Twin. The melodious Binks's whine echoed in the sea breeze, accompanied by Crocus's laughter. Fairy Tale is such an amazing guild. The old man sighed, and really. Grand Line, Saint Ting Island. Alabasta Kingdom. Lord Cobra, President Su Yu and his men have done something earth-shattering again. This time it's related to the celestial dragons, it's really incredible. Akalam, Bell, Gaka, and others were shocked. It's okay. King Cobra said calmly, those guys from Marijoa should be taught a lesson. As for Vivi, with President Su Yu here, I believe she will be fine. Calm Belt, 9 Snakes Kingdom. /Snake Princess. Snake Princess. The old and anxious voice of Giroliosa echoed in the castle tower. What's wrong with you, mother-in-law? My sister has been very emotionally unstable recently. Sandasonia and Marigorid couldn't help but show helpless expressions. Shaky, she passed on the latest major events of Fairy Tale, said Giroliosa, with urgency in her tone. Sister Shaky. Sandasonia widened her eyes in surprise. Is it about Fairy Tale again? But even so, I think it's better not to disturb my sister. Marigorid shook her head with a little hesitation. This time it's unusual, involving the celestial dragons, Giroliosa said faintly. What? The Boa sisters' faces turned pale in an instant, and they stopped. In the bedroom, the pirate Queen Boa Hancock quietly watched the news reports, with shock flashing in her eyes. Fairy tale, that person actually. The fifth Emperor Suyu, actually killed the celestial dragons. Faced with these reports, the Boa sisters were shocked. Celestial dragons, the nobles of Marijoa who once oppressed them and brought them endless pain, are the nightmares they will never get rid of in their lives, and they are even regarded as gods by them. Not only Sandasonia and Marigorid, but also the pirate Queen Boa Hancock, this oppression is unforgettable. On the surface, she is the supreme pirate queen among the 7 warlords of the sea, and is praised by the world as the world's most beautiful woman. However, deep in her heart, that wound can never heal, and every time it is touched, it will make her heart broken. They actually dared to take revenge on the celestial dragons. Fairy tale, am I wrong? I have never even thought of revenge. Maybe I really don't have the qualifications. Boa Hancock, who has always been proud, suddenly fell into unprecedented confusion and loss. Grand Line, Water City. The news of the Shabayati incident quickly spread throughout the Water City. Compared with the duel between Fairy Tale and the Navy Admiral, people were more concerned about the reports related to the celestial dragon Charlos. Because it mentioned a person they were familiar with. Miss Khalifa. It's really Miss Khalifa. Didn't Khalifa say she was going home to get married? How could she join Fairy Tale? And she actually attacked the celestial dragons. Although I feel relieved, this is a fatal thing. The residents of the Water City couldn't help but shrink their necks, worried that they would be implicated. In this storm, the most shocked was the Carrera Company. Mr. Ispagu, Khalifa, she actually. It's a capital crime to attack the celestial dragons. Is Khalifa going to? The faces of the ship workers of the Carrera Company were full of fear and worry. Don't worry, Khalifa is now a member of Fairy Tale. I believe that President Suyu will protect her safety. Ispagu said firmly. At this moment, they have no choice but to trust Suyu. Chapter 133, Khalifa's Devotion. Bruno's Bar. Lucci, about Khalifa. Keku frowned and spoke in a low voice. Our duty is to protect the celestial dragons, but Khalifa has deviated from this mission. No matter what the reason, this behavior is unforgivable. Rob Lucci said coldly with a cold look. Has the higher UPS decided to give up on her? Bruno was full of loss and his eyes were dim. In any case, they were once partners who grew up together. I hope Khalifa can win trust through this, successfully infiltrate Fairy Tale, and obtain key intelligence for the government, so that there may be a glimmer of hope. Keku sighed. The night is quiet, on the ferry. After a lively dinner carnival, the girls of Fairy Tale returned to their rooms to rest. The atmosphere in the president's room was a bit heavy. Suyu sat behind his desk, folded his hands to support his chin, and looked calmly at the blonde woman with glasses in front of him. Khalifa stood there, looking anxious. Khalifa, I have thought about it carefully, Suyu said slowly, his tone calm but with a hint of unshakable determination. You still haven't really integrated into Fairy Tale, nor have you fully accepted the spirit of the guild. With your performance today, you are not enough to become a member of Fairy Tale. How could this happen? Khalifa's face turned pale in an instant, as if she was struck by lightning, and her body trembled slightly. For this undercover mission, she paid too much, even abandoning her former beliefs and betraying the celestial dragons. She did something that even she found incredible, taking a huge risk to attack the celestial dragons, thinking that this was enough to prove her determination. However, even so, she was still judged by Suyu as unqualified and could not join Fairy Tale. So what was all she did for? A huge sense of despair instantly swept through her heart, and Khalifa felt that she was completely swallowed by the darkness. She knew clearly that once she left Fairy Tale, the people of the world government would never let her go. Whether it was the former partners of CP9 or the forces of the Celestial Dragons, they would quickly find her. Her future would either be death or becoming a slave of Marijoa and a tool for the celestial dragons to vent their anger. Such a fate would be more terrible than death. Suyu's voice sounded again, "Thank you for your contribution to the guild. The 100 million Baileys will be your reward. I will arrange to send you away tomorrow." Khalifa's tears burst out immediately, and she choked, But, I don't have a home anymore." Suyu looked at her quietly. After a moment, he frowned slightly, as if thinking, and then said, "Indeed. Let's do this, I will send you to Sky Island. It is far away from the secular world and isolated from the world. Even the power of the world government is difficult to reach. You can hide there first, and then go to Alabasta in a few years to hide your identity, and then go to Alabasta, where you can spend the rest of your life in peace. Vivi is the princess of Alabasta, and she will arrange everything properly." After listening, Khalifa pursed her lips. Suyu's arrangement was indeed very thoughtful. With his guarantee, her future seemed to be really safe. However, her heart was still struggling, unwilling to accept such an ending. "President," she choked, tears falling uncontrollably, "can I not leave? I don't want to leave here. It doesn't matter if I can't become a member of the guild. Even if too am willing to do odd jobs for the rest of my life. I like this place, I like Fairy Tale, I like this guild." At this moment, Khalifa's crying is no longer related to her undercover mission. She simply doesn't want to leave this place full of warmth and happiness, and she doesn't want to leave Fairy Tale, which she has gradually begun to like. Suyu's expression remained as calm as water when facing Khalifa's pleading, without any fluctuations. "Do you remember?" Suyu spoke slowly, his voice without a trace of emotion. "In the bar in the Water City, I once asked you a question." Khalifa's eyes suddenly widened. How could she forget? That experience with Suyu in Water City seemed to be engraved into the depths of her soul, and every detail was as clear as yesterday. She still remembered that in Bruno's bar, she was forced to reveal to Suyu that she had worked in Water City. Before leaving, Suyu asked her if she had anything to add. At that time, she was eager to get away and shook her head to evade the question. However, at this moment, it seemed as if a flash of lightning struck her mind, and all doubts were instantly cleared up. He always knew. My identity, my purpose, Suyu had already seen through it. It is precisely because of this that there are these successive tests and today's unavoidable situation. Her face instantly turned as pale as paper, and her limbs were cold, as if she was in an ice cave for thousands of years. "Yes, I am an agent of the world government CP9. This mission is to be undercover in Fairy Tale under the order of the 5 elders." Khalifa finally confessed, her tone full of despair. She raised her head, her eyes firm and resolute. "President, no, President Suyu, just kill me here." Suyu's tone was still calm. "I won't attack someone who almost became a partner." Khalifa was slightly startled when she heard this, then she shook her head and said in a low voice, "I understand, I appreciate President Suyu's kindness, but I will still leave." She turned around and was about to leave, and she was ready to die in her heart. "Are you going to die?" Suyu's voice suddenly sounded behind her, coldly interrupting her steps. Khalifa stopped, and Suyu continued, "I said before that honesty is a good child. You just said that you like Fairy Tale the most, is that also a lie?" "No." Khalifa blurted out subconsciously without hesitation. Suyu's eyes were deep. "Then how are you going to prove it?" Khalifa bit her lip, remained silent for a moment, and suddenly walked towards Suyu and knelt in front of him, just like Robin did before. Her voice was firm and unwavering. "Now I have nothing, and the only thing left is this perfect body. If the president doesn't mind, I am willing to give you everything I have." Her eyes revealed absolute determination, no longer any hesitation. Chapter 134 Dragon Slayer's Secret Galaxy. 2 days after the Shabayati incident, the world government's suppression of public opinion gradually made the heat of the incident subside, and the Shabayati archipelago slowly returned to its former tranquility. On the 30th, the Red Tree Shabayati Park reopened, and the crowds were weaving and lively. In the bustling crowd, there was a team that was particularly eye-catching: the spring outing primary school students team composed of 13 little Lolita, led by a seemingly familiar half-grown boy. Some people vaguely felt that this team was somewhat similar to the legendary fairy tale, but the thought was fleeting. After all, fairy tale was the emperor group that dominated the sea. How could it be related to this elementary school student spring outing group? I always feel like I'm back to the old days. Myra Jane looked nostalgic. Yes, it reminds me of the time when I just joined the guild. Iluza responded with a smile. Iluza, there are so many cute skirts, why are you still wearing armor? Nami joked. Haha, I'm used to it. Urza laughed heartily. President Little Juvia jumped up and hugged Suryu's arm. Sister Tia was really cute when she was a child. Bonnie put her arms around Ultia's neck, smiled and stuck to her intimately. Robin was really shy when she was a child. Vivi's words made Robin's little face blush slightly. Khalifa and Runty stood aside, a little uneasy. Can I really play with everyone? What's wrong with that? The president is treating us today, everyone have fun. Little Perona waved her hand excitedly. Okay, let's go. Suryu waved his hand and led the group of little girls to the shampoo park. Not far away, a boy with a lightning-shaped scar exclaimed, "Young people really know how to have fun." The little girl in a floral dress next to him glanced at him, her tone full of helplessness. "It's okay for you to come here shamelessly, but you have to drag me along." "I'm very busy, Xiao Lei." The boy Lei Li laughed. "Let's go, Xiao Qi, let's go experience the fun of young people." All day long, Suryu took the fairy tale Lolita group to play all over the amusement park from morning to evening. Finally, of course, the Ferris wheel was the finale. As the president, Suryu accompanied the 13 Lolita to ride the Ferris wheel again and again from dusk to night. Even if the scenery was beautiful, Suryu was a little overwhelmed after seeing it 13 times. The next day, Suryu and his group came to Xiaqi Blackmail Bar again. "President Suryu, this is our latest investigation result." Xiaqi handed a stack of information to Suryu. "I have to say that the other party is very cautious. When we found the clues, we found that the client of the day had been silenced, and even the sniper who killed the client was eliminated, and even the killer who eliminated the sniper was also killed. Suryu, this is simply a nesting doll, one layer inside another. However, this also indirectly shows that the other party is guilty and afraid that the matter will eventually be traced back to him. The more this is the case, the more Suryu wants to give the mastermind a surprise. The clues are temporarily interrupted, but if you give me some more time, I can start from another direction and should be able to find the mastermind behind the scenes." Xiaqi continued. "No need." Suryu waved his hand. "Hey!" Xiaqi was stunned and didn't understand what Suryu meant for a while. Suryu smiled. "Ms. Xiaqi, don't get me wrong, I'm not dissatisfied with your efficiency, but I thought of a more direct method." "What method?" Xiaqi asked curiously. "Are the bodies of those people still there?" Suryu asked. Xiaqi nodded. "Yes, they are still there." "That's good." Suryu stood up and waved to Wendy. Not long after, Xiaqi brought Suryu and Wendy to the morgue. President Suryu. Xiaqi was about to speak, but was interrupted by Suryu. "Go ahead, Wendy." "Yes, President." Wendy took a deep breath and stepped forward. Mysterious magic particles began to linger around Wendy, gradually turning into a brilliant light like a galaxy. She chanted in a low voice and performed her special secret, the secret of the Sky Dragon Slayer, the galaxy. This is one of the ultimate secrets of Wendy's Sky Dragon Slayer magic. Although it cannot be used in combat, it has another amazing power, communicating with the souls of the dead. Normally, this kind of magic should be handled by Perona. After all, she is the user of the Spirit Dragon Slayer magic. However, Perona's current spirit magic development is not yet perfect, and Wendy's secret can also do the job. Therefore, Suyu decided to let her complete this summoning. This what on earth is this? Xiaoqi stared at the soul of the dead slowly appearing in the galaxy in amazement. This scene was even more shocking to her than when she saw Urusha using the Arc of Time to restore the amusement park a few days ago. Even the knowledgeable Xiaoqi had never seen such an incredible scene. Communicating with the souls of the dead simply overturned her cognition. However, the shock was not over yet. Who ordered you to do these things? Suyu's voice was like thunder, awakening the drowsy souls from confusion. Am I not dead? The souls of the decadent young man and the sniper began to fluctuate violently in an instant. Doflamingo. Doflamingo ordered us. Doflamingo arrested my family. The souls did not hesitate to confess the mastermind behind the scenes, Doflamingo. They did not hide anything and directly exposed Doflamingo's conspiracy and actions. After all, they had completed the mission, but were ruthlessly wiped out. After death, they had no scruples. Enough! Suyu snapped his fingers, signaling Wendy to stop casting. Wendy then put away the galaxy, and the souls gradually dissipated. Okay, the person behind the scenes has figured it out, and it's time to do it next. Suyu said calmly. Are you going to dress Rosa directly? Xiaoqi asked. No hurry. Suyu smiled slightly, let the bullets fly for a while. Suyu had planned to personally go to the main line of Dress Rosa and the 7 warlords of the Sea Doflamingo. In addition to the 100 Regiments War and the Celestial Dragon incident, Doflamingo has been included in the Fairy Tail's must-kill list. With the strength of Suyu and Fairy Tail, defeating Doflamingo is just a piece of cake. However, Suyu does not intend to let things end so simply. Doflamingo has done so many evil things, if it is just to defeat him, it would be too easy. Miss Xiaoqi, help me find a few people to spread a rumor a little bit. Suyu said thoughtfully. An hour later, the estuary of the number 12 mangrove in Shampoo. Then we'll say goodbye first. Suyu waved goodbye to Xiaoqi and Rayleigh on the shore. The next second, the fairy activated the diving mode, and an invisible magic barrier rose out of thin air, covering the entire hull. The sea seemed to be split open by a crack. In the stunned eyes of Xiaoqi and Rayleigh, the fairy dived into the seabed and headed for the Fishman Island at a depth of 10,000 meters. Until this moment, Rayleigh and Xiaoqi finally understood why Suyu rejected Rayleigh's suggestion to coat their ship. It was not because of doubts about Rayleigh's skills, nor because of the plan to take the air route to bypass the Red Earth continent, but because the ferry itself has this built-in diving function. More than 20 years ago, the prophecy we saw on the final island seems to be really changing. Rayleigh murmured. His tone full of shock. Even without Joyboy, this era is destined to set off a huge change because of Fairy Tail. Fairy Tail, it's really a guild that creates miracles. The deep sea is a mysterious area that humans have not yet completely conquered. Even the pirate king Gold Roger's conquests were limited to the sea routes, not the unfathomable underwater world. For this world dominated by the ocean, the vastness of the sea far exceeds that of the land. Countless shipwrecks and treasures are hidden in this boundless ocean, making the sea the largest treasure trove in the world. However, the seabed not only hides wealth, but also countless unimaginable huge monsters. Humans may seem to dominate the world, but if the monsters in the sea unite to attack human cities on land, the destruction of the world is just a matter of days. Since ancient times, the only one who can truly rule this deep sea is Poseidon, the king of the sea. It was like this 800 years ago, and it is still the same 800 years later. At this moment, Suyu is leading the members of Fairy Tail to the legendary mermaid princess. As the ferry slowly sank, about 10 minutes later, the ship arrived at a depth of 2,000 meters. It was pitch black all around, as if it could swallow all the light. Click, click, the magic lights lit up one by one, illuminating the strange scene in the deep sea. Wow! Look, what kind of fish is that over there? It looks so strange. Juvia shouted excitedly. And over there, what kind of creature is that? Wendy couldn't help but sigh. On the deck, the girls who went deep into the sea for the first time were like a group of elementary school students on a spring outing, constantly exclaiming and sighing. I've read about Fishman Island in a book. Robin started to share her knowledge about Fishman Island with everyone. Nanny! There are not only islands 10,000 meters deep in the sea, but also blue sky, white clouds, beaches, and even sunshine. Wendy and Juvia were stunned. Well, all this is because of the existence of the sun tree Eve, which can transmit the sunlight on the ground to the 10,000 meter deep sea. Robin smiled and nodded to explain. What a spectacular sight, I'm looking forward to it more and more. Urza also said with anticipation. Are the legendary mermaids really that beautiful? Mermaid Princess, I really want to see one. Vivi and Perona's eyes were full of yearning, and their longing for Fishman Island became stronger. However, one person on the ship seemed particularly quiet, that was Nami, the most lively person on weekdays. Nami, are you okay? Don't worry, everyone is here. Myra Jane comforted her gently. As one of the few people on the ship who knew Nami's past, Myra knew what Fishman meant to Nami, that was her nightmare. No, Myra, I'm fine. Nami shook her head and smiled strongly. After experiencing so many things on the Grand Line, I have understood that there is indeed a deep racial gap between fishmen and humans. But fishmen like Arlong are just extreme cases, not all fishmen are like this. Myra Jane hugged Nami in her arms and said gently, Nami, you are so kind. Nami subconsciously reached out and habitually climbed up Myra's justice. The next second, the two were stunned at the same time. Sorry, Myra, I'm used to it. Nami smiled apologetically. Myra's little face suddenly flushed slightly, and the picture of them with Suyu emerged in her mind. Indeed, when the three of them were together, they were once so close. Okay, let's go out, it looks like we're almost there. Nami smiled and walked to the deck with Myra. The ferry continued to sink. 9,100 meters. 9,500 meters. 9,900 meters. Finally, at 10,000 meters deep in the sea, under everyone's eager gaze, the sun penetrated the darkness and sprinkled under the 10,000 meter deep sea. It was an island wrapped in double-layer bubble film, bathed in the sun, shining with magnificent light. Fishman Island, here we are. Chapter 135, Fishman Island Shock. The 10,000 meter deep sea Fishman Island and the 10,000 meter high Golden Town are the most amazing miracles in the pirate world. In the cognition of ordinary people, the 10,000 meter deep sea should be dark all year round, without any light. However, the area where Fishman Island is located is an exception. There are sunshine and beaches like on land, and even scenes of alternating day and night. The secret of all this comes from the sun tree Eve. This magical plant can transmit the sunlight on the surface to the bottom of the sea without loss, so that Fishman Island has day and night. At the same time, the sun tree Eve can also generate air to supply the residents of Fishman Island to maintain their daily lives. Because of this, Fishman Island has become a holiday destination that many people dream of. Every year, countless sightseeing boats go to this magical underwater world. For pirates, this is not only a transit station to the New World, but also a place to repair the coating of the ship, enjoy the beauty of the Mermaid Bay, or experience the unique atmosphere of the Mermaid Cafe. Especially the legendary Mermaid Princess, whose beauty is comparable to that of the Pirate Queen. Although she has not appeared for many years for some reasons, this has not weakened people's yearning for her. Just in the deep sea of 10,000 meters where the sun shines, a magic submarine slowly approaches. After nearly an hour of sailing, the fairy tale passed through the darkness of the deep sea and finally arrived at Fishman Island. It's so beautiful. The fairy tale girls on the deck stared at the magnificent scene in front of them and exclaimed. I didn't expect that there would be such a wonderful place on the seabed. Myra Jane couldn't help but praise. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who can believe that this is actually in the deep sea under 10,000 meters? Robin said with emotion. I thought Sky Island was already stunning enough, but I didn't expect it to be even more magnificent here. Xiaolulu, am I dreaming? Wendy's eyes sparkled. I want to go outside and take a look. Juvia waved her hand, jumped down, passed through the magic barrier, and entered the 10,000-meter deep sea. With water flow magic, she was like a fish in water, and the water pressure of the deep sea had no effect on her at all. The sea water here is so warm, so comfortable. Juvia, while dancing happily with the fish, she shouted to her companions on the boat. Let me try it too. Urza also got interested and immediately changed her clothes, the armor of the Sea King. Wearing this water-attributed armor, she was given the ability to move freely in the deep sea. That's great, I want to play too. Bonnie looked at her enviously. I'm more looking forward to meeting the legendary mermaid princess. Vivi held her chin, her eyes full of yearning. Speaking of which, the mermaid princess hasn't appeared in front of the world for a long time. Robin said. Why? The girls were puzzled. You will know the specific reason when the time comes. Suyu said with a smile, and then waved to Juvia and Urza to return to the ship. As the two returned, the ferry continued to move forward and headed towards Fishman Island. The ferry started again and slowly sailed towards the Fishman Island surrounded by a huge double-layer bubble film shield. A moment later, the ship arrived at the estuary of Fishman Island. 2 rows of Fishman soldiers were already lined up, waiting for their arrival. Before Suyu could speak, they shouted in unison, "Welcome Fairy Tale to Fishman Island." Suyu raised his eyebrows slightly, feeling surprised. This welcome posture reminded him of the treatment in a high-end nightclub, but he was not opposed to this scene. The ferry did not encounter any obstacles, even the routine entry registration was omitted, and it sailed directly into Fishman Island along the sea channel. It was not until the ferry completely entered that the Fishman soldiers breathed a sigh of relief. When the ferry was sailing in the sea, they had already noticed it, and immediately lined up and waited according to the instructions. After all, it was Fairy Tale, a super VIP. They had received special instructions from their superiors. The news of Fairy Tale's visit had already spread to Ryugu City. Ministers, prepare the gondola. Shark Star, Dragon Star, and Flip Star, the 3 of you will come with me to welcome Fairy Tale. In the Dragon Palace, the Fishman King Neptune gave an order, and the highest standard welcoming team of Fishman Island set off in a mighty manner. At the same time, the ferry successfully passed through the sea channel and officially landed on Fishman Island. President, where should we go next? The girls surrounded Suyu excitedly, with expectations on their faces. Let me think about it. Suyu pretended to be in deep thought, but he already had the answer in his heart. President's first choice is indeed Mermaid Bay, right? Robin smiled slightly, revealing Suyu's thoughts in one sentence. Ahem. Suyu coughed lightly to cover up his embarrassment. Mermaid Bay and Mermaid Cafe, these 2 places have fatal attractions for any man, and Suyu is no exception. However, these 2 places are obviously not suitable for taking a group of girls together. He wanted to go alone, but under Robin's teasing and the girls' expectant eyes, Suyu shook his head helplessly. Okay, let's go together. Suyu said helplessly. Oh great! The Fairy Tale girls cheered, all of them were excited. However, just as the ferry was about to turn, there was a commotion in the port ahead. Look at the sky, there are fish flying. Nami pointed to the sky and shouted in surprise. That's the gondola of the Fishman royal family. I saw it in the travel brochure. This kind of boat is specially used to welcome distinguished guests and rarely goes out. Robin explained. Look over there, there is a whale in the sky, and there is a person standing on the back of the whale. Bonnie exclaimed. That's the king of Fishman Island, the great knight of the sea Neptune. Robin recognized Neptune's identity. All kinds of information about Fishman Island, including gondolas, King Neptune, etc., are all the information that Shaky had sorted out and handed over to her before. Not only the royal gondola, but also the king himself came in person. How important is this guest to be welcomed by the king in person? Wendy asked softly with curiosity. Just as she finished speaking, Xiaolulu cast a meaningful look at her. Ah! Wendy was stunned, and then suddenly realized. Could it be that the distinguished guests they are going to welcome are us? Wendy asked uncertainly. Who else could it be besides us? Xiaolulu spread her hands. When we appeared in the sun, the soldiers of Fishman Island had already noticed it and reported it to the royal family. Urusha nodded, as if everything was under control. As she was speaking, the royal family's gondola quickly crossed the port and approached the ferry. Not only the fairy tale people, but also the residents of Fishman Island in the port discovered the movement of this ship. In an instant, the whole port was in an uproar. Look, that's the Ryugu ship. Yes, that's the gondola used exclusively by the royal family. Hey, there are 3 princes over there, Prince Shark Star, Prince Dragon Star, Prince Flip Star, they are all here. The fish people in the port shouted in shock. However, what shocked them even more was yet to come. Suddenly, a huge whale roar came from the sky. As a huge whale flew over, the exclamations of the residents of Fishman Island escalated again. It's the king! That's the sea god Neptune! Even the king came in person, what is this for? Who are the king and the princes going to welcome? In the crowd, there were voices of speculation. Soon, someone followed the direction of the gondola and saw the ferry, which had not yet fully docked. Look over there! That ship, that logo! Yes, that's Fairy Tale. It's the Fairy Tale Guild that has recently become famous. The same Sea Emperor as Whitebeard. The king and the princes are here to welcome Fairy Tale. At this moment, people's doubts were instantly solved. Oh my god, it's Fairy Tale. They are still alive. How dare they touch the celestial dragons? They have also come to Fishman Island, they must be chasing me. Brothers, run! The pirates in the port fell into panic and were terrified. Amid countless awe and shocking eyes, the royal gondola slowly landed and was level with the ferry. Gaiman the Fishman King Neptune rode his whale Hoi and came to the front of the team. President Suyu, I am Neptune, the King of Fishman Island. Your arrival makes us Fishman Island feel extremely honored. Today I came here specially to invite you and the guests of Fairy Tale to visit Ryugu Castle. The banquet has been prepared. Neptune invited sincerely and with an earnest attitude. Suyu smiled slightly and nodded, okay. Chapter 136 Marrying Shirahoshi. Due to the cordial invitation of the royal family of Fishman Island, Fairy Tale temporarily postponed the originally planned trip to visit Mermaid Bay. However, the girls did not feel lost or frustrated. After all, the invitation of the royal family meant that they were likely to meet the mysterious mermaid princess. President Suyu, everyone in Fairy Tale, please move to the gondola. The ministers on the left and right, the catfish mermaid and the seahorse mermaid said, as for your ship, we will arrange special people to guard it, absolutely no problem. No need. Suyu waved his hand gently, and the ferry instantly switched to flight mode and slowly took off in the shocked eyes of King Neptune and others. King Neptune, please lead the way. Suyu's voice brought Neptune and others who were immersed in shock back to reality. They looked at each other, their faces were full of excitement and shock that could not be concealed. Perhaps, Fairy Tale can really solve the problem that has troubled Fishman Island for many years. President Suyu, please come this way. Gaiman King Neptune rode the whale Hoi to lead the way, and the royal gondola followed behind to escort. Such a large team attracted the attention of the entire island, not only the residents of the port, but also people in other areas. Look, it's Lord Neptune and the princes. What's wrong with the ship in the middle? It can fly without the support of bubble film. Hey, the logo of that ship is no way. Yes, that's fairy tale. The fifth emperor of the sea, Silyu. Fishman Island is so close to the fifth emperor Silyu, could it be? Brothers, keep a low profile recently, we will leave as soon as the coding is completed. Fishman Island can't stay now. As the news spread, all parts of Fishman Island were shocked. For pirates, the arrival of Fairy Tale is undoubtedly a huge deterrent. Silyu and Fairy Tale are now the benchmarks of the sea. As long as Silyu is on Fishman Island, the pirates on the island dare not make any rash moves. This is the power of the Emperor of the Sea. About a quarter of an hour later, Ryugu Castle came into view. Wow! The Fairy Tale girls looked at the huge and luxurious palace suspended in the air and exclaimed. President Silyu, Ryugu Castle has arrived. Gaemon King Neptune waved his hand, and the gate of Ryugu Castle opened. The grand welcome ceremony was ready. The light of the night pearl filled the entire palace, and the Fairy Tale docked at a special port. Several huge fish swam slowly and carried Silyu and his party into the banquet hall. Along the way, the girls were overwhelmed and looked around excitedly, full of curiosity and freshness about everything in Ryugu Castle. Soon after, the banquet hall arrived. Fine wine and delicious food have already been served, and the delicacies of Fishman Island are mouth-watering. With the return of Neptune and others, various delicacies are presented one by one. On the stage, young mermaids sang and danced, and the scene was very lively. The famous mermaid musician Maria Napoleon also sang on the spot. It is said that she is also the idol of the future world's #1 singer Yuta. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, the guests and hosts were happy. At this time, the fishman soldiers at the entrance of the hall excitedly announced loudly. The boss is here. Boss Jinbei is here. Sea Knight Jinbei is here. A moment later, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Sea Knight Jinbei, hurried to the banquet hall. Jinbei, you are here. The eldest prince Shark Star came forward and greeted him. After a brief greeting, Jinbei went straight to the Fairy Tale people. 7 warlords of the sea, Sea Knight Jinbei, what do you want? Robin asked calmly. 7 warlords of the sea. When this title came out, the Fairy Tale girls who were originally a little drunk were shocked and sobered up, especially Vivi. She was almost usurped by the 7 warlords of the sea, so she has always been very wary of this title. President Silyu, everyone, Jinbei has no ill intentions, just come to say hello. King Neptune hurried out to ease the atmosphere. The reputation of Fairy Tale and President Silyu has long been known to everyone. It is an honor to meet you today. Jinbei said respectfully, with a very humble attitude. 7 warlords of the sea. Jinbei, he has the title of Sea Knight, and his reputation on the sea is indeed good. Robin nodded and said. Hearing this, Vivi and others' tense nerves relaxed a little. I don't care about other things, but, King Neptune, your family members, where is the mermaid princess? Can we meet her? Nami asked directly, and girls like Myra and Vivi were also very interested. The princes of Neptune looked at each other, and showed some hesitation on their faces. No problem, Shark Star, bring Shirahoshi here. This is what we want to entrust President Silyu with. King Neptune said. Yes, father. The eldest prince Shark Star no longer hesitated and set off immediately. Commission? King Neptune, what do you want to entrust us with? Urza asked seriously. The commission related to the mermaid princess. Is it related to the rumor that the princess has not appeared for a long time? Robin speculated sharply. That's right. King Neptune nodded, his expression became heavy. All this is because of that guy. It's all because of that bastard Vanda Deccan that Shirahoshi got hurt, the second prince, Long Sing, and the third prince, Flipping Star, said angrily, their eyes red. Hearing this, Urza and the others became more curious, but did not ask further questions. They decided to wait for the mermaid princess to come before finding out the details. Not long after, a weak girl's voice came from the entrance of the hall. "Brother, am I really okay? Vandedecken's axe will fly over. I will be killed." "Don't worry, Shirahoshi, President Tsuyu of Fairy Tale will definitely solve your troubles." Shark Star comforted his timid sister and pushed her into the banquet hall. Wow, the girls of Fairy Tale were stunned when they saw Princess Shirahoshi walking into the hall, and they couldn't help but stand up. "Is that the legendary mermaid princess? So cute! It's so cute! So big! Really so big! She's so big, she can sleep lying down." Princess Shirahoshi's extremely cute appearance immediately captured the hearts of the Fairy Tale girls, and everyone was fascinated by her innocent appearance. Wivuwa Shirahoshi, who had been alone for 7 years, became extremely nervous when she saw so many strangers, and her beautiful big eyes began to spin. "Brother, I'd better go back. The axe will fly over, I will be killed." Shirahoshi cried and wanted to escape back. Shark Star hurriedly stopped her. "Shirahoshi, don't be afraid. We are here, it's okay." Dragon Star and Flip Star also hurried forward to comfort. "Yes, don't be afraid, father and brothers are here, and Boss Jinbei is here too. Look carefully, President Tsuyu is a handsome big brother, and the others are beautiful sisters, they won't hurt you." Wu Shirahoshi calmed down a little after listening to the comfort of her brothers. "Shirahoshi is so good," Shark Star praised with a smile, and then took Shirahoshi to the center of the banquet hall. "Father, President Tsuyu, Shirahoshi is here." "Yes." King Neptune looked at his daughter kindly and nodded. "Shirahoshi, say hello to President Tsuyu." Neptune said gently. "Tsuyu, Lord Tsuyu, good morning." Shirahoshi said weakly, with a hint of nervousness in her voice. "Shirahoshi-chan. It's noon now," Nami reminded with a smile. "Oh, is that so?" Shirahoshi was stunned, and her silly expression became even cuter, making the Fairy Tale girls laugh. Under the enthusiastic communication of the Fairy Tale girls, Shirahoshi quickly became friends with them, and the atmosphere gradually became lively. At this time, Tsuyu turned to King Neptune and asked seriously, "King Neptune, now you can tell me your commission." "Vandedecken, you should have heard of this name, right?" Robin asked. "Yes, all the troubles are because of Vandedecken." King Neptune sighed, and then told the cause and effect one by one, telling the tragic situation of Shirahoshi being deprived of freedom and threatened with death. She spent more than 7 years alone in the hard shell tower. Nanny! There is such a thing. It's really unforgivable. It's so cute that Shirahoshi-chan, it's too much. After hearing this, the Fairy Tale girls were all indignant. Although they had not been with Shirahoshi for a long time, they had already been captivated by her innocence and cuteness. When they heard that she had lost her freedom due to perverted harassment, they naturally could not tolerate it with their overflowing sense of justice. Myra Jane frowned and asked, "But, King Neptune, aren't you the royal family of Fishman Island? Why do you let a criminal who threatens the safety of the princess go unpunished?" Hearing this, the 3 princes Neptune, Shark Star, Dragon Star, and Flip Star and Jinbei all smiled helplessly. "It's not that we don't want to catch him, but we really can't do it," the 3rd prince Flip Star said helplessly. "Why?" Vivi was puzzled. "Because the sea is too vast," the 2nd prince Dragon Star explained. 8 years ago, when Vandedecken first attacked Shirahoshi, we issued a warrant for his arrest throughout the island. But he was very cunning and had escaped from Fishman Island long ago. The eldest prince, Shark Star, shook his head. "It's too difficult to find a person in this vast ocean. I have tracked him with the Sea King army, but he escaped every time. In the end, I let him run away. I am really ashamed." Jinbei sighed. "Brother, it's okay." Shirahoshi pretended to be strong, but her pitiful appearance made people feel pity. I see, but wait, Vivi frowned, you said Vandedecken is not on the island, or even around the island, so how did he keep harassing Shirahoshi? Vandedecken can continue to harass Shirahoshi because of his ability, the superhuman target fruit. Sharkstar explained, and the characteristics of the target fruit were explained one by one. So that's how it is. The Superman target fruit is indeed a tricky ability. After hearing this, the girls frowned and were in trouble for a while. The sea is so vast, and the deep sea is even more complicated. It is like looking for a needle in a haystack to hunt someone in it. Myra Jane turned to look at Suyu and asked, President, do you have a solution? Neptune, Jinpei, and others also looked at Suyu expectantly. After a moment, Suyu smiled slightly and said confidently, Okay, I'll take your commission. President, have you thought of a solution? You are worthy of being the president. How do we catch that guy? The girls showed surprises and couldn't wait to know Suyu's plan. Suyu grinned and said, It's very simple. Since it's hard to catch, let him come to the door himself. What? Everyone was stunned. King Neptune, please release a message now, saying that the mermaid princess Shirahoshi is about to get married. Hey! 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 Chapter 137 Married? In the volcanic area of the seabed 10,000 meters deep, a huge lanternfish dragged a tattered ship in the dark sea. This shabby ship is called the Flying Dutchman. It once belonged to the legendary pirate Vandedecken, and now belongs to Vandedecken 9, a fishman who ate the superhuman target fruit. Watatsumi. Vandedecken 9's voice sounded faintly, with a bit of resentment. Yes, Captain. The bald sea monster Watatsumi, who was 100 meters tall, responded. Where is Shirahoshi's reply? Hasn't she responded to my proposal yet? Vandedecken 9 asked, his tone full of anxiety and resentment. No, Captain. Watatsumi answered naively. It's been 8 years, but the Shirahoshi I love so much has never come to me. It's all the fault of that old guy Neptune. He locked Shirahoshi in the hard shell tower to prevent us from meeting each other, and he also planned to use Shirahoshi as a political sacrifice and marry her to those damn human nobles. It's absolutely unforgivable. Shirahoshi only belongs to me, she is so noble, only I can match her. Vandedecken 9's voice echoed in the deep sea like a boudoir complaint, becoming more and more miserable. Suddenly, he changed the subject, and his tone was full of madness. If I can't be with her, then she can only die. Today, as usual, I will convey my love to Shirahoshi with the rose axe. He laughed crazily, threw a double-sided giant axe engraved with a rose pattern, and flew towards Shirahoshi. Captain, the direction is wrong. Fishman Island is on the other side. Watatsumi reminded stupidly. It doesn't matter, the true love between me and Shirahoshi will guide it to find her. Vandedecken 9 grinned. As soon as the voice fell, the rose axe that was originally flying in the wrong direction suddenly turned and swept towards the direction of Fishman Island, Ryugu Castle, and Shirahoshi at a very fast speed. This is the devil fruit ability of Vandedecken 9, the superhuman target fruit. As long as you have touched someone, you can lock the other person for life. Unless the mark is washed off, the attack will continue to track the target. Watatsumi, let's go to Fishman Street first. That guy Hody seems to be planning something. If you want to cooperate with me, you have to see if he is qualified. Vandedecken sneered and prepared for the next move. At the same time, Fishman Island, Ryugu Castle. Suyu's proposal caused a brief silence in the huge banquet hall, announced to the whole island that Shirahoshi is about to get married. What is this operation? Any questions? Suyu asked back in confusion when he saw everyone's confused faces. I have a question. Nami raised her hand first. President, what is the connection between arresting that perverted Vandedecken and marrying Shirahoshi? Others nodded, obviously curious about this question. It's very simple. Suyu explained calmly, since Vandadekan is so obsessed with Shirahoshi, he will definitely not remain indifferent when he learns that Shirahoshi is about to marry someone else. I see. Robin nodded in approval, this is indeed a good idea. Since we can't find him in the vast ocean, let's spread the news and let the fish take the bait. But King Neptune smiled bitterly and said worriedly, President Suyu. Shirahoshi is less than 14 years old. It's too early for her to get married. As an old father, Neptune felt a pang in his heart when he thought that his daughter might get married. It's not really going to get married, just spread a little rumor to attract Vandadekan to take the bait. When he shows up, we can clarify the truth to the people. They will understand. Suyu said lightly. Of course, this method may not be 100% effective. If Vandadekan happens to be far away from Fishman Island and doesn't hear the news, then there's nothing he can do. Don't worry about that. Jinbei took over the conversation, the fish in the deep sea will quickly spread the news throughout the sea. But how to solve the marriage partner? The eldest Prince Shark Star frowned and asked. Doesn't Little White Star have any particularly good friends? Suyu asked in confusion. No, she has been living alone in the hard shell tower for many years and has basically no contact with the outside world. The second Prince Longxing spread his hands helplessly. Suyu turned to White Star and asked gently, White Star, do you have any ideas? The marriage partner Shirahoshi's face suddenly turned red, and he hesitated for a long time, but couldn't make sense. Well, forget it, it doesn't matter whether there is a marriage partner or not, after all, it's just fake news. Suyu waved his hand gently, no longer entangled in it. He looked at King Neptune and asked, So, King Neptune, have you decided? King Neptune fell into silence for a while, hesitating in his heart. After all, his daughter's marriage is a matter of great importance, even if it is fake news, he is reluctant to speak easily. Just then. Beep beep. The alarm of Ryugu City suddenly sounded. A rose axe cut through the sea like a meteor and rushed straight to the banquet hall, aiming at the defenseless Princess Shirahoshi. Shirahoshi! Jinbei, Shark Star, Neptune, and others exclaimed, all terrified and ready to attack. However, just when the giant axe was about to hit Shirahoshi, it suddenly stopped in midair and could not move forward any further. Suyu slowly clenched his palms, and there were bursts of crackling sounds in the air. The rose giant axe instantly shattered into countless pieces and fell to the ground. With Suyu, this level of sneak attack would naturally not succeed. However, although the sneak attack was resolved in time, the timid Shirahoshi was still frightened and cried loudly. Okay, President Suyu, I agree with your proposal. Seeing his daughter being frightened like this, King Neptune finally made up his mind that for the safety and future of Shirahoshi, he must eliminate the threat of Vandadekan. On that day, King Neptune released a heavy news to the whole island through the Den Den Mushi, the mermaid princess Shirahoshi is about to get married. As soon as the news came out, Fishman Island immediately fell into a sensation. Nanny! What did Lord Neptune say just now? Princess Shirahoshi is getting married. Is it true? Princess Shirahoshi is still so young. Never mind that. The most important thing is, who is Princess Shirahoshi going to marry? Yes, who is the princess going to marry? The princess of our Fishman Island, this marriage partner must be extraordinary. Speaking of which, didn't Lord Neptune and the princes welcome a group of guests before? Yes, I heard about it too. It seems to be Fairy Tale, a very famous guild on the sea recently. Fairy Tale just arrived, and Lord Neptune announced this news. Could it be? No way, Princess Shirahoshi's marriage partner is the president of Fairy Tale. How is it possible? Lord Neptune is going to let Princess Shirahoshi marry a human. How can this be possible? How can the princess of our Fishman Island marry a human? The entire Fishman Island was shocked by the news, and discussions were heard one after another. The shock of Fishman Island continued to escalate, and various discussions came like a tide. Yes, it must be like this. King Neptune must be planning to marry his daughter to the fifth emperor Suyu. After all, Suyu is the youngest emperor on the sea today. Neptune must want to use this opportunity to climb this relationship. Using his daughter to establish a connection with Fairy Tail, the position of Fishman Island will be more stable. If Fairy Tail becomes the backing of Fishman Island, the mermaid trafficking business will definitely end completely. Even if someone dares to sell, no one dares to buy, for fear of offending Fairy Tail. Neptune is really a good trick. The pirates on the island discussed confidently, and all kinds of speculations became more and more outrageous. Congratulations to the president, you are about to become the son-in-law of Fishman Island. Nami blinked cunningly and teased. Hey, who on earth spread this rumor? Suyu's forehead showed several black lines, feeling quite helpless. It shouldn't be someone who spread it on purpose, but the result of everyone's own analysis based on the situation. Robin smiled and nodded and explained. Yes, the news spread as soon as we arrived at Fishman Island. And there is only one man in the guild, the president, so it's not surprising that such rumors appear. Urza echoed. Well, for the sake of little Shirahoshi, the president, you should be patient for a while. Myra Jane comforted gently. Suyu sighed helplessly, yet. As time went by, the sensation caused by Shirahoshi's marriage became bigger and bigger, even beyond Suyu's expectations. This shock not only swept the entire Fishman Island, but also affected the vast deep sea. Nanny! What did you say? Princess Shirahoshi is getting married? Is the news reliable? This is too sudden. However, if the princess is really getting married, we must send her a gift. In the dark depths of the deep sea, a group of huge sea kings are communicating with specific ripples. If anyone can see this scene, they will be shocked. This is the sea kings discussing the celebration of Princess Shirahoshi's wedding. Everyone, go to Fishman Island and celebrate the princess wedding. At the same time, outside Fishman Island, on Fishman Street, the dilapidated Flying Dutchman is docked on the dim street next to the huge Ark Noah. The lawless gathered here, and the atmosphere was gloomy. At a certain moment, an excited voice suddenly sounded. Nanny! What did you say? Hody, tell me clearly, Shirahoshi is getting married? And with a human? Vanda Deacon 9 lost control of his emotions, screaming and questioning. His voice was harsh, and his emotions were extremely excited. Chapter 138 Joy Boy returns. Murray Street, once a safe haven for homeless Murray orphans, has now completely degenerated into a hotbed of sin. This area has become a gathering place for street urchins, hooligans and criminals among the fishmen. They formed the new Fishman Pirates and secretly plotted to overthrow the Fishman Island. At a certain moment, the hysterical shouts of Vanda Decan 9 came from the headquarters of the new Fishman Pirates. Impossible! Absolutely impossible! How could Shirahoshi marry someone else when she loves me so much? I don't believe it. I won't believe it. Hearing his narcissistic words, the scene was silent for a while. Then, a burst of laughter broke out. Ha 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 ha! The cotters of the new Fishman Pirates, led by Hody Jones, laughed in unison. Vanda Decan 9's face flushed red, and he gritted his teeth and asked, "What are you laughing at? What did I say wrong?" Hody Jones said sarcastically, "Haha, don't get me wrong, we all see your love for Princess Shirahoshi. To be honest, I really think you and her are a good match." Really? Vanda Decan 9 felt much better when he heard what Hody said, and even felt that Hody was much more pleasing to the eye. You really have good taste, Hody. Hody Jones smiled slightly, but then changed the subject, but it's useless just because we think they are a good match. Neptune is determined to use Shirahoshi as a tool for marriage and marry her to the fairy tale president, a human. What? What did you say? Shirahoshi's marriage partner is actually a human. Vandadekan Nina's emotions instantly got out of control and he was furious. I knew it long ago. This is all Neptune's conspiracy. He roared loudly, he prevented me and Shirahoshi from falling in love, and now he wants to marry her to a hateful human. It's unforgivable. Hody Jones's forehead was throbbing with veins, and he echoed, I agree. The fishmen under Neptune's rule can only hide in the seabed in a cowardly manner. This humiliation is really intolerable. That's right. We fishmen are naturally 10 times stronger than humans. Why can humans step on us and act arrogantly? We fishmen should be the masters of this world. Neptune is too weak. The fishmen should be ruled by Captain Hody. The cotters of the new fishmen pirates were excited and echoed loudly. Hody Jones took the opportunity to invite, come on, Vandadekan, join us. Overthrow Fishman Island with us. However, Vandadekan 9 said coldly, no need, I have my own way to solve this matter. After that, he turned and left without looking back. Asshole! You don't know what's good for you. The irritable hammerhead shark wanted to fight, but was stopped by Hody Jones. Don't do it, let him go. He seems to have his own plans, follow him and see what he wants to do. Hody Jones said in a deep voice. Not long after, the members of the new Fishman Pirates witnessed Vandadekan 9 boarding the huge Ark Noah behind Fishman Street. What is that guy doing on Noah? The giant squid fishman Ikaros asked with a puzzled look on his face. As soon as the voice fell, the ground in the deep sea suddenly shook violently. Hey, 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 what's going on? Ark Noah, that huge ark has no power device at all. But why did Ark Noah suddenly move? Vandadekan. It must be him. The members of the new Fishman Pirates screamed in fear, and the entire Fishman Street fell into unprecedented chaos. The vibration caused by the start of Ark Noah caused the buildings on both sides of Fishman Street to collapse one after another, and the street was full of panicked people. Captain Hody. Noah seems to be heading towards Fishman Island. Cigar Daruma Shark Man Daruma shouted in panic. However, Hody Jones laughed out loud, ha 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 ha, it's perfect. Vandadekan's ability is really useful. Captain Hody, what do you mean? Giant squid fishman Ikaros asked in confusion. Hody sneered, his eyes cold, imagine what would happen if Ark Noah hit Fishman Island. When the cotters of the new Fishman Pirates heard this, they were shocked at first, and then ecstasy appeared on their faces. That's right. If Noah really hits Fishman Island will be at least half destroyed, and there may be hundreds of thousands of casualties. This will lead to the complete collapse of Neptune's regime. I thought it would take several years to accumulate strength to overthrow Fishman Island, but I didn't expect that Vandadekan would give us such a good opportunity. Great, now, notify everyone to board Noah. Today is the day when Fishman Island will be turned upside down. The new Fishman Pirates cheered in unison and began to move. At the same time, on the deck of Ark Noah, Vandadekan 9 stood there with a distorted face and laughed crazily, ha ha ha, move, Ark Noah. This time, I must convey my love to Shirahoshi. At this time, the residents of Fishman Island were still discussing Princess Shirahoshi's marriage. Some people blessed, some were puzzled, and many people opposed, and even some radical fishmen held up protest signs and marched on the streets. Princess Shirahoshi must not marry a human. Please take back your decision, Lord Neptune. Don't let the princess become a tool for marriage. They shouted slogans angrily to protest Neptune's decision. The hatred of the fishmen for humans is deep-rooted. 16 years ago, the fishman hero Fisher Tiger died at the hands of humans. 8 years ago, the fishman Princess Otohim was also ruthlessly shot to death by humans. These two incidents intensified the hostility between the fishmen and humans, and even blood transfusion is prohibited by law. Now, the noble fishman princess is going to marry a human, which is an unacceptable shame for the radical fishmen. Just as they were protesting fiercely, someone suddenly shouted, "Hey, look up at the sky!" Everyone's eyes immediately turned to the sky, and saw the huge Ark Noah falling from a high altitude. "Ah, what is that? It's Noah! That's the Ark Noah of Fishman Street. Why did Noah suddenly fall down? Not good. This is really not good. Fishman Island is over. If Noah falls, everyone will die. Ah! This must be a punishment from heaven. Lord Neptune let Princess Shirahoji marry a human, which angered the gods. This is a punishment from heaven." Millions of fishmen all over Fishman Island are in desperate panic at this moment, and cries are heard one after another. Hwalala! The huge iron chain first broke through the bubble membrane of Fishman Island and fell to the ground. The giant chain destroyed a large area of buildings and streets while dragging, bringing terrible destruction. This is a sign of the coming of the end of the world. If the Ark Noah really falls, the entire Fishman Island will fall into disaster. Even if the fishmen can breathe freely in the sea, they will definitely not be spared. No more than half of the fishmen can survive. And almost no humans on the island survived. The entire island is shrouded in the shadow of death. Fishman Island. Ryugu Castle. Damn it! It must be Vandadekan who did it. The eldest Prince Sharkstar's eyes were red and furious. That bastard Vandadekan actually used his target fruit ability to drive the Ark Noah. How could this happen? The second Prince Dragonstar and the third Prince Flipstar were so angry that their bodies trembled. Even if Vandadekan is killed now, the Ark Noah will not stop. Jinbei clenched his fists unwillingly. Is Fishman Island really going to be destroyed? King Neptune's face was full of despair. At this critical moment, Shirahoji stepped forward. She, who had always been timid, showed unprecedented courage and determination at this moment. "Father, brothers, Boss Jinbei, all this is because of me. I will never let Noah destroy our home." Shirahoji decided to sacrifice herself and planned to leave Fishman Island to lead away Ark Noah. However, what a brave princess, but you don't need to take risks for this matter. Myra Jane said calmly. This is a commission taken by our fairy tale, and we will complete it. Urza also said firmly. As for the damage on the island, I will use my time magic to help repair it. Ursha said. That's right. Ursha's time magic is very powerful. Even if Noah is broken into pieces, it can be completely restored. Bonnie added with a smile. And, the ship above looks big, but it's totally fine. Nami said without worry. With our president here, he will definitely take care of everything. Wei said seriously. President, come on. Wendy, Perona, Runty and other girls cheered for Suyu in unison. Amid the cheers of the crowd, the eyes of the Fishman royal family and millions of fishmen were focused on Suyu. Suyu stepped out and went straight into the sky. With each step, his figure gradually became huge. Magic giantization, start. After 10 steps, Suyu had turned into a 100-meter giant, facing the Ark Noah that fell from the sky. Just when Noah's bow was about to break through the coating of Fishman Island, Suyu stretched out his right hand, held up the sky with one hand, and steadily caught the huge Ark Noah. This scene shocked the fishmen on the entire island, and also shocked the visitors from the deep sea. Joey Boy! Is that Joy Boy? 800 years later, Joy Boy has returned in this era. From a human to a giant, this is the power of the awakening of the sun god Nika. The super-large sea kings cheered in surprise in the deep sea. Chapter 139, God-Making. Ark Noah descended from the sky, rushing straight to Fishman Island with the power of destruction. The sky of Fishman Island seemed to be about to collapse, and the shadow of death enveloped everyone's heart, and despair spread like a tide. At this critical moment, the people in the darkness suddenly saw the dawn, and a ray of hope tore through the haze of the abyss. At the moment when the sky of Fishman Island collapsed, a person stepped forward, as if a god had descended to the mortal world, holding up Ark Noah with one hand and saving the entire island. Oh! Oh! Seeing this scene, like a mythical picture, a huge figure propped up the sky, and all the residents of Fishman Island were excited. Look! The sky god has appeared. Is it the god sent by heaven to save our Fishman Island? Lord God blocked the Ark Noah for us. Long live Lord God! All over Fishman Island, millions of Fishman residents cheered involuntarily. And some fishmen even knelt on the spot and worshipped the towering figure devoutly. However, Mrs. Xiaoli, the owner of the Mermaid Cafe in Mermaid Bay, shouted in shock, "No, that's not a god. That's fairy tale. It's the president of Fairy Tale. Fairy Tale President Suyu, the future husband of Princess Shirahoshi. It's a human. It's the president of Fairy Tale who blocked Noah." More and more fishmen gradually recognized Suyu's identity, and there the mood changed from shock to complexity. The radical fishmen who once strongly opposed the marriage between Princess Shirahoshi and Suyu fell into deep self-doubt at this moment. The outsider they once rejected is now shouldering the responsibility of saving Fishman Island. Now it is God who holds up the sky, the savior of our Fishman Island. Lord Suyu is our savior. Hero Suyu. If it is Lord Suyu, he deserves the princess of our Fishman Island. Cheers continued from all over Fishman Island, and the entire island was immersed in gratitude and admiration for Suyu. On the ferry, the girls of Fairy Tale also smiled proudly and praised each other. "See, I said a long time ago that the president will definitely solve everything. As long as our president is here, any problem can be solved. Since we have accepted this commission, we will definitely complete it. So, little Shirahoshi, there is no need to worry anymore," the Fairy Tale girls said proudly to Shirahoshi. "That lord is really like a god." The eldest prince Shark Star murmured unconsciously. "This is the power of the Emperor of the Sea." The 7 warlords of the sea Jinbei was shocked. "Lord Suyu, my fiancé." Shirahoshi's eyes were shining, and her admiration for Suyu became stronger. As a young girl, she couldn't help but admire the hero. However, King Neptune suddenly reacted and said in a deep voice, "Now is not the time to be in a daze, we must also take action. Shark Star, summon the Sea King army. The problems of Fishman Island cannot all be solved by President Suyu." "Yes, Father." The eldest prince Shark Star responded and quickly assembled the Sea King army, ready to deal with this crisis with Suyu. Led by Neptune, the Sea King army quickly moved and ran out of Fishman Island. At this moment, on the deck of the Ark Noah, Vanda Deccan 9 and the new Fishman pirates led by Hody Jones were stunned and completely dumbfounded. They had just imagined the destruction of Fishman Island and the arrival of a new world dominated by them. However, this fantasy has not yet come true, and reality has ruthlessly shattered their dreams. "Hey, hey, hey, what is going on?" Hody Jones shouted in disbelief. Due to their position on the ship, they could not see the specific situation of the bow of the Ark. "Vanda Deccan, what are you doing? Let Noah fall!" Giant squid fishman Ikaros cursed and urged. However, Vanda Deccan 9's face was full of shock and confusion. "Something is wrong. My target fruit curse is absolute, why can't Noah fall? The coating of Fishman Island can't stop it at all. What happened?" At this moment, the Cigar Daruma Shark Man Frog Daruma suddenly screamed, "Captain Hody, it's not good. Something big happened." "What happened?" The usually low-profile Shark Man Geo pretended to be calm and asked, but was ignored. Hammerhead Shark Man Dos also asked anxiously, "What happened?" Frog Daruma took a deep breath and told the truth in horror, "It's a human. A huge human lifted up the Ark Noah." "Nanny? What did you say? How is it possible? This is the Ark Noah. It's almost half the size of Fishman Island. Even the strange power of our fishmen can't shake it, how can a mere human do it?" The members of the new Fishman pirates were shocked and screamed, they couldn't believe their ears. The next second, the stagnant Ark Noah suddenly moved. Ha ha ha, I told you. How could it be possible? Look, Noah is going to. However, their smiles just appeared and froze again. What? Why is Noah not falling down, but going up? The smiles on the faces of the fishman pirates froze instantly, and they stared in amazement at the Ark Noah gradually moving upward, completely violating the law of gravity. They finally realized that someone was really holding Noah up. Just as these fishman pirates were shocked and lost their minds, Suyu's figure continued to grow. His big hand penetrated the bubble coating of the fishman island, firmly grasped the huge Ark Noah, and threw it into the deep sea outside the island like throwing a toy. Boom! The deep sea shook violently, and the entire underwater world seemed to tremble. When everything calmed down, Vanda Deccan 9, Hody Jones, and the members of the new Fishman Pirates finally saw the towering giant, Suyu. His godlike figure filled everyone's heart with shock and fear. Escape! This thought instantly came to their minds. But the next second, the shining blade had blocked their way. On the deck of the Ark Noah, King Neptune put on armor and led the Sea King army in person to surround the new Fishman Pirates on Noah. Facing these former compatriots, Neptune's anger could not be suppressed. Finally caught you, Vanda Deccan! The eldest prince Sharkstar roared, his eyes full of anger and hatred. You made our sister Shirahoshi suffer for many years, this crime is absolutely unforgivable. The second prince Dragonstar was furious. Today, you will never escape, Vanda Deccan! The third prince Flipstar shouted decisively. At the same time, Shishibukai Jinbei's eyes fell on Hody Jones, and his expression was serious. Hody, did you also participate in today's incident? After leaving the Sea King army, you fellies it's so complete. Stop talking nonsense, Jinbei! Hody Jones roared back, his eyes full of resentment and rage. You are just like Neptune, all corrupted by the idiot peace ideas of Otohim. Live in peace with humans? It is because that stupid woman Otohim spread this idea that she died. Shut up, Hody! You are not qualified to judge Princess Otohim. King Neptune was furious and shouted, her starting point for everything is for the future of Fishman Island. Hody Jones grinned resentfully, for the future of Fishman Island? Haha, it's really funny. Neptune, you are too deeply influenced by her. I should have killed her earlier. She is the cancer of Fishman Island. Jinbei's eyes widened suddenly, and asked in disbelief, Hody, what are you talking about? You said you killed Princess Otohim with your own hands? Sharkstar and others also reacted, their faces full of shock. The incident 8 years ago was not done by pirates at all. You are the murderer. Neptune suppressed his anger, clenched his fists, and asked sternly, answer me, Hody. Is it really you who killed Otohim? Hody Jones laughed wildly, his face full of ecstasy, ha ha ha, that's right. It's me. 8 years ago, I was the one who killed Otohim. And today, you all have to die. Hody's laughter was full of madness, and the scene suddenly became tense. They had no way to retreat and could only fight to the death. At this time, the giant squid fishman distributed several bags of red pills to the cotters of the new fishman pirate group. Hody and his men swallowed the pills without hesitation. Boom! Boom boom boom! The strong heartbeat echoed on the deck, and the breath of Hody Jones and others quickly became extremely violent. That is murder medicine. The Right Minister of Kaiba recognized these pills with horror. This is the national treasure of the murderous medicine that has been passed down from generation to generation in Fishman Island and sealed in the jade box. After taking it, you can gain several times or even dozens of times the strength in a short period of time, but the cost is to consume the vitality of the user. The murderous medicine in the jade box was originally prepared for the time when Fishman Island was facing life and death. A few years ago, there was a theft in Ryugu City, and the murderous medicine was stolen at that time. It's you. The left minister of Catfish roared angrily, "Hody, you even stole the murderous medicine in the jade box. Do you know what you are doing?" Hody Jones laughed wildly, with an arrogant look, "Ha ha ha ha. What do you old antiques know? If you don't use a treasure with such power, you can still be afraid of mere humans? If all our warriors take this medicine, what are humans? Wake up, Neptune!" Hody Jones' eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty light, "Today, all of you will die here. From now on, Fishman Island will be controlled by our new Fishman pirates." Chapter 140 Sea Kings Meet the Sea King. Hody Jones' eyes were filled with blood-red madness, and he roared, "Come on! Fight each other, and the winner will get everything." As soon as the voice fell, Hody's figure disappeared from the spot like a flash of lightning. When he appeared again, he was in front of King Neptune, and his sharp claws went straight to Neptune's heart. "Hody!" King Neptune's eyes were also filled with anger when facing the enemy who killed his wife. He roared and swung the golden trident, confronting Hody head-on. Boom! The dull collision sound like an underwater drum resounded through the deep sea, and the visible water wave spread in all directions. Although Neptune tried his best, Hody, who was blessed by the murderous drug, did not retreat half a step. On the contrary, Neptune retreated violently under the powerful impact. The next second, Neptune swung the golden trident again and launched an offensive against Hody. "Ha ha ha! Is this the so-called power of the great knight of the sea? Weak! Too weak!" Hody Jones laughed unscrupulously, and his power completely suppressed Neptune. The great knight of the sea, who was once famous for his strength, seemed vulnerable in front of Hody, who took the murderous drug. Neptune's trident was knocked away, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Fishman Jujutsu Super Sea Current. Neptune grabbed the seawater with both hands and threw it at Hody. Fishman Jutsu, Water Heart Group Sharks. Hody waved his hand casually, and countless sharks made of water rushed forward, tearing Neptune's super current, and then the sharks pounced on Neptune. "Father!" Shark Star, Dragon Star, and Flip Star screamed in horror, but they were also suppressed by the new Fishman Group cotters who took the deadly medicine and could not come forward to rescue. At this critical moment, Sea Knight Jinbei took action. "Hit the water!" Countless water drops shot out like bullets, defeating all the sharks. "Jinbei! Well done, Jinbei!" The ministers on both sides were overjoyed, and quickly protected the seriously injured Neptune and retreated to a safe area. "Lord Neptune, I understand your desire to personally avenge Princess Otohime, but now Hody has gone completely crazy. Leave the next battle to me," Jinbei said in a deep voice. "Haha! Is Jinbei the next one to face me? Everyone says that you are the best master of Fishman Island, but that's because they are ignorant. They don't know how powerful the murder medicine is." Hody laughed wildly, "Now I am the real best master of the Fishman tribe. You can't beat me at all." Fishman Karate 5000 watts punch. Without saying much, Jinbei punched out with a huge spiral. The impact penetrated the seawater. Hody Jones' words stopped abruptly, his eyes suddenly bulged, his mouth opened wide, blood gushed out, dyeing the surrounding seawater red. The power obtained by relying on external objects is hypocritical after all. Have you forgotten the true meaning of Fishman Karate, Hody? Jinbei shouted angrily. Hody coughed a few times, and blood gushed out from the corner of his mouth. He looked at Jinbei, his eyes full of madness. There is no difference between hypocrisy and truth in power. I was injured by you just because I am not strong enough. I want to become stronger. I want more murderous drugs. In the shocked eyes of everyone, Hody swallowed a large amount of murderous drugs frantically again. Boom! His heart beat violently, and the seawater was shaken by this vibration. His originally black hair instantly grew to his waist, and then quickly turned grey. His body suddenly swelled, his muscles bulged and beat like a dragon, and his breath became more violent. Led by Hody Jones, the members of the new fisherman pirates laughed wildly, grabbed a handful of drugs, and swallowed them without hesitation. The increase in the drug increased their combat power dramatically. And they were even strong enough to compete with Jinbei head-on. Although the Sea King army was the elite force of Fishman Island, it gradually fell behind the pirates stimulated by the drugs. The soldiers of the Sea King army retreated step by step, and the blood dyed the sea red. On the deck of the ferry, Shirahoshi saw her father and brothers injured and burst into tears. Nami looked at Urza and asked, "Urza, don't we take action?" Urza calmly replied, "This is the internal affairs of this country, not within the scope of our commission." However, at this moment, a brutal laugh came from the bottom of the sea. Cigar Daruma Shark Daruma emerged from under the seabed and shouted frantically, "Human! Don't think you can stay out of this. You will die too." Frog Daruma attacked the ferry, but Urza smiled coldly, "Of course, if the other party takes the initiative to provoke our fairy tale, that's another matter." The next second, Daruma's laughter stopped abruptly. Juvia in the sea took action. Water stream saw. A tornado-like waterspout formed instantly, killing the frog Daruma instantly. Daruma-sama. Asshole human. Unforgivable. Under the stimulation of the murderous drug, the members of the new Fishman pirate group lost their minds and rushed towards the ferry frantically. Change clothes seeking armor. Urza no longer hesitated and attacked. Just in time. Nami switched to the Taurus star spirit clothes and rushed into the sea. She recalled the past in Coco Village, when she was powerless to fight against Arlong and his gang, and her heart was filled with endless anger. However, now she is a wizard of fairy tale, and she will never show mercy to these fishmen. "Don't worry, Shirahoshi, we won't let anyone get hurt." Vivi firmly comforted Shirahoshi, and attached the Sagittarius star spirit cloth, ready to fight. Robin also activated the magic of wood. With the joint efforts of the fairy tale girls, even if the new Fishman pirates took the murderous medicine to increase their strength, they were still vulnerable and were soon completely defeated. At this moment, only a few Cotter-level strongmen such as Hody Jones were left on the battlefield. In the corner of the battlefield, Vanda Decken 9 growled unwillingly. He originally planned to sneak into the ferry and take Shirahoshi away during the chaos, but after seeing the amazing combat power of Fairy Tail, his cowardice prevailed. He had long dared not confront Fairy Tail head-on, and even lost any idea of resistance. Although the ability of the target fruit is good at long-range attacks, it is of no help to the situation on the battlefield. "Now we can only escape in the chaos," Vanda Decken muttered to himself, preparing to sneak away. However, in the next moment, a huge shadow suddenly loomed over his head. The giant's big hand reached out from the depths of Fishman Island and gently pinched it. Vanda Decken didn't even have time to scream, and instantly exploded into a ball of blood mist. Suyu's giant hand reached out from Fishman Island, like a god, and easily crushed Vanda Decken, who was trying to escape. This scene became the last straw that overwhelmed the new Fishman pirates. Even though the stimulation of the murderous drug made them crazy, facing Suyu's godlike power, they could not restrain their inner fear and were completely defeated. Under the leadership of Jinbei, the Sea King army quickly suppressed and arrested the new Fishman pirates. So far, the two major cancers of Fishman Island were eradicated 2 years ahead of schedule. However, things are not over. Jinbei's expression suddenly became solemn, and the ministers on both sides could not help but get nervous again. "Boss Jinbei, what's wrong? Something is coming," Jinbei whispered, his tone full of heavy premonition. On the ferry, Bonnie, Perona, and others tilted their heads in confusion, looking at Urza, Myra and Altair, and they seemed to feel some strange breath. "Sisters, over there it seems that something is about to appear." Shirahoshi pointed weakly at the dark deep sea in the distance. As soon as the voice fell, huge waves suddenly surged in the deep sea, and the visible sea ripples quickly swept in from afar, bringing up turbulent currents. The defenseless Sea King army staggered in this sudden tide, and even masters like Jinbei and Neptune could not help but retreat again and again. Everyone be on alert. Neptune stabilized his body and ordered loudly. However, Neptune soon realized that any precautions were futile in the face of what was about to appear. The huge creatures that emerged in the sea seemed so small in strength that if a conflict really occurred, Fishman Island would be destroyed in an instant. Sea Kings. This number is really too exaggerated. And how could there be so many of those super large Sea Kings at the same time? Looking at the Sea Kings gathering from all directions, the residents of Fishman Island fell into a vortex of fear again. These huge Sea Kings surrounded Fishman Island, and their huge bodies and power far exceeded the fall of Ark Noah before. In front of these super large Sea Kings, even the giant Suyu no longer looked huge. This Sea Kings. Even the powerful fairy tale girls were frightened and stuttered by the scene in front of them, and their hearts were full of powerlessness. Especially when the leaders of the Sea Kings gathered towards the ferry, the admiral-level strong men such as Urza and Myra also felt tremendous pressure. At this moment, a flash of lightning flashed in the deep sea, and the giant Suyu disappeared and returned to the ferry in an instant. Seeing Suyu's return, everyone's hanging hearts finally settled down. In their hearts, as long as Suyu is there, everything will be fine. However, Suyu's next words surprised everyone again. Shirahoshi, these guys are here to find you, go and say hello. Suyu smiled slightly, his tone was calm. Chapter 150 The Great Ice Wizard. 10,000 Sea Kings gathered outside the Fishman Island, and the scene was spectacular. The Sea Kings came from all directions, almost covering the entire sea area, like an epic scene. Anyone who witnessed this scene is destined to never forget it. Shirahoshi, go, they are here for you. Suyu said lightly. His words made the deck of the ferry quiet instantly. Come for Little White Star. What does this mean? President, are you serious? Nami, Vivi, Wendy, and others all tilted their heads in confusion, but Robin seemed to have understood, and a look of understanding appeared on her face. She remembered the historical text she saw in the golden town of Sky Island, which recorded the clues about the Sea King Poseidon. The Sea King Poseidon is not a cold warship weapon like Pluto, but a person, a mermaid. The legendary mermaid princess has the power to command all the Sea Kings in the sea. And now, the successor of that power is Shirahoshi. Suyu understands all this, so he is so calm to let Shirahoshi go to face it. Don't worry, Shirahoshi, they are all your people. Suyu encouraged, with a gentle look. Well, Little White Star took a deep breath. Although she was still a little uneasy, she mustered up her courage and slowly swam towards the Sea Kings. Seeing Shirahoshi's actions, Prince Shark Star and others changed their faces and immediately prepared to step forward to protect their sister. Come back! King Neptune suddenly stopped them. Father? Why? Shark Star asked anxiously. It's okay, this is Shirahoshi's fate. Neptune sighed, with helplessness and heaviness in his expression. As early as 8 years ago in the Celestial Dragon incident, Neptune and Otohime already knew that their daughter Shirahoshi was the legendary mermaid princess, and the power of the ancient weapon Poseidon was hidden in her body. For many years, they tried their best to conceal this fact, unwilling to let Shirahoshi bear such a heavy fate. However, today's incident has exposed the secret. Neptune knows that this scene will definitely spread to the outside world and eventually be known by major forces in the world government. Once Shirahoshi's identity is exposed, the entire Fishman Island will become a battlefield, and all forces will rush to seize the power of Poseidon, the Sea King. Thinking of this, Neptune's heart is full of worries. At this moment, Shirahoshi bravely swings her tail in the shocked eyes of everyone and swims to the center of the Sea Kings. The Sea Kings made a deep and unique sound, as if welcoming her arrival. Princess! Princess Shirahoshi! My mermaid princess, I finally see you again. It's been 800 years, my princess, we have been waiting for this day. The Sea Kings opened their huge abyss-like mouths and used special sound waves to make joyful calls. For the voices of the Sea Kings, only Shirahoshi could understand them. Hearing so many voices at once, Shirahoshi couldn't help but feel a little nervous, and a little panic appeared on her little face. Princess, we heard that you are getting married. Yes, the princess is getting married, and we came here to congratulate you. Congratulations, princess, happy wedding. The 5,000 meter class super large Sea Kings congratulated one after another. Ah! When Shirahoshi heard the word marriage, her panicked look suddenly turned into shyness. Thank you everyone. Yeah, no, it's not like that. Shirahoshi wanted to explain, but she didn't wait for her to finish. Princess, is your marriage partner Joyboy? A Sea King glanced at Tsuyu on the ferry. To be honest, we don't like Joyboy very much. 800 years ago, he broke his promise to the princess. Yes, he also broke his promise to us and failed to protect the princess. Of course, we also know that he has his own difficulties, but no, it's important, princess, as long as you like him. As long as he doesn't let you down again. But if that person disappoints the princess again this time, we will never let him go. While discussing, the Sea Kings looked at Tsuyu with a demonstrative look. Tsuyu raised his eyebrows slightly, and his intuition told him that these Sea Kings seemed to be framing him. Hey! No, I don't know any Joyboy. That's Lord Tsuyu. The very good Lord Tsuyu. Bai Xing corrected seriously. The Sea Kings didn't care too much. After all, 800 years had passed, and Joyboy of this era might have changed his name. The meeting between Bai Xing and the Sea Kings lasted 10 minutes. In the end, with Bai Xing's order, the Sea Kings gathered from all over the deep sea dispersed and returned to their nests. Princess Bai Xing, then we're leaving too. Next time, if you need us, please call us at any time. No matter where you are in the world, as long as you call, we will definitely come. The 5-kilometer class super large Sea Kings, such as the silly peacock, deep sea frog, and purple-haired penguin, also said goodbye. Well, goodbye, everyone. Shirahoshi waved and watched the last super large Sea King disappear into the dark deep sea. As the Sea King army dispersed, the commotion on Fishman Island gradually subsided. So far, everything has come to an end. The two major cancers, Hody Jones and Vanda Decken, were eradicated 2 years in advance, and Fishman Island returned to peace. A few hours later, the damage caused to Fishman Island by the iron chain of Ark Noah was completely restored to its original state under the effect of Urusha's time magic. At the same time, King Neptune issued a clarification announcement to the whole country, explaining that the rumors about Princess Shirahoshi's marriage were just to bring out Vanda Decken. The residents of Fishman Island finally understood the truth of the matter. What? It turned out to be fake. The princess got married just to deal with that bastard Vanda Decken. I told you, the princess is still so young, how could she suddenly get married? It turns out we have wrongly blamed Fairy Tale. Fairy Tale did this to help the princess get rid of harassment. I am so sorry, Lord Tsuyu. Lord Tsuyu not only let bygones be bygones, but also saved us. Lord Tsuyu, like Father Whitebeard, is a hero of our Fishman Island. I like Fairy Tale so much now, and I will get angry with anyone who dares to say bad things about them. Lord Tsuyu is so handsome. I really want to give birth to a baby for Lord Tsuyu. If Princess Shirahoshi is really going to marry Lord Tsuyu, it would be nice. Yes, when the princess grows up, I think they are a good match. Residents from all over Fishman Island were talking about it, and the wind direction completely changed. After learning the truth of the matter, Tsuyu and Fairy Tale's reputation on Fishman Island reached an unprecedented height. Those who originally opposed Princess Shirahoshi and Tsuyu's marriage have now become their supporters. As the unrest on Fishman Island was settled, Fairy Tale was not in a hurry to leave. Because of the public opinion storm in the past 2 days, the girls did not have a good time on the island, but now everything is different. The girls of Fairy Tale were divided into several teams and began to enjoy the good times of Fishman Island. Nami, Vivi, and others formed a team to go to the Marin shopping center and started shopping. Robin took Marion to visit the Cultural Museum of Fishman Island. Urusha was taken to eat by Bonilla as usual. At the same time, Suyu, who finally had free time, went to the Mermaid Bay and the Mermaid Cafe with all his heart. The arrival of the heroic savior instantly shocked the entire Mermaid Bay, and the Mermaid Cafe was directly cleared for him. All the young mermaid girls served Suyu wholeheartedly, scrambling to get close to him. However, just before the other mermaid girls succeeded, Mrs. Xiaoli, the owner of the Mermaid Cafe, took the lead. In the quiet and elegant room, Suyu lay on Mrs. Xiaoli's fishtail pillow, enjoying her professional massage. Xiaoli, who was usually cold and strong, became gentle and soft in front of Suyu at this moment. "Master Suyu, how do you feel?" Mrs. Xiaoli asked softly. "Well, not bad." Suyu nodded with satisfaction. Xiaoli's face showed joy, and when she was about to continue, Suyu suddenly said, "Speaking of which, Xiaoli, you should have a brother, and his name seems to be Along." Mrs. Xiaoli's face showed a trace of panic, and finally nodded. "That guy was doing a lot of trouble in the East China Sea and caused a lot of trouble for my partners. I have killed him," Suyu said casually. Hearing this, Mrs. Xiaoli was shocked and knelt down in front of Suyu, saying in a panic, "Lord Suyu, Along and I are not siblings, we have different mothers." "Don't be afraid," Suyu waved his hand and asked with a smile, "I don't mean to blame you, I just tell you. After all, you and Along have some relationship. So, how do you plan to treat me, the enemy who killed your brother next?" Xiaoli's face was complicated, but soon, she raised her head and said softly, "Lord Suyu, I have a special service that has never been used for any guest." "Oh." Suyu showed an interested look. Half an hour later, Suyu breathed a sigh of relief. "I thought the shark's fangs would make him feel uncomfortable, but I didn't expect Xiaoli to control the force very accurately. Not only did the fangs not cause discomfort, but they brought a unique sense of stimulation, which was quite surprising. This is indeed a novel experience." Just as Suyu was about to when preparing to further enjoy Shirley's upgraded service, the voices of the Fairy Tale girls came from outside. "President! I smell the smell of the President! President, don't hide, I know you are here. How cunning to secretly enjoy it without telling us. We also want to experience the services of the mermaids." Hearing this familiar voice, Suyu shook his head helplessly. At the same time, in the new world of Punk Hazard, a burst of children's laughter came from the research institute that originally belonged to Vegapunk. "Sister you. We want to see it again. The butterfly made of ice is so beautiful. I want an ice big axe. I want an ice panda." A group of huge children surrounded a young woman and acted like a spoiled child. This woman is the new partner of Fairy Tale, the great ice wizard you. She looked at the children with a smile, folded her hands, and activated the ice modeling magic again.